Chapter 1101. After swallowing the dragon snake gallbladder, the crocodile's spirit's aura deepened, and its gaze toward Qin Chuan became more intimate. This human before him was quite reasonable, not as brutal as imagined. Qin Chuan observed the surroundings, and saw no sign of the other dragon snakes. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Let's move on. There's no point in waiting here." The most urgent task was to investigate the dragon ascension ritual, and see if it actually worked. If, as suspected, it could unlock the long stairway to the gods, how many people could use it, and how many steps it could unlock, all of this needed to be determined quickly. The water god and the crocodile spirit naturally had no objection. They were just there to make a cameo appearance. If it weren't for Qin Chuan, let alone entering the inner city, the outer city's puppet guards would likely take a long time to clear. As they continued forward, a towering, majestic palace appeared before them. 5 gates stood side by side, each 100 meters high. The entire palace resembled a small mountain, forcing one to look up to fully grasp it. Rumble. The gates opened one after another, and from the leftmost doorframe emerged a massive, crimson dragon. Compared to the previous giant snake, this one was more like a dragon, clearly having undergone the ritual transformation much earlier. Its aura had truly reached the Saint Realm, enough to dominate the outside world. Qin Chuan raised his hand and unleashed a morning strike, triggering the time and space freeze effect within the suit. The massive dragon's head froze in midair for a full 1.5 seconds before it resumed its movement. The dragon, having recovered, immediately retreated back into the doorway. Then, from the first door on the right, a second dragon, tan in color, burst forth. As for its abilities, Qin Chuan didn't see them clearly, because he had just raised his hand and sent it flying with a single dark rain. But that wasn't the end of it. Another dragon emerged from the second door from the left. Qin Chuan pondered as he attacked. Could there be a dragon behind each of these 5 doors? If that were the case, that would be quite a profit. 5 sanctuary-level dragons would yield at least 20 pieces of loot. Then, taking their materials back, one could easily craft a legendary-level item. With some crafting from a master craftsman, it would be sanctuary-level equipment. Perfect. While he was thinking, dragons appeared from the other 4 doorways, except for the largest one in the middle. Qin Chuan had repelled them all. The water god also noticed something was going on, and said with some anticipation, "The 5th dragon is coming." "Woo!" the crocodile spirit called out. The water god's expression changed, and he quickly said, "President, the crocodile spirit says something's wrong. It doesn't sense the presence of the 5 dragons. The aura is very loud. Please be careful." Qin Chuan nodded. In fact, Qin Chuan had already sensed the aura inside without the crocodile spirit's warning. Now that the crocodile spirit had taken the initiative to remind him, the snake gallbladder had paid off. Gathering his attention, Qin Chuan listened intently. He heard the sound of a giant creature's serpentine advance, the scraping of its scales against the stone slabs, mixed with the clashing of scales. At the same time, a dark green miasma permeated the air behind the 5 gates. A massive black figure slowly emerged from the miasma. With a roar, the miasma dissipated, revealing the being within. It was a creature of peculiar shape. It had 5 dragon heads, corresponding necks and torsos, but further back, the 5 dragon bodies merged together, forming a massive, scaly ball of flesh, beneath which lay a tangled web of dragon claws. Chimeric 5-headed dragon, level 120, the fallen guardian of the ascending dragon palace. When the dragons had previously emerged, their aura had been at the Saint Realm level, but now, with the chimeric 5-headed dragon, its aura had firmly reached above demigod, not far from even a lower god. Quack! The crocodile spirit cried out in surprise. What an ugly thing! Qin Chuan couldn't help but glance sideways. Chapter 1102. This creature has already made so many different cries. Is it a crocodile spirit or a parrot? Looking at the chimeric 5-headed dragon, the water god said nervously, "President, this thing is not simple." Qin Chuan nodded. He immediately used the king's judgment. Although the Sin judgment wouldn't apply, he was the invader after all. No matter how ugly this chimeric 5-headed dragon looked, it was originally part of Shenlong Imperial City. But if the judgment failed, it didn't matter, the damage was enough to kill it. As for the ultimate skill, Annihilation Reincarnation, it was unnecessary right now. A lower-level god would be fine, but a mere demigod wouldn't be worthy of such treatment. While thinking, Qin Chuan's original body and quantum clone attacked simultaneously, unleashing 2 king's judgments, instantly killing the chimeric 5-headed dragon. This creature appeared impressive and powerful. Any other player would have been a mere casualty. Unfortunately, it had the bad luck to encounter Qin Chuan, becoming nothing more than a dish on his plate. Boom! The 5-headed chimeric dragon collapsed to the ground, shaking the ground. The water god's expression froze. After a moment he sighed, "I was careless. Even the resentful fire spirit and the crimson-scaled crocodile god were slain by you, guild master. What's the point of this mere 5-headed chimeric dragon? I'm afraid even a resurrected hero king would have to kneel down and sing conquer." Qin Chuan waved his hand modestly. "That's not true. I still have a lot of room for improvement." This was true. He had only completed the 3rd level of the long steps to divinity, not even halfway through. He certainly couldn't afford to be complacent. Unable to refute, the water god changed the subject. "Guild master, do you think this 5-headed chimeric dragon has absorbed the energy from the dragon ascension ritual, causing it to become like this?" Qin Chuan stepped forward to collect the spoils, then, with a deft move, secured 3 semi-artifact level trophies. He then spoke, "I suspect there were originally more than 5 dragons here, but over the course of countless years, only 5 survived, merging with one another to form the chimeric 5-headed dragon. My concern now is whether the chimeric 5-headed dragon will exhaust the energy of the dragon ascension ritual, or whether the ritual will be compromised." With this concern, Qin Chuan didn't even bother checking the trophy's attributes, but instead led the water god and the crocodile spirit directly into the palace. The first thing he saw was the nearly ruined interior. Qin Chuan's heart sank. The chimeric 5-headed dragon was enormous, its mere movement capable of shaking the earth. Having it entrenched in the Dragon Ascension Hall was bound to do no good. But then, Qin Chuan spotted a well-preserved section of floorboards in the center of the hall. It wasn't that the chimeric 5-headed dragon was specifically protecting it, but rather that a barrier glowed there, separating the inside from the outside. The barrier's base was approximately 10 meters in diameter, resembling an inverted bowl, firmly protecting the contents within. Inside the barrier was a magic circle engraved on a stone slab, emitting a holy and transcendent light. As expected, it was the Dragon Ascension ritual. "President, the ritual is fine." The water god's voice was filled with surprise. The crocodile spirit also barked cheerfully nearby. Qin Chuan, feeling slightly relieved, quickly stepped forward to investigate. The Dragon Ascension ritual. It can stimulate the recipient's potential, greatly increasing the probability of unlocking the long steps of divinity. It is only effective at the sanctuary level. The ritual can only enhance 5 targets at a time, and a 7-day recovery buffer is required to complete the ritual. The good news is that the Dragon Ascension ritual works, and it is indeed related to the long steps of divinity. The bad news is that it doesn't directly unlock the long steps of divinity, but rather increases the probability. Furthermore, there are restrictions on the number of people and time. But being able to allow 5 people to undergo the ritual at once is good news. It's better than only 1 at a time, which would be too slow. It greatly increases the probability, so at least 2 or 3 out of 5 will succeed. Chapter 1103. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and sent a message on the guild channel. "I found something. It works on sanctuary level players. When you have 5 of us, come and undergo the ritual." After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan added, "Jing, make preparations. If Shenlong Imperial City closes early, and someone in the guild breaks through to the sanctuary, send them over immediately. If we can't make it in time, there's nothing we can do but look for another opportunity." Everyone responded in agreement. Ji Xingye, Ing Luo, and the others went above and beyond, striving to break through to the sanctuary as quickly as possible. After confirming that the Shenlong ritual was effective and protected by a barrier, Qin Chuan planned to leave Shenlong Palace and explore the next area. He was very curious about the Xiongwang treasure house. The water god and the crocodile spirit quickly followed. As they walked, Qin Chuan glanced at the loot he had just acquired. The chimera 5-headed dragon had dropped 6 semi-artifacts, and with the ones Miasho had touched, there were 9 in total. There were 4 pieces of equipment, 2 items, 2 consumables, and finally, a skill book. Qin Chuan put the unused items into the guild warehouse, keeping only 1 item and skill book for himself. Chimeric Dragon Seal, a semi-artifact level item. Upon use, it summons a phantom of a 5-headed chimeric dragon, spewing miasma for 60 seconds, with a 30-minute cooldown. This item is excellent for clearing small monsters, especially those that spawn in a specific monster nest. Just throw it at the entrance and wait quietly, very convenient. And with its semi-artifact level quality, the miasma damage is definitely considerable. Even a legendary would be severely damaged. Finally, there's the skill book. Blood Moon Elegy, a god-level skill book. This summons a blood moon in a selected area, granting allies fearlessness, immunity to crowd control, and life-stealing on attacks. Enemies suffer a nightmare state, with all stats reduced and the ability to blend into the area. The skill book for strengthening the domain was Qin Chuan's favorite, so he used it immediately. After finishing his business, the two men and the crocodile arrived outside the Xiongwang treasury. Looking at the tightly closed door, the crocodile spirit volunteered to open it. The crocodile spirit called out twice to the door, simultaneously channeling a burst of magic power. A defensive array pattern immediately appeared above the door, constantly changing, revealing the unlocking process. A moment later, the treasury door creaked open, and a dazzling golden light immediately emanated from within. Peering inside from the doorway, the vast treasury was filled with all sorts of treasures. This size pearls, for example, were haphazardly dumped in the corners, looking like unclaimed baseballs. The treasures in the boxes were even more substantial, starting at the legendary level. There were over 100 sets, and this only occupied a small corner of the treasury. The water god cheered, "President, we struck gold." Qin Chuan also smiled with satisfaction. This trip had yielded quite a lot. Next came the much-anticipated packing phase. The treasure trove was so vast and diverse that there was no time to carefully sort it all. Everything was dumped into the guild warehouse. The storage Qin Chuan had previously expanded was suddenly stretched to its limits. The main issue was the sheer size of the dragon snake and the five-headed chimeric dragon, which took up a significant amount of space. After putting away the less important treasures, the remaining items were the artifacts Crocodile Spirit had mentioned. There were 4 pieces in total, all equipment, and judging by the markings, it was clearly a set. This included a helmet, breastplate, leg armor, and combat boots. I picked up the breastplate and examined it. Hero King's Armor, a lower-tier artifact, all attributes increased by 20,000, level requirement, 100, requires a Hero King inheritance. Effect 1. Increase the defense of the player and the Imperial Guards by 100%, and increase the maximum health by 100%. Effect 2. The damage received by the player will be evenly distributed to all the Imperial Guards. Effect 3. When a nearby Imperial Guard dies, increase the attack and defense of the remaining Imperial Guards by 5%, which can be stacked repeatedly and lasts until the end of the battle. Divine Power. Summon a melee Imperial Guard of 25 to join the battle. The Imperial Guards will be reborn immediately after being destroyed. Except for the Hero King's Armor, the other 3 pieces of equipment have different attributes. The biggest difference lies in the Divine Power effect. The helmet summons the Imperial Guards with bows and crossbows, the leg armor summons the Imperial Guards with heavy shields, and the combat boots summon the Imperial Guards with elementalists and witch doctors. The 4 pieces of equipment can summon a total of 100 Imperial Guards, and all of them are immortal, and can be resurrected immediately after death. After wearing the equipment, the damage received by the player will be evenly distributed among the 100 Imperial Guards, and the health bar will be multiplied by an unknown number of times, which can be said to be the maximum survivability. Furthermore, once a Forbidden Guard dies, upon resurrection, they also grant attribute bonuses to the other Forbidden Guards, with no upper limit on the stacking. Theoretically, if the battle lasts long enough, the attributes of these 100 Forbidden Guards could even reach God level. Such powerful equipment also has set effects. Set 2/4 activates the counterattack formation, automatically counterattacking the player and their Forbidden Guards when attacked. Set April 4th. If the owner is killed, 10 Forbidden Guards will permanently sacrifice their lives for their master. Possessing the Xiongwang set is equivalent to possessing 10 extra lives. Its value is inestimable. However, these pieces of equipment are limited to Xiongwang inheritance. Now that the most suitable candidate is in sight, Qin Chuan directly gave 4 pieces of equipment to the water god. The water god never expected that he, a mere bystander, could have snagged a god-level set. The president's kindness is truly unrequited. After putting away the Xiongwang set, the treasure house was completely cleared. Next, the Xiongwang Palace was to be explored. As for the Imperial Guards camp and the Imperial City Gardens, they were slightly less important and could be visited later. Just because Qin Chuan didn't want to seek out the Imperial Guards didn't mean they didn't want to come looking for him. As soon as he left the treasury, 2 Imperial Guards rushed towards him. No need to hesitate, just take them down. As they fought their way to the Xiong King's palace, the water god immediately said, "President, I triggered a quest. I need to enter the palace alone to complete the Xiong King's inheritance test." Qin Chuan nodded, then looked at the crocodile spirit. "You can enter too. Follow me." Chapter 1104. The crocodile spirit had once lived in Tanglong Imperial City, and had a close relationship with the Hun King. Therefore, following the water god into the Hun King's palace would provide him with a lookout. The crocodile spirit readily agreed to this request. It had already shifted from its initial fear and resistance to a submissive attitude, realizing that following this human offered far greater promise than following the Hun King. At least according to the crocodile spirit's calculations, even if the Hun King reappeared, it would take considerable effort to defeat the red-scaled crocodile god. But this human was different. He single-handedly took down the red-scaled crocodile god, and in a one-sided victory, it was a sure win. In this situation, the crocodile spirit felt that if it wanted to advance further, clinging to the powerful was the key. It desperately wants to improve. With a wave of his hand, he bestowed the water god with a shadow gift, causing his thinking attributes to surge and granting him a certain amount of external divine power. Qin Chuan patted the water god on the shoulder and said, "Go. I await your good news." The water god's expression was resolute. "Guild leader, I be back soon. I definitely succeed." With that, the water god and the crocodile spirit arrived in front of the Xiong King's palace and disappeared in a flash of light. Qin Chuan sensed the situation. Although he couldn't send a private message to the water god, he could sense his condition through the shadow gift skill. For the time being, it was still safe, and he wasn't about to be attacked the moment he entered. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan watched the newly respawned Imperial Guards. He raised his hand and used 2 skills to end the battle. He then deposited the scattered equipment into the guild warehouse, while monitoring all available information. The global co-op quest had now surpassed 80% progress. The 2 boss battles, against the resentful fire spirit and the crimson-scaled crocodile god, combined to increase progress by 15 points. At this rate, the joint battle mission will be completed in a week at most. Then, the virtual and the real will merge, marking the beginning of the apocalypse. This progress is undoubtedly countless times faster than in previous lives. Thankfully, Blue Star wasn't completely unprepared. Whether it was the national team's early entry or the subsequent covert actions of various parties, especially after Qin Chuan's conversation with the higher-ups, Yin Nation vigorously promoted the apocalypse process, attracting the attention and follow-up of other regions. They might not know the truth, but one thing is certain. Yin Nation is pushing it hard, so it's definitely right to follow suit. Half the world's population now has registered apocalypse accounts, with the remainder mostly consisting of the elderly and children. Yin Nation has made corresponding preparations for this. The higher-ups have deployed soldiers above level 30 separately to cover as much territory as possible. In the previous national war, Qin Chuan had earned a massive amount of points and annihilated Daka and Nangwei, significantly boosting the basic stats of Yin Nation players, allowing them to easily defeat monsters of the same level. With better talents, solo bosses were no problem. Elite players could even take on 10 enemies alone. When the apocalypse arrived, those who hadn't entered the game would also receive attribute bonuses, making it easier to navigate the initial difficulties, and ultimately reducing casualties. While pondering, Qin Chuan saw the steady stream of good news on the guild channel. Ji Xing, Ying Luo, Xiao, and Di Jiaolingyu had all completed their 4th career advancement, at the highest difficulty level available, significantly increasing their overall strength. They had all used the crocodile spirit tears item, and reported feeling the guidance of an inexplicable force. Qin Chuan knew it was the gate to the sanctuary. Everyone's path to the sanctuary was different, much like the long steps to divinity. Several individuals, who had just completed their professional advancement, set out on their journey again, seeking an opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm. Qin Chuan couldn't offer specific advice on this matter, it was entirely up to them, but he believed these individuals could definitely succeed. Chapter 1105. While pondering, Qin Chuan sensed a slight shift in the water god's state. An invisible force was flowing into his body, rapidly increasing his strength. It seemed the Hero King's inheritance had begun. Then all he had to do was wait patiently. In the Dark Elf territory, Ying Luo hid in a safe corner, watching the patrol shuttle back and forth outside, searching for a suitable route. Summoned by the sanctuary, he discovered that the Shadow Sword resonated with the Dark Elf Palace. Something there seemed to be calling out to the Shadow Sword. Considering that the Dark Elves wield dark magic and are known for their elite assassins, there seemed to be some affinity between the Shadow Sword and him. Unfortunately, the Shadow Sword hadn't responded, leaving only the inheritance. Otherwise, Ying Luo really wanted to call the Shadow Sword out to question him. Perhaps he could establish some connection with these Dark Elves, saving him the trouble of sneaking in all this time. It was clearly a frontal combat class, but he almost ended up playing the role of an assassin. However, Ying Luo reconsidered. His guild leader was an assassin, and since he already mastered ranged combat, there seemed no need to dwell too much on the class. Thinking, Ying Luo seized the moment when the two patrols' visions diverged, using the power of the Shadow Sword Servant to reach the next safe spot. Repeating this process, he finally managed to break through the outer defenses. But at this point, the patrols were even more numerous, and the Dark Elves were clearly elite. The good news was that Ying Luo could sense the call more clearly. The bad news was that the call was coming from a complex of buildings. Judging by the number of guards, it was a heavily guarded and important location, making it impossible to sneak in without a trace. Ying Luo was in a dilemma. Should he summon the Black Flame Dragon to charge in, or should he call for others to charge in? However, considering everyone else was busy with their own affairs, looking for an opportunity to break through the sanctuary, Ying Luo decided to find a way on his own. But before Ying Luo could make a move, he noticed that the Dark Elf Patrol had already taken action, weapons in hand, and heading off into the distance. Peeking out from a corner, he saw quite a few foreign players arriving. Some of these players had very regular names, likely from the same faction, and definitely weren't here for idleness. Ying Luo immediately prepared to investigate. The arrival of so many foreign players would undoubtedly draw a siege from the Dark Elves. A chaotic situation presented an opportunity. Also, if he could find an opportunity to disrupt these foreign players' quests or actions, that would be quite a feat. With this in mind, Ying Luo grew more patient and shared the situation on the guild chat. Coincidentally, Ji Xing, who was searching for a sanctuary in another area, also sent back a message, saying he encountered many foreign server players searching for something and was keeping a close eye on them. Qin Chuan naturally saw all this information and told Ji Xing and the others to prioritize their own safety while also keeping an eye on those players and reporting any incidents to the guild immediately. Zadler, are you sure there's a treasure here? A white man questioned the leading player. This is Dark Elves territory. What does it have to do with the vampires? The leading player smiled mysteriously and confidently said, don't doubt it. I came here with solid information. You don't trust me, but do you trust us, the Illuminati? Hearing Zadler mention the Illuminati, the foreign server players present dispel their doubts. Indeed, the Illuminati never act without profit. If there wasn't a genuine benefit, these people wouldn't come here. These players were discovered by Ying Luo. They sneaked into the territory of the Dark Elves. The player leading them was an elite member of the Illuminati, on the same level as Angelus. Chapter 1106. His reason for coming was to clean up the mess Angelus had left behind and further enhance the Illuminati's influence. This time, he had received a mission from the Blood Clan to contaminate the Dark Elves' sacred artifacts, thereby infecting the Dark Elves with the Blood Plague and becoming a subordinate race of the Blood Clan. If successful, the Blood Clan would possess a powerful force of soldiers and a vast territory, which would be extremely beneficial for their subsequent plans. Zadler and his group were cautious, but given their numbers, they were still discovered by the Dark Elf Patrol. A direct clash ensued, attracting even more Dark Elves to reinforce them. After their stats were depleted several times, these North American players were immediately overwhelmed by the elite Dark Elves and fell one after another. Zadler, what's your plan? Are you still going to act now? It's too late. The shouting around him made Zadler frown. What kind of people are these new members of the Illuminati? Why are they so jumpy at the slightest sign of trouble? They never accomplish anything great. However, Zadler also noticed that his men were falling rather quickly. If he didn't lend a hand, his plan would be ruined. Not only would he not be able to contaminate the Dark Elf sacred artifact, he wouldn't even be able to see what it actually looked like. Zadler gritted his teeth, pulled out 2 bottles of Scarlet Potion, and threw them at the Dark Elves. Bang! The bottles exploded, and the crimson liquid within instantly evaporated into a red mist. Any Dark Elves nearby who inhaled it immediately clutched their throats and struggled in agony, tears of blood streaming from their eyes, ears, and noses, making them look particularly terrifying. Soon, the Dark Elves collapsed to the ground, motionless. However, they weren't completely dead. Instead, they quickly stood up and pounced on their former Dark Elf companions, tearing through their flesh with their burgeoning nails and fangs, causing widespread chaos. The pressure on the North American players suddenly eased considerably. Yi Sakura Luo, in the distance, saw it all clearly and simultaneously sent this information to the guild. Qin Chuan was lost in thought. The vampires were surprisingly active again, and it looked like the Illuminati wasn't giving up. This wasn't good news. The previous kill of Angelus clearly didn't hurt these guys enough. But that was understandable. Qin Chuan had dealt with the Illuminati numerous times in his past life, and knew that these guys were practically impossible to get rid of. Their only real annoyance was a dogskin plaster. Qin Chuan also knew a little about the red potion. It was a type of blood poison, an alchemical concoction made primarily from the blood of high-level vampires. It could transform living beings into blood servants, becoming accomplices of the vampires, and to instantly kill high-level dark elves and transform them into blood servants. The source of this potion was no simple matter. It was definitely not something an ordinary vampire earl or marquis could achieve. It would have to be at least a Grand Duke-level vampire. Qin Chuan was tempted. The vampire dukes have lived for countless years, each wielding wealth comparable to that of a nation. Wouldn't it be wonderful to plunder them all? It seems I have to go to the North American Cross region again. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan made a decision. After the Water God's legacy is complete, and he conquers Shenglong Imperial City as his own territory, he'd go to the North American Cross region to play with the vampires. Speaking of which, since revealing the vampire conspiracy in the novice village, I haven't had many opportunities to interact with them, and I quite miss these sworn enemies. While he was pondering this, Ying Luo received another message. The Dark Elves had eliminated their infected kin and tied up the North American players. It seemed they were going to take them for interrogation. He decided to follow them to see what was going on. Filthy humans, lackeys of the vampires, how dare you offend our race? The Dark Elves hoisted the North American players and beat them, questioning their motives. Except for Zadler, the other players claimed they were merely there for the fun, completely unaware of the plan. The Dark Elves were clearly unconvinced, their whips cracking loudly. One North American player tried to log out, only to find themselves in a special scenario where they couldn't exit and could only be whipped. The key point was that this scenario forced pain on. While not 100%, the whipping felt quite painful. A player in the team yelled, "Stop it! Stop it! I'm going to pick cotton now. I won't slack off again." Zadler's eye twitched. Has this guy been beaten out of his ancestral memories? But their capture was part of Zadler's plan. After a few lashes, Zadler shouted, "I need to see your queen. I have important information to share." The other players were stunned. "No, buddy, you're surrendering now? What a fuss. You came here with all that fanfare, buying equipment and supplies, and yet, you didn't even see a single relic. Now you've been captured, barely even receiving a few lashes, and you're already turning on us. What the hell are you doing here?" But Zadler didn't care what the other players thought, simply repeating his demands. The Dark Elves at the scene discussed for a moment, then said to report the situation while the others continued beating. Amidst a flurry of howling, the departing Dark Elves returned, bearing news that the Queen wanted to see this human. As for the others, they were slaughtered. The Dark Elves swiftly struck, slaying the remaining players, leaving only Zadler tied up and leaving. Yi Sakura Luo, in the distance, quietly followed. This excitement was a waste not to watch. And Yi Sakura Luo had a feeling that this last North American player was up to something. Meanwhile, upon learning this information, Qin Chuan immediately issued instructions. Stay away from that player. If I'm not mistaken, he's been cursed by the Grand Duke of the Vampire Clan. He exploded, spreading his poisonous blood. Don't get caught with him. Ying Luo replied, understood. Soon after, Ying Luo sent a message over the guild chat. Guild leader, your guess was spot on. That guy really blew himself up, and his poisonous blood is flying everywhere. The Dark Elf Queen has been contaminated with it, and is heading to the back garden with her maid, presumably to cleanse herself of the poison. Qin Chuan, follow them. The Dark Elf Queen should be using the Dark Elf Relic. See if you can take it? Chapter 1107. The Dark Elves were in a state of extreme panic and confusion. Their noble queen had been tainted with poisonous blood. While the blood of such a lowly creature wasn't enough to harm the powerful queen, the blasphemy and filth within it made the Dark Elf Queen yearn to slay all the vampires to avenge her. However, the most urgent task wasn't to muster the troops and settle accounts with the vampires, but to cleanse this vile bloodstain. The Dark Elf Queen immediately led her maidens to the secret chamber, ready to use the power of the sacred artifact to complete a thorough cleansing. Ying Luo quietly followed them. Halfway through, they discovered another group of North American players operating in secret. They appeared to be escorting Zadler and his group. Or perhaps Zadler and his group were merely bait, and these players were the real force. Ying Luo grasped the hilt of the Shadow's sword, and the power of Shadow began to spread, forming energy waves behind the newly appeared North American players. The Dark Elf Queen immediately screamed, "There are still intruders. Guards, kill those annoying ants." With the rumbling of footsteps, the Dark Elves completely eliminated the entire player group, then conducted a more thorough search, even finding a few who had slipped through the net. During this time, Ying Luo had already caught up with the queen and her group, contemplating the secret chamber door before him. Should he blow it up directly, or let the Black Flame Dragon take action? He had just calculated the difference in strength between himself and the Dark Elf Queen. He definitely couldn't kill her alone. He wasn't as strong as the Guild Master, but with his equipment and the Shadow Sword's special abilities, he could probably escape. After formulating several plans, Yingluo rushed out, Shadow Sword in hand. Summoning a Black Flame Dragon, he unleashed a fierce attack on the Dark Elf Palace. The Dark Elf Queen's voice rose in pitch. Damn it! Damn it! You ants, you keep offending me. Do you really think my Dark Elves are easy to mess with? The Queen's fury ripped through the Dark Elf Palace, and the Dark Elves present rushed madly at the Black Flame Dragon, arrows and spells flying everywhere. Thankfully, the Black Flame Dragon's scales were tough, and its flight speed was fast, allowing it to last a long time. In fact, it was only because the Black Flame Dragon wasn't high enough, not yet an adult, that it could have wreaked havoc in the Dark Elf territory and then left safely. Legendary dragons are no joke. Yingluo took advantage of the chaos and charged forward, stabbing with the Shadow Sword, easily breaking open the secret chamber's door. At the same time, the Shadow Sword began to chime, expressing a strong desire for the contents of the secret chamber. Yingluo didn't hesitate, repelling the attacking maids and charging forward, quickly reaching the center of the chamber. The Dark Elf Queen was undergoing a baptism of holy relics, and the traces of poisonous blood on her body had faded considerably. But Yingluo's attention wasn't on the Dark Elf Queen, but on the holy relic before her. It was a scabbard, and judging by the markings, it was most likely part of the same set as the Shadow Sword, Yingluo suddenly realized. No wonder the Shadow Sword's starting quest was in the Dark Elf territory. I assumed it was because everyone there was treacherous, but it turned out the scabbard was there. Why the Shadow Sword scabbard ended up here was a bit of a mystery. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Yingluo used Shadow Assault to instantly reach the scabbard and reached out to take it away. But the Dark Elf Queen certainly wouldn't sit idly by. She unleashed a swift, uncanted barrage of magical energy, the surge of which cracked the ground. Luckily, Yi Sakura Luo was wearing the Colonial Anchor Heavy Armor, a lower-tier artifact. Its defense and health were exceptional, and its damage reduction was maxed out, allowing her to withstand the attack. Chapter 1108. Not only that, the equipment's counterattack effect was triggered, and a massive anchor flew towards the Dark Elf Queen, knocking her back several meters and severing her connection to the relic. Yingluo grabbed the scabbard and activated the Shadow Sword's ability. In an instant, she retreated hundreds of meters, bursting out of the secret room and flying towards the Black Flame Dragon in the sky. The Black Flame Dragon caught Yingluo, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the sky. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. By the time the Dark Elf Queen realized what was happening, the relic had vanished. Damn it! The Dark Elf Queen's screams echoed throughout the palace. That night, the Dark Elf territory was filled with ferocious-looking Dark Elves, who attacked anyone they saw with such ferocity that many players leveling and fighting monsters there were caught in the crossfire, and sent directly to the respawn point. After Yingluo obtained the scabbard, the Shadow Sword's power was further unlocked, and an intense shadowy energy enveloped him, and the Black Flame Dragon. When the dust cleared and the scabbard's stored power was depleted, Yingluo successfully broke through to the Holy Realm. His attributes significantly improved, and he learned new skills. Most importantly, with the scabbard, the Shadow Sword evolved into a lower-level artifact, and the surprises didn't stop there. The Shadow Sword evolved into a lower-level artifact, and its scabbard itself also achieved semi-artifact status. Furthermore, the scabbard didn't occupy an equipment slot, and could be hung around his waist without affecting Yingluo's shield use. It was like having an extra piece of equipment, and it was a semi-artifact, a significant difference that couldn't be underestimated. Yingluo immediately sent a message on the guild chat. Guild leader, great news. I found the Shadow Sword scabbard with the Dark Elves, and successfully broke through to the Holy Realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the guild immediately became lively. Jixing, congratulations. Our guild's top position is now becoming increasingly secure. I also found the opportunity for a breakthrough, but I'm still a little short. Jialing you. Everyone, keep working hard and strive to reach a few more sanctuaries, so we can go see the guild leader. Song Ling, I'm also making some progress. Xiao Yinmi, how's your progress? I think I have a good chance. I'd be happy to give you that set of artifact daggers. Yinmi, just do your best. And how do you know I don't have a chance? As they spoke, announcements rang out one after another. Player Yingluo has broken through the sanctuary and reached a higher realm. Let's cheer for them. Player Su Chanqing has broken through the sanctuary and reached a higher realm. Let's cheer for them. Player I'm Not the Water God has completed the Hero King's Inheritance quest. The relevant quest has been closed. Players who haven't completed it, please don't be discouraged. Keep trying. The Peak members were all stunned by the flurry of reports. Wow, Ying Luo had broken through to the Holy Realm, and they were prepared. Su Chongqing had also quietly broken through. That was a bit unexpected. Qin Chuan looked at the reports with a look of satisfaction. Yes, good news keeps coming. Guess I have to keep working hard, Ji Xing murmured softly. Ying Luo's breakthrough to the Holy Realm was expected. After all, Ying Luo's rise to vice president wasn't just due to his early joining, he also possessed immense potential. If nothing else, the fact that the guild president had handed Ying Luo the flame dragon egg showed that he was eagerly anticipating Ying Luo's performance. Breaking through to the Holy Realm might be difficult for other players, but it was no different for Ying Luo. However, Su Chongqing's breakthrough to the Holy Realm so quickly caught Ji Xing's attention. In fact, not only Ji Xing was caught off guard, but everyone else at Peak was also caught off guard. Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise, Uncle Su, you quietly made such a big news. Su Chongqing, Brother Xiao, I just turned 18 this year, and you're still 2 years older than me. Don't call me uncle anymore. Chapter 1109. Dijialing you. Su Xiadi, tell me about your breakthrough. I feel like I'm just one step away. Song Ling, I thought Sister Ji would be the next to break through, but it was Su Chongqing. That's a bit surprising. Snow Swordsman, wow Su Xiadi, you have no martial ethics. We agreed to grow old together, so why did you go get a hair treatment? It's shameful to sneak off. Su Chongqing, actually, I was surprised too. I feel like I didn't do anything, yet I broke through out of nowhere. Xiao, alright, stop talking. I'm going to die. Jing, I'm curious, if we all break through to the Saint Realm, will the president have enough supplies? I'm not the water god. Everyone should trust the president. Strength. Dijialing you. Speaking of which, water god, you actually completed the Hero King Inheritance quest. That's quite something. I heard millions of players are participating in this inheritance quest, and many are still stuck at the first quest. You already completed it. Congratulations. Water god, it's all thanks to the president. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be stuck at the first step. Qin Chuan, it seems everyone's very active. Ying Luo, Su Chongqing, go find Jing and wait here. Ying Luo and Su Chongqing, understood. Jing, president, please remember to pay the teleportation fee. Qin Chuan, no problem, I pay. A moment later, a teleportation array appeared before Qin Chuan, and Ying Luo and the other two arrived at Shenlong Imperial City. Qin Chuan and Water God had already returned to Shenlong Hall. Seeing the three people arrive, Qin Chuan pointed to the Shenlong ceremony and said, when there are 5 people, you can go in. If you're lucky, you might be able to directly open the long stairway to divinity. Ying Luo and the others knew that the divine stairway was the only way to break through to the next level in the sanctuary, so they were astonished after witnessing the effects of the dragon ascension ritual. Such a powerful formation. At this moment, the water god had finished organizing the inheritance information he had received and said, President, good news. I know how to capture Shenlong Imperial City. Oh! Qin Chuan's spirits lifted. This was indeed good news. The water god quickly explained. In short, after he received the Xiong King's inheritance, Shenlong Imperial City essentially became his. However, the succession between the old and new Xiong Kings required the baptism of the Dragon Ascension ritual. Once completed, they would gain control of Shenlong Imperial City. Qin Chuan nodded. In that case, you will join them in the Dragon Ascension ritual later. That way, there will be 2 spots left. Ji Xing was at a critical juncture in the battle. She had been guided to the City of Mysterious Gold, where she was drawn into the battle between the mechanical dwarves and the rusted ones. The so-called rusters are mechanical creations infected by an unknown virus. They escape the control of the mecha gnomes, and turn their knives against their creators. Ji Xing's purpose this time is to quell the ruster unrest, and eliminate the unknown virus at its source. After a period of exploration and combat, Ji Xing has locked onto the Rust Lord. This massive mechanical octopus, each tentacle brimming with high-energy beam emitters, and heavily armored, engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the Destroyer and Annihilator. The 3 giant mechas clashed, sending sparks flying everywhere, and the scattered parts created massive craters with each fall. Many mechagnomes and rusters were affected, instantly reduced to piles of scrap metal. Thankfully, the balance of victory was tilting towards Ji Xing and the mechagnomes, with the Rust Lord's health now below 30%. Just as victory was about to unfold, Jixing felt his vision go dark, and he was suddenly transported to a completely new dimension. A torrent of data poured down around him, and various symbols hovered and flickered in midair. According to the system information, this was a data dimension. Jixing needed to find a way to break the spatial blockade and deliver a fatal blow to the Rust Lord. Jixing laughed. Firewalls, huh? That's her specialty. Keys! Jixing called out, a translucent keyboard condensing in her hand, her fingers moving rapidly as if dancing. The spatial scene around her shifted constantly, and beads of sweat formed on Jixing's forehead. There's something about this virus. It's difficult to handle. But she still has the upper hand. Done! Jixing clapped his hands in satisfaction. The spatial blockade around him began to dissipate, and he returned to the battlefield. The Rust Lord's tentacles stiffened and slowed, occasionally emitting arcs of fire, looking as if they were about to explode. Jixing retracted the destroyer and annihilator and turned to flee. She had no interest in perishing alongside the Rust Lord. Boom! A mushroom cloud slowly rose over the city of Misty Gold. Player Jixing has broken through the sanctuary and reached a higher realm. Let's applaud him. Jixing sent a smiley emoji in the guild chat. Thank goodness, I've finally broken through. Everyone cheered, secretly encouraging each other. Only one spot remained from the first 5, and they all wanted it. While the Dragon Ascension ceremony would still be open, the next one would have to wait 7 days, a long time. The continuous breakthroughs to the sanctuary at the peak had already caused a stir outside, sparking the curiosity of countless players. What on earth did Peak do? How could breaking through to the Saint Realm be so easy? It practically flooded the internet with rumors. They only have about 20 members in total, and besides the guild leader, Night Wanderer, 3 more have now achieved the Saint Realm. Of all the players worldwide, only 4 have achieved the Saint Realm, and all of them are in Peak. No, Night Wanderer, it's fine if you're cheating alone, but how could you bring others along? And if you're going to cheat, at least let them know. They're willing to pay. Amidst all the speculation, another announcement sounded. Player Xiao has broken through the Saint Realm and reached a higher realm. Let's cheer him on. Xiao at Yinmi. This is a small victory. Yinmi, I'm convinced I lost to you. Xiao, Godfather, I did it. Do you think I still have a chance? Qin Chuan, Jixing, Xiao, congratulations. I have Jing find you. Everyone else keep working hard. There are still spots for the next round, don't worry. Chapter 1110. As Jing brought Xiao and Jixing to Shenglong Imperial City, the 5 of them had arrived, ready to begin the Shenglong ceremony. They arrived at the ritual barrier. The powerful barrier, powerful enough to block the 5-headed dragon, now seemed to be nothing, offering no token of resistance, allowing them to pass through easily. Qin Chuan pondered. This was probably due to the water god. He had completed the Xiongwang inheritance, and was considered half-master of Shenglong Imperial City. The barrier's repulsive effect would likely be ineffective. While pondering, Jixing and the others stood still within the barrier. As the others entered, a new pentagram formation emerged from the ground. Each of them stood at a sharp point. A magnificent and mysterious power began to rise from the ground, quickly forming a brilliant pillar of light that enveloped all 5 of them. Qin Chuan stood guard, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. Jing asked curiously, President, if this Dragon Ascension ritual can unlock the long steps to divinity, it would be truly remarkable. It doesn't seem like something that could be possessed by a single region of South Vietnam. Qin Chuan observed the situation and replied, this place has been a vassal of the Yin Kingdom since ancient times, and our ancestors have visited here. Perhaps they left relevant information. Jing seemed to understand, but didn't dwell on it any further. Instead, he looked at the 5 beams of light during the ritual and said with some anticipation, President, if Sister Ji and the others can successfully unlock the long steps to divinity this time, our peak will be even stronger. Qin Chuan also smiled faintly. They truly given me quite a surprise this time. Although Jixing, Yingluo, and the others' breakthrough to the Holy Realm was largely due to the crocodile spirit tears, their own potential was also crucial. The crocodile spirit tears were merely a trigger. Their ultimate success depended on themselves. Qin Chuan was extremely pleased to have gathered all the personnel to begin the Dragon Ascension ceremony so quickly. As he spoke, the light within the barrier grew increasingly dazzling. For a moment, he could even see the phantom of a divine dragon materialize within the barrier, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. Just from this aura alone, he felt certainty. A moment later, the brightness of the beam of light began to fade, and the phantom of the divine dragon vanished, as if it had never appeared. When the light within the barrier completely faded, Ji Xing and the others all stood there with their eyes closed, their expressions pensive, as if they were contemplating something. Seeing this, Qin Chuan and Jing didn't say a word to interrupt, but waited quietly. The first to open his eyes was the water god. A look of realization crossed his eyes, and his expression lightened. He had wanted to report his findings to the president, but seeing that Ji Xing and the others beside him hadn't reacted, he patiently waited. Then, Ji Xing, Yingluo, and the others opened their eyes one after another. Qin Chuan sensed it. Including the water god, the 5 people who underwent the dragon ascension ritual all exuded a divine aura. It seemed they had all unlocked the long steps to divinity. The effect of this dragon ascension ritual was truly overwhelming. However, Qin Chuan also knew that if a different group of players had come, the long steps to divinity might not have been unlocked so smoothly. To put it bluntly, it was Ji Xing, Yingluo, and the other superior foundations that allowed them to fully unleash the power of the dragon ascension ritual. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan was naturally pleased that all 5 had unlocked the long steps to divinity this time. President, I succeeded. Everyone emerged from the barrier, and Ji Xing was the first to report the good news. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. Yingluo and the others followed suit. Without exception, all had unlocked the long steps to divinity. It's worth noting, however, that several of them had unlocked the first-level quests of the long steps to divinity. The requirements varied, but upon completion, their attributes would instantly skyrocket. Moreover, compared with Qin Chuan's long steps to godhood, Ji Xing, Yingluo, and others' tasks to become gods are relatively simpler. With their current strength, they can complete the tasks. Chapter 1111. Among them, the water god was quite special. Strictly speaking, he hadn't previously broken through to the holy realm, but with the infusion of energy from the ascension ritual, he had successfully opened the long steps to divinity. The heroic king's legacy played an invaluable role in this. Excellent! Qin Chuan praised everyone highly. At the same time, the news of his success was announced within the guild, and the other peak members cheered and worked hard to secure the next batch of spots. After inquiring for some relevant information, Qin Chuan looked at the water god. How is it going? Have you secured control of Shenlong Imperial City? The water god nodded repeatedly. President, we have fulfilled your mission. Shenlong Imperial City is ours. As he spoke, the water god summoned a translucent architectural model, a miniature version of Shenlong Imperial City. 8 green dots of light appeared within the inner city, representing Qin Chuan's group and the crocodile spirit. In addition, there were hundreds of yellow dots of light within the inner city. According to the water god, these were Imperial Guard puppets on standby within the Imperial Guard camp. These Imperial Guards were not the same type as those summoned by the heroic king set. The ones summoned by the heroic king set were equivalent to the Imperial Guards within the Imperial Guards, but were even more powerful and had greater potential for improvement as the summoner's attributes increased. As for the Imperial Guard puppets in the inner city, 80% were dark gold, 15% were epic, and finally there were 3 legendary Imperial Guard commanders. They all obeyed the water god's orders. With a wave of his hand, the water god shared control with Qin Chuan and granted permission to the others present, allowing them to freely roam between the inner and outer city without being attacked by the Imperial Guards. Once the other peak masters arrived later, they would also have permission. Qin Chuan nodded. Since you have permission, we can proceed with the plan. I remember there's a back garden here. I plan to place the Hayfire Forge there. You can forge your equipment there and add additional attributes. Everyone arrived at the garden, and Qin Chuan set out the Hayfire Forge. The moment the massive forge appeared, the temperature in the garden skyrocketed by over 10 degrees. Qin Chuan then added Hayfire embers and red tide cores, and the forge erupted with blazing flames. Several people placed their equipment into the forge, gaining new attributes and further enhancing their combat effectiveness. At the same time, the Hayfire Forge began to operate on its own, and soon a piece of equipment was formed. Qin Chuan picked it up and took a look. Level 100 epic equipment. This was the effect of the Hayfire Forge, which automatically produces equipment. The Hayfire Forge then continued to operate, producing a piece of legendary equipment. Although epic and legendary equipment are not a problem for peak players, who would complain about having too much equipment, Xiao excitedly said, President, this thing shouldn't be called the Hayfire Forge, it should be called the Cornucopia. The automatic equipment generation is so awesome. The others also looked relaxed. This trip was a real win. Qin Chuan quickly said, now that we have gained control of Tanglong Imperial City, I suspect other players will also have the opportunity to gain control of it. Therefore, we will face many challenges. Su Chongqing confidently said, Don't worry, Guild Master. We will definitely hold this place. Qin Chuan nodded. Next, I will arrange the defense of Tang Long Imperial City. Aside from the Water God, who will be stationed permanently in the South Vietnam region, everyone else will rotate in batches. Just as Qin Chuan was calculating the rotation list, a notice floated through the sky. The Peak Guild has gained control of Tang Long Imperial City. Tang Long Imperial City has become contestable, since the Peak Guild is from the Yen Kingdom region, and Tang Long Imperial City is located in the South Vietnam region. A special mission is being issued to the South Vietnamese players to recapture Tang Long Imperial City. With the announcement, Qin Chuan and the rest of the Peak Guild simultaneously triggered their missions, requiring them to defend Tang Long Imperial City and secure control. Chapter 1112. The Water God said, although we are few in number, we are formidable. Even if all the South Vietnamese players were mobilized, they would be no match for us. Xiao chuckled, that's right. With the support of the Guild Master, we not only broken through the sanctuary, but also unlocked the long steps to divinity. With this set of top-tier equipment, defeating the South Vietnamese players is as easy as a father beating his son. Ying Luo pondered for a moment and said, Ji Xing and I are more mobile. Let's intercept the enemy outside the Imperial City. If any escape, Water God, you will deal with them later. Xiao volunteered. I'm fast, so positional warfare isn't for me. Su Chongqing and the Water God can stay in Shenglong Imperial City, especially Su Chongqing. Buff those guards, and we be fine. Su Chongqing nodded. Brother Xiao is right. I stay here. The Water God also said, then I go with Uncle Su. Su Chongqing, Brother Shui, don't be like that. I just turned 18. Everyone laughed, the atmosphere was cheerful, and they felt no pressure for the upcoming battle. It wasn't that they were arrogant, but with their level, equipment, and the extra inherited power, if the South Vietnamese players took Shenglong Imperial City back, they would be better off killing themselves with a piece of tofu. As for Qin Chuan, he wasn't going to take action. This battle was a good opportunity to test the effectiveness of the Shenglong ritual. Besides, he certainly wouldn't stay in Shenglong Imperial City for long. If he wanted to hold it, he would have to rely on the performance of the other peak players. While thinking, everyone came to the outer city and followed the corridor to the gate. Besides the inner city's Imperial Guards, the outer city's puppet guards had also become friendly units, and were already engaging players outside. Although the puppet guards were numerous and high level, the players who arrived were even more numerous, and their various skills still took their toll. Ji Xing raised his hand, and launched several repair robots to repair the damaged guards. Simultaneously, Su Chongqing unleashed his skills, significantly boosting the puppet guard stats, sending the South Vietnamese players screaming in pain. The South Vietnamese players were truly devastated. Tang Long Imperial City was clearly a golden opportunity for the South Vietnamese cross-region players, but before they could even explore, control had been taken by the peak players. Who was truly the master of the South Vietnamese cross-region? Full of resentment, the South Vietnamese players dropped their current tasks and converged on Tang Long Imperial City. Besides the South Vietnamese players, the other cross-region players naturally wouldn't miss out on such a lively event. If the peak players could seize control of Tang Long Imperial City, then surely they could too. Even though they couldn't defeat the peak in a head-on confrontation, what if they succeeded? For example, if the peak were pinned down by the South Vietnamese players and unable to escape, leaving a gap in the Imperial City's defenses, then their chance would be here. Thinking of this, more and more players descended upon the area. Looking down from the sky, the land was a blanket of black, filled with players. Tang Long Imperial City was completely enveloped by this black wave, leaving no blind spots in any direction. Roar! The black flame dragon roared, breathing its breath as it flew low. Players caught in the black flames died silently on the spot, their health bars empty, as they returned to their respawn points. This battle for Tang Long Imperial City was also a perfect opportunity to earn national war points. Boom! A dull explosion erupted, and amidst a rising mushroom cloud, the destroyer instantly slew thousands of players. Then, dozens of its cannons, large and small, opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of fire. As Ji Xing and Ying Luo attacked, the eyes of the nearby South Vietnamese players cleared. How careless! They were facing peak-level players. Even if their guild leader, Yi Yushin, didn't intervene, the remaining players were no pushovers. Not to mention, according to previous reports, for more peak-level players had already reached the Holy Realm. The South Vietnamese players were torn. Continue fighting, they were clearly no match. But giving up would be embarrassing, and spreading the news would make them the laughingstock of players worldwide. Amidst this turmoil, the South Vietnamese players were surprised to discover they were submerged. A crimson lake had appeared out of nowhere, and players within range felt as if their limbs were being pulled by a 1,000-pound weight, causing their speed to drop dramatically. Before the players could grasp the situation, their vision went black. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already standing at the respawn point. The players looked at each other, each asking the crucial question. What had happened? The battle log showed they were killed by the player Xiao, but the key point was, they hadn't seen him. This was truly bizarre. Xiao was in his element at this moment. He was the first to break through the sanctuary, gaining the Mekong Jaw Blade and Blood Swamp Stealth. Combined with his speed inheritance, he instantly became a battlefield reaper, appearing and disappearing with a swiftness that sent hostile players falling in droves, unable to withstand a single blow. With the Mekong Jaw Blade and Blood Swamp Stealth, Xiao's speed remained unaffected, even within the Blood Swamp, and was even further enhanced. This increased speed also significantly increased his damage. Often, before an enemy had even fallen after a single strike, Xiao would appear 100 meters away, dispatching the next foe. Although lacking a wide-range skill, Xiao's killing efficiency was no less than impressive. He returned to add a few more group attack skills and take off. Qin Chuan observed the battle situation for a moment before leaving with peace of mind. Shenlong Imperial City was secure. Now, he needed to travel to the North American Trans Zone to search for traces of the vampires. With the apocalypse imminent, killing a few more high-level vampires would greatly alleviate the vampire offensive. Using Shadow Domain to conceal the million-killing beam, Qin Chuan quietly arrived at the North American Trans Zone without alerting the outside world. Upon arrival, Qin Chuan could smell the scent of vampires. The number of vampires in the North American Trans Zone seemed far greater than expected. It seemed that vampires, and the vampires of North America got along well. Unfortunately, they had been targeted by Qin Chuan, and their good times were about to end. Chapter 11:13. There's a new set of vampires here. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, standing amid the rubble of the abandoned main city of North America. Earlier, when Yi Yingluo encountered members of the Illuminati at the Dark Elf Palace and discovered traces of vampires, Qin Chuan had speculated that a high-ranking vampire, perhaps a Grand Duke, had appeared in the North American Trans Zone. But based on his current perception, he was probably far more advanced than a Grand Duke. It's very likely he reached the Prince level. As for the true ancestor, he probably hadn't awakened yet. To put it bluntly, if a true ancestor truly awakened, given the vampire's style and speed of infection, at least 1/3 of the North American Trans Zone would likely be overrun by vampires. Such a commotion would be impossible to conceal. Although Qin Chuan had previously primarily operated in the Eternal Night continent and the South Vietnam Trans Zone, he had also been keeping an eye on developments elsewhere and hadn't noticed any similar incidents. Although not a true ancestor, taking down a vampire prince was still a considerable achievement. As he pondered, a roar echoed from beneath the ruins, followed by a shower of rubble. Hundreds of blood servants charged forward, attempting to transform Qin Chuan into their own kind. Qin Chuan didn't bother dealing with such a small monster himself, so he summoned Scripps. Scripps' appearance immediately revealed the arrogance of a nation-destroying dragon. With one claw, he crushed all the blood servants into a pulp. He then unleashed his dragon breath into the ruins, melting a large hole in the ground and revealing a vast underground cavity. The next second, a dense mass of crimson light illuminated the cavity. Those were the blood servants' eyes. Skin this dragon. A roar echoed from the depths of the earth. Countless blood servants charged towards Scripps, ignoring even Qin Chuan. Scripps laughed heartily. Ants, I admire your courage. You dare to challenge Lord Scripps' majesty. Another dragon breath, and half of the blood servants were gone, reduced to ash in the black dragon breath. Another dragon-like force, and the remaining blood servants exploded in midair, dispersing into a red mist on the wind. In the blink of an eye, thousands of blood servants were annihilated. Scripps spat into the hollow underground and shouted, Use any tricks you have, or you have no chance. Qin Chuan was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Where did Scripps learn this habit? He actually spitted. If the vampire on the other side could even resist this, Qin Chuan would have to praise him for his cunning. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Given Scripps' size, his saliva nearly flooded the underground cavern. The vampires lurking underground couldn't remain there, transforming into countless bats and flying out of the cavern, gathering in the air. This was a vampire marquis. Just as he flew up to utter a few harsh words, Scripps tore him to pieces with a single claw. Even though vampires possessed the ability to transform into bats, against the sanctuary-level Scripps, This vampire marquis stood no chance. His blood core exploded midair, resulting in a particularly swift death. Scripps sneered, "That's all? I thought he was so much more powerful." Qin Chuan, however, reminded him, "The blood energy concentration has increased. It seems the real culprit is finally about to make his appearance." A single marquis clearly couldn't occupy the ruins of the main city, unless he were at least legendary level. As Qin Chuan finished his words, a stream of crimson blood blasted the entire ruin skyward. Amidst the thick blood mist, a figure quietly emerged. A vampire duke, a sanctuary-level vampire. Shadow Dragon? No, your aura is a little strange. The vampire duke, named Alcatel, looked a bit surprised. After realizing Scripps was also a sanctuary, he hesitated to attack. Across Apocalypse, vampires are considered only an above-average race, while dragons are considered a top-tier race. The difference in strength is significant. Chapter 1114. Alcatel was reluctant to start a war lightly. But Scripps didn't care. It had come here under Lord Shadow's orders to suppress the forces, so upon seeing Alcatel, it launched a blast of dragon breath. Alcatel was incredibly fast, dodging the attack while his expression grew cold. He said in a cold voice, "Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a dragon. The outcome is still uncertain. Wake up, my servant." At Alcatel's call, more blood servants emerged from the surrounding ground, their number rapidly exceeding 10,000. They unfurled their bat wings and soared high into the sky, beginning to besiege Scripps. But this attack was like a tickle to Scripps, unable to even damage its dragon scales, let alone its true form. In the face of sheer numbers, no matter how many blood servants there were, it was futile. Scripps, eager to show off his prowess in front of Qin Chuan and defeat the vampire duke single-handedly, unleashed full force. With a resounding dragon roar, his dragon power reached its peak, instantly annihilating most of the blood minions. He then soared and spun, easily dispatching the remaining ones. The ruins littered the ground with loot, gleaming with a dazzling array of colors. Qin Chuan, bored, gathered loot from the ground while maintaining his command, significantly enriching the guild's warehouse. He happily collected loot here, while the battle in the sky intensified. Alcart, worthy of being a vampire duke, struck with swift and fierce power, cracking Scripps' dragon scales. However, Scripps' counterattack was effective enough, and Alcart's aura noticeably weakened. If this trend continued, Scripps would undoubtedly emerge victorious. While Alcatel was still alive, Qin Chuan called out, "Alcatel, where is your prince?" Alcatel sneered, "I've forgotten you were a human. I can tell you where the prince is, but it cost you a small price." Qin Chuan smiled, "So what's the price?" Alcatel swooped down, a murderous look on his face. "The price is your life." While swooping, Alcatel was also guarding against Scripps' attack. He had already prepared several plans, ready to handle Scripps whether he came or not. What puzzled Alcatel was that the black dragon that had been holding him back didn't pursue him, nor did it even attempt to attack. Are these two not in cahoots? Alcatel was puzzled. Before Alcatel could figure out what was wrong, he felt his entire strength being suppressed to the extreme. He couldn't even move a finger, and he was trapped in the black shadow. Scripps' voice boomed above Alcatel's head, "You're the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, but you have no sense at all. You can't even defeat me, and yet you dare challenge my master, Lord Shadow? You're truly courting death." Alcatel was stunned. This unassuming human was actually the master of this black dragon. How could this be possible? Alcatel had never imagined that after waking from his years of slumber, the world would become so baffling. First, he saw a shadow dragon, a saint-level one at that. The Shadow Dragon clan had supposedly vanished, so how could a single individual still exist, and still so powerful? That wasn't the most baffling thing. The most illogical thing was that this shadow dragon actually had a master. How powerful must this human be to bring a saint-level shadow dragon to its knees? Why hadn't he noticed this before? Qin Chuan, noticing Alcatel's confusion, used his shadow domain to pull him toward him, releasing a slight aura. Alcatel's expression immediately changed. The human before him had actually already unlocked the steps to divinity, and apparently more than one level. Alcatel finally realized. Chapter 1115. No wonder these high-level vampires were able to awaken on such a large scale. Perhaps the root of the problem lies with this human before him. He had broken the restrictions of Apocalypse beforehand. Although restrained by the shadow domain, Alcart still exerted all his might to self-destruct. He knew that if this human before him learned the whereabouts of the vampire prince, even the prince would likely face a disastrous end. For the vampire's plan, he couldn't reveal the secret, but Alcart was restrained by the shadow domain, unable to even move a finger. So how could he self-destruct? Qin Chuan noticed Alcart's intention and said with a smile, "You want to self-destruct? So, it seems you do know the prince's whereabouts." Alcart simply closed his eyes, indicating that he would not answer any of Qin Chuan's questions. Scripps spoke from the side, "Lord Shadow, hand this damn bat over to me." I pry his mouth open. I want to see which is more stubborn, his mouth or my dragon breath. Alcart remained unmoved. Qin Chuan waved his hand, urging Scripps to calm down, then muttered to himself, "I heard that high-ranking vampires often set up emergency teleportation arrays in their homes and maintain secret communication channels with their superior vampires. Alcatel, have you set one up?" Alcatel maintained his expressionless, uncooperative demeanor, but Qin Chuan keenly sensed that he was trembling. Having his secret exposed to his face made him feel uneasy, but he also felt it was just a coincidence. Qin Chuan didn't continue talking. He simply put Scripps away and used Shadow Domain to tie Alcatel down and led him underground. As he traversed the underground ruins, Qin Chuan always found a passageway where seemingly dead ends appeared. Alcart observed this, his doubts growing. How could this human know so much about the vampires? Could he be a vampire himself? If so, he would surely be influenced by him, the Grand Duke. Alcart wanted to ask, but didn't know how. He could only watch Qin Chuan advance, finally stopping in front of his blood pool. "Your blood pool isn't rich enough." Qin Chuan commented on the pool. "At this level of blood energy, it's barely enough to sustain your own consumption. It'd be difficult to advance further." Alcart finally lost his temper and demanded sharply, "Who are you? And why do you know so much about us saints?" "Saints?" Qin Chuan scoffed. "Even the Dragon Clan wouldn't dare call themselves saints. How could you, a mere vampire, have such qualifications? First, take care of your werewolf enemies." Alcart's thoughts were truly confused. Their vampires hadn't even begun large-scale activities during this apocalypse hunt, so how could their details be so clearly known? If the characteristics of a low-level vampire servant had been discovered, that wouldn't be a big deal. The problem was that, as a vampire Grand Duke, he acted as if he had no secrets in front of this human. This was unbelievable. Alcart even suspected that this person before him might be a vampire prince from another faction in disguise. The upper vampires could rule over the lower vampires, but conversely, the lower vampires had no means of detecting or countering the upper vampires. Yes, that must be it. Alcart, sensing he had uncovered the truth, immediately said, "Sir, perhaps there's a misunderstanding here." Qin Chuan smiled without saying anything, bypassing the blood pool and arriving at the base of a statue across the way. It looked like a perfectly normal interior decoration. But Qin Chuan could sense a spatial energy there, a teleportation array beneath the statue. With a casual punch, he shattered the statue into pieces. Looking at the teleportation array before him, Qin Chuan drew out Darkest Hour and began analyzing it, quickly discovering the coordinates of the other side. Alcatel could only watch, powerless to stop it. The blood energy concentration is over 10 times higher than before. Qin Chuan nodded secretly, as he gazed at the ancient castle before him. It seemed this was the vampire prince's residence. While he was pondering, a voice of discontent rose from within the castle. "Alcatel, you dare bring outsiders here? Damn you!" An invisible force surged within Alcatel, seeking to destroy his blood core. Even a vampire Grand Duke would be powerless against a prince, let alone one who was Alcatel's direct superior. But the blood core, which had been on the verge of collapse, inexplicably calmed down. Qin Chuan said calmly, "This is my captive. If you want him, take him back." The voice from the castle echoed again, "Your domain is unique, capable of absorbing energy. It seems Alcatel's loss to you wasn't entirely his fault. Human, you are more powerful than I imagined. If you are willing to join us, I will personally introduce you and allow the true ancestor to bless you to become a prince of my holy clan." Qin Chuan raised his hand and launched dozens of explosive bombs, blasting the castle walls skyward, his response made clear with action. "You are insolent." The vampire prince in the castle snorted coldly, his terrifying blood energy enveloping the surroundings. "Human, you should not set foot in my blood-soaked fortress." The voice echoed behind Qin Chuan. A man in a retro tuxedo rose from the pool of blood, the ruby emblem on his chest reflecting the eerie moonlight. Since some unknown time, a bright blood-red moon had appeared in the sky. "I am the third prince, Coffin Dracula. You should remember that you died at my hands." But before Coffin could finish his words, his entire body was thrown backward uncontrollably. The terrifying force even cracked his blood core. Coffin glanced over, and saw that it was the human who had just punched him. What kind of power is this? Coffin was stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, He would have thought he was being swatted away by a giant dragon. Before Coffin could steady himself, Qin Chuan had already flashed in, unleashing his shadow domain at full force, binding Coffin securely. And as the energy dissipated, the crimson moon in the sky quietly vanished. Qin Chuan pulled Coffin toward him, smiling. Why are you pretending so much? Chapter 11:16. Coffin was now furious with Alcatel, a man who was more trouble than help. You said you were found by a powerful enemy and couldn't defeat them, so you just blew yourself up. And yet, you actually revealed his location. Now, a Grand Duke, a prince, both imprisoned. If this were to become public, the other vampires would laugh to death and hang them on the pillar of shame. Human, what do you want? Coffin's tone was filled with anger. He was a vampire prince, a supreme being, and now he couldn't even control his own life and death. This feeling nearly drove Coffin mad. Qin Chuan casually said, I want to know how you colluded with the Illuminati, what your plans are, which true ancestor you belong to, what the status of the other true ancestors is, and when you plan to awaken the first ancestor. I want to know all this. Coffin felt a surge of unease. Why did this human before him speak of the secrets of their vampire race so fluently and naturally, as if he were a vampire himself? Coffin mustered all his strength to turn his gaze towards Alcatel, the fury in his eyes brimming with rage, ready to ignite and burn this traitor who had revealed the secret. You're the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, yet you're so spineless, speaking so easily. Alcatel was speechless. This truly wasn't him. He was also shocked at how this human before him understood their Blood Clan so well. Logically, Blood Clan hadn't shown much during this apocalypse hunt. Their presence should have been even more secretive. I couldn't understand it. I really couldn't. Qin Chuan waved his hand, moving Alcatel aside, out of Coffin's sight, and then said calmly, Tell me, and I give you a quick death. Coffin simply closed his eyes. He was a prince, an absolute leader of the vampire clan, with his own pride and perseverance. It was impossible for him to betray his clan. Qin Chuan tried to suppress Coffin with his shadow domain, but for a high-ranking vampire like Coffin, physical pain meant nothing. Even if their flesh was crushed, as long as their blood core remained, coupled with sufficient blood energy, they could be reborn endlessly. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan waved his hand, and the shadow domain condensed into dozens of scalpels, piercing Coffin from various angles. Coffin laughed heartily. Human, do you think this little pain will make me surrender? Dream on. Qin Chuan ignored Coffin's cries, continuing to gather sharp blades. Gradually, Coffin realized something was amiss. His blood core could normally move freely within his body, which was one of the reasons why vampires were so difficult to kill. Unless a single strike hit the core, if the vampires were given a moment to react, they could move it to a safe area. But now, Coffin discovered that the path of his blood core was filled with numerous sharp blades. The power contained within them made Coffin fearful of risking his blood core. He had a feeling that if it encountered those black blades, his blood core would suffer. But in the current situation, Coffin felt like a fish on the chopping board, helpless to watch the knife fall. Even if he knew the enemy was targeting his blood core, what could he do? There was no way to break it. At this moment, a bewitching voice echoed in Coffin's ears. Think about it, you still have endless life to enjoy, why suffer for others? Where are those true ancestors when you need them? If all else fails, I do you a favor and let your lineage of true ancestors go. Find others. Think about it, if the other true ancestors are dead, then your lineage will be the undisputed leader of the vampire clan. Normally, this level of persuasion wouldn't work on Kayvon. But Kayvon was worried about his blood core. His mind was in turmoil. Qin Chuan took advantage of this opportunity, using his trickster abilities to deceive him, causing Kayvon's expression to shift constantly. Thinking carefully, this proposal was truly a good one. If he could help his true ancestor become the only one, possessing exclusive authority over the vampire race, his status would skyrocket. Seeing this, Qin Chuan added fuel to the fire. If you succeed, you be the first prince of the vampire clan. The other princes will bow down to you. You be number one under the true ancestor. In his previous life, he had dealt with vampires many times, slaying countless vampires. Qin Chuan's understanding of them was even better than that of many ordinary vampires. It was precisely because of this that Qin Chuan was able to accurately identify Kayvon's psychological weaknesses and guide them accordingly. From Kayvon's slightly confused and expectant look, it seemed he had taken the bait. Qin Chuan added fuel to the fire, dragging Alucard before Kayvon. The power of the Shadow Realm swept through, completely destroying Alucard's body, leaving only his blood core. Qin Chuan then grasped the blood core and easily crushed it. You and I are the only ones who know about this matter. There's no third party involved. Qin Chuan smiled. Do you want to become the first prince, or do you want to die a meaningless death like Alcart? Tell me your answer. Feeling Alcart's utter demise, Kayvon's last line of defense completely collapsed. Vampires are a race inherently selfish. For Kayvon, the fate of other true ancestors was of no concern to him. The survival of his own lineage was all that mattered. The true ancestors were inherently competitive. Over the years, Coffin had fought countless battles with the princes under the other true ancestors. Now, with the opportunity to annihilate all his mortal enemies, Coffin would definitely reap the rewards. Coffin even had a more subtle thought. Who said he could only be a prince? Couldn't he become a new true ancestor? Once this thought emerged, it spread like wild weeds, and Coffin could no longer ignore it. True ancestor Coffin, what a pleasant name. The voice drifted in Coffin's ears, making him think he was hallucinating and wonder if he had accidentally spoken his mind. But Coffin quickly realized it was the human before him. Coffin's expression returned to normal, and he said calmly, "There are too many voices within the vampire race. It's time to unify. Human, let me go." Is this your attitude toward cooperation? To Qin Chuan, a dead vampire was a good vampire, but he wouldn't kill Coffin just yet. Killing Coffin was a significant achievement, but that was all. As long as the true ancestors remain, the princes can always fill their shoes. But if one or two true ancestors can be eliminated, the power of the Blood Clan will be greatly weakened. If they can follow the clues and eliminate the Blood Clan's progenitor, humanity will have one less enemy. For this reason, Qin Chuan decided to spare Kayvon's life for now. Kayvon could take his life anytime he wanted, but if he missed the opportunity to claim the true ancestor's position, it would be difficult to encounter him again. Not all Blood Clan princes are as easy to fool as Kayvon. Chapter 1117. Waving his hand to have Shadow Domain release Kayvon, Qin Chuan said with a smile, "Prince Kayvon, which true ancestor are you taking me to?" Kayvon was silent for a moment, then finally spoke, "I belong to the fourth true ancestor. Vampire affairs are now jointly discussed by the fourth and second true ancestors. However, the second true ancestor is older and more powerful, so our say is slightly less." Qin Chuan nodded. "Now that you awakened the two true ancestors, no wonder you dared to target the Dark Elves." Kayvon gave Qin Chuan a deep look and said nothing more. He continued, "The second true ancestor is not here, but has descended into the real world in a special form. Killing the second true ancestor won't be easy." The real world, that is, Blue Star. The news that the second true ancestor had descended into Blue Star was quite unexpected for Qin Chuan. However, Kayvon also said that the second true ancestor had descended in a special form, so it was likely that he had exploited a loophole and circumvented the restrictions of Apocalypse. But doing so was difficult, as the rules of Apocalypse were extremely comprehensive. Qin Chuan immediately recalled that when Apocalypse opened withdrawal slots early, a small number of players could extract an item from the game into reality. At that time, Qin Chuan chose Darkest Hour. So, is it possible that the second true ancestor transformed itself into equipment or a special item, and then was extracted? Only the seemingly glitch-like method could circumvent Apocalypse's restrictions and arrive on Blue Planet early. After all, even someone as powerful as the God of Light couldn't arrive early, and a mere second true ancestor clearly didn't achieve this through sheer force. However, this glitch-like method had a drawback. It required a complete transformation of one's form, significantly impacting their original power. To put it bluntly, Apocalypse left this loophole open, allowing you to be clever and get in first, but don't even think about getting in full. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan asked, "What's the second true ancestor's current status? His equipment, and the special statue?" Coffin was a little surprised, and instinctively said, "Human, you're very clever." Although he didn't directly answer, this statement already indicated that Qin Chuan had guessed correctly. Coffin realized he had let something slip, but didn't take it to heart. He had originally intended to use this opportunity to kill the second true ancestor. Even if Qin Chuan hadn't asked, he would have revealed everything about him. With this in mind, Coffin revealed everything he knew, even the plans of the vampires and the Illuminati. Simply put, the Illuminati was planning to conduct a massive sacrificial ritual in North America, converting all of the vampires in the region into vampires. Of course, even though they were all vampires, their status was definitely different. The vampires promised the Illuminati that the middle-ranking members would be transformed into high-ranking vampires, no less than marquises, while the decision-making directors would become dukes, and the president would be transformed by the true ancestor himself into a prince, endowed with infinite lifespan and supreme authority. Qin Chuan nodded. This was to be expected. Given the Illuminati's style, they clearly only act when there's a significant benefit. Eternal life, that's what these so-called elites are obsessed with. Coffin, with a somewhat complicated expression, said, I truly don't know what kind of race you humans are. Sacrificing hundreds of millions of your own people just to gain eternal life for yourself is considered utterly selfish even among us vampires. It's hard to imagine such a person ever holding such a high position. Qin Chuan casually said, don't lump me in with those people. Our world is far more complicated than you imagine. Really? Coffin shrugged nonchalantly. Everything will be in vain once the hunt begins. Qin Chuan wasn't interested in arguing with Coffin. After asking for some information, he opened the portal and prepared to leave. Coffin hesitated for a moment before saying, Human, aren't you afraid I escape if you leave like this? Qin Chuan smiled. Is there something to worry about? He said nothing else and teleported away via Darkest Hour, then logged out of the game. The second true ancestor is in the Fierce Wind Nation. It's time for him to go on a long journey. Qin Chuan stood in the shadows of Times Square, muttering to himself, this second true ancestor is quite cool, choosing this place as his home. After teleporting here, even with the shielding shadows, he could still smell the scent of the vampires. A further perception revealed that a complex underground labyrinth had been excavated beneath Times Square, filled with dormant vampires and blood servants. At least 3,000 or 4,000 of them. Remember, this isn't Apocalypse, but Blue Star. While some of these blood servants arrive prematurely, the majority are North American civilians infected and transformed. And yet, with such a large number of people missing, there's been no reports at all. It's unsettling to think about the absurd level of information control here. As Qin Chuan pondered, he noticed that the tourists in Times Square had all stopped in their tracks, their heads stiffly turned to look at him. At the same time, a chilling aura lingered from the ground. Clearly, the second true ancestor had discovered Qin Chuan. The tourists and pedestrians passing through Times Square had long since been transformed into blood servants, becoming the eyes and ears of the vampires. With a sharp roar, the pedestrians charged forward at a speed far exceeding even Usain Bolt. Qin Chuan showed no interest in these blood servants. Using his demonic shadow ability, he merged directly into the ground and headed for the underground space. At the same time, all the vampires and blood servants underground awakened and began moving along the underground passage, attempting to intercept Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan emerged from the wall, urging his demonic shadow forward. Regardless of whether they were vampires or blood servants, they were instantly destroyed on contact. An angry roar drifted through the underground, and the second true ancestor's ability activated, causing all the vampires and blood servants to emit a red glow, and their speed skyrocketed. Human, you come where you shouldn't. A slightly eerie voice drifted through the underground passage. This wasn't Yinghua, nor was it a North American language, but the most commonly used lingua franca in Apocalypse. This further confirmed that the second true ancestor was likely here. Although Qin Chuan hadn't yet achieved the unity of reality and illusion, relying solely on his demonic shadow and darkest hour, this was enough. The demonic shadow came from the semi-artifact demonic shadow cloak, while darkest hour was a mid-level artifact. This was more than enough to deal with the second true ancestor's special form. Qin Chuan wasn't fully formed, but neither was the second true ancestor. At the same time, deep within this complex underground space, a dozen white men in suits and ties were prostrating themselves before a statue, their faces filled with fervor and longing. The possibility of immortality was right before their eyes. At that moment, a voice emanated from within the statue. Invaders are coming. These words immediately stirred unease in everyone present, followed by intense anger. They had already seen the hope of immortality. No one could take it from them. They were the Illuminati, destined to dominate this world. Instantly, everyone contacted each other. Soon, various armed forces began to move, and even fighter jets were flying in their direction. As for whether this would cause chaos and unnecessary casualties, that was not within their consideration. Chapter 1118. A place you shouldn't be? Qin Chuan chuckled softly, his demonic shadow surging like a living thing, swirling around him. For me, there's no place I can't go. Before he finished his words, Qin Chuan was already moving, shooting out like a sharp arrow, instantly piercing the head of the blood servant in front. The blood servant's speed might appear extremely fast to ordinary people, but to Qin Chuan, it was like slow motion. Wherever they passed, they fell to the ground, turning into pools of blood. Strange red lines began to appear on the walls on both sides of the passage, wriggling like blood vessels. These lines exuded an unsettling aura, as if strengthening the power of the vampires. Qin Chuan felt an invisible pressure descending, the power domain of the second true ancestor. Interesting. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly, and the power of the darkest hour began to merge with the demonic shadow. The black mist grew thicker, spreading like a tide. Wherever it passed, the red lines collapsed, as if encountering a natural enemy. The vampires' roars intensified, and more vampires emerged from the depths of the tunnel, coordinating their efforts and attempting to overwhelm Qin Chuan with their superior numbers. However, in the face of absolute power, numerical superiority is meaningless. Roar! An angry roar echoed from the depths of the tunnel, and an exceptionally large vampire appeared before Qin Chuan. This vampire stood a full 2 meters tall, his body muscular, his skin a sickly pale. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty gleam, and his aura far surpassed that of the previous vampires, reaching the level of a viscount. The appearance of a vampire viscount on Blue Star at this point in time meant that, given even a moment to transform into a blood servant, he could easily annihilate a small nation. If they develop a few more powerful lackeys, even a great nation could be destroyed. In this respect, the vampires' foresight in finding the Illuminati was truly remarkable. They immediately identified the key figure. Qin Chuan pondered silently. The vampire viscount across from him, sensing his distraction, flew into a rage. What did he mean? A mere human dared to disregard a viscount like him? Human, you're courting death. The viscount vampire roared, swinging his massive fist at Qin Chuan. The wind whistled, carrying a powerful, oppressive force. Qin Chuan's eyes remained calm, his demonic shadow instantly condensing into a massive shield before him. He spoke calmly, I have no interest in you. Call the second true ancestor over here. Now that the elders are silent, you're sending your minions to die. Is that all you vampires can do? Bang! The Viscount vampire's fist slammed into the demonic shadow shield, a dull thud. The phantom shield remained motionless, but the Viscount vampire felt a massive recoil, his arms numb and bones cracking. Before he could react, the phantom shield instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless black chains that wrapped around the Viscount vampire's body like venomous snakes. The chains then tightened, shredding the Viscount vampire's body with unmatched force, instantly crushing his blood core. Having dealt with the Viscount vampire, Qin Chuan pressed forward. The passages became intricate, with increasing forks in the road, like a maze. However, this had no effect on Qin Chuan. The phantom shield was like his eyes, perceiving everything around him. No vampire hiding could escape its detection. Soon, Qin Chuan arrived at a vast underground chamber. It was a vast space, the size of a football field, its walls adorned with countless torches, illuminating the entire space. In the center stood a massive statue. The statue is carved entirely from an unknown black stone. It is dressed in a long robe and holds a long sword. It is lifelike and exudes a heart-pounding bloody smell. Chapter 1119. This statue was likely the second true ancestor who descended in a special form. Below the statue, a group gathered. They were none other than the Illuminati members Kayvon had mentioned earlier. Qin Chuan's appearance immediately caught the attention of the Illuminati members. They stopped praying and turned to look at Qin Chuan, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. How dare you disturb the true ancestor's peace? Someone, seemingly the leader of the Illuminati, pointed at Qin Chuan and roared, capture him. Cut off his head, and offer it to the true ancestor. The Illuminati members immediately rushed towards Qin Chuan, armed with a variety of weapons. Guns, swords, and even some holding staves emitting eerie light, clearly possessing some supernatural powers. If you don't count the players, who had gone ahead to retrieve the items, these Illuminati members were undoubtedly the pinnacle of Blue Planet. They could easily call themselves little supermen. A little sweetness has you succumbing to the vampire's orders. You have no sense of purpose. Qin Chuan curled his lips in disdain. The demonic shadow surged again, transforming into countless black blades that rained down on the Illuminati members like a torrential rain. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of blades piercing flesh continued, and the Illuminati members fell in droves like wheat being cut. In a mere moment, the Illuminati members at the forefront were completely slaughtered. The remaining Illuminati members, terrified, stopped in their tracks and stared at Qin Chuan in horror, not daring to take another step forward. Is this your reliance? Qin Chuan's cold gaze swept over the Illuminati members, his tone tinged with mockery. Then his gaze fell on the statue, his face lit with interest. Second true ancestor? Is this your special form? Truly unique. You ignorant ant, how dare you mock the great vampire true ancestor? The statue's voice grew furious, and the blood-red energy surrounding it grew even more violent, sweeping towards Qin Chuan like a volcanic eruption. Mockery? Qin Chuan chuckled. I'm merely stating the facts. Transforming yourself into a statue and hiding in this dark, damp underground. Is this how you, the vampire true ancestor, arrive early? Truly disappointing. I expected something more creative. Looking for death. The statue was completely enraged. A massive column of blood-red light shot out from its head, instantly piercing the entire underground space and heading straight for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan didn't dodge. The demonic shadow formed a barrier in front of him. After a few ripples, the power of the blood-red light was completely blocked. Although the demonic shadow cloak was only a semi-artifact and insignificant among Qin Chuan's equipment on Blue Star at that moment, it was an overwhelming force, second only to the darkest hour. As for the second true ancestor in statue form, it was clearly not yet capable of directly destroying the demonic shadow. Is that all? It seems the so-called true ancestor is nothing more than this. Qin Chuan's continued taunting caused cracks to appear on the statue, clearly infuriating. When had he, the second true ancestor, ever endured such humiliation? The second true ancestor was completely enraged by Qin Chuan's disdainful attitude. The entire statue began to vibrate violently, cracks spreading across its surface, as if something was about to break out. Human, you will pay for your arrogance. The statue roared its final fury, exploding with a bang. Countless fragments of flesh and blood flew everywhere, and a massive blood-red flesh ball slowly rose from the debris. The flesh ball's surface was covered with dense blood vessels, like a giant heart, beating continuously. Each beat released powerful blood-red energy, and the bloody smell around it became even stronger. This was the second true ancestor's true form. Qin Chuan's eyes grew solemn as he gazed at the blood-red flesh ball before him. He could sense that the power contained within it was far greater than that of the previous statue. It seems that the second true ancestor had been hiding his strength all along, or rather, the statue form was just a carrier of his power, and the real power was hidden in this bloody flesh ball. Chapter 1120. Human, you're quite proud of yourself for forcing me to reveal my true form. The blood-colored flesh ball rumbled with a hint of pride. But all this ends here. Next, I will show you the true power of the true ancestor. As the words fell, the blood-colored flesh ball suddenly expanded, and countless blood vessels stretched out towards Qin Chuan like tentacles. Each vein contained a terrifying blood-colored energy. If entangled, it would likely drain all the blood in an instant. Finally, something interesting. Qin Chuan whispered, slowly grasping the dark blade. The pitch-black blade gleamed with a frightening luster under the blood-colored light. The dancing blood vessels stiffened slightly, and the second true ancestor screamed, "Why do you possess two artifacts? Have you received the Revelation Award twice?" Qin Chuan smiled but said nothing. The second true ancestor probably couldn't imagine that what he had truly extracted was the darkest hour, and that this demonic shadow had only traveled across space through divine might. But Qin Chuan had no interest in telling the second true ancestor about this. While pondering, Qin Chuan's figure flashed like a ghost, dodging the tentacle-like blood vessels and swinging the dark blade with his backhand. A jet-black blade of light slashed through the void, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly severing more than a dozen blood vessels. A stream of blood-colored liquid gushed out from the broken ends, a spectacular fountain. It's useless. My body is immortal. The blood-colored flesh ball roared, and the broken blood vessels instantly regenerated, attacking Qin Chuan again. Immortal? Qin Chuan sneered. Any vampire, whether high or low, so-called immortality is simply a reliance on blood energy. Conversely, if their blood energy is exhausted, even your ancestor will die. These words filled the second true ancestor with a sense of uncertainty. What was going on? Even the Illuminati, who had defected, didn't know so many of the vampire secrets, so how could this suddenly appearing human know so much? What a fuss. But the second true ancestor also knew that their top priority at this moment was to kill this human. Everything else could be put aside. But before the second true ancestor could swing his blood vessels, Qin Chuan had already driven his demonic shadow forward, simultaneously swinging his darkest hour, slashing with blades of light, leaving horrific wounds on the surface of the bloody flesh. Poor second true ancestor's blood spurted all over the floor, nearly causing him anemia. But this was North America, where there wasn't much else, but there was a vast supply of blood products. A few blood vessels sank into the darkness, and then the sound of gulping water could be heard, and the wounds on the flesh began to heal rapidly. The second true ancestor laughed wildly. Human, this country has hundreds of millions of spare blood servants ready for me to absorb. What can you possibly use against me? I admit you're right. Our vampire's regenerative power comes from blood energy. But so what? How will you cope with this endless supply of blood energy? Qin Chuan glanced at the Illuminati members nearby. The vampires had truly chosen a good location and found excellent teammates. In terms of power, while the Illuminati doesn't operate openly, their influence permeates every industry in North America, even dictating who becomes a member of Congress. North America might be just SOSO for other races, but for vampires, it's a paradise. We have as many blood banks as we need. With a wave of his hand, Qin Chuan's demonic shadow transformed into a sharp blade, sweeping across. The expressions of the Illuminati members present froze, their bodies snapped in two, and with them, their blood cores. Plop. The Illuminati's high-ranking officers were completely annihilated. During this process, the second true ancestor made no move to intervene, allowing Qin Chuan to dispatch the Illuminati members. Qin Chuan casually said, "These are all your loyal subordinates. Why don't you save them?" The second true ancestor replied nonchalantly, "How can they deserve it? We have as many lowly servants as we want." "All right," Qin Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. After a moment's silence, Qin Chuan and the second true ancestor attacked simultaneously. In this battle, only one side can escape alive. Impossible? This is impossible. How can a mere human like you wield such a powerful artifact? How did you even receive its approval? The second true ancestor's voice was filled with disbelief. Although he had the support of an endless blood bank, he realized during the exchange that his blood was draining at a rather rapid rate. The human before him could actually use Darkest Hour so fluently. This baffled the second true ancestor. The Dark Hour's reappearance was one thing, but now it's even recognized a mere mortal. This news was as outrageous as a vampire viscount killing a true ancestor. "It's not impossible," Qin Chuan said calmly. "Is it hard to understand how someone as handsome as me could be recognized by a divine artifact?" The second true ancestor was choked and speechless. "You kid, do you want to listen to what you're saying? If appearance alone could tame a divine artifact, then everyone would have to go through the trouble of plastic surgery." Taking advantage of the second true ancestor's distraction, Qin Chuan launched dozens of attacks in a split second, slicing the entire flesh ball into countless pieces. A scream emanated from within the bloody flesh ball, and then it exploded, returning to complete silence. But Qin Chuan didn't relax. Instead, he gazed at the bloodstains on the ground and said slowly, "Second true ancestor, your feigned death trick won't fool me. Come out. Our battle isn't over yet. Human, you really didn't disappoint me." The fragments of flesh and blood gathered at an ever-increasing rate, eventually reforming into a vague humanoid figure before Qin Chuan. The figure slowly rose to its feet, its flesh wriggling, eventually transforming into a tall, eerie-looking vampire man. The man had long blood-red hair, eyes as bright as rubies, and a wicked smile on his lips. He exuded an aura even more potent than the blood-colored flesh ball before. Chapter 1121. "Oh! You finally come out." Qin Chuan examined the second true ancestor's true form. This guy looked quite good, at least much more appealing than that fleshy ball. The second true ancestor stretched his body, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. "I have to admit, you're very strong, so strong that even I'm surprised. Among the prey I've taken down, you rank in the top 10, or even the top 5. But unfortunately you met me. Here, I'm invincible." As he spoke, the second true ancestor opened his arms, and countless blood-colored energies converged from all directions, pouring into his body like a tide. His aura rose steadily, soon breaking through a critical point and reaching a new height. "Do you feel this power? This is the power of endless blood energy." The second true ancestor's voice was filled with arrogance. "In this kingdom, I have endless blood energy to mobilize. How much longer can you hold out?" Qin Chuan remained silent, silently clenching his grip on the darkest moment. He could sense that the second true ancestor's power was indeed formidable, but not enough to intimidate him. The second true ancestor had support, and so did he. "What? Are you scared?" Seeing Qin Chuan's silence, the second true ancestor assumed he was afraid, and his smile grew even more smug. "If you beg for mercy now, perhaps I consider sparing your life. You can become my most powerful blood servant." "Scared?" Qin Chuan smiled. "I was just thinking about chopping you into pieces." Before he finished his words, Qin Chuan's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind the second true ancestor. The Darkest Hour slashed a dark trail, fiercely slashing at the second true ancestor's neck. The second true ancestor reacted incredibly quickly, jerking his body to the side, and narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. But the sharp edge of the Dark Hour still left a deep wound on his neck, spurting out a large amount of blood-red liquid. "You?" The second true ancestor was shocked and furious. He hadn't expected to be injured even with his explosive power. Is this what you call invincibility? Qin Chuan's voice echoed in the second true ancestor's ears. It's not that great. The second true ancestor roared, and blood-red energy erupted from his body, transforming into countless blood-red blades that shot towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan didn't dodge. Demonic shadows gathered around him, forming a black barrier that blocked all the blood-red blades. It's useless. Your attacks have no effect on me. Qin Chuan's voice was tinged with mockery. And my attacks can easily tear through your defenses. The second true ancestor's face darkened. He realized that the other party was telling the truth. Although his attacks were powerful, they couldn't penetrate the Black Shadow's defenses, while Qin Chuan's attacks easily inflicted damage. If this continued, he would be exhausted sooner or later. Damn it! Who is this guy? Is he truly native to this world? And how did he find this place? Is there a traitor within the vampire race? The second true ancestor cursed inwardly, countless thoughts racing through his mind. This can't go on any longer. A flicker of determination flashed in the second true ancestor's eyes. We must find a way to end this quickly. Taking a deep breath, blood-colored energy erupted from his body once again. This time, his aura became even more violent, even distorting the surrounding space. Human, you forced me to do this. The second true ancestor's voice grew hoarse. Next, I show you the true power of the vampire race. As he finished speaking, the second true ancestor's body began to transform. His skin grew paler, and blood vessels wriggled beneath his skin like earthworms. His eyes turned red, losing their gem-like luster and instead becoming cloudy and frantic. In the blink of an eye, the second true ancestor's height exploded from 2 meters to over 3 meters. His arms swelled, his fingers lengthened, his nails gleaming like blades, and a pair of enormous blood-red wings sprouted from his back. Chapter 1122. This is... Qin Chuan stared at the monstrous second true ancestor before him, his eyes growing serious. The forbidden technique of the Blood Clan, bloodthirsty assault? Human, I never thought you knew even this forbidden technique. I cannot spare you. It would be your honor to die under it. The second true ancestor's voice grew low and hoarse, like the roar of a wild beast. Is that so? Qin Chuan's tone held a hint of amusement. While bloodthirsty assault can greatly increase speed and strength, the price is a decrease in sanity. Do you think you can defeat me by becoming an irrational monster? The second true ancestor remained silent, only uttering a roar. With a flutter of his wings, he vanished instantly. The next moment, he appeared behind Qin Chuan, his sharp claws slashing fiercely at his back. Qin Chuan reacted swiftly, diving into the ground and easily avoiding the blow. But the second true ancestor's attack continued. His other claw slashed down, with a speed too fast to be seen with the naked eye. Boom! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, and gravel flew everywhere, each one as ferocious as a cannonball. Ha ha, how about it, human? Do you feel this power? The second true ancestor laughed maniacally. In my bloodthirsty frenzy, I'm invincible. Invincible? Qin Chuan emerged from the ground nearby, unscathed, and sneered. Who gave you that confidence? Before he finished speaking, Qin Chuan's aura suddenly erupted. The power of demonic shadow and the power of darkest hour merged perfectly, and a black aura appeared around him. This is... The second true ancestor felt the powerful aura emanating from Qin Chuan, and the smile on his face froze instantly. You can actually increase your power? I never said I used all my strength, Qin Chuan said calmly. That's your own judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chuan's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the second true ancestor. The darkest hour slashed a dark path, fiercely slashing at the second true ancestor's head. The second true ancestor's pupils shrank sharply, feeling a sense of death. He tried to dodge, but his body seemed frozen, unable to move. Puff! The darkest hour slashed off the second true ancestor's head without hindrance, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The second true ancestor's body slowly fell to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. But Qin Chuan did not relax. The blood on the ground began to wriggle, gathering together like a living thing. Soon, the blood condensed into the shape of the second true ancestor. However, by this time, the second true ancestor had been reduced to his original form, his bloodthirsty frenzy gone, and his face was abnormally pale. It was clear that the previous attack had taken its toll on him. It's useless, human. I long said I'm immortal. The second true ancestor let out a maniacal laugh. As long as I have enough blood energy, I can resurrect endlessly. Immortal? Qin Chuan sneered. But I also said that if I deplete my blood energy, Even your ancestors will die, let alone you, a true ancestor. With that, Qin Chuan launched another attack, slashing at the second true ancestor. Swish, swish, swish. The flashes of swords and sabers flickered in the dim underground space. The second true ancestor's body was repeatedly chopped apart and resurrected. Equipped with the darkest hour and possessed by the demonic shadow, Qin Chuan's speed surpassed all expectations, even though he hadn't fused with a game character. Even the second true ancestor couldn't keep up, and could only passively take the beating. Although he could resurrect every time thanks to his secret blood bank, Qin Chuan could sense that the second true ancestor's aura weakened slightly with each resurrection. It's useless, human. You can't kill me. The second true ancestor's voice held a hint of weakness, but he continued to roar frantically. This is called losing the battle, not the battle. Although badly beaten, he still maintained his composure. Really? Qin Chuan's tone remained calm, completely unaffected, and without a hint of discouragement. Then let's give it a try. Chapter 1123. He continued to wield Darkest Hour, tirelessly slaying the second true ancestor. Once, twice, 3 times. 100 times, 200 times, 300 times. The second true ancestor's resurrection slowed down, his breath growing weaker. No. Impossible. The second true ancestor's voice was filled with fear. Why? Why are you still holding on? What on earth has kept you going until now? Because I'm stronger than you. Everyone knows how to give a fallen man a beating. Qin Chuan's voice remained calm, but his eyes grew colder. Besides, I have more patience than you do. He continued to wield Darkest Hour, slaying the second true ancestor. 400 times, 500 times, 600 times. Finally, after the 666th slash, the second true ancestor's body completely collapsed, never to be revived again. Huh? Qin Chuan let out a long breath, put away Darkest Hour, looked at the blood on the ground, and whispered, this should really be over. He could sense that the second true ancestor's breath had completely vanished. What a formidable fellow. Qin Chuan shook his head and turned to leave. However, at that moment, a weak voice echoed from behind him. Human. You win. Qin Chuan turned sharply, and saw the blood on the ground begin to wriggle again, slowly condensing into a vague humanoid shape. It was clearly humanoid, but the facial details were missing. He's not dead yet? Qin Chuan was speechless. How difficult to kill. Of course I'm not dead. The humanoid blood murmured faintly. I'm the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. How could I possibly die so easily? Qin Chuan remained silent, staring quietly at the humanoid bloody body before him. He could sense that this was the second true ancestor's final remnant of consciousness. Even if left unattended, it would soon perish. Descending to Blue Star prematurely in a special form was an opportunity, but also a risk. If it hadn't met Qin Chuan, the second true ancestor's plan would have succeeded. Alas. One could only say that fate was not on the side of the Blood Clan. I have no strength left. The Blood Clan's voice tinged with sadness. I've forgotten how many years I lived, and I thought I was accustomed to death. Only when this moment finally arrived did I realize that I had always feared death. With these words, the Blood Clan's body completely collapsed, remaining motionless. Qin Chuan tapped the Darkest Hour with his finger. This guy is dead. The voice of the Bone Hand drifted out. Boss, you're too strong. You even killed the second true ancestor. I'm afraid the Blood Clan's ancestor will be so enraged that he wake up early. Qin Chuan remained calm. If the first ancestor truly awakened early and descended upon Blue Star, he would be even happier. He could simply kill him, saving him the trouble of searching for him himself. Currently neither he nor Bone Hand could sense the second true ancestor's presence, indicating that this time he had truly killed him. Despite the second true ancestor's claims of unlimited resurrection thanks to his endless blood bank, the power of Darkest Hour was no sham. Each strike left irreversible damage, effectively permanently reducing the second true ancestor's health limit. If too many layers accumulated, the second true ancestor would naturally be dead. But it had to be said that the second true ancestor was indeed quite capable. If it weren't for Darkest Hour and the Shadow Cloak, it's doubtful they could have defeated him. I'm still the better. Qin Chuan shook his head and gradually sank into the ground. Boom! The wreckage of the fighter plane was still burning, and black smoke billowed like a hideous scar across the once bustling Times Square. Everything around him fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of flames and the occasional muffled thud of collapsing buildings. This sudden disaster spread as swiftly as a plague. The once bustling streets were now deserted, with only scattered corpses lying on the ground, their faces still bearing the expressions they had worn in life: fear, confusion, or despair. These dead, without exception, were all servants of the vampire race. With the demise of the second true ancestor, the blood cores within their bodies shattered, depriving them of their life force and killing them instantly. This was only the beginning. The vampire race's infiltration into North America was far deeper than imagined. Politics, business, the military, the entertainment industry. Vampires are present in nearly every field. They control the lifeblood of this nation, either overtly or covertly, toying with humanity at their mercy. Of course, the Illuminati also played a significant role in its rapid spread, but Qin Chuan's earlier arrest of its top brass prevented this from happening. And now, with the death of the second true ancestor, the vampires hiding in the shadows have been exposed. Some collapsed in their offices, some vomited blood during meetings, and some lost control of their planes. For a moment, all of North America was plunged into chaos. Government departments were paralyzed, transportation systems collapsed, the military lost command, and cities fell into chaos. What on earth is going on? In the White House, a senior official who had temporarily taken over command looked at the chaotic scene before him, his face pale and his voice trembling. He couldn't understand how the entire country had been transformed into this state overnight. And across the ocean, the Yen nation was equally baffled. When the news got back, the top brass held an emergency meeting, and everyone looked at each other. They had never expected something like this. No, out of nowhere, how could so many people on the other side die, and all at the same time? In the midst of the silence, someone spoke out his inner thoughts. Could it be the Night Wanderer? Chapter 1124. Qin Chuan's figure vanished deep underground in New York, as if he had never been seen. With the deaths of the second true ancestor and various high-ranking officials, North America was bound to be plunged into great chaos. But this had nothing to do with Qin Chuan. He returned directly to his residence, but instead of logging into the game, he sat and pondered for a moment. The gains and losses of this battle needed to be summarized. The second true ancestor was formidable, especially with his near-limitless supply of health energy, making him extremely formidable. If it weren't for the two artifacts, Darkest Hour and Shadow Cloak, it would have been difficult to kill him. One could even say that both were indispensable. The Shadow Cloak's automatic defense gave Qin Chuan no worries, while Darkest Hour's sharp edge effectively weakened the second true ancestor, ultimately slaying him. Most importantly, this battle forced Qin Chuan to consider how to survive, or even counterattack against a powerful enemy, if he couldn't use his full abilities. To be honest, if the real and the fake were to merge, the second true ancestor wouldn't have been able to survive much. The Shadow Domain's ultimate kill instantly negated the true ancestor's resurrection effect. A casual king's judgment, and the battle was over. Blood Clan Ancestor. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, a gleam in his eyes. The second true ancestor's death would inevitably alarm the Blood Clan Ancestor. But this was already expected, and Qin Chuan was eagerly anticipating another clash with the Blood Clan Ancestor. After another short rest, Qin Chuan lay back in the game cabin and logged into the game. As soon as he logged in, a notification floated across the sky. Congratulations to player Night Wanderer for successfully killing the Blood Clan's second true ancestor and ending the Blood Clan's conspiracy. Let's applaud him. Players around the world were stunned. Holy crap! Night Wanderer boss killed a true ancestor? What the hell is a second true ancestor? Just for context, the true ancestors of the Blood Clan are second only to the first ancestor in power. Each one is a super boss, capable of easily destroying a city. Oh my god, so awesome! How did Night Wanderer boss do it? Boss's power is simply unfathomable. I, Togohiko, would like to call him the strongest. The players were shocked, but also quite calm. They're used to it. However, some players noticed that the Peak Guild was currently defending Tang Long Imperial City across South Vietnam. How could their leader have quietly gone out and killed the second true ancestor? What does this mean? Do they think they can't take Tang Long Imperial City? It seems like they really can't. But they can't be so arrogant. Those who had once harbored a shred of hope in the Blood Clan were now completely despairing. Even the second true ancestor was killed by the Night Wanderer. Their decision to join the Blood Clan seems a bit idiotic. No, the second true ancestor sounds impressive enough. How could he not defeat the Night Wanderer? Even if you can't defeat him, at least run away. What's the point of fighting to the death? The players were discussing the matter, while Qin Chuan was taking stock of his gains. When he killed the second true ancestor in North America, the scene was nothing but blood on the ground. At the time, He admittedly complained about the second true ancestor's stinginess, but now it seemed he was wrong. The kill reward isn't in the real world, but in Apocalypse. But this also gave Qin Chuan some food for thought. It seems that although the second true ancestor arrived early due to a bug, he's still under Apocalypse's control. As he pondered, the system notifications kept refreshing. Congratulations on killing the second true ancestor of the Blood Clan. Achieved the special title Blood Clan Nemesis. Vampire Clan reputation reached -10,000. Mortal enemy. Obtain the Bloody Scythe. Obtain the Blood Contract. Obtain the Blood Control Cloak. A series of system notifications perked Qin Chuan's spirits. The rewards weren't many, but each one was a divine artifact, invaluable. Bloody Scythe. Qin Chuan's mind flickered, and a massive blood-red scythe appeared in his hand. The blade of the scythe exuded a rich, bloody scent, as if countless wronged souls wailed within it. Chapter 1125. Such a powerful evil spirit. Blood Scythe. Lower tier artifact, attack power plus 200, level requirement, 100, possesses vampire heritage. Special effect 1, blood drain plus 100%. Special effect 2, each attack drains 3% of the target's current health to heal itself. Special effect 3, swinging the blood scythe creates a bloody storm, dealing continuous damage to all surrounding enemies. Divine power. Sacrifice 30% of your current health to increase all speed and damage by 200% for 180 seconds, with a 24-hour cooldown. This sickle is a truly devastating weapon in the hands of a vampire. However, it's of little use to ordinary players. It's used as a raw material for shadow reforging. In addition, Qin Chuan received a new title. Vampire Slayer. Wearing this title increases damage to vampires by 100% and reduces damage taken from them by 80%. This title is quite useful. Qin Chuan smiled and put it on. It might come in handy when we fight the Primordial. Finally, he gained a special skill. Blood Contract. Blood Contract, a special item. After using it, you can sign a contract with a vampire, making them your servant. Please note that this contract can only be signed with one servant, and the servant's strength must not exceed that of a true Primordial. This skill. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. This thing was a bit useless. If I could contract the Primordial, then I could still use it. As for the other vampires, even true Primordials, they were of no value to Qin Chuan. After thinking it over, Qin Chuan decided to go back and capture a true Primordial. The target should be the fourth true ancestor. He despised and didn't want to see the vampires in Yin country, but they would be perfectly suitable elsewhere. Like somewhere like Riata Ka, he could send the fourth true ancestor there and let them have their fun, saving them the constant urge to leave. But these two places have already been tossed around, so it seems like further trouble will be just as bad. Qin Chuan thought of a place. Stan Cross region. Don't they like to categorize people? The vampire's characteristics are quite suitable for them. That's it. Qin Chuan nodded secretly. He would go back to Coffin and ask about the fourth true ancestor's location. Finally, a Scarlet Cloak. Blood Control Cloak, a lower-level artifact, increases Constitution by 100,000, level requirement, 100. Divine Power, allows the user to control the surrounding blood in battle. Qin Chuan already has the Shadow Cloak, so this equipment would conflict with his location. But he had an idea. Merging the Demonic Shadow Cloak and the Blood Control Cloak might yield a surprising outcome. Once the idea came together, Qin Chuan immediately experimented. Under the Shadow Reforging, the two cloaks began to fuse. You have obtained the Blood Shadow Cloak, lower tier artifact, increases Constitution by 150,000, level requirement, 100. Divine Power, creates two scarlet demonic shadows, capable of transcending spatial boundaries. Divine Power, receive fatal damage automatically transferred to the demonic shadows, which will recondense after 3 days. Although still a lower tier artifact, its stats are clearly far superior to those of ordinary lower tier artifacts. With a few more upgrades, it could become a fully mid-tier artifact. Crucially, the new Blood Shadow Cloak can create two demonic shadows. One for attack, one for defense, perfect. Qin Chuan donned the Blood Shadow Cloak, the Scarlet Cloak fluttering gently behind him. Two demonic shadows silently appeared at his side, like loyal guards. This cloak is quite nice. Next, it's time to find the fourth true ancestor. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, a cold glint in his eyes. He hadn't forgotten that he still needed a vampire servant. Since he was going to find one, he might as well find one with some strength. The fourth true ancestor was a good choice. With a flick of his finger at the darkest hour, A teleportation channel took shape. Qin Chuan stepped through and appeared before Coffin the next second, startling the vampire prince so much that he jumped 3 meters high. Sir, why are you here? Coffin's voice trembled. As a vampire prince, Coffin could naturally sense the second true ancestor's fall. This also completely killed Coffin's thoughts of resistance. Chapter 1126. Even the second true ancestor had been killed. What could a mere vampire prince do? While terrified, Coffin also felt a sense of relief. Luckily, he had agreed to cooperate with this human, otherwise he would have been the one killed. Qin Chuan ignored Coffin's thoughts and directly asked, "Where is the fourth true ancestor?" Coffin replied almost instantly, "Sir, are you going to attack the fourth true ancestor?" Qin Chuan looked at Coffin in silence. Coffin immediately lowered his head in guilt, his heart tangled. Though he was shocked by the second true ancestor's destruction, he had no desire for revenge. After all, he wasn't under the second true ancestor's control. On the contrary, he felt a sense of joy. But his joy didn't last long before this human set his sights on the fourth true ancestor. Who could withstand that? But if he kept it to himself, Coffin felt he would follow in the second true ancestor's footsteps and die a hard death. What? Don't want to talk? It's okay, I can ask the other princes. Qin Chuan held on to the darkest moment, ready to strike at any moment. Coffin knelt immediately. The fourth true ancestor is in the Roma crossing of the Europa region. Europa? Qin Chuan raised a brow. That old fellow ran quite far. But that wasn't a big deal. Thanks. Qin Chuan replied, then vanished from the spot, leaving Coffin trembling. Was he betraying his superior? Probably. But he was just trying to save his life. Oh no! What if the fourth true ancestor dies? Then wouldn't I die too? Coffin was dumbfounded. But the words had already been spoken, all he could do was wait. The fourth true ancestor is hiding in this damn place? Qin Chuan surveyed his surroundings. An indescribable smell permeated the air, causing him to frown. This place truly. He shook his head, too lazy to complain. After all, he hadn't come here for sightseeing, but to find the fourth true ancestor. With his current strength, finding a true ancestor-level vampire would be incredibly easy. In just a few minutes, he had locked onto his target. Found it. Qin Chuan's lips curled up slightly, a playful smile playing across his face. With a flash of his figure, he flew towards his target. Inside a luxurious manor somewhere. The fourth true ancestor was leisurely lounging by the pool, sunbathing. He was a true ancestor of the vampire race, not some low-level blood servant. Basking in the sun was no problem. And the fourth true ancestor loved sunbathing. This was what he considered to be his unique strength compared to the other true ancestors. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire manor. Who? The fourth true ancestor's face drastically changed, and he abruptly sat up from his recliner. Such a terrifying pressure made him think for a moment he had seen the first ancestor. But then, he realized the first ancestor was still asleep. And even if they wanted to see the first ancestor, they would go there to pay their respects, not the first ancestor himself. Thinking of the second true ancestor's death, the fourth true ancestor harbored an ominous thought and immediately transformed into a bloody mist, preparing to flee. A figure appeared before him like a ghost, blocking his path. Fourth true ancestor, where are you going in such a hurry? Qin Chuan said calmly. The fourth true ancestor's heart sank. He could smell the scent of the person opposite him. This man is the one who killed the hungry second true ancestor. I didn't expect he'd find his way here. Human, what do you want? The fourth true ancestor asked, forcing himself to remain calm. Qin Chuan didn't waste any time, simply holding out the blood contract. Here, write your name. Dream on. The fourth true ancestor roared, his surging blood energy dyeing the sky above red. Then, the blood energy extinguished in the next second, suppressed by the shadow realm, completely extinguishing its power. In Apocalypse, Qin Chuan was the absolute perfect form. Suppressing the fourth true ancestor was as easy as drinking water. The fourth true ancestor was filled with despair. With this kind of power, he had no chance. Thump! Overwhelmed by the irresistible force, the fourth true ancestor fell to his knees. Qin Chuan looked down on him. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Death. 2. Becoming my servant. I choose. The fourth true ancestor hesitated for a long time, finally surrendering. I choose to be your servant. Unable to defeat him, what else could he do but surrender? Compared to the slain second true ancestor, at least he was still alive. As long as he was alive, there was a chance. Very good, it seems you're a clever vampire. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction, then took out the blood contract and used it. A flash of blood flashed, and the contract took effect. From this moment on, the fourth true ancestor's life and death were completely in Qin Chuan's hands. Master. The fourth true ancestor knelt respectfully before Qin Chuan, bowing his noble head. Yes. Qin Chuan replied calmly, then said, have all your vampires evacuate the Yin Kingdom's cross region. I also take you to a place where I won't care what you do there. You can establish your kingdom there if you choose. I have only one request. If I discover even a single vampire servant has entered the Yin Kingdom region, I will find you directly. Do you understand? Understood. The fourth true ancestor nodded his head, like a chick pecking at rice. From now on, you can move freely here. Take good care of Stan. I come to you if anything matters. Yes, master. Although the fourth true ancestor didn't understand Qin Chuan's specific intentions, he still obediently agreed. Yes, go ahead. Qin Chuan waved his hand, signaling the fourth true ancestor to leave. Yes. The fourth true ancestor respectfully withdrew, his heart still filled with confusion. Things had unfolded so rapidly that he was still a little lost. But the blood contract had already been signed, and he couldn't disobey Qin Chuan's orders. He could only obey. Qin Chuan watched the fourth true ancestor's retreating figure, his lips curled slightly. Stan, I hope you enjoy this gift, he muttered to himself, a playful glint in his eyes. Then, Qin Chuan vanished in a flash. Stan was left alone, poised for a bloody storm. And all of this had nothing to do with Qin Chuan. The fourth true ancestor was the one who committed the sin. What did he have to do with it? Chapter 1127. Qin Chuan returned to the Yin Kingdom region, and took a short rest, when he heard that Stan was already wailing. Stan is doomed. The fourth true ancestor is too powerful. He's turned Stan upside down by himself. The vampire's abilities are too buggy. Once infected, monsters become blood servants, completely obedient. Combined with the fourth true ancestor's command, over a dozen monster swarms have emerged, each with over 100,000 monsters. How can we defeat them? I heard the largest guilds in Stan have been wiped out by the fourth true ancestor. That's not all. I heard the fourth true ancestor has also besieged several major cities in Stan. It won't be long before they take them down. By then, players in Stan won't even have a safe spawn point. It's tragic. It's hell on earth. The players were buzzing with discussion, while the fourth true ancestor beamed with joy. After he was captured, he gained an effect called Shadow Gift, with attributes so high that he couldn't quite understand it. He also received the Bloody Scythe, a divine artifact bestowed upon him by his master, and his strength skyrocketed. It's no exaggeration to say that even if the first true ancestor came, he wouldn't be intimidated. Facing the weakened Stan player, it was as easy as a father spanking his son. Following the master offers a better future than following the first true ancestor. The fourth true ancestor smiled, then turned to gaze at the battle below. His expression froze, and he let out a sharp scream. The blood servant army on the ground immediately went into a frenzy, fearlessly charging towards the main city. Stan's vaunted numerical advantage paled in the face of this limitless blood servant army. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly at the news. This fourth true ancestor is quite capable. However, this was exactly what Qin Chuan had hoped for. The Stan district had always been at odds with the Yen country district. This time, giving them a little pain would be a lesson. Boss, that move of yours was truly deadly. Bowen Han's voice was tinged with admiration. That's called recycling, Qin Chuan corrected. Rather than letting the fourth true ancestor stay in the Europa district and cause trouble, it's better to let him wreak havoc on Stan. Bowen Han chuckled and said nothing more. Qin Chuan no longer paid attention to the situation in Stan. He had more important things to attend to. With the slaying of the second true ancestor and the subjugation of the fourth true ancestor, the progress of the global co-op quest had surpassed 95%, just one step away from completion. Before the apocalypse fully arrived, he still had some things to do. The focus was on the Eternal Night Continent. Eternal Night Continent. Qin Chuan appeared at the Night Watch headquarters. Laura came over immediately to greet him. After a brief chat, Qin Chuan mentioned the purpose of his visit. To establish a super-large spatial array. Laura asked, somewhat puzzled, Lord Shadow, do you want the Night Watchmen to teleport away en masse? But we're already in the process of guiding the Lady of Night. Wouldn't that create a conflict? If she hadn't known the relationship between Shadow and the Lady of Night, Laura would have doubted his motives. The main reason was that they had already been constructing a guiding array on the Evernight continent, and suddenly setting up a new one was bound to make Laura suspicious. Qin Chuan casually said, I'm planning to find a reliable partner for the Night Watchman. His plan was to connect the Evernight continent with the Yen Kingdom. Then, with the power of the Apocalypse, the two regions would merge. Not only would Yen Kingdom gain an ally in the Night Watchman, but when Alessa returned, she would appear directly in Yen Kingdom, effectively giving Yen Kingdom an additional backer. Killing two birds with one stone, wouldn't that be wonderful? Laura pondered for a moment, then, understanding something, immediately began to help. An unknown amount of time passed before, when the final portion of the magic circle was complete, a message of Apocalypse echoed from the sky. Player Night Wanderer completed a special event. Global co-op mission progress increased by 5%. Current progress is 100%. Global co-op mission completed. Chapter 1128. Two announcements made all the players prick up their ears. For a mission involving over 1 billion players, the rewards must be very generous, right? Compared to the expectations of other players, Jean Chuan was nervous for the first time in a long time. The apocalypse is about to come. Can this time rewrite the previous ending? While thinking, the system prompts kept refreshing. You have increased the progress of the global joint battle mission to 100%. The 4th level of the Ascension stage has been unlocked. Your body has been completely deified and can carry the unity of the virtual and the real. The power of the artifact equipment you hold has been further revived. The 1st level of the Ascension stage has been strengthened. Your health limit has been increased by 500 times. And your maximum health has been restored by 100% per second. The 2nd level of the Ascension stage has been strengthened. The basic 4-dimensional attributes have been increased by 50 times, and the reconstruction time of your resurrection ability has been shortened from 3 days to 1 day. The 3rd level of the Ascension stage has been strengthened. Your mental power increases, your thinking becomes more active, and your combat calculations become more robust, allowing you to withstand stronger mental attacks. You are immune to all mental attacks and manipulation. Prompt to continue. The 5th level of the Godly Ascension stage has been unlocked. Quest requirements: destroy the Divine Kingdom. Quest reward: Seed of the Divine Kingdom. Looking at this quest, Jean Chuan felt helpless. The apocalypse is approaching, and the Divine Kingdom will no longer be a formality, but will be garrisoned by the gods themselves. Crucially, without the suppression of the apocalypse, the gods' power will be infinitely enhanced, capable of destroying a city with a single blow. Furthermore, within the Divine Kingdom, gods not only experience enhanced combat power, but can also continuously replenish their divine power and repair injuries, making them truly invincible. Having issued this mission, Apocalypse truly thinks highly of him. While Jean Chuan was pondering, he received messages from everyone in the guild, all asking about this joint mission. Those like Di Jiaolingyu, who knew much of the inside story, were even more worried about what would happen next. Although they had made many advanced preparations, they couldn't help but feel anxious when the moment finally came. For the battle ahead would be a true life-or-death struggle. Even if they had acquired resurrection items in advance, the fear of death was ingrained in their genes and could not be ignored. In addition, Akabane also asked for countermeasures on behalf of the national team. Before Jean Chuan could respond, another announcement sounded. The game is about to enter the next stage. Players, please prepare. Relevant precautions have been pinned to the top of the forum. Please read carefully. Countdown begins. 24:00:00. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Accompanied by a cold, mechanical sound, a huge countdown appeared above all players' heads. The bright red numbers are shocking. Final Apocalypse Update Notes. 1. This update is expected to be fully completed in 24 hours. 2. After the update, this game will materialize in the real world. 3. The ability cap for the first round of materialized life forms is Sanctuary level. This limit does not affect players' already acquired equipment, skills, items, pets, mounts, etc. 4. The game map will gradually merge with the real world. Earthquakes and tsunamis will occur, so please be prepared. 5. Minor bug fixes have been made. 6. Players, let's meet again in real life. Thank you for playing this game. Players opened the forums and saw the pinned message. They were stunned, their faces filled with shock and confusion. The apocalypse is coming? Is this true? The game world is merging with the real world? Then, what should we do? After a brief silence, the world channel suddenly erupted in discussion. Countless players were frantically discussing the coming of the apocalypse. Some were terrified, some were confused, some were excited, and some were desperate. The apocalypse has arrived. What does this mean? It means everything in the game world will become real. Monsters, bosses, dungeons, Everything will appear in the real world. Then, wouldn't that mean we're doomed? Not necessarily. We can use the skills and equipment in the game in the real world. But the monsters and bosses will also become stronger. Chapter 1129. This is simply the end of the world. Panic spread rapidly among the players. Everyone realized that the apocalypse would be an unprecedented disaster. No one knew what the world would become after the apocalypse. No one knew if they would survive. What should we do? What should we do? I don't know. All I know is, I don't want to die. Me neither. I have a family. I can't die. We must unite and fight the apocalypse together. Yes, we must unite. Amidst panic and despair, some players began to call for unity. They hoped to unite and fight the crisis brought by the apocalypse. However, some players chose to escape. They believed that the apocalypse was inevitable, and that it was better to escape than to wait for death. I want to leave here. I want to go somewhere safe. I want to leave too. I want to go somewhere without monsters. Let's go together. Let's find a safe place together. Some players logged off and began packing their bags, preparing to leave their city. They hoped to find a safe place to escape the calamity brought by the apocalypse. However, they didn't know that the apocalypse was global. No matter where they fled, they couldn't escape the apocalypse's reach. Yen Country District. Qin Chuan stared at the countdown in the sky, his brow furrowed. This day had finally arrived. Even though he had experienced this once before, Qin Chuan's heart still surged with emotion. Could he rewrite the ending? Not just his own, but everyone else's as well. Time ticked by. The countdown in the sky ticked down. 12 p.m. 12 p.m. 10 p.m. The entire world was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Everyone knew the apocalypse was drawing near. But they didn't know if they would survive it. Meanwhile, in the real world, Yen Country, Kyoto, Combat Command Center. A huge screen displayed real-time surveillance footage from across the country. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, awaiting that moment. Report. All locations have been placed on high alert. Report. All shelters are ready. Report. The troops are deployed and ready for battle. Commands were issued from here and spread across the country. Everyone knew this would be an unprecedentedly tough battle. Victory or defeat would determine the fate of the nation, a matter of life and death. 10 hours. 9 hours. 8 hours. Time ticked by. The disaster began to spread. In this final countdown, players no longer had the heart to log into the game. They all logged off and stayed with their families, anxiously awaiting their fate. New York. The streets were deserted, eerily desolate. The hustle and bustle of the past had long since vanished. Only the whistling sound of the wind echoed through the empty streets. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Tall buildings teetered, as if ready to collapse at any moment. The road cracked, gaping like hideous wounds. Earthquake. Run! Help! I don't want to die. Screams and cries echoed one after another. Some who were unable to escape were buried by the collapsed buildings. Coastal Southeast Asia. Megawaves, like mad beasts, lashed the coastline. Seawater surged back, submerging cities and claiming countless lives. The tsunami is coming. Run! My home is gone. My family is gone. Cries and cries of despair echoed through the sky. Countless people were displaced and homeless. In the mountains of Europe, landslides and mudslides tore down. Villages were destroyed, roads blocked. Countless people were trapped in the mountains, their fate uncertain. Disasters, simultaneously, struck every corner of Blue Planet. Earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, mudslides. Natural disasters of all kinds followed one after another. The world was plunged into chaos and panic. The death toll from these turbulent natural disasters continued to rise. The entire world was shrouded in a vision of doom. Compared to the chaos outside, disaster control in Yin Country was relatively better. At the moment the 24-hour countdown began, soldiers took to the streets to comfort the people and guide them to shelters. Qin Chuan also exited the game and, guarded by two blood shadows, ascended to a higher vantage point to survey the earth. He waited for the final moment. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. The countdown entered its final stage. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to stop. They stared wide-eyed at the sky, awaiting that moment. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Midnight. When the countdown reached 0, the entire world suddenly fell into an eerie silence. No sound, no vibration, nothing. It was as if time had stood still at that moment. Then, A dazzling light shone from the sky, enveloping the entire world. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Qin Chuan, however, remained open. He wanted to witness this historic moment with his own eyes. He saw the game world merging with the real world. Mountains rose from the ground. Rivers appeared out of thin air. Forests grew instantly. The once familiar city became strange and dangerous. Monsters emerged from the void and appeared in the real world. They roared and howled, venting their rage. The boundary between game and reality was being broken. Apocalypse, coming! Chapter 1130. The dazzling light faded, and Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. He could feel his body undergoing a profound transformation. The illusory game character had merged perfectly with his real body. He was no longer Qin Chuan, nor was he Night Wanderer. He was a fusion of both, a brand new being. Power, unprecedentedly powerful power, surged within him. He felt as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch, sever a river with a single kick. This feeling was even more powerful than the final battle of his previous life. Just seeing this, Qin Chuan felt a greater chance of rewriting the outcome. Is this the power of the fusion of reality and illusion? Qin Chuan whispered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him. He knew he was no longer an ordinary person. He had surpassed the limits of humanity and reached a whole new realm. Boss, how are you feeling now? The familiar voice of the bone hand echoed in his mind. Feeling great. Qin Chuan replied with a smile. I feel great too. Bone Hand's tone was also tinged with excitement. Boss, we can do something big now. No rush. Qin Chuan shook his head. We have more important things to do. He looked up into the distance, his eyes determined. He knew that after the apocalypse, the world would become even more dangerous. He had to improve his strength as quickly as possible to protect those he wanted to protect. Qin Chuan took out his phone and, while the signal was still there, sent a message to Dijiaolingyu. Demon City, assemble. These 4 simple words conveyed an undeniable tone. He was going to gather all the core members of the Peak Guild to discuss a grand plan. After doing all this, Qin Chuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He began to sense his surroundings. He discovered that everything in the game world had merged with the real world. The once familiar city had become unfamiliar and dangerous. Monsters emerged from the void and appeared in the real world. They roared and howled, venting their rage. The scene was incredibly familiar, like something from a past life. A cold glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The real battle had just begun. Demon City. The once bustling city was now reduced to ruins. Tall buildings collapsed, and the streets were riddled with cracks. The air was filled with a sickening smell of blood. Monsters roamed the ruins, searching for prey. Their appearances were bizarre and varied. Some resembled beasts, some insects, and some resembled humans. But without exception, they all exuded a terrifying aura. These monsters had descended from the game world into the real world. They were products of the apocalypse and enemies of humanity. Roar! A gigantic monster spotted a survivor. It roared and lunged at the survivor. The survivor, terrified, turned pale and ran. But how could his speed possibly match the monster's? He was about to be overtaken by the monster. Just then, a black figure suddenly appeared before him. Bang! With a muffled thud, the monster was sent flying. The survivor stared blankly at the figure before him, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for saving me," he stammered. "You're welcome," the black figure said calmly. "Go away. It's dangerous here." Who are you?" the survivor asked curiously. "Me?" the black figure smiled. "You can call me Night Wanderer." With that, he vanished in a flash. The survivors were left standing there, stunned, muttering to themselves. Night Wanderer. Night Wanderer. In the suburbs of Demon City, a hidden underground base. This was the temporary base of the Peak Guild. Dijiaolingyu, Jixing, Yingluo, Xiao Jing, Su Chanqing, and others were all here. They were all core members of the Peak Guild, and the people Qin Chuan trusted most. Chapter 1131. Where's the president? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Did he run into danger along the way? Jixing asked anxiously. I don't know. He just told us to wait here. Dijiaolingyu shook her head, her tone firm. Don't worry, Sister Ji. The monster that could threaten the president hasn't been born yet. Ying Luo also said, the president is so powerful, he'd definitely be fine. Indeed, I believe in my adoptive father's strength. Xiao also agreed. I hope so. Jixing sighed. She knew her president was powerful. However, after the apocalypse, everything changed. No one knew what would happen next. Everyone, this is our first meeting, right? A figure suddenly appeared before Di Jialingyu and the others. President. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they curiously examined the man before them. With a tall stature and a tough, sturdy countenance, he exuded an indomitable, sharp aura. The man who had arrived was Qin Chuan. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Qin Chuan said with a smile. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces before him, Qin Chuan felt a surge of emotion. The familiar part was that they were all his companions, his trusted companions, and many had even participated in the final battle of his previous life. They were teammates worth entrusting his life to. The unfamiliar part was that this was their first real-life encounter since their rebirth. Those memories were known only to Qin Chuan. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Qin Chuan gathered his thoughts, and spoke in a deep voice. First, we need to clear the monsters from the Magic City and establish a safe base. The Magic City? Ji Xing was a little surprised. Boss, are you sure you want to choose the Magic City? It's one of the places with the most monsters. I know. Qin Chuan nodded. But the Magic City is also one of the places with the richest resources. And your Lin family has been operating here for many years, so they definitely come in handy. His tone was firm, unquestionable. Okay, I listen to you, President. Di Jialingyu agreed, then said with a smile, President, come to think of it, we don't even know your name yet. At these words, everyone's eyes lit up and their ears perked up. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Qin Chuan. My real name is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan? Di Jialingyu repeated it, extending her hand. Lin Yu. But I'm sure you, President, already know me. Qin Chuan shook Di Jialingyu's hand and said with a smile, I heard of President Lin many times. Di Jialingyu felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. Ji Xing approached and said, President, my real name is Ji Xing. Although Qin Chuan knew, he pretended to hear it for the first time and smiled. So you're using your real name online. Ying Luo also stepped forward, a little nervously saying, Yes, President, my name is Yi Luo. Qin Chuan patted Ying Luo's shoulder. Don't be nervous, I'm not a cannibal. Others also stepped forward to greet him, and the atmosphere quickly became familiar. Except for Qin Chuan, who was making his first appearance, the others had already been brought here by Di Jialingyu, and were already familiar with each other. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Chuan said, We're all family, so there's no need to be so formal. From now on, you can address each other by name or by your in-game nicknames. Whatever you're comfortable with. Everyone nodded in agreement. We all know each other, so I won't waste any more time. You all seen the situation in the Magic City, Qin Chuan said in a steady voice. Monsters are rampant, and order is crumbling, but this also presents our opportunity. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the game map has merged with the real world, expanding its area by several times. While there are more monsters, there are also more resources. We need to quickly establish a solid base and grow stronger. Ji Xing rubbed his hands eagerly. President, just tell me how to proceed. My mechanical army is already thirsty. Qin Chuan smiled. Don't worry, you have to eat one bite at a time. The Magic City will be handled by Ling Yu, Ji Xing, Ying Luo, Xiao Jing, and Chang Qing. Ling Yu will coordinate the overall situation. Ji Xing will lead the mechanical army. Ying Luo will lead the decapitation operation. Xiao will handle reconnaissance. Jing will deploy defenses, and Chang Qing will handle healing and support. Chapter 1132. As for me, Qin Chuan paused. I have to go to Tanglong Imperial City. Tanglong Imperial City? Di Jialingyu, also known as Lin Yu, frowned slightly. President, isn't there the water god in charge there? And with the crocodile spirit assisting, there shouldn't be any problems, right? I'm naturally confident in the water god and the crocodile spirit's strength, Qin Chuan explained. But Tanglong Imperial City is, after all, the imperial capital of South Vietnam. It has a unique geographical location and great strategic significance. I'm worried about other forces intervening. Furthermore, with the advent of the apocalypse and the expansion of the map, the original concept of inter-regional integration has become blurred. New monster gathering places may very well appear around Tanglong Imperial City, or even a new main city. A new main city? Everyone was shocked. That's right, Qin Chuan nodded. With the apocalypse, not only monsters will descend, but NPCs will also arrive. We need to find these NPCs as quickly as possible, especially those who could be of use to us. This is especially true for the Night Watchman of the Eternal Night Continent. Commander-in-Chief Lola may not have appeared yet, but many others should have arrived. Find them. We also need to draw a new map, and we can work with the authorities on this. Ling Yu, you be in charge of this. Go find Chiyu, he definitely has someone to contact. Yes, everyone replied. Shenlong Imperial City. Qin Chuan's figure appeared on the city wall. President. The water god immediately ran over. The apocalypse had arrived, and he, originally in the Magic City, had been inexplicably teleported to Shenlong Imperial City, leaving him feeling a bit awkward. Thankfully, Shenlong Imperial City had a large number of puppet guards, and with his heroic king suit, he was relatively safe. Seeing his own guild leader now made him feel even more at ease. The guild leader is here, it's settled. Water god, thank you for your hard work. Qin Chuan patted the water god's shoulder. Not hard, not hard. The water god scratched his head. President, I done everything you asked. Tanglong Imperial City is impregnable. Not a single monster can get in. Well done, Qin Chuan praised. But we can't let our guard down. With the apocalypse, anything is possible. By the way, where's the crocodile spirit? It's patrolling the city, the water god replied. President, do you need it? Yes, something. Qin Chuan nodded. Send it over. Okay. The water god responded, and turned to call the crocodile spirit. Qin Chuan stood on the city wall, overlooking the entire Tanglong Imperial City. This city was once the imperial capital of Nangua, but now it has become part of the Yin Kingdom's territory. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the map expanded, and the terrain surrounding Tanglong Imperial City underwent tremendous changes. The original plains became mountains, forests, lakes. The various terrains intertwined and formed a brand new landscape. President, the crocodile spirit has arrived. The water god's voice interrupted Qin Chuan's thoughts. Yes. Qin Chuan turned and looked at the crocodile spirit. The crocodile spirit had now grown considerably in size, its body covered in hard scales, and its eyes gleamed with a fierce gleam. But upon catching sight of Qin Chuan, its gaze immediately cleared. This man, it would be easy to destroy him in seconds. Crocodile spirit, I know you can command the crocodiles to explore the area around Tanglong Imperial City, searching for new monster gathering places and possible main cities. Yes. Crocodile spirit, without hesitation, turned and left. President, you're going to. The water god was a little confused. Prepare for a rainy day, Qin Chuan said calmly. When the apocalypse arrives, we must be fully prepared. I understand. The water god nodded. President, is there anything else I can do? Yes. Qin Chuan looked at the water god. I need you to gather intelligence. Intelligence? Information? That's right, Qin Chuan explained. When the apocalypse arrives, players around the world will face the same challenges. We need to know the situation in other regions, especially those that pose a threat to us. Apocalypse originally had a large number of updates to be completed, but due to the global joint battle mission, it was released early. When it comes to our world, some unknown areas may appear prematurely, and need to be explored as soon as possible. I understand. The water god nodded. President, don't worry, I will definitely gather the intelligence. Okay. Qin Chuan patted the water god's shoulder. Shenlong Imperial City is in your hands. I had Jing set up a teleportation array to connect this place with the Magic City. If there are any problems, I'd be able to provide support. Don't worry. The water god was moved to tears. President, I knew you had me in your heart. Alright, stop nagging. Qin Chuan cursed with a smile, and disappeared in a flash. Yin Country, Kyoto, Combat Command Center. Qin Chuan appeared here. The surrounding soldiers immediately stood in formation. A middle-aged man in a military uniform approached and asked, Are you? Qin Chuan said in a deep voice, Night Wanderer. His. A gasp echoed around them. It was the Night Wanderer, so young. The middle-aged man was also surprised. He had heard of the Night Wanderer before, but he hadn't expected him to be so young. He looked only about 24 or 25. He had assumed he was in his 30s. Composing himself, the middle-aged man said, Night Wanderer, what's your name? My last name is Qin, Qin Chuan said casually. Okay, Mr. Qin, the middle-aged man nodded. I wonder what brings you here this time. Qin Chuan didn't answer directly, but instead asked, What's the current national situation? Not very optimistic, the middle-aged man sighed. With the arrival of the apocalypse, monsters have appeared across the globe, resulting in heavy casualties. However, the situation in Yin Country is relatively good. The middle-aged man said with a hint of excitement, You earned a large number of points in the previous national war, significantly improving the overall strength of our Yin Country players. Even newcomers, who haven't played the game before, and don't have a basic level are now capable of fighting monsters. Furthermore, you warned us in advance, allowing us to be fully prepared. Therefore, our casualties are relatively small. Mr. Qin, on behalf of everyone, I thank you. Chapter 1133. Thank you? Qin Chuan repeated, his tone flat. I accept your gratitude. Now let's get down to business. Take me to the commander-in-chief. The middle-aged man was stunned. He hadn't expected Qin Chuan to say that. The coming of the apocalypse is a global crisis, and no country can escape it alone. Qin Chuan interrupted him. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully. I understand. In fact, even before Qin Chuan appeared here, someone had already passed the news to the higher-ups, and soon a group of soldiers arrived to escort him. In the command post in the underground air raid shelter, Qin Chuan met several elders with core decision-making power. My name is Qin Chuan, and I'm also the Night Wanderer. Qin Chuan said straight to the point. I'm here to cooperate with you. Cooperation? The elders didn't seem surprised. Mr. Qin, aren't we already cooperating? Qin Chuan nodded. Indeed, they were already cooperating. Qin Chuan continued, I plan to establish a base in the Magic City so we can share intelligence and resources. You have official channels and can gather more comprehensive information. I, on the other hand, possess power and experience that you lack. Power and experience. The old man's eyes gleamed. In fact, they had long wondered why the Night Wanderer could always predict the future. Now it seemed he possessed some unimaginable ability. Perhaps he truly was a prophet, but the old men also knew that this was not something they could ask too much about. If they angered the Night Wanderer, they would be doomed. With Night Wanderer around, Yan Nation felt like a stabilizing force, even in this catastrophic time. Also, the Peak Guild, founded by Night Wanderer, may have a small membership, but each member is a top-tier player capable of taking on tens of thousands. To fall out with Night Wanderer is to become an enemy of Peak. The elders even dared to assert that, at this moment, all the official forces of Yan Nation combined would be no match for Peak Guild, and the rest of Peak Guild combined would be no match for Guild leader Night Wanderer. Under such circumstances, the elders wouldn't resort to exploiting their seniority or harboring any ulterior motives. They were honored to have the Night Wanderer's cooperation. Although the disaster had struck less than half an hour earlier, order had already collapsed. Many players who had entered the game earlier, leveraging their level and equipment advantages, were wreaking havoc everywhere, causing even greater harm than the monsters themselves. Seriously, if the Night Wanderer had any ill intentions, not only Yan Nation, but even all the countries and regions in the world would be doomed. Qin Chuan and the old man chatted for a while, during which time a tall, upright young man arrived at the headquarters. He was Akabane, one of the first Special Forces soldiers sent into the game by the military. Akabane was a little surprised to see the true face of his guild leader. The leader was younger than he had expected, and even more handsome. After arriving, Akabane stood in a corner, his hands behind his back, two swords dangling from his waist. Now that the game and reality had merged, the equipment naturally materialized as well. Compared to the original firearms, these in-game equipment had more powerful attributes. Crucially, data indicates that humanity's existing thermal weapons are becoming ineffective at an exponential rate. Mr. Qin, we once received a message from the No-Returner, who warned us that Apocalypse contained a great secret. We subsequently dispatched you and the others into Apocalypse, the old man said slowly. The initial group consisted of 3,000 personnel, but most weren't particularly talented. Only Chiyu and the others were chosen by you and accepted into the Peak Guild. Qin Chuan paused in thought. He had speculated about this before. What he hadn't expected was that the No-Returner had appeared so early. According to the timing, the No-Returner had sent anonymous intelligence to the various nations on Blue Star almost immediately after he met him. Qin Chuan collected his thoughts, his face expressionless, and said calmly, I don't know much about the No-Returner, but at the moment, he's an enemy, not a friend. As for what will happen in the future, I can't make any conclusions. Chapter 1134. The old man pondered for a moment and said, I see. We understand. If there's any news about the No-Returners in the future, we inform you immediately. Qin Chuan nodded. Thank you. Then, the group discussed some details of the cooperation. Qin Chuan proposed that he would have Jing set up some teleportation arrays to ensure more convenient communication between the two sides. However, now that the two worlds have merged, Blue Star's original territory has expanded several times, necessitating the establishment of multiple transit stations. This would reduce maintenance costs, and also provide a buffer in the event of a problem, preventing the enemy from directly attacking the base. The old man naturally had no objection to this, but he also made a request. They hoped Jing could set up teleportation arrays in other locations. The terrain has changed, and the railways and highways have been severely damaged, making transportation very inconvenient. Add to that the rampant monsters, and rash action would be dangerous. Qin Chuan did not object. For Jing, setting up teleportation arrays would not be a difficult task. However, the subsequent maintenance of the teleportation arrays would be a matter of the official's own volley. The method is simple. Simply collect the new ores that have appeared around the world. Using the alchemical extraction techniques mastered by players, energy crystals can be extracted from these, perfect for maintaining the teleportation array. Some powerful monsters also have high energy cores within their bodies. As Qin Chuan explained, several clerks nearby diligently took notes, ensuring every word was recorded. Modu, the temporary base of the Peak Guild. Dijiaolingyu and the others have already begun their movement. According to Qin Chuan's instructions, they divided the work and worked together, methodically clearing out the surrounding monsters. Ji Xing's mechanical army played a huge role. Under her control, mechanical warriors surged towards the monster horde like a tide. Laser cannons, electromagnetic guns, high-frequency vibration blades, all sorts of weapons took turns, tearing the monsters to shreds. Haha, awesome! Ji Xing exclaimed excitedly. She loved these grand scenes, where she could fully demonstrate her strength. Ying Luo transformed into a black shadow, weaving through the monster horde. Each swing of his longsword destroyed a large number of monsters. Add to that the black flame dragon in the sky, and they were no match. Just as the members of the Peak Guild were busy, something unexpected happened. The ground began to shake violently, and cracks spread like a spider web. What's going on? Ji Xing asked, puzzled. Is it an earthquake? Look, what's that? Su Chongqing exclaimed, pointing to the distant sky. Everyone looked up and saw a huge black vortex in the sky. From the vortex, all manner of undead creatures continuously emerged. Skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghosts, vampires. Countless undead creatures surged towards the demon city like a tide. What's going on? Dijiaolingyu's face paled. She had never seen such a horrifying sight. The apocalypse has arrived, and it's not just the merging of the game world and the real world. Jing's voice trembled slightly. She could feel the intense vibrations in the space. Other worlds are invading, too. Other worlds? The crowd was even more confused. There's no time to explain. The president hasn't returned yet. Everyone must defend this place. We can't wait until he returns without a place to stay. Dijiaolingyu acted decisively and issued the order. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. At the same time, similar scenes unfolded across the globe. Black vortexes appeared in the sky, continuously pouring out undead creatures. The undead plague is coming. Qin Chuan hadn't even returned from Kyoto when he sensed a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. An undead invasion? He muttered, a cold glint in his eyes. I hadn't expected the first boundary-breaking impact to come so quickly, and the first world to be the undead. Of all the worlds, the undead world is arguably the most formidable. The main problem is that these things are endless and limitless. Chapter 1135. Alarms blared at the headquarters, orders rapidly relayed, and a large number of elite soldiers began to move. They had already reached level 30, and were prioritized for equipment and skills. Now was their time to step forward. Qin Chuan didn't rush back to the Magic City. He trusted his guild members. It would be better to observe the situation here first, and ensure the safety of the headquarters. The two sides had just decided to cooperate, so Qin Chuan couldn't just walk away. With a flash of his teleport, Qin Chuan appeared in the outside world, watching the undead army approaching from afar, standing as immovable as a mountain. The soldiers had already begun engaging the first wave of monsters, demonstrating astonishing strength. In the previous national war, everyone in Yan Nation had received significant bonuses. Not only were their four-dimensional attributes high, but their damage and damage reduction had also been multiplied several times, making it easy to defeat monsters of the same level. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the undead army. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic undead creature soared through the sky, swathed in frost and death. It was a bone dragon. Its entire body was composed of white bones, its wingspan tens of meters long. Its eyes burned with a faint blue flame, emitting a terrifying aura. Die! Qiyu charged forward, twin blades in hand. He had also reached the maximum level, having also completed his 4th class advancement. With legendary equipment, He single-handedly held off the dark gold level bone dragon. With a flash of swords and sabers, the bone dragon shattered into slag all over the ground. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Yes, with Qiyu and the others here, there was no need to worry about the main command center. Qin Chuan casually added the shadow gift effect to Akabane, then wielded Darkest Hour, creating a spatial rift and vanishing from the spot. Demon City. Perhaps because the peak members had gathered there, the passages to the undead world were unusually numerous. Looking out, the sky was awash in black vortexes. The undead pouring out were not only numerous, but also high-level. Gold and dark gold were common, as were epic, and even massive legendary undead lords, towering like mountains. To deal with such an enemy, the peak members adopted a split-up strategy. Yingluo, riding the Black Flame Dragon, led the charge, directly challenging two legendary undead. Ji Xing, unwilling to be left behind, dispatched the Destroyer and Annihilator, also facing two legendary undead. The others sighed repeatedly. How slow. When Qin Chuan returned, he saw only a dozen or so peak members staking out monsters below. As many undead as came, so many died. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the undead army. Followed by a powerful aura, it swept over. This is... Qin Chuan's face changed slightly. A sanctuary-level undead lord. To him, sanctuary-level creatures were easily killed instantly. But the problem was, while he could kill instantly, and even peak-level members could, other humans couldn't. Forget sanctuary-level creatures, even epic-level lords could cause devastating casualties. This time, the apocalypse's arrival was far more rapid than in previous lives. The flutter of his butterfly wings had already caused a massive disruption. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan prepared to strike. Undead lords were among the most powerful beings in the undead world. Their strength is considered top tier among the sanctuary level. Soon, the undead lord's form took shape. It was a massive skeletal giant. Composed entirely of black bone, it stood 100 meters tall, its eyes blazing with green flames, emanating the aura of death. In its hand, it clutched a massive bone sword, its blade shrouded in black mist. This appearance was absolutely stunning. Scripps, your old rival has arrived. Qin Chuan waved his hand, summoning Scripps. The 300-meter-long dragon obscured the sky, terrifying many players who hadn't entered the game before. Oh my god, one boss isn't enough, and here comes another. However, some players recognized it as the Night Wanderer's mount, and immediately felt reassured. The Night Wanderer is in the Magic City. This is definitely the safest place in the country, if not the world. As soon as Scripps appeared, he immediately smelled the skeleton, his nose emitting black flames, as he fixed his gaze on the undead lord in the distance. Lord Shadow, watch me! Scripps roared, his massive frame displaying an incomparable agility. In the blink of an eye, he charged close. The undead lord was stunned. No, how could there be a sanctuary-level dragon in this brand-new hunting ground? It hadn't come to the wrong place. Roar! Scripps charged forward with a burst of dragon breath, interrupting the undead lord's internal grumbling. The undead lord swung his bone sword, and a bone shield appeared around him, colliding with the dragon's breath with a deafening roar. Pretty resilient. Scripps let out a wild laugh and charged forward, sending bone fragments flying everywhere. Each fragment was as large as a round table, and the ground shook as it fell. The battle between the dragon and the bone grew increasingly intense. The surrounding undead creatures were blown away by the aftermath of their battle. Giant cracks appeared on the ground. Shadow Dragon, why are you my enemy? The undead lord's voice rang out, a hint of irritation in its voice. Is there some vendetta between us? No one would feel better after being smacked in the face. Vengeance? The very mention of it filled Scripps with rage. It still remembered the humiliation it suffered in the Dark Moon Mountains. Although it wasn't the same Skeleton King, to Scripps, it made no difference. Let's fight it first, then talk about it. Chapter 1136. An enemy of yours? Scripps sneered, his dragon claws slashing through the air, creating a series of sonic booms. Lord Scripps, if you want to attack me, why should I explain myself to you? If anything, it's just that I dislike you. The undead lord nearly spat out blood. What kind of excuse was that? It considered itself quite imposing and majestic, so how could it bother the shadow dragon? Since you're seeking your own death, then die. It just so happens I need a suitable mount. The undead lord roared, wielding his bone sword, unleashing streams of black sword energy. The sword energy ripped through the earth, shredding the surrounding undead creatures into shreds. Scripps didn't dodge, relying on his indestructible dragon scales to withstand the sword energy and charged towards the undead lord. The dragon claws swung, colliding with the bone sword in a deafening clang of metal. Sparks flew, a brilliant display like fireworks. That's it? Scripps scoffed, sweeping his dragon tail across like a steel whip at the undead lord. The undead lord raised his sword to block. Crack! A crack appeared on the bone sword. The undead lord was horrified. The power of the shadow dragon was truly terrifying. It dared not fight any further and retreated hastily. Trying to escape? Scripps sneered, flapping its dragon wings and instantly catching up with the undead lord. Dragon's breath enveloped the undead lord. Ah! The undead lord screamed shrilly. The dragon's body, scorched by the breath, rapidly melted. No! The undead lord roared in frustration. It had never imagined it would die here. Boom! Finally, the undead lord's body completely collapsed, reduced to a pile of bones. Trash. Scripps spat in disdain. It turned its head and looked at the other undead creatures. Your monarch is dead, why don't you surrender? The undead creature said nothing, simply continuing its charge. Ha, quite a gut. Scripps laughed wildly, opening his maw and spewing dragon breath, burning everything in front of him to ash. Qin Chuan watched Scripps's entire battle and nodded with satisfaction. This guy's strength has increased significantly. Placing him in the Demon City stronghold would also be a good defense. President, you're back. Jiaoling and the others also spotted Scripps, cleared out the surrounding enemies, and came to greet him. Yes. Qin Chuan nodded and looked at the others. Is everyone alright? Nothing. Everyone answered in unison. President, what's going on with these undead creatures? Jixing couldn't help but ask. This is the scourge of the undead, Qin Chuan explained. With the arrival of the apocalypse, not only is the game world merging with the real world, but other worlds are also beginning to invade. Other worlds? The crowd was even more confused. Indeed, Qin Chuan nodded. In addition to the previously open map areas, the apocalypse also includes many other worlds, such as the undead world, the elemental world, the behemoth world, and so on. These worlds are all part of the apocalypse, but they are usually separated by world barriers, and were originally opened gradually with the game version updates. But the sudden arrival of the apocalypse disrupted this process. The barriers between those worlds are also collapsing, and the beings within them will invade our world. The scourge of the undead is just the beginning. More disasters will come next. The crowd was stunned. They had never imagined that the arrival of the apocalypse would bring such horrific consequences. I thought the swarms of small bosses were the biggest threat, but it turned out to be just the starter. Guild leader, what should we do? Jiaoling's voice tinged with unease. I just received news. Although communication is difficult right now, it's almost certain that a nationwide, if not global, undead plague has struck. If elementals and behemoths arrive, what will we do? When the enemy comes, we must fight them. When the water comes, we must block it with earth. Qin Chuan said calmly. It's already happened, so we have no choice but to fight to the end. Your strength is already strong. Next, you must improve further. Complete the first level of the long stage of divinity as soon as possible and begin the subsequent stages. There are still many enemies ahead, so don't let your guard down. Chapter 1137. Yes! Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. At the same time, chaos engulfed the globe. The undead plague swept across the globe. Countless cities were destroyed by the undead creatures. Countless humans died tragically at the hands of the undead. The entire world was shrouded in the shadow of death. Gaelic Kingdom, New York. This once thriving international metropolis was now reduced to ruins. High-rise buildings collapsed, and the streets were strewn with corpses. The air was thick with the nauseating smell of blood. A group of survivors shivered in a deserted building. They were ordinary civilians, powerless. Even after obtaining the game panel, after the fusion, they discovered that their physical fitness was even lower than before the fusion. The destruction of their main city during the national war had nearly depleted their stats. Faced with the undead plague, they could only linger like ants. God save us! An old woman knelt on the ground, praying. It's useless. A young man said despairingly, God has abandoned us. No, we still have hope. A middle-aged man suddenly said, we still have superheroes. Superheroes? Everyone was stunned. That's right. The middle-aged man said excitedly, we have Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Superman. They will definitely come to save us. But where are they? A girl cried. They will definitely show up. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. He didn't know if those superheroes would actually come. But he had to give these people hope. Otherwise, the situation would become even more devastating. Europe, London. This ancient city wasn't immune to the devastation. Undead creatures flooded into the city like a tide, slaughtering people at will. Your Majesty, what should we do? A minister asked anxiously. What else can we do? The Queen said bitterly. We run out of options. No, we still have hope. A young prince suddenly said, we can ask the Yin Kingdom for help. Yin Kingdom? The Queen and the ministers were stunned. That's right. The prince said excitedly. The Yin Kingdom has the Night Wanderer. His power is terrifying. If he's willing to help, he'd definitely help us overcome this crisis. But we don't have any friendship with the Yin Kingdom. A minister looked worried. Now is not the time to consider such matters. The prince declared firmly. We must put aside our prejudices and seek the help of Yin Nation. Otherwise, we will all perish. The Queen was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay, as you say, she said. Contact Yin Nation immediately and ask for their help. Countries around the world were plunged into despair. They flocked to Yin Nation, hoping to enlist the Night Wanderer's aid. But Yin Nation was struggling to cope with its own problems. So how could it possibly care for others? Besides, weren't you all boasting and bragging all day long before? How could you all just give up so quickly when disaster struck? As for the Night Wanderer, if you want his help, go ask for it yourself. Using an intermediary to pass on messages at this time is sheer madness. The turmoil caused by the undead scourge continues, but the situation in Yin Nation is beginning to stabilize. As long as you stay away from those passages, the level of the undead won't be so high that it's hard to believe. Finding lone low-level monsters and killing them, they gained experience points, equipment, and even skill books to strengthen their own weapons. With the help of prearranged high-level soldiers, the ordinary people of Yin Nation quickly found a way to survive. Back in the Demon City, wherever the Peak Guild was headed, it would be the strongest anchor in the sea. No matter how many undead creatures came, it would not be enough to stop them. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan felt quite relieved and prepared to continue his action. He would fight back into the undead world. If not to completely quell the undead plague, he would at least destroy several undead monarchies to relieve the pressure on Yin Nation. Chapter 1138. The monsters of the apocalypse, coupled with the undead plague, represent a double challenge for everyone. The pressure is a bit too much, not appropriate. Qin Chuan briefly addressed the Peak group and prepared to depart for the undead world. President, be careful. Dijialing Yu expressed concern. Although she knew Qin Chuan was powerful, the undead world was his home turf after all, and who knew what dangers lay ahead. Don't worry, a mere undead can't do anything to me. Besides, I can always run away if I can't defeat them. Don't worry. Secure the stronghold. I'll be back soon. Qin Chuan smiled confidently, his figure disappearing into the spatial rift. Undead world. Under a dark sky, a boundless wasteland lay. The air was filled with the oppressive scent of decay and death. As soon as Qin Chuan emerged, he felt a chilling aura sweep over him. The undead world, that familiar smell. Qin Chuan sighed. Undead creatures roamed everywhere. Skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghosts, all sorts of undead creatures were there. The levels varied widely, from low to high. But to Qin Chuan, these were just minions. He didn't even bother to take action himself, and simply released scripts. Roar! Scripts roared excitedly as he appeared. Skeletons everywhere, a godsend opportunity for revenge. Go ahead, have fun, Qin Chuan said with a smile. All right. Lord Shadow, just wait and see. Scripts roared excitedly, a black aura swirling around him, revealing the demeanor of a nation-destroying demonic dragon. Wherever it passed, undead creatures were burned to ash by the dragon's breath. Qin Chuan followed behind, walking at a leisurely pace. Although it had merged with the real world, some basic rules remained. For example, killing monsters would yield loot. Although they were low-level items, they couldn't be missed. Collect them all and sell them back to the authorities later. Scripts advanced ahead, while Qin Chuan followed behind, picking up items as he went. He reaped a rich harvest. Qin Chuan paused. He sensed a powerful aura ahead. This aura? Sanctuary level. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately perked up. He leaped onto Scripps' back and rushed in the direction. Soon, the man and the dragon came upon a massive mountain of bones. Composed entirely of bones, it towered into the clouds. The top of the mountain had been neatly shaved off, leaving a wide platform upon which stood a massive, pure gold throne. Atop the throne sat a massive skeleton king. Its bones glowed a dark golden color. Wearing a crown and a black robe, The bone staff in its hand stretched a good 6 or 7 meters, a testament to its immense size. A faint blue flame burned in its eyes, emanating a terrifying aura. A sanctuary-level skeleton king. And a magician at that. Qin Chuan immediately recognized the opponent's strength. This skeleton king was even stronger than the previous undead lord. Human? The skeleton king had also spotted Qin Chuan. It slowly stood up, looking down at him. How dare you trespass into my territory? Its voice was as harsh as metal rubbing against each other. Your territory? Qin Chuan smiled. Soon it won't be. Arrogant! The skeleton king roared, swung his bone staff, and hundreds of crimson lightning bolts swept across the sky, seemingly tearing apart space. Lord Shadow, let me do it! Scripps roared, blocking all the spells. Then he fluttered his wings and shouted disdainfully at the skeleton king. You haven't eaten yet? How dare you show off a spell like that? Go back and practice more. A sanctuary-level shadow dragon? How is that possible? Shock flashed in the skeleton king's eyes. Weren't the Shadow Dragon clan nearly extinct? How could there still be descendants? The key point was, if there were any, they had actually advanced to the sanctuary level. Furthermore, according to the skeleton king's perception, this shadow dragon had clearly advanced, and was far more powerful than its kin. Most importantly, this shadow dragon clearly had an owner. Who exactly was that human? Why couldn't he detect the other person's aura? The skeleton king simply didn't believe it was just an ordinary, powerless creature. An ordinary person, let alone subduing a shadow dragon, would be torn to shreds by its terrifying might just by approaching. How could they stand so calmly on its back like this? This human is definitely even more terrifying, but the skeleton king, having grown to this point, is no pushover. Get up. The skeleton king raised his scepter, and countless undead creatures burst forth from the earth, instantly filling the surrounding space. Qin Chuan smiled. The undead's most common tactic is the human wave. Unfortunately, this tactic is unstoppable for ordinary people, but to him, it's a deadly tactic. With a casual flick of his shadowy flying knife, the poisonous blood plague instantly killed a third of the undead. The skeleton king was stunned. The power of the vampires? No, when had such a ruthless person appeared in the vampire clan? While the skeleton king was stunned, Qin Chuan raised his hand and executed the king's judgment, easily ending the battle. Although he was judged to be the invader, with Qin Chuan's current strength, even if the effect of the king's judgment was not triggered, he could still kill the sanctuary-level skeleton king in seconds. Chapter 1139. Is this the end? Qin Chuan looked at the skeleton king, reduced to a pile of shattered bones, feeling a bit unsatisfied. He had thought the sanctuary-level skeleton king could hold out a little longer, but he was instantly killed in one blow. Lord Shadow is mighty. Scripps flattered him. This kind of wretch is unworthy of your attack. All right, stop joking, Qin Chuan said with a smile. Let's clean up the battlefield and see if we can find anything good. Okay. Scripps agreed, excitedly rushing towards the skeleton king's throne. It had a special liking for things that glittered with gold. Qin Chuan also began searching for loot. Killing a sanctuary-level boss naturally yielded something valuable. In addition to a large amount of gold and equipment, Qin Chuan also found several blueprints. Building blueprint, Altar of the Dead. Building blueprint, Tower of Bones. Special building blueprint, Wall of Wrath. Wall of Scourge. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. This is a great item. The Wall of Scourge is a special defensive structure in the undead world, boasting extremely strong defenses, capable of withstanding all manner of attacks. In previous lives, the Wall of Scourge was a strategic resource that all major guilds vied for. With this item, one can build a sturdy stronghold in the real world, defending against all manner of monster invasions. Not bad, Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. With this Wall of Scourge, the defenses of the Demon City stronghold will be taken to a new level. Scripps also looted a host of valuable items from the Skeleton King's throne. Gemstones, gold coins, equipment, piled up like a small mountain. Lord Shadow, what do you think of these things? Scripps asked, as if presenting a treasure. Not bad, Qin Chuan said casually. Keep them for yourself. Thank you, Lord Shadow. Scripps nearly jumped for joy. It loved these shiny things the most. Qin Chuan ignored Scripps and continued exploring the undead world. He wanted to seize this opportunity to destroy a few more undead kingdoms and relieve the pressure on Yin Nation. For the next few days, Qin Chuan and Scripps slaughtered their way through the undead world. Skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghosts, all sorts of undead creatures fell to their swords. After annihilating one undead kingdom after another, Qin Chuan's backpack was filled with all sorts of spoils. Architectural blueprint, undead barracks. Architectural blueprint, ghost tower. Special building blueprint, dark altar. There were all sorts of architectural blueprints. Qin Chuan even found 3 undead command contracts. After using them, one can subjugate legendary undead to fight for him. However, Qin Chuan had little interest in these things. Legendary undead weren't even enough to fill Scripps' teeth. But placed in a stronghold, they would be a formidable force. 3 legendary undead were equivalent to an endless army of undead. As the saying goes, one should defeat the barbarians with the barbarians, and Qin Chuan was prepared to defeat the dead with the dead. There was no need to worry about the demon city, the top forces were all there. He would give one to the water god to bolster the defenses of Shenglong Imperial City. Then, once he found the night watchman, he would give them another. The last one could be sold to the authorities. Perfect. Qin Chuan snapped his fingers, and continued on his way. So far, he had already killed several sanctuary-level undead, but hadn't yet discovered any more powerful beings. Those more ancient beings seemed to be still asleep. That was understandable. Although the world barrier had begun to dissolve, it would take time for powerful beings to recover. He's not a 17 or 18-year-old boy who can just jump out of bed. After strolling around a few more times, Qin Chuan noticed the number of undead was dwindling, and he suddenly felt bored. What's the point? He was so enthusiastic when invading Blue Star, but now that they're being counterattacked, he feels bad about the death of a few saint-level beings? The undead world has no structure at all. Chapter 1140. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, forget it, let's go back now, and come back next time. His visit to the undead world had yielded a wealth of rewards. Not only had he obtained a large amount of equipment and blueprints, but he had also annihilated several undead kingdoms. It was a lesson for the undead creatures that had invaded Yin Nation. Scripps, let's go, Qin Chuan called out. Okay. Scripps agreed and followed happily. Qin Chuan tore open a spatial rift and returned to the Demon City with Scripps. Demon City. The members of the Peak Guild were still diligently killing monsters. Seeing Qin Chuan return, they excitedly surrounded him. President, you're back. President, are you all right? President, did you encounter any danger in the undead world? The crowd asked in a flurry. I'm fine, Qin Chuan said with a smile. I had a pretty good trip to the undead world this time. A pretty good trip? Everyone's eyes lit up. President, what goodies did you get? Jixing asked curiously. Nothing much, just some equipment and blueprints, Qin Chuan said casually. I give you the blueprints later. You can find a place to build those fortifications. If we're going to build a stronghold, we need a rough outline. Everyone pondered and realized that this was indeed the case. Jixing said excitedly, President, with the fortifications and my mechanical army, if even a fly flies into our stronghold, I write my name backwards. Then Qin Chuan began distributing the architectural blueprints. Undead altar. Summons undead creatures to fight for you. Bone tower. Automatically condenses and fires bone spears, offering superb automatic blocking. Once built, it requires no maintenance. Undead barracks. Absorbs energy to create undead soldiers, perfect for use as cannon fodder. Ghost tower. Releases ghosts to harass the enemy. Ghosts also serve as excellent scouts. Their incorporeal form allows them to hide in a corner and act as ultra-high-definition cameras. Dark altar. Causes attacks from friendly units within range to inflict additional dark damage. These building blueprints each have their own uses. Qin Chuan studied them carefully and, with a wave of his hand, took them all. As for the materials needed to build these buildings, they were readily available. After their previous spree in the undead world, they were practically overflowing with materials. As for manpower, there was no need to worry. Not to mention that Jixing's robots were an excellent labor force. There were tens of thousands of players simply lingering around the base. Every player in the Magic City knew that the peak was right here. While they couldn't directly enter their stronghold, even staying within its perimeter was a truly uniquely safe zone. The Destroyer, whose every step shook the earth, and the Black Flame Dragon, whose flight obscured the sky, would only instill despair and a fear of anticipating hostility if it were an enemy. But if it were an ally, there was no greater reassurance. Just as Qin Chuan was arranging various matters, he suddenly sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation. Is this? Qin Chuan frowned. Has the main city descended? He held the deed to the shop, which was recognized and protected by Apocalypse. Even if Apocalypse descended, this wouldn't change. Unless Belly City was bombed and its rulers were replaced. And now, Qin Chuan clearly sensed the connection between him and Belly City. Qin Chuan immediately gathered the other peak members and instructed them, "The main city has descended. I'm going to check on the situation. You're free to move around and wait for my news." "Yes," everyone replied in unison. They didn't rashly ask to go along. Although they were already top players in the eyes of outsiders, powerful enough to defeat 10,000 enemies alone, they were still rookies in front of the guild leader. Following him would only make them a burden. They should focus on protecting their base and awaiting the guild leader's news. This was their proper position. After making arrangements, Qin Chuan tore open a spatial rift and headed towards Belly City. Chapter 1141. Belly City. Once one of the 12 major cities across Yan Nation, countless players flocked to it because of the Night Wanderer, making it the most prosperous of the 12. Now, as the apocalypse merged with reality, Belly City had descended upon Yan Nation. Nearby players saw only a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Although they didn't know what it was, they knew it was something good, and they immediately called their friends and rushed towards Belly City. When Qin Chuan and Scripps arrived at Belly City, a large number of players had already gathered. Holy crap! A major city can descend too. This is incredible. These city walls are so high. I see so many familiar NPCs. Are they still NPCs, or are they still living people? Go try it and you see. Look, the Night Wanderer has arrived. The crowd chattered, their eyes filled with shock. Qin Chuan also gazed at Belly City before him, feeling a surge of emotion. When he first entered the game after his rebirth, he thought of getting a land deed as a last resort, a way to make a living. But things unfolded beyond his expectations. His strength improved even faster than he imagined. The deed to Belly City was no longer a protective amulet. If Qin Chuan had the will, he could easily conquer the entire city. Qin Chuan was overcome with emotion, and the players around him waited for his next move. Though they frequently visited Belly City, and had completed many quests there, it was still a game. Now that the game had become real, who knew what the NPCs' attitudes would be? What if they turned hostile upon entering? Wouldn't they be hacked to pieces? This wasn't a game anymore. Death meant real death, and no one dared to take risks. Belly City was equally hesitant. The NPCs might not know Qin Chuan, but they knew Scripps. Or rather, they knew the terrifying power of high-level dragons. Back then, the Flame Dragon Lieutenant had nearly overthrown Belly City. Now, with the arrival of a significantly more powerful Black Dragon, who would dare to make a move, among the NPCs in Belly City, one held a distinctly different radiance in her eyes. She was Edith, Qin Chuan's assassin mentor. But now, she was the City Lord's daughter. Qin Chuan also spotted Edith. After a moment's hesitation, he put away Scripps, landed on the ground, and headed towards the gates of Belly City. The guards at the gate were practically pissing themselves. Although the man before him seemed harmless, it was no easy feat for him to subdue the dragons. But soon, someone rushed out. It was Lei Huao, the instructor from Belly City, and a close confidant of Edith. He brought orders, signaling Qin Chuan to enter the city. This person held the deed to Belly City. He was one of them. The guards breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and quickly stepped aside. "Instructor Lei Huao, long time no see," Qin Chuan said with a smile. Lei Huao replied respectfully, "Long time no see. The city lord wishes to see you. Please follow me." Qin Chuan nodded and followed Lei Huao into the city. All along the way, the NPCs stared at this outsider with curiosity. When Apocalypse merged with Blue Star, they also unlocked the corresponding memories and cognition. Therefore, they were now indistinguishable from the humans of Blue Star. They were also living, breathing humans. Arriving before the city lord, Qin Chuan nodded and walked straight towards Edith. "Edith, long time no see," Qin Chuan spoke first, breaking the silence. Edith looked at Qin Chuan with a complex expression. The young assassin who once needed her guidance had now grown to a level she admired. "Indeed, it's been a long time." Edith smiled slightly, a hint of emotion in her voice. "I didn't expect you to return in this way. I didn't expect Belly City to come here either." Qin Chuan shrugged. "But this is all well and good. At least we meet again." "Yes, we meet again." A strange glint flashed in Edith's eyes. "I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to call me by that name." Qin Chuan smiled. "Is it inappropriate? I think it's quite appropriate. In this new era, Belly City should also adapt to the trend. This city needs a wise leader." Qin Chuan's words shocked everyone present. The lord of Belly City, a slightly overweight, middle-aged man, had a sullen expression. His name was Aldrich, and in the original game setting, he was the supreme ruler of the city. Even after the apocalypse, he still retained his memories and power, but he hadn't expected Qin Chuan to say such words in front of so many people. Aldrich was about to speak, but Edith interrupted him. Father, times have changed. Edith looked at Aldrich calmly. Your way is outdated. What do you mean? Aldrich's voice trembled. He could sense that Edith wasn't joking. The meaning is simple. Qin Chuan took over, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Belly City needs a new leader. You. Aldrich pointed at Qin Chuan and Edith, speechless with anger. He had never imagined that the daughter he had raised would actually join forces with outsiders to deal with him. Lei Huao stood aside silent. He had long known Edith's plan and Qin Chuan's strength. In his view, a change of ownership in Bailey City was inevitable. Lord Aldrich, you are old, and it's time for you to enjoy a peaceful life. Qin Chuan's tone was calm, but his words revealed unquestionable authority. Belly City needs a more far-sighted mayor. You don't even think about it. Aldrich roared, trying to resist, but found himself unable to move. Qin Chuan simply waved his hand, and an invisible force bound Aldrich. You better save your energy, Qin Chuan said with a faint smile. In this new era, strength is everything. Aldrich closed his eyes in despair. He knew he was finished. The NPCs in Bailey City were now silent. Edith, I leave this to you. Qin Chuan looked at Edith. Edith nodded and walked over to Aldrich. Father, don't worry, I will take good care of you. Aldrich said nothing, only sighed deeply. Then Edith looked around and said loudly, From today on, I, Edith, will take over the throne of Bailey City. Her voice was clear and firm, echoing throughout the city lord's mansion. Chapter 1142. As soon as Edith finished speaking, the surrounding NPCs looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, no one responded. After all, Aldrich had served as city lord for many years, and even if he hadn't made any contributions, he had certainly worked hard. Although he was incompetent, he didn't care about anything, so everyone was free to make money and get along harmoniously. Now, out of nowhere, a new city lord had arrived, and one who was... Edith? Isn't that the assassin trainer from the black market? The NPCs present immediately realized that the city lord's daughter was far from the innocent person she had previously appeared to be. Edith's reputation was enough to appease even the most ruthless people in Bailey City. Having such a ruthless person as city lord was a blessing or a curse. But Qin Chuan, standing next to him, displayed overwhelming strength, the black dragon the best example of his power. The NPCs were torn. Although Edith was the city lord's daughter, she kept a low profile and didn't have a strong presence in Bailey City. Getting these NPCs to immediately accept Edith as city lord was somewhat difficult. What? Do you have objections to my decision? Edith glanced around, her tone calm yet filled with undeniable authority. After the apocalypse, Edith's mindset shifted. She realized this was a brand new era, one filled with both opportunity and challenge. She no longer wanted to hide behind the scenes. She wanted to step forward and take control of her own destiny, and even the fate of Belly City. And Qin Chuan was her perfect partner in achieving this goal. The young man who had once sought her advice on the ways of the assassin had already possessed unimaginably formidable power. By leveraging his influence, Edith could more quickly gain control of Belly City. Amidst the silence, Lei Huao was the first to break it, kneeling on one knee and pledging allegiance to Edith. I congratulate the city lord on his ascension. As Edith's confidant, he naturally supported Edith unconditionally. Lei Huao's action was like a stone thrown into a lake, sending ripples through the air. Seeing this, the other NPCs followed suit, kneeling and pledging allegiance to Edith. We are willing to follow the Lord City Lord. Lord City Lord is wise. Under the Lord City Lord's leadership, Belly City will reach new heights of glory. The first bird to stick its head out gets hammered down. She might not remember who supported Edith, but anyone who opposed her would undoubtedly be targeted. And whoever died would die without knowing for sure. All manner of praise flowed endlessly. Aldrich watched the scene with mixed emotions. He knew he had completely lost control of Belly City. But what could he do? In this new era where strength reigned supreme, he no longer had any reason to resist. Father, don't worry. I will make Bailey City even better. Edith walked up to Aldrich and whispered softly. Aldrich looked at Edith, a complex flicker of emotion in his eyes. Disappointment, resentment, and relief. I hope so. Aldrich sighed, a hint of fatigue in his voice. I'm old, and it's time for me to step down. Qin Chuan looked at Edith, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. He had indeed been right. Edith was not only ambitious, but also capable. Okay, Since everyone agrees, then this is settled, Qin Chuan said. Edith, it's up to you now. Yes. Edith nodded. The news of Bailey City's change of ownership quickly spread throughout the city. The players outside the city were buzzing with excitement. Holy crap! The Lord of Bailey City has changed. Edith? Isn't that the assassin trainer from the black market? She's actually the Lord's daughter? How outrageous. Night Wanderer is truly amazing. He just replaced the Lord. This is going to change things in Bailey City. The players' reactions varied. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some were excited. But no matter what, the change of ownership of Bailey City was a fact. Chapter 1143. With Edith's arrival, a series of changes began to take place in Bailey City. First, Edith comprehensively upgraded Bailey City's defenses. She declared Bailey City on war footing and added fortifications. The monsters that descended upon Blue Star weren't just attacking the humans, they were also targeting the former main city and NPCs. In this situation, strengthening defenses was crucial. A variety of defensive structures sprang up, and the scene was ablaze with activity. Second, Edith reorganized Bailey City's military. She even posted a notice seeking to recruit players to join the city defense force, forming a brand new army. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, there was no distinction between players and NPCs. Furthermore, thanks to the changes to the rules of the apocalypse, they all spoke a common language, making communication effortless. In Edith's vision, this army combined the formidable combat power of NPCs with the flexibility and versatility of players. Most importantly, this presented a golden opportunity to strengthen their relationship with the humans of Blue Star. The most important thing was to make Qin Chuan see Bailey City's stance. Instructor Edith, oh no, I should call you City Lord now. Qin Chuan said to Edith, looking at the newly renovated Bailey City. I want to discuss cooperation with you. Cooperation? Edith raised an eyebrow, looking at Qin Chuan with interest. How do you want to cooperate? She was aware of Qin Chuan's strength, and if they could cooperate with him, it would definitely be a good thing for Bailey City. It's very simple. Qin Chuan smiled. I have a base in Modu. From now on, Bailey City and Modu will form an alliance, share resources, and exchange what they have. I have a space mage under my command. I bring her over to construct some teleportation arrays to facilitate communication. Qin Chuan paused, then continued, of course, this alliance will be led by us. He didn't want Bailey City to take over. He had to hold the power. Edith had witnessed Scripps' powerful pressure before, and knew she had little room for negotiation. She didn't want to bargain either. She nodded immediately and said, we're open to cooperation. You can take the lead, but Bailey City will not become your vassal. Of course, Qin Chuan nodded. We're in an equal partnership. I respect Lord Edith's opinion. Okay, Edith smiled. I believe you. She knew Qin Chuan was an ambitious and capable man. Cooperating with such a man was an opportunity for Bailey City. The two hit it off and quickly reached a cooperation agreement. News of the alliance between Bailey City and Peak spread like wildfire throughout Yin Nation. The fact that humans from two worlds could fight side by side, rather than as enemies, undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to those in troubled times. After discussing a few details, Qin Chuan returned to the Magic City and summoned Jing. Jing, construct a few teleportation arrays to facilitate communication between the two places. No problem, Jing agreed readily. With Jing's current strength, she was undoubtedly Yin Nation's strongest space mage, even the world's strongest. Setting up teleportation arrays was a piece of cake for her. President, I go with you, Jiaoling Yu volunteered. I was once a well-known figure in Bailey City. I want to go too, Jixing said. Okay, you guys come with me. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Soon, the group arrived in Bailey City. Jing began setting up the teleportation array. She first selected several suitable locations, and then began carving the array. Complex runes flowed through her hands, emitting a faint glow. Jiaoling Yu, Jixing, and others assisted. Although they didn't understand spatial magic, they could still provide some assistance. For example, moving materials and clearing the site. Qin Chuan wandered around Bailey City, and soon arrived at his shop, where he met Irina. Chapter 1144. After her initial uneasiness, Irina had settled in. Seeing Qin Chuan appear, she explained with surprise, Mr. Shadow, I knew you were alright. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Irina, long time no see. Are you getting used to being here? Irina answered truthfully. Although a little uncomfortable at first, she quickly calmed down as relevant information came to mind. Even back in Apocalypse, the NPCs knew there were other worlds beyond Apocalypse. like the undead world and the elemental world. Now, with the addition of a blue planet, it wasn't something unacceptable. While Qin Chuan and Irina were chatting, Jing also finished constructing the teleportation array. Jing came to the shop to report on the progress. "President, it's done." "Thank you for your hard work," Qin Chuan said with a smile. "No big deal," Jing said with a naive smile. "Now, teleportation between Magic City and Bailey City is free, but the teleportation array needs to be monitored to prevent tampering." "Leave it to me," Jixing said. "I deploy a few robots here, give Edith some identification cards, and then designate a zone. Anyone entering without a card will be killed." Qin Chuan nodded. "As you say." After explaining the arrangements to Edith, she had no objections. For her, the most urgent task was to completely control Bailey City. Besides, the teleportation array was guarded, making it a place she could exploit. Bailey City had many powerful figures, who were eager to do business with the humans of Blue Star and gain greater benefits. The identification cards for the teleportation array would definitely be given to Edith. She could use them to win over more allies. Edith had long seen through the powerful people of Bailey City. As long as there was profit, they were the most loyal allies. With the teleportation channel complete, matters in Bailey City could be put aside for the time being. Qin Chuan suddenly sensed a familiar aura. "Is this Laura's aura?" Qin Chuan's brows raised. Regarding the current situation, a chosen one like Laura shouldn't be able to descend, yet Qin Chuan sensed her presence. Is something wrong with the Night Watch? Qin Chuan's mind stirred. He immediately decided to join them. "You guys keep busy. I be out for a while," Qin Chuan said to Dijiaolingyu and the others. "President, where are you going?" Dijiaolingyu asked. "To the Night Watch. They're potential allies of Yin Nation." Qin Chuan cut to the chase. He casually opened a spatial rift and vanished from the spot. The Night Watch base. At this moment, it was facing an unprecedented crisis. Countless undead creatures and beasts surged like a tide, surrounding the base impenetrably. The members of the Night Watch fought fiercely. But the monsters were simply too numerous. "Keep fighting. For the Lady of Night." Lola's voice echoed across the battlefield. Wielding a black spear, she fought on the front lines, slaying hundreds of monsters with each strike. "Lady Laura, our defenses are collapsing," a member of the Night Watch said anxiously. "Our people are scattered and unable to reunite. There are too many monsters here, and you suffered the backlash of the Advent." "I know." Lola gritted her teeth. "But we can't give up." "But..." "No buts." Laura interrupted him. "Night Watch, never give up." Her words gave the Night Watch members a glimmer of hope. They gritted their teeth and continued fighting. But the situation didn't improve. The number of monsters continued to increase, and even new tunnels appeared in the sky, allowing more undead to pour in. The Night Watch's defenses began to show a gap. A flicker of resentment flashed in Laura's eyes. If she hadn't been repelled by the world barrier, severely weakening her strength, how could the Night Watch have suffered such a heavy loss? She had betrayed the Lady of Night's trust. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from the sky. "Lola, I'm here to help you." Hearing this voice, Laura looked up sharply. She saw a familiar figure descend from the sky. "Mr. Shadow!" Laura exclaimed in surprise. It was Qin Chuan. Using the Darkest Hours effect, he appeared directly above the battlefield. Seeing the Night Watch base under siege, he attacked without a word. Shadow's flying knife struck, instantly dispatching 2 legendary undead. Then, a poisonous blood plague erupted, sending the surrounding undead and beasts falling like wheat. Lola looked at Qin Chuan, her eyes filled with gratitude. She knew that if Qin Chuan hadn't arrived in time, the Night's Watch base would have been destroyed. "Mr. Shadow, thank you so much," Lola said. "You're welcome," Qin Chuan said. "Now's not the time to reminisce. Wait until I finish these monsters." "Okay." Lola agreed and rejoined the battle. With Qin Chuan's presence, the tide turned. The previously precarious defense line became as solid as a rock. The undead and beasts could no longer advance. Seeing the promise of victory, the Night's Watch members unleashed boundless fighting spirit and launched a counterattack. Led by Qin Chuan, they were like a tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable. The undead and beasts were steadily retreating, their numbers rapidly dwindling. "Roar!" A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the monster horde. A gigantic beast rushed out. Its body was covered in thick scales, a pair of sharp horns sprouted from its head, its eyes blazing with red flames, emitting a terrifying aura. A sanctuary-level beast. Lola's face changed. She hadn't expected a sanctuary-level beast to hide among the monsters. In the past, With her power as the chosen one, she could have crushed it single-handedly. But now she was powerless. "Leave it to me," Qin Chuan said calmly. He took a step forward, facing the sanctuary-level beast. "Human, you're courting death." The sanctuary-level beast spoke in human language. Its voice rumbled like muffled thunder. "You're the one courting death." Qin Chuan sneered. The king's judgment. A sharp black blade descended from the sky, blasting the sanctuary-level beast into shattered pieces. Instant kill. Chapter 1145. The smoke of battle gradually dissipated, leaving only debris and scorched earth. Although the Night's Watch base had been saved, it was in ruins, with traces of battle everywhere. Amidst the rubble, the Night's Watch began cleaning up the battlefield, collecting remains, and treating the wounded. The joy of surviving the disaster overcame fatigue, and everyone's face was filled with relief. "We won! We won!" Someone shouted first, and then cheers swept through the base like a tsunami. The surviving Night's Watch hugged each other tightly, tears and sweat mingling as they released their excitement. Lola stood high, observing everything before her, a flood of emotion welling up in her heart. She knew that without Qin Chuan's timely appearance, the Night's Watch base would probably no longer exist. "Mr. Shadow, thanks to you, the Night's Watch was able to survive this time," Lola solemnly thanked him. Qin Chuan waved his hand. "It's just a small favor, no need to be polite. The Night Watch's affairs are my business." Then he looked around at the devastated base and asked, "Besides you, where are the other apostles and chosen ones? Why can't I see any of them?" Lola sighed sadly. The impact of the world fusion was too great. The entire Evernight continent has been completely fragmented, and we, the Night Watch, have been scattered with it. Now the only ones we can find are those originally at headquarters, and even then, they're not all there. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Originally, the idea was that if the Night Watch arrived as a complete unit, they could establish a defensive base on the spot, then establish a teleportation channel with the Demon City for mutual support. Combined with the official forces of Belly City and Yen Nation, this would be sufficient to deal with the initial turmoil. But the disintegration of the Evernight continent and the Night's Watch disrupted his original plan. "Mr. Shadow, do you have any suggestions?" Laura asked. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "Since the Night's Watch are scattered all over the place, there's no need to establish a base here. How about this? You all go to my base to rest first, then contact other Night's Watch members and make plans." "Your base?" Laura was stunned. "That's right," Qin Chuan nodded. "I'm in the Magic City, equivalent to one of our main cities, I suppose. I established a base there, and it's relatively safe for now." Lola hesitated, saying, "Mr. Shadow, isn't this too much trouble for you?" Qin Chuan smiled. "What's the big deal? I told you, the Night Watch's affairs are my business. My friendship with Lady Night is there, so I'm bound to take care of the Night Watch." Lola wasn't one to be fussy. She nodded immediately and said, "Then I trouble you, Mr. Shadow. Once we completed our initial rest, we assist you in defending your base. Although the other apostles and chosen ones haven't been found yet, most of the fighters are here, and their performance will surely not disappoint you." Qin Chuan didn't mind. The Magic City was the headquarters of the Peak, and Ji Xingye, Ingluo, and the others were there. It didn't matter whether the Night Watch assisted or not. But since Lola had said so, he wouldn't refuse. He would arrange duties for the Night Watch later. However, the changes in the Evernight continent and the Night Watch did catch him off guard, and some adjustments were necessary. For example, the formation that summoned the Lady of Night would need to be rearranged. Demon City, Peak Stronghold. When Laura saw the massive defensive stronghold rebuilt from the ruins before her, surprise flashed in her eyes. To have built such a large stronghold in such a short time, and with so many special buildings. Mr. Shadow, as expected, was truly powerful. She hadn't expected Mr. Shadow's hometown to have a city of this size. How many people could it possibly accommodate? "Is this Demon City?" Laura asked. "Yes," Qin Chuan nodded. "Welcome to Demon City." He led Laura and the others to the core area of the Peak Stronghold. There, Laura met the Peak members. They had all interacted with each other before, so they quickly became familiar with each other. Chapter 1146. The Night Watchmen were also treated, their tense hearts finally relaxed. Meanwhile in Belly City, Edith stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. She had just received news that the Night Watchmen had reunited with Peak, preparing to form an alliance. Edith felt relieved. Her teacher was the Night Maiden, and although she hadn't told her much about her, she knew of her close relationship with the Night Watchmen. Add to that her friendship with Qin Chuan. With this double guarantee, her position would be more secure, and controlling Belly City would be easier. And the more allies, the stronger they were, which was definitely good news in this new era. After settling the night watchman, Qin Chuan and Laura began setting up the reception array. Having previously set up the array in the Evernight continent, progress was rapid. With the assistance of others from Peak, the array quickly took shape. A mysterious light flowed through the lines of the array, and as time passed, a mysterious power began to permeate the air. A massive black vortex appeared in the sky, seemingly consuming everything. This is... Lola sensed a familiar presence, the power of the Lady of Night. From the vortex, a black light descended, enveloping her. Lola, my follower. A commanding voice echoed in Laura's mind. Lady of Night. Laura fell to her knees in excitement. The apocalypse has arrived, and the worlds are merging. This presents both a crisis and an opportunity, the Lady of Night's voice continued. With the shockwaves of the merging worlds, my power will be further manifested. I now bestow upon you the artifact, the Veil of Night. Do not let me down. Also, you must fully assist Shadow. He is our most important ally. The Night Lady's voice gradually faded. I will obey your command. Laura replied respectfully. The black light dissipated, and in Laura's hand appeared a pure black crystal, emitting mysterious energy fluctuations. Qin Chuan looked at the crystal, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He sensed the vibrations of the artifact, and the presence of the Night Lady, Alessa. It seemed that the arrival of the apocalypse had also affected the returning Alessa, allowing her to descend the artifact from the air. This was undoubtedly great news. Mr. Shadow, this is the Night Veil, bestowed by the Lady of Night, Laura said excitedly. This artifact enhances the Night Watch's concealment and night fighting capabilities, and its range is sufficient to cover the entire Demon City. Qin Chuan immediately exclaimed, excellent. With this Night Veil, the Demon City's defense will be even stronger. Indeed, Laura continued, and this artifact emits a unique vibration that can be sensed by the Night Watch members who are stranded, and they will try to reunite. The vibrations of the Night Veil acted like a beacon, guiding the way in the darkness. In a short period of time, members of the Night Watch arrived in the Demon City one after another, using various means. Some were dusty and covered in scars. Others seemed dazed, as if they had not yet fully recovered from the shock of the world's upheaval. But when they saw the familiar black flag and felt the protective power of the Lady of Night, all their fatigue and anxiety vanished. Lady Laura. Great. We finally found the organization. We thought. We never see you again. The joy of reunion filled every Night's Watch member's face. Laura stood in the crowd, looking at each familiar face, feeling both relieved and moved. Everyone, welcome home. Her voice, though soft, rang loudly in everyone's ears. Night's Watch, never give up. Even if the world crumbles, we will rebuild our home. The Lady of Night has spoken, and in the days ahead, under the leadership of Shadow, we will fight to the bitter end. For the Lady of Night. Never give up. For the Lady of Night. The Night's Watch members chanted in unison, their voices filled with determination and hope. Chapter 1147. Qin Chuan watched this scene, his lips curled slightly. He walked over to Laura and whispered, it seems your men are very spirited. Lola smiled and nodded. Of course. The Night Watch aren't easily defeated. We fought the alien beasts for so long on the Evernight continent. This little setback is nothing. By the way, Mr. Shadow, I have something to discuss with you, Laura said. Qin Chuan casually said, don't be so polite. Just ask. Lola explained, in addition to the artifact, the Night Veil, bestowed upon me by the Lady of Night, I have also received more knowledge, including the Night Hall. It's a building that combines training, research, and intelligence gathering, and can be considered an advanced version of the Night Blessing. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. This is truly a treasure. The Night Watch base had previously collapsed, and many things were lost, including the Night Blessing. I had originally considered rebuilding it, but Lola unexpectedly offered a better option. The Palace of Night. Qin Chuan immediately declared, build it, we must build it. This will not only benefit you Night Watchmen, but will also be a significant addition to the entire Magic City's defense system. I arranged for Ji Xing and the others to assist us. We must complete the Palace of Night as quickly as possible. I guarantee you complete the mission, Lola said solemnly. She immediately summoned several Night Watchmen skilled in construction, and began drawing up the blueprints. Qin Chuan provided guidance, occasionally offering suggestions for revisions. With their combined efforts, construction of the Palace of Night proceeded swiftly. Meanwhile in Bailey City, Edith sat in the study of the city lord's mansion, handling a mountain of government affairs. Since taking over Bailey City, she had barely had a day off. She had to handle a wide range of matters, from major issues like city defense to minor disputes among residents. There were also matters between NPCs and Blue Star players, which she couldn't neglect. Although it was tiring, Edith relished it. She loved the feeling of being in control. It was much more satisfying than being an assassin instructor. Lord, a messenger has arrived via the teleportation array. A guard entered to report. The messenger was actually the Night Watch. After the Night Watch joined the Demon City stronghold, the combatants were responsible for its defense and for exploring and searching for lost members. Of course, they didn't fight alone. Every operation was assisted by top members. The various robots manufactured by Jixing played a particularly important role. Those Night Watchmen less skilled in combat took on the role of messengers, carrying messages between the Mortar City and Belly City. Edith immediately put down his work and met the messenger. "Greetings, Lord Edith." The Night Watch messenger saluted and handed a letter to Edith. "Is this a letter from Shadow?" The letter's contents were simple. Qin Chuan invited her to the Mordor City to witness the inauguration ceremony of the Hall of Darkness and discuss further cooperation. Edith put the letter down, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. The Hall of Darkness. She muttered to herself. It seems Shadow has made another move. She immediately stood up and said to the guards, "Get ready. I'm heading to the Mordor City." Using the teleportation array, Edith quickly arrived in the Demon City. When she saw the rising Night Palace, she was filled with awe. The building was not only magnificent in scale, but also exquisitely designed and imbued with a sense of mystery. Critically, she could sense a divine aura gathering within the palace. This was a miracle, a gift from the gods. However, based on recent information exchanges, Edith also knew that the Night Watch worshipped the Lady of Night, an ancient deity with a close connection to Shadow. "Is this the Night Palace?" Edith couldn't help but ask. "Indeed," Qin Chuan said, standing beside her, smiling. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" "More than good, it's simply astonishing," Edith explained with genuine admiration. "Shadow, you always surprise me." "This is just the beginning," Qin Chuan said calmly. "When the Lady of Night arrives, you see even greater surprises." "I'm looking forward to it," Edith smiled, her eyes gleaming. As the two toured the construction of the Night Palace, they discussed future cooperation. "Edith, I plan to establish an alliance covering the entire Yin Kingdom, centered around the Magic City, Belly City, and the Yin Kingdom officials," Qin Chuan stated his plan. "This alliance will include not only the three of us, but also the Night's Watch and any other forces willing to join." Edith nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. In these chaotic times, only unity can help us survive." "Indeed," Qin Chuan said. "Someone once said that we should unite all forces that can be united, so that we can better defeat the enemy. Monsters are rampant now, but this isn't the real crisis. A greater crisis lies ahead, and we need to prepare in advance. Not just for us, but for you as well." "I have no objection," Edith agreed without hesitation. After confirming Edith's attitude, Qin Chuan teleported directly to Kyoto, met with several elders, and shared his ideas. Everyone agreed. The world has changed. At this critical juncture of life and death, it's imperative to make more friends and fewer powerful enemies. An old man sighed. "Mr. Qin, you transformed Belly City and the Night's Watch into our allies. This is truly a virtuous act that benefits both the nation and its people. Indeed, Yin Nation is incredibly fortunate to have someone like Mr. Qin. God bless Yin Nation." Chapter 1148. God bless Yin Nation? Elders, I can't take responsibility for that. Qin Chuan waved his hands repeatedly. The elders laughed heartily, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. "Mr. Qin, we all see your contributions to Yin Nation. You truly deserve the title God bless Yin Nation," one elder said sternly. Qin Chuan didn't feel he'd done anything earth-shattering. He simply did his best. But since the elders had spoken so, there was no need for him to be pretentious. "You're all too kind. I only done what I could. We still need to further refine the alliance." Qin Chuan changed the subject. "Of course," another elder nodded. "We drafted a preliminary charter. Mr. Qin, please take a look at it and consider any additions." As he spoke, a document was handed to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan took it and quickly scanned it. The charter was very detailed, covering the alliance's purpose, organizational structure, member rights and obligations, resource allocation, and so on. Overall, it was relatively fair and equitable, balancing the interests of all parties. Of course, for Qin Chuan personally, forming an alliance wasn't a big deal. All his allies combined wouldn't be enough for him to defeat alone. But Qin Chuan had a much greater goal in mind. When the gods descended upon this world again, what would be the point if he were the only one left alive after the battle? Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan closed the document and nodded, saying, "The charter is comprehensive. I have no further comments." After a pause, Qin Chuan added, however, "I suggest establishing a dedicated operations department within the alliance to handle emergencies, such as monster sieges and resource disputes. They would have significant autonomy and be fully responsible for handling on-site situations, rather than submitting reports first." Of course, an elder agreed. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. As for this department, why not call it Flame Dragon, and have Mr. Qin serve as the commander-in-chief? What do you think? Qin Chuan was stunned, then smiled and said, "I can assist, but I don't need the command. I probably won't have much time to travel around anymore. I need to further improve myself." Then, another elder said, "Mr. Qin will not serve as the commander-in-chief, but I hope you will accept the position of special advisor. Mr. Qin will then appoint someone to lead this special operations department, responsible for coordinating all parties. What do you think?" Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "Okay. As for my choice, I let Dijiaolingyu, Lin Yu from the Lin family, take charge. She's quite capable and well-liked among the Peak group. The Lin family has a strong background, and I can trust her to get things done. Transfer Qiyu over here, so that cooperation between the two sides can be easily launched." Of course. The elders nodded repeatedly. The alliance has been preliminarily finalized. The next step is the specific implementation. Qin Chuan left Kyoto and returned to the Magic City. He summoned Dijiaolingyu and explained the situation to her. Dijiaolingyu didn't refuse, saying earnestly, "Since the guild master trusts me, I will give it my all and will definitely not let you down." "I believe in your abilities," Qin Chuan said calmly. "Find a few more people to help you later. Keep Laura informed about the Night Watch, and don't forget about Belly City. Although they were once NPCs in the game, now that Apocalypse has arrived, their minds have been fully unsealed, making them no different from us." Dijiaolingyu nodded, understood. As he spoke, Laura hurried over. "Mr. Shadow, you're finally back," Laura said, her face anxious. "What's wrong?" Qin Chuan asked. "I can sense the presence of a strange beast, and it's coming quickly," Laura said. "It's probably because of the Night Palace and the Night Veil. Although we can send a signal to the Night Watch, the strange beast can also sense our presence." Chapter 1149. Strange Beasts? Qin Chuan frowned. He had almost forgotten about those creatures. A quick glance revealed that a large number of them were indeed approaching, and not just from the ground, but also from the sky. It seemed that these beasts had undergone a new round of evolution after the arrival of the apocalypse. Lola said solemnly, "I'm afraid it will be a fierce battle." Qin Chuan casually said, "That's fine. These beasts can't break through here. This is a good opportunity to test the effectiveness of the Night Palace and the Night Veil." Qin Chuan turned to Dijiaolingyu and said, "Notify everyone, Peak Force, to enter Level 1 combat readiness." Understood. Dijiaolingyu immediately took action. Lola also quickly issued orders, and the Night Watch began to assemble, preparing for battle. For a moment, the entire demon city was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Seeing the massive display from the peak, nearby players knew a major battle was imminent and immediately sought safe havens to evacuate. However, many players were also filled with anticipation. The more monsters, the more experience points, and the faster they leveled up. With the peak leading the charge, they could still improve by slacking off on the sidelines. And the peak wouldn't object to this behavior, they even leave them some damage output slots. On the city wall, Qin Chuan, Laura, and the others stood side by side, gazing into the distance. "Here they come," Laura suddenly said. On the distant horizon, a black line appeared, rapidly expanding, surging like a tide. It was an innumerable swarm of strange beasts. "This number is too great," Dijiaolingyu couldn't help but exclaim. Even the previous undead armies weren't this large. Qin Chuan remained calm. "It's nothing, just a minor incident. Let's prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the beast tide was already approaching the city walls. All manner of exotic beasts charged forward like mad. The first to attack were Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo. The black flame dragon engaged the flying beasts in midair, each breath of its power wielding enough to destroy a horde. Ji Xing, on the other hand, controlled the destroyers and annihilators to form a firing point, while deploying numerous robots to block the beast tide's path. The battle was fierce, with both sides raging with bloodshed. Although the exotic beasts were numerous, the Peak and Night Watch were equally powerful. Adding the power of the Night Veil, the Night Watch's combat effectiveness at night was greatly enhanced, inflicting heavy casualties on the exotic beasts. Mr. Shadow, the battle line is stable, Laura said happily. Your friends are truly formidable. Even if I were to return to my strongest form, I wouldn't dare claim victory easily. Qin Chuan smiled and said, they still have a lot of room for improvement. By the way, go activate the Hall of Night and see how it works. Lola immediately bowed and excused herself, quickly entering the Hall of Night. In the center of the hall stood a statue of the Lady of Night. Laura prayed devoutly before it, muttering a few words. As Laura chanted her incantation, the Hall of Night began to emit a strange light. This light was no ordinary white, but a deep black, devouring everything around it like a black hole. Soon, the entire Demon City stronghold was enveloped in this black light. Night had fallen. The arrival of night was not simply the Shroud of Darkness. Under the dual blessing of the Night Shroud and the Hall of Night, the entire Demon City seemed to have entered another dimension. The beast's perception was greatly weakened, its once ferocious attack instantly slowing. It scurried about like a headless fly, losing its target. This is... Jiaolingyu stood on the city wall, sensing the changes around her, her eyes filled with wonder. I feel my strength has increased significantly and my perception of the surroundings has become sharper. This is the power of the night, Qin Chuan explained. In the darkness, the Night Watch's abilities are greatly enhanced, while the beasts are suppressed. Now that we have allied with the Night Watch, and since you have received the Night's blessing, you will also be blessed by this power. Now is the time for our hunt. Chapter 1150. Roar! The black flame dragon roared in the air, its breath pouring down like raindrops. Under the cover of darkness, the black flame dragon's presence became even more elusive, its attacks even more precise and deadly. The flying beasts, which had previously managed to hold their own, now became sitting ducks, falling in droves. On the ground, Ji Xing commanded the robotic army and launched a counterattack. The destroyers and annihilators opened fire, unleashing a barrage of fire. In the darkness, their aiming system seemed to have gained some kind of boost. Their attacks were fast, fierce, and accurate, causing the beasts to suffer greatly. Even the robots, which had once been somewhat sluggish, now became remarkably agile. They darted through the darkness, harvesting the lives of the beasts like ghosts, each a seasoned assassin. The Night Watchmen also joined the fray. Under the blessing of the Veil of Darkness, their various attributes were greatly enhanced, and their stealth abilities were maximized, practically blending into the darkness. The alien beasts were completely unable to detect their presence, and could only passively withstand the attacks. The alien beasts' greatest strength, their immortality, was also ruthlessly crushed by the power of darkness. But the alien beasts' defeat was not unjust. For they were defeated by the Lady of Night, a true god. The battle raged for a long time. Despite their vast numbers, the alien beasts were powerless to break through the defenses. As time passed, the alien beast carcasses piled up like a mountain, and the stench of blood filled the air. It's almost over. Qin Chuan, who had been observing the battle from beginning to end, looked at the gradually dwindling number of alien beasts, and said to Jiaolingyu, let's all return to rest. The alien beast's offensive has been defeated. Okay. Jiaolingyu immediately gave the order. The top members and the Night Watch began an orderly retreat, returning to their base. Only a few robots remained, cooperating with individual players to continue clearing out the remaining monsters. This battle not only successfully repelled the monster attacks, but also resulted in almost no casualties. And this was achieved without Qin Chuan taking any action. This was all thanks to the power of the Night Veil and the Night Palace. Mr. Shadow, this time is truly indebted to you. Lola walked over to Qin Chuan and expressed her sincere gratitude. If it weren't for Shadow's generous assistance, they would still be wandering in this strange world, searching for a place to settle. Now that the Night Watch has assembled in the Magic City, with their existing base and various assistants, they have established a firm foothold and are on the verge of restoring the glory of the Lady of Night. All of this was brought about by Mr. Shadow. How could Laura not be grateful? Like I said, the Night Watch's affairs are my affairs, Qin Chuan said with a smile. Besides, this Night Palace and the Night Veil will be a huge help to us. It would be great if you could help Mr. Shadow, Laura said sincerely, adding, Mr. Shadow, according to the Oracle of the Night Lady, the Night Palace can not only enhance the abilities of the Night Watchers, but can also be used to train Night Walkers, and there is a more complete advancement path. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. That's great news. I thought the Night Walker legacy was lost, but it's unexpectedly been integrated into the Night Palace. I leave this matter entirely to you. Yes, Laura nodded. I arrange it as soon as possible. The battle ended, and the Demon City stronghold returned to peace. After finishing his various tasks, Qin Chuan arrived at the Hall of Night alone. He stood before the statue of the Lady of Night, gazing silently. "Alessa, are you all right?" Qin Chuan asked silently in his heart. He knew Alessa was on her way back, but he had no idea when exactly. However, judging by the appearance of the Night Veil and the Hall of Night, Alessa's strength was gradually recovering. This comforted Qin Chuan. Since lighting the space-time beacon, he and Alessa hadn't had much opportunity to communicate. Partly because it was inconvenient, and partly because he didn't want Alessa to expend any extra energy. Now, Alessa's first priority was to locate Blue Star and descend upon it. Meanwhile, in another city in Yin Nation, a crisis was quietly brewing. This city, called Jiancheng, had once been one of Yin Nation's important industrial bases. However, after the apocalypse, the drastic changes in the terrain caused many industrial parks to collapse and be destroyed. Unlike the Magic City, Jiancheng isn't protected by a powerful force like Peak. The city's defenses rely primarily on the Yin Nation government and some spontaneously organized player groups. Although it has experienced several monster sieges, it's generally stable. However, this time, the situation was somewhat unusual. The Jiancheng Defense Force has noticed unusually frequent alien beast activity in the surrounding area recently. Furthermore, these beasts appear to be even more powerful than before. "Captain, something's amiss," a soldier said to his captain. "We've been encountering more and more alien beasts on patrol missions lately, and their levels are getting higher and higher." "Yes," the captain frowned. "I reported this to my superiors, but I haven't received clear instructions yet. Do you think it could be?" The soldier paused. "Don't speculate," the captain interrupted. "Just do your job." "Yes," the soldier responded, but his unease grew. Jiancheng's crisis wasn't groundless. In a valley not far from Jiancheng, a large number of exotic beasts gathered. These beasts were different from those that had appeared in the Demon City before. They were larger in size and more ferocious in their aura. In the center of the herd, a particularly gigantic beast stood. It stood nearly 100 meters tall, covered in thick scales, and crowned with a pair of massive horns. It resembled a towering mountain, striking fear in the very sight of it. This beast was the leader of the herd. "Roar!" The leader let out a deep roar, and the surrounding beasts immediately fell silent. They prostrated themselves on the ground in submission. "Children, it's time to feed." The leader's voice echoed through the valley. "Go! Destroy that city and make it our paradise." "Roar!" The beasts responded in unison, their voices shaking the earth. Chapter 1151. Jiancheng. This once thriving industrial center is now shrouded in a gloomy haze. On the city walls, soldiers stood tense, on high alert. In the wilderness outside the city, a dark mass of alien beasts surged like a tide, their roars echoing and chilling. "Captain, this number is too many." A young soldier's face paled, his voice trembling slightly. Although they had already merged with their game characters, the sight of so many alien beasts still filled them with fear. This is reality. Not a game. If you die, you're truly dead. There's no such thing as a corpse resurrection. The captain gripped his long-handled battle axe tightly and said in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of? Jiancheng is behind us, our home. We're high level and have received equipment first. Isn't it to protect the elderly and the weak in the city? Even if we die, we must keep these beasts out." "Yes," the soldiers responded in unison, their voices filled with determination. However, facing such a massive horde of alien beasts, the soldiers' resistance seemed feeble. Each attack from the beasts caused the city walls to tremble violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. "No! This continues, and the walls will be breached sooner or later." The captain anxiously surveyed the situation outside the city, his heart filled with despair. The number and level of the alien beasts were too great. If they hadn't benefited from the Night Wanderer's exploits, gaining additional stat bonuses, they would have lost their defense long ago. Just then, a hurried voice came over. "This is Command Center. Jiancheng Garrison, retreat immediately." "I repeat, retreat immediately." "Retreat?" The captain was stunned. "What about Jiancheng? What about the people within? This is an order. Follow it." A stern voice rang out over the communicator. The captain gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. He knew that if he retreated, Jiancheng would fall completely, and countless civilians would be slaughtered by the beasts. "Captain, we can't retreat," a soldier shouted. "If we leave, who will protect Jiancheng? This is our home." "Yes, Captain. We can't leave," the other soldiers echoed. The captain looked at the young, resolute faces, a mixture of emotions welling up in his heart. He took a deep breath and said slowly and firmly, "Brothers, I know what you're thinking. But this is an order. We—" Before he finished his words, a black phantom descended from the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, dust billowing. The soldiers were startled. "Is this the boss?" Looking up, they saw a towering black figure, as majestic as a mountain, roaring to the heavens. It was a massive black dragon, hundreds of meters long, its scales reflecting light, making it seem unappealing to the enemy. Atop the dragon stood a tall, imposing young man. Black Dragon? That's Night Wanderer? The captain recognized the newcomer, and was instantly thrilled. Night Wanderer, the strongest being in Yin Nation. With his arrival, Jiancheng is saved. Qin Chuan glanced at the surrounding herd of exotic beasts, then scurried onto the city wall. He looked at the captain and said calmly, "Tell your men to retreat to avoid accidental casualties." "Yes." The captain immediately agreed. No wonder they were told to retreat. It was the Night Wanderer who was coming. That's right. With Night Wanderer's power, a single strike could overwhelm the entire battlefield. If they stayed on the battlefield, Night Wanderer would be hesitant and restrained. "Brothers, retreat. Give Night Wanderer space," the captain shouted. The surrounding soldiers also reacted, retreating back to the city walls, watching the massive black dragon slaughtering everyone with awe. The beasts they had struggled to resist were completely vulnerable before this black dragon. With a single swipe of its claws, dozens, hundreds of beasts were reduced to mud. What kind of power is this? The soldiers of the Jiancheng garrison stared in amazement, unable to believe their eyes. I always heard that Night Wanderer was the strongest player, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. We're saved. Jiancheng is saved. Chapter 1152. The soldiers cheered, their despair instantly ignited. Qin Chuan returned to Scripps' head and galloped through the herd of strange beasts, harvesting them with abandon like the Grim Reaper. Scripps felt a sense of relief. This free reign, coupled with the soldiers' adoring and reverent gazes, made Scripps feel wonderful. With Scripps present, Qin Chuan didn't rush into action, but instead observed carefully. He noticed something was amiss with these strange beasts. There was an indescribable aura. These strange beasts seemed to be controlled by something. Qin Chuan pondered. He activated his void-splitting eye, attempting to identify the source of the strange beast's abnormality. In his vision, all illusions were stripped away, leaving only the most essential flow of energy. Qin Chuan's gaze pierced the herd, finally locking onto the enormous strange beast leader at its center. Atop the leader's heart, a piece of irregular debris hovered. From the perspective of the void-breaking eye, the fragment emanated a faint glow, jarring against the surrounding darkness. It's a fragment of the divine nature? Qin Chuan was a little surprised. So this thing is causing trouble. That makes sense. Qin Chuan suddenly understood. The aura emanating from the divine nature fragment held a fatal attraction for the exotic beasts, instinctively wanting to devour it and achieve new evolution. But to fully absorb the divine nature fragment, a vast amount of energy was required to decompose and fuse it. Just like a furnace, only by continuously heating it with high temperatures can the refined iron within be melted and further utilized. The same was true for the divine nature fragment. The alien beasts could absorb it, but their efficiency was extremely low, and their own energy alone was insufficient. So, the alien beast lord set his sights on Jiancheng, intending to devour the city's humans to gain more energy and fully master the absorption of the divine fragment. But then again, where did this divine fragment come from? That's interesting. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Scripps, go and kill that giant. Qin Chuan ordered. Lord Shadow, watch me. Scripps, in his killing spree, immediately turned and rushed towards the alien beast leader upon hearing Qin Chuan's order. The alien beast leader also sensed the danger and roared, commanding the surrounding alien beasts to intervene. However, in front of Scripps, these alien beasts were no match. Wherever the black dragon's breath passed, the alien beasts were reduced to ash. Bang! Scripps smacked the beast leader's head with a single claw, knocking its massive body to the ground. Its body was covered in cracks, nearly slain instantly by the blow. The beast leader struggled to stand, but Scripps gave it no chance. With a breath of dragon breath, he completely destroyed its body. The fragment of the divine nature contained within its heart lost its support and slowly drifted down. Qin Chuan stretched out his hand and took the fragment in his hand. The fragment felt cold to the touch, yet the divine power contained within it made Qin Chuan's heart palpitate. Whose god's divine nature fragment is this? Qin Chuan frowned in thought. Qin Chuan carefully examined the fragment in his hand. The fragment felt cold to the touch, and aside from the faint fluctuations of divine power, there was no other reaction. And undiscerning, I would simply mistake it for a piece of roadside gravel, never associating it with the almighty gods. But the truth was, it was a fragment of the divine nature. This fragment is unlike any divine power I encountered before. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. The divine nature is the crystallization of a god's power, embodying the divine laws and will. Before the apocalypse, he had slain the tiger god and the sky god, and corresponding divine legacies had also appeared. But Qin Chuan was certain that the power of this fragment of divine nature was completely different from those two. It possessed neither the wildness of the tiger god nor the ethereal beauty of the sky god. Chapter 1153. Except for those two unfortunate souls, even if we trace back 3,000 years according to the history of apocalypse, there is no record of a god's fall. So where did this thing come from? Qin Chuan tried to explore it with his own power. A wisp of shadow gathered at his fingertips and gently touched the fragment of the godhead. This little power seemed insignificant, but in reality, it could easily kill a legendary boss in an instant. But the fragment was like a bottomless pit, swallowing up all the shadow power, and then remained motionless. Interesting, eating it up and not spitting it out. Qin Chuan was unconvinced and increased his power output, but it was still like a drop in the ocean, with no reaction. No wonder those beasts wanted to attack the city. This fragment has such a voracious appetite. Qin Chuan gave up exploring for the time being. To fully activate this thing, the divine power required was no small amount, and he didn't have that luxury yet. While thinking, Scripps finished dealing with the remaining beasts and flew back to Qin Chuan. The massive body circled in the air, stirring up gusts of wind and drawing cheers of admiration from the Jiancheng garrison. Scripps flew even harder. Lord Shadow, is there anything special about this fragment? Scripps asked curiously, leaning closer to the giant dragon's head. It could sense the unusual aura emanating from the fragment, a power it both longed for and feared. It was the aura of a god. Qin Chuan shook his head. It's a little special, but I haven't figured it out yet. Putting the fragment of the godhead into storage, Qin Chuan prepared to leave. The danger here was over. There was no need to stay any longer. As long as it wasn't a massive monster swarm like this, the Yin Nation players could still handle it with their combined strength. The captain of the Jiancheng garrison trotted over to Qin Chuan, gave a standard military salute, and boomed, "Mr. Night Wanderer, thank you for saving Jiancheng. On behalf of the entire city, I express my gratitude." If the Night Wanderer hadn't arrived in time, Jiancheng would have been reduced to ruins, and they would have long since become prey for the monsters. This is a life-saving favor. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and casually said, "It's just a small favor. You guys handle the cleanup. I have other things to attend to." He didn't have time to accept thanks. More important things awaited him. "Yes," the captain replied loudly. He knew the Night Wanderer wouldn't stay here forever. After a moment's hesitation, the captain mustered up the courage to say, "Mr. Night Wanderer, Jiancheng has been acting strangely lately." The captain recounted every detail of recent events. Qin Chuan listened and nodded, saying, "I investigate this matter thoroughly. You must strengthen your vigilance. If there are any further unusual situations, report them to the military immediately. I come back if needed." The captain quickly said, "No problem." With the Night Wanderer's words, everything was secure. After explaining everything, Qin Chuan took Scripps into the air, transforming into a dark shadow and disappearing into the sky. He decided to return to the Magic City first and make further plans. The Magic City, the Hall of Darkness. Qin Chuan detailed the situation in Jiancheng and the mysterious fragment of the divine power to Laura. Fragment of the divine power? Laura frowned after hearing this. That's not a good sign. Fragments of the divine power usually mean the fall of a god, or something worse. As a devoted follower of the Lady of Night, Laura also had some insights into the affairs of the gods. What's a worse scenario? Qin Chuan pressed. Tell me what you think, it might be informative. Lola pondered for a moment and said, for example, someone might attempt to use the fragments of the divine nature to resurrect the sealed evil god, or simply to create even more terrifying monsters. Mr. Shadow, as you know, the evolution of alien beasts is extremely rapid. If they can truly harness the power within the fragments, that would be bad news. After a pause, Laura added, back then, the Evernight continent was resource poor, limiting the evolution of alien beasts. But now that Apocalypse has arrived, the resources of Blue Planet are 10 or even 100 times richer than those of the Evernight continent. Furthermore, the Apocalypse continent is also arriving at the same time. These are all hidden dangers. Qin Chuan nodded. Laura's concerns were well-founded. Alien beasts had existed on the Evernight continent for 10,000 years, and even longer on the Apocalypse continent. They were indeed not to be underestimated. At this moment, Laura suggested, Mr. Shadow, why not try placing the fragment of the divine power in the Hall of Night? Now that the Lady of Night is becoming increasingly connected to us, perhaps it could trigger some miracle or oracle. Qin Chuan's heart stirred. This wasn't a bad idea. Qin Chuan and Laura immediately went to the Hall of Night and gently placed the fragment of the divine power on the altar in front of the statue. I hope the Lady of Night can give us some enlightenment, Laura whispered. The two stood quietly in front of the altar, waiting. The Hall of Night was completely silent, with only the faint glow of the fragment of the divine power on the altar. Time passed, with no movement. Just then, the fragment of the divine power on the altar suddenly trembled. It's responding! Laura exclaimed in delight. The light grew brighter, gradually illuminating the entire Hall of Night. The statue of the Lady of Night also began to emit a soft glow, intertwining with the light of the fragment of the divine power. A hazy image gradually emerged in the light. It was a woman's figure. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but a powerful aura emanated from her. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered with longing. Alessa. Lola prayed devoutly for a moment, then excitedly said, Mr. Shadow, the Lady of Night has spoken. What is it? Qin Chuan demanded. The Lady of Night said, she felt a familiarity with the power of this fragment, and it seemed connected to an ancient being. Laura struggled to recall. That being was sealed in a forbidden place. A forbidden place? Qin Chuan frowned, then asked, did the Lady of Night say where it was? She didn't say where exactly, Laura said with a hint of regret. But the oracle mentioned the abyss. The abyss? Qin Chuan paused in thought. It seemed I have to talk to old Ma when he arrived. Chapter 1154. Inside the Hall of Night, the light slowly faded. The fragments of the divine nature returned to their peaceful state, lying quietly on the altar, as if nothing had happened. The statue of the Lady of Night also returned to its original appearance, solemn and majestic. Qin Chuan and Laura exchanged glances, each seeing a solemn expression in the other's eyes. It seems a major storm is coming, Qin Chuan whispered. Lola nodded. Yes, the fragments of the divine nature, the forbidden land, the abyss. All this information points to an unknown existence, and it's very likely connected to the gods. A lie. Did the Lady of Night mention anything about the forbidden land? Qin Chuan asked. The Lady of Night only mentioned the name, not revealing much specific information. Laura shook her head. But there might be records in the annals of the Temple of Night. This temple, gifted by the Lady of Night, still has many secrets to uncover. I need some time to research. Well, I leave this matter to you. Qin Chuan nodded. Don't miss any clues related to the Forbidden Land. Understood, Laura replied. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, then added, also, pay close attention to the fragments of the Godhead. See if you can find any clues in the legacy of the Night Watchers. You descend from the Daughter of Night, and your legacy has spanned thousands of years. Perhaps you might have some fragments. Okay, Laura agreed. Just then, Qin Chuan's communicator suddenly chimed. He looked down and saw an emergency call from Kyoto. President, this is Akabane. There's something unusual happening around Kyoto. A hurried voice came from the other end of the communicator. A large number of undead creatures have appeared, and their numbers and strength are increasing. Undead creatures? Qin Chuan frowned. Since the apocalypse, all sorts of monsters have appeared one after another, and undead creatures are not uncommon. But this situation seems a little unusual. What exactly is going on? Qin Chuan asked. We sent people to investigate, but we don't have any more detailed intelligence yet, Akabane replied. However, according to the news from the front lines, this undead creature seems stronger than we encountered before, and their numbers are enormous. The think tank believes this incident may be related to Jiancheng. Jiancheng? Divine fragments? I understand, Qin Chuan said solemnly. I rushed there as soon as possible. Thank you, President. After hanging up the call, Qin Chuan looked at Laura. It seems I need to go to Kyoto first. Mr. Shadow, be careful, Laura warned. If this is truly related to the divine fragments, then things may be more complicated than we imagined. I keep an eye on it, Qin Chuan nodded. I leave the Demon City area to you. If you have any questions, talk to the top experts, they're trustworthy. Understood, Laura said. I quickly consult the text and find clues about the Forbidden Land. Qin Chuan was about to teleport away when the communicator rang again. This time it was a message from the Water God. Boss, something's wrong. The Water God's voice sounded a bit panicked. Unusual energy fluctuations are occurring near Shenlong Imperial City. Very strong. Unusual energy fluctuations? Qin Chuan's heart sank. What exactly is going on? I don't know how to describe it, the water god said anxiously. Anyway, it's extremely powerful energy, and it's growing stronger. The crocodile spirit said it might be the aura of some kind of deity. Aura of a deity? Qin Chuan's pupil shrank. An abnormality has also occurred near Shenlong Imperial City? This is definitely not a coincidence. Hold steady, and don't act rashly, Qin Chuan instructed. I send someone to support you immediately. Okay, boss, hurry, the water god urged. Just as Qin Chuan hung up, before he could arrange for help, the communicator rang for the third time. This time it was a message from the fourth true ancestor. Master, I'm having trouble here too. The fourth true ancestor's voice sounded uneasy. I discovered a strange energy source. It's constantly expanding. Its intensity has reached demigod level, and it's still growing. Demigod level? Chapter 1155. Qin Chuan was even more shocked. This was truly a serious problem. You know, this time the apocalypse descended, the energy ceiling was limited to the sanctuary level. And now, a demigod level energy fluctuation had appeared. This was beyond Qin Chuan's expectations. Add to that the mysterious fragment of the divine power, as well as clues to the forbidden land and the abyss. Qin Chuan realized that a massive global catastrophe might have begun. And this catastrophe wasn't solely caused by the apocalypse, it was very likely connected to Blue Planet itself. Don't act rashly for now. Try to stall for time, Qin Chuan ordered the fourth true ancestor. I find a solution as soon as possible. Master, I swear to complete this mission. The fourth true ancestor's voice was resolute. You can't die yet, Qin Chuan said quickly. Send your blood servants to investigate the situation. They're just some stands anyway. If they die, it doesn't matter. Yes, master, the fourth true ancestor agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan's expression became extremely solemn. Kyoto, Shenlong Imperial City, Stan Country. Anomalies appeared simultaneously in 3 locations, all connected to the gods. This was definitely no coincidence. It seems this matter is even more complicated than I imagined. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. He had to act quickly, or the consequences would be disastrous. Ji Xing, Jing, Songling, the 3 of you come here, Qin Chuan called out. The 3 immediately appeared before him. President, what are your orders? Ji Xing asked. Qin Chuan quickly assigned tasks. Take the destroyer and annihilator, and go to Shenlong Imperial City to support the water god. Remember, defense is the priority. Do not act rashly. Wait for me to arrive. Understood? Ji Xing nodded. Qin Chuan looked at Jing again. If there's a problem we can't handle, you must bring everyone back, including the water god. Shenlong Imperial City might be lost, but no one can be harmed. Yes, Jing replied sternly. There's also a problem in Kyoto. I need to go check on the situation, Qin Chuan said. Once I dealt with things there, I rushed to Shenlong Imperial City as soon as possible. President, please be careful yourself, Song Ling reminded him. Don't worry, I know what to do. Qin Chuan nodded. He turned to Dijiaolingyu. You and the others will stay in the Magic City and assist Laura. If necessary, we can all move to Belly City. Remember, if you have a mountain to climb, you have a mountain to climb. Okay. Dijiaolingyu nodded. President, be careful. Qin Chuan said no more, and used Darkest Hour to create a spatial passage. Qin Chuan rushed to Kyoto as quickly as possible. As soon as they emerged from the spatial tunnel, they felt a chilling aura. The sky was gloomy, as if it would collapse at any moment. The air was filled with the smell of decay, making them feel very uncomfortable. President Akabane, who had been waiting there, immediately came forward. What's the situation? Qin Chuan asked. Very bad, Akabane replied quickly. The number of undead creatures is increasing, and their strength is growing stronger. The overall defense line has been greatly impacted. Although we can hold out for now, we estimate that if the undead offensive continues, it will sooner or later break through. Take me to see it. President, please follow me. The group quickly rushed to the Kyoto city walls. From afar, the dark, overwhelming undead army surged like a tide, the sheer number of them terrifying. These undead creatures took on various forms: skeletons, zombies, ghosts. Their eyes shone with a faint green light, and they roared as they slowly approached Kyoto. That's a lot of them. Even Qin Chuan was a little surprised. The previous time the undead world opened its invasion channel, the first wave of undead had been overwhelming, but their overall level wasn't high. This time, however, the undead were not only numerous, but also high in level. Critically, these undead exuded a very subtle aura. Like those strange beasts outside Jiancheng, fragments of the divine nature, Qin Chuan immediately activated his void-breaking eye and carefully observed the undead army before him. Chapter 1156. A discovery was soon made. These undead creatures possessed a powerful dark energy. This energy was somewhat similar to Jiang Cheng's divine fragment, yet also distinct. These undead creatures were also affected by the divine fragment, but their power attributes were different from Jiang Cheng's. Could they be from different divine fragments? Qin Chuan pondered. If that were the case, then things would be interesting. Two brand new divine fragments, never before seen, held profound implications. But the priority now was to resolve the immediate crisis, and then we could delve deeper into the investigation. Scripps, it's your turn. Qin Chuan waved his hand, summoning Scripps. The appearance of the Black Dragon immediately boosted the morale of the Yin Nation. With the Black Dragon, the Night Wanderer has arrived. With the Night Wanderer here, what was there to worry about? Well, you damn skeletons, you're incessant. Scripps roared, flying directly onto the battlefield. Starting with Dragon Breath, followed by claw slashes and sweeps, he instantly wiped out thousands of undead. The undead army also sensed Scripps' provocation and gathered around him. With Scripps drawing the fire, the pressure on the Yin Nation soldiers suddenly eased, and they reorganized their formation to join the battle. Akayu also requested to join the battle, flanking Scripps with furious attacks, their two machetes leaving after images. Qin Chuan activated his void-breaking eye once again, carefully observing every detail on the battlefield. He wanted to find that new fragment of the divine nature, so that he could disrupt this undead offensive at its root. Quickly, Qin Chuan's gaze locked on the rear of the undead army. There, a massive figure loomed. It was a skeleton cloaked in a black cape, standing 100 meters tall, clutching an absurdly large bone sickle. From the perspective of the void-breaking eye, the skeleton's body was filled with an extremely powerful dark energy, which continuously emanated. It was this energy that blessed the undead creatures at the scene. You are it. A cold glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. He flashed and charged towards the massive skeleton. The undead creatures along the way rushed towards Qin Chuan, trying to stop him. But Qin Chuan gave them no chance, unleashing a rain of dark erosion to clear the area. Soon, Qin Chuan arrived before the massive skeleton. Are you the leader of these undead creatures? Qin Chuan asked coldly. The skeleton didn't respond, only letting out a low roar and swinging its bone sickle towards Qin Chuan. The bone sickle was over 100 meters long, yet its speed was astonishing, reaching several times the speed of sound in an instant, yet it made no sound. Its blade was so sharp that it could easily split open space. However, in front of Qin Chuan, this slowness was no different from a snail's pace. The king's judgment. A piercing sword descended, instantly slaying the bone sickle skeleton. The bone sickle skeleton's body instantly crumbled, turning into a pile of shattered bones. The dark energy within it dissipated, leaving only a ragged fragment floating in midair. With the bone sickle skeleton's death, the once aggressive undead army began to disintegrate. The undead, severely affected by the fragment of the divine power, fell apart and followed their leader. The few that slipped through the net were nothing more than cannon fodder, easily dispatched by any soldier. Victory! The soldiers cheered, quickly clearing out the remaining undead creatures, and quickly gaining control of the situation. Qin Chuan retrieved the fragment of his divine power, but his heart was not filled with joy. The undead crisis in Kyoto had been temporarily resolved, but the incident was not over. The fragment of divine power, the Forbidden Land, the Abyss, the undead scourge. These intertwined threads foreshadowed the approaching of an unprecedented storm. We must uncover the truth as soon as possible, Qin Chuan thought to himself. The remaining battles no longer required his involvement. It was time to head for Shenglong Imperial City. After a brief exchange with the Kyoto officials, Qin Chuan also contacted Di Jiaolingyu and others in the Demon City to confirm that the Demon City base was safe. Just as he was about to open the space channel to Shenglong Imperial City, his communicator rang. This time, it was a message from the Water God. Boss, the situation has changed. The Water God's voice sounded extremely anxious. That energy has exploded. Exploded? Qin Chuan's face changed. What exactly is going on? I don't know how to describe it, the Water God said quickly. It's terrifying. The entire Shenglong Imperial City is shaking, as if it's about to collapse. Hold steady, I'll be there soon. Without further delay, Qin Chuan teleported to Shenglong Imperial City. Meanwhile, in Shenglong Imperial City, The water god stood on the city wall, his face pale, as he gazed at the scene before him. Outside the imperial city, a massive black vortex slowly swirled. From the vortex, suffocating energy waves emanated, and the entire imperial city shook violently under its influence. "What on earth is this?" the water god said with concern. "I don't know." Behind the water god, the crocodile spirit's eyes were filled with confusion. "This aura must be from a deity, but it's completely different from the beings I remember." Ji Xing and the other two who had arrived earlier to provide support also had solemn expressions. Everyone could sense an unusual aura within the vortex. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and the entire imperial city shook violently. Just as everyone regained their composure, they saw a massive figure slowly emerging from the black vortex. Chapter 1157. A gloom fell over the heavens and earth, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Outside Shenlong Imperial City, a massive black vortex slowly swirled, devouring all light. At the center of the vortex, a suffocating wave of energy surged crazily, causing the entire city to tremble. Soon, the gigantic figure within the black vortex took shape. It was a tree. An indescribably enormous tree, over 500 meters tall, several times taller than the tallest building in Shenlong Imperial City. Its trunk was as thick as a mountain, its surface covered in twisted veins, resembling countless black pythons entwined, a terrifying sight. Most terrifyingly, the trunk of this giant willow tree bore a dozen enormous eyes. These eyes varied in size and shape. Some resembled human eyes, some resembled the vertical pupils of wild beasts, and still others resembled the compound eyes of some insect. But without exception, they all shed tears of black blood and exuded a strange, evil, and sickening aura. What kind of monster is this?" The water god's voice trembled. After all, he had inherited the legacy of the Xiong King, and was equipped with a complete set of Xiong King armor. He was a formidable figure in the land of South Vietnam. But before this strange giant willow, he felt like a tiny ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. "I don't know." Jing's voice also trembled. She gripped her staff tightly, ready to flee with her men at any moment. Before coming here, the president had repeatedly warned us to flee if we encountered any unsolvable problems, and to bring our men back safely. Ji Xing and Song Ling were also pale. They were considered battle-hardened warriors, but faced with this terrifying pressure, they found it difficult to even move a finger. "This isn't just sanctuary level anymore, it's even beyond demigod," Ji Xing said with difficulty. "This might be a true god." "A god?" The water god was stunned. "How is that possible? Isn't Apocalypse's energy ceiling limited to sanctuary level? That's the limit imposed on the Apocalypse continent." Ji Xing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, his mind racing. "But Blue Star isn't within that limit." The water god and the others were stunned upon hearing this. "What does that mean? A god is hidden on Blue Star? Then why haven't we seen it before?" Just as everyone was in a state of confusion, the Ghost Willow Phantom let out a deafening roar. The sound, like a death knell from hell, filled with the aura of death and destruction, continuously assaulted the defensive barrier of Shenlong Imperial City. Crack, crack, cracks began to appear on the defensive barrier, and they continued to expand. "Holy crap! So powerful!" the water god exclaimed, quickly mobilizing Shenlong Imperial City's energy to strengthen the barrier. The benefit of having control is that it allows for targeted energy allocation. Normally, Shenlong Imperial City's defensive barrier isn't activated at full power. It consumes too much energy. Now, with a formidable enemy at hand, manual intervention is necessary to reinforce the affected area and prevent the barrier from shattering. With the barrier in place, this monstrous creature's attacks will be contained. If the barrier breaks, and Ghost Willow is directly confronted, everyone present will be in dire straits. "Hold on!" Ji Xing shouted, summoning destroyers and annihilators, assuming a combat stance while simultaneously encouraging the others. "The guild master has entrusted this place to us, we must defend it. We're not desperate yet. Don't give up hope. With our backs to the Imperial City barrier, we can Ghost Willow as much as possible." "Okay." The water god immediately agreed. Using his control of Shenlong Imperial City, he dispatched a team of puppet guards, who emerged from the city and charged towards the Ghost Willow Phantom. These puppet guards were the elite of Shenlong Imperial City, each possessing epic-level strength, and the leaders had even reached the legendary level. However, before the puppet guards could launch their attack, they fell apart mid-strike. Chapter 1158. That's right, it fell apart. Under the terrifying pressure of the Ghost Willow Phantom, the energy cores within these puppet guards collapsed, transforming into a pile of scrap metal. Damn, this is too powerful. The water god couldn't help but curse. Where the hell did this thing come from? Crocodile Spirit, do you have any idea? This should be the Willow Apricot Mother. Crocodile Spirit's voice was tinged with uncertainty. She's of the same type as me, a being born from the beliefs of South Vietnam, ruling over all things. Logically, she should be a positive deity. How could she be like this? The Willow Apricot Mother? The water god quickly recalled South Vietnamese cultural legends and realized that such a thing really existed. But as Crocodile Spirit had said, if it truly was the Willow Apricot Mother, she would be a revered and positive deity, not a ghostly creature emanating an aura of disaster. This ghost willow before them was clearly an evil deity. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, the ghost willow phantom launched another attack. It swung hundreds, thousands of branches like countless black whips, lashing fiercely at Tang Long Imperial City. Each of these branches was 200 or 300 meters long, covered in sharp barbs that gleamed with a chilling light. If struck by these branches, not only flesh but even steel would be instantly ripped to shreds. Bang! Tang Long Imperial City was struck, a resounding boom erupted, and the entire city shook violently. Cracks even appeared on the outermost walls. We can't let this monstrous thing continue its attacks, the water god shouted. Tang Long Imperial City's defenses have their limits. Continuous attacks will inevitably lead to failure. I do it. Song Ling reached the city wall and raised her hand, unleashing an endless swirling frost. She intended to use low temperatures and freezing to restrict Ghost Willow's movements. Even if she couldn't defeat it, she at least had to slow its advance, buying time. But Ghost Willow simply waved the paper strip, creating over a dozen tornadoes that significantly reduced the frost storm. Thankfully, Song Ling's attack wasn't entirely in vain. One could see the speed of Ghost Willow's paper strip slowed slightly. It wasn't much, but it was having an effect. Come again! Song Ling continued to pour out her magic power. Sister Song Ling, I help you. Jing approached, staff in hand, and created hundreds of sleek prisms. Ghost Willow's branches rushed over, but were immediately deflected by the prisms. Ji Xing then unleashed a swarm of drones, equipped with frost grenades, and launched a saturation attack. Working together, they significantly curbed Ghost Willow's offensive. However, final victory was still a distant prospect. The odds of victory were even remotely low. Compared to the anomalies in Jiancheng and Kyoto, this Ghost Willow phantom was on a completely different level. Just as Ji Xing and the others struggled to hold out, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was Qin Chuan. He had arrived just in time. As soon as Qin Chuan appeared, he felt a powerful sense of oppression. This oppression was several times stronger than that of the bone sickle skeleton he had encountered in Kyoto. President. Boss. Seeing Qin Chuan appear, Shui Shen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With the president around, they had a backbone. You done well. Leave the rest to me, Qin Chuan said quickly. He turned to look at the enormous Ghost Willow phantom. He could sense that, while powerful, it wasn't the real thing, more like a projection. Even so, the power contained in this projection far exceeded Qin Chuan's expectations. This aura is different from the fragments of divine nature I encountered previously in Jiancheng and Kyoto. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with solemnity. This is actually the third type of divine power. Furthermore, this divine power was even more frantic than the previous two. It was like all the negative emotions gathered together, making just being around it unbearable. Chapter 1159. Every cell in my body was expressing resistance. Being touched by this thing was definitely no fun. It seems this matter is even more complicated than I imagined. Qin Chuan pondered to himself. 3 different divine powers appeared one after another, and they were all of negative nature. The key point was that these powers were clearly not the gods from Apocalypse. This was highly debatable. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The most urgent task was to eliminate this phantom Ghost Willow. Otherwise, the entire Shenlong Imperial City would be destroyed. At least Shenlong Imperial City had the Ascension Ritual, which could unlock the long steps to divine ascension. Although, in Qin Chuan's heart, the safety of the entire Shenlong Imperial City was not as important as the peak member safety. But if Shenlong Imperial City could be saved, he still had to fight for it. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan said to the water god and the others, retreat. The crowd did not dare to neglect their efforts, and quickly retreated to the core area of the Imperial City. They knew their presence would only hinder the president's performance. Ji Xing sighed, I feel bad that the president always has to deal with things. I clearly made up my mind to help him share the pressure, but why can't I do it? Her voice was tinged with anger. It was anger at her own weakness. Shui Shen, Jing, and Song Ling were also losing their spirits. They had always been cared for by the president, but when a powerful enemy appeared, they were unable to help at all. Is this good? This is not good. Jixing quickly pulled herself together and shouted, "Everyone, after this battle is over, we must complete the first level of the Divine Ascension quest as soon as possible. Those who haven't yet unlocked the Divine Ascension quest must do so as quickly as possible. This is the only thing we can do." That's right. The water god took over. We consumed so many resources. If we still can't accomplish anything, how can we face the president? Jing and Song Ling remained silent, but the determination in their eyes betrayed their resolve. If we don't succeed, we die. Even if we die, we must quickly gain strength and share the president's burden. Outside Shenlong Imperial City, Qin Chuan took a deep breath, and the shadow power within him surged wildly, like a black tide, countering the black flames emanating from the Ghost Willow Phantom. At the same time, he activated his void-splitting eye, carefully observing every detail of the Ghost Willow Phantom. He wanted to find the Ghost Willow's weakness and kill it with a single strike. However, to Qin Chuan's surprise, the Ghost Willow Phantom seemed to have no obvious weaknesses. Every branch, every leaf, even every eye, held immense power. The entire Ghost Willow was like a ball of incredibly dense energy. Unless it was completely destroyed in one swift blow, even if it was shattered to pieces, it would not cause fatal damage. Interesting. Qin Chuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a formidable opponent. This intensified his fighting spirit. Since that's the case, let's just go head to head and see who dies first. A cold glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. He decided not to search for weaknesses, but to wield his utmost power, completely suppressing and destroying the Ghost Willow Phantom. King's Judgment. Qin Chuan growled, unleashing his strongest single target attack. Instantly, a massive phantom sword appeared. The long sword, 100 meters long, was formed entirely from pure shadow power, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. With a flick of Qin Chuan's mind, the black longsword slashed down fiercely, slashing fiercely at the roots of the Ghost Willow Phantom. He intended to uproot the Ghost Willow Phantom. The Ghost Willow Phantom seemed to sense the threat of this blow, and a dozen eyes on its trunk simultaneously blazed crimson. It swung all its branches around, wrapping around the black long sword. Bang! A deafening roar echoed, and the entire Shenlong Imperial City shook violently. The black long sword and the branches of the Ghost Willow Phantom collided fiercely, unleashing a terrifying energy shockwave. The energy shockwave spread in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The defensive barrier of Shenlong Imperial City trembled before this energy shockwave, instantly cracking. Had the water god not promptly mobilized the Imperial City's backup energy, the barrier would have likely shattered. At the center of the energy impact, Qin Chuan and the Ghost Willow Phantom each retreated a distance. Their first encounter was surprisingly evenly matched. Some skill. Qin Chuan looked at the Ghost Willow Phantom, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This Ghost Willow Phantom was actually able to block the King's Judgment. You know, this move is currently his strongest single target attack. A saint-level being would be instantly destroyed upon showing up, and a demigod would probably be no different. Even a lower-level god would likely be half dead if the intruder check was triggered. And this Ghost Willow Phantom, a mere projection, could withstand it, demonstrating its immense strength. The Ghost Willow Phantom was enraged by Qin Chuan's power, and the dozen or so eyes on its trunk erupted with an even more terrifying light. It swung its branches again, launching an even more ferocious attack. Like a torrential downpour, it was overwhelming. Qin Chuan faced the Ghost Willow's ferocious onslaught without flinching. His figure flashed, weaving through the swirling branches like a ghost. Though densely packed, the branches couldn't reach the edge of Qin Chuan's clothes. Not bad, but not enough. Qin Chuan sneered. Activating the shadow domain to its fullest potential, a black field enveloped an area several miles in radius. Countless shadow blades condensed in an instant, enveloping the Ghost Willow's Phantom. Each of these blades imbued itself with powerful shadow power, easily wielding a saint-level opponent in an instant. The Ghost Willow's Phantom seemed to sense the threat and swung its branches faster, attempting to block the attack. However, the blades were simply too numerous, and within the shadow domain, they lacked a flight path. Each advance was equivalent to teleportation, making it impossible for the Ghost Willow to defend against them all. Soon, some shadow blades fell on Guilu Shuang's body. Sizzle. A harsh sound came, and bursts of black smoke began to rise from the ghostly trunk of the Ghost Willow. The shadow of the Ghost Willow let out a painful cry. It works! Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. Sure enough, His shadow power skills are superior. However, although the attack is effective, there is still a gap between killing Guolu Shuiying. It's pretty tough. Qin Chuan took a deep breath. Just in time to test the effect of my suit on you. Shadow King Annihilation Reincarnation. Chapter 1160. The Death Shadow Set's ultimate skill activates. The entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in darkness. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being gripped by an invisible hand, ready to be crushed at any moment. A sense of powerlessness washed over them. In Shunlong Imperial City, Shueishan and the others paled. What the hell is this skill? Shueishan exclaimed in shock, feeling as if his soul was about to fly away. As teammates, they were all under such terrifying pressure. If they were standing on the opposite side, they would be instantly killed if they showed their heads. It was terrifying. What could this skill possibly be? It was incredibly powerful. It must be the president's new skill. Jixing spoke with difficulty. Her situation was slightly better than Shueishan's, but that was all. Faced with this unprecedented skill, being completely defenseless was the most apt description. As he spoke, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire arena finally began to ease. Jixing and the others stared towards the center of the battlefield, still dazed. A massive black vortex enveloped their leader and the Ghost Willow Phantom. Within the vortex, countless black slashes flashed wildly, like the Grim Reaper scythe, ruthlessly reaping everything. The Ghost Willow Phantom trembled violently in this terrifying storm of slashes, its eyes on its trunk exploding one after another, sending black sap splattering everywhere. It frantically waved its branches, attempting to block the slashes, but it was doomed to failure. These slashes disregarded defense, distance, and all obstacles, striking directly at the Ghost Willow Phantom's body. Each slash robbed the Ghost Willow Phantom of a significant amount of its vitality. In just a few seconds, the Ghost Willow Phantom's vitality was sapped to the point of near zero, and the canopy that once obscured the sky and sun became sparse. Jixing and the others were stunned. This skill was too powerful. In fact, Shadow King's Annihilation Cycle skill became stronger with each encounter. The number of slashes it could unleash depended entirely on how much vitality it could absorb. If it encountered a weak enemy, the vitality drained would probably barely be enough to unleash a single slash, and the effect would be modest. But the Ghost Willow Phantom was different. It was terrifyingly powerful. This also resulted in Annihilation Cycle gaining an extremely powerful energy reserve after draining half of its vitality, instantly increasing its slash count to a maximum of 99, and each strike dealt maximum damage. This thing could easily dispatch a Sanctuary-level boss with a single strike, but now, with 99 slashes stacked up, the Ghost Willow Phantom was naturally in trouble. The Ghost Willow Phantom let out a series of wailing cries, so shrill it made the hairs on the back of its neck stand on end. Can we win? The Water God and the others saw this scene, and a glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. Just then, something unexpected happened. The Ghost Willow's Phantom suddenly ceased its struggles, and a dozen eyes on its trunk simultaneously erupted with blinding black light. The black light converged, forming a massive black ball that slammed into the black vortex in the air. This black ball held a destructive aura. Qin Chuan immediately controlled the Annihilation Cycle's slashing attack, directing a portion of it to destroy the black ball. Qin Chuan could see that the Ghost Willow Phantom was at its last gasp. If he could crush this final counterattack, it would surely be dead. While he might not be able to destroy its true form, destroying this projection would also inflict significant damage to the Ghost Willow. It wouldn't be able to reappear for a while. And during this time, they could continue to improve. The next time they encountered the Ghost Willow, they would destroy its very core. Boom! A fierce energy surge swept out, shaking Shunlong Imperial City 3 times. Although the Annihilation Cycle's slashing attack didn't fully impact the Ghost Willow Phantom, it had paid a heavy price. The energy within his body was dwindling, and the trunk was riddled with cracks, threatening to collapse at any moment. Now was the perfect time to slay the Ghost Willow Phantom. Chapter 1161. Qin Chuan launched another attack. Rapid Cooling. Shadow Flying Knife. Dark Erosion Rain. Dense shadow energy descended from the sky, pouring down upon the Ghost Willow Phantom. The Ghost Willow Phantom no longer had the strength to resist, and could only watch helplessly as the attacks fell upon it. Zzz. A piercing sound echoed, and puffs of black smoke rose from the Ghost Willow Phantom's trunk. The already cracked trunk began to crumble. No! The Ghost Willow Phantom let out a desperate wail, its voice filled with resentment and anger. It had never imagined that it would die at the hands of a human. Finally, the Ghost Willow Phantom completely collapsed, disintegrating into countless black fragments that dissipated between heaven and earth. With the Ghost Willow Phantom's death, the surrounding darkness dissipated, and sunlight once again streamed down. We win! Mighty President. Awesome boss. Several people excitedly rushed toward the battlefield. Qin Chuan descended from the sky, a look of indifference on his face. The Ghost Willow Phantom was indeed powerful. At least before the Apocalypse Gods descended, it was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying beings on Blue Star. Luckily, he was a cut above the rest. The ultimate skill, formed from the 8 divine artifacts, lived up to Qin Chuan's expectations. Shueishan, Jixing, Songling, and Jing ran to Qin Chuan's side, their faces filled with admiration. President, your new skill is incredible. That ghost thing won't leave a single shard. Shueishan said sincerely. I have a feeling if that skill were used against Shenglong Imperial City, not even a single brick would remain. Yeah, boss, I thought we were going to die here. Song Ling patted his chest, a look of lingering fear. Jing also smiled and said, President, if you're late, we all be ready to flee. I already pre-read my teleportation skills. Ji Xing's eyes, however, were complicated. She was both happy for Qin Chuan's strength and frustrated by her own weakness. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You'll be able to do it in the future. Qin Chuan patted Ji Xing's shoulder. Ji Xing cheered up and regained his composure. Set everyone to stand by. Qin Chuan walked to where the Ghost Willow's phantom had disappeared. There was a black fragment floating there, emitting strange energy fluctuations. Another fragment of the divine nature. This was the third fragment already. The key point was that each one had a different aura. If you didn't know better, you think Blue Star was the place where the gods fell. That was ridiculous. Qin Chuan had encountered fragments of the divine nature before, in Jiancheng and Kyoto, but those fragments were difficult to absorb at the moment and required a large amount of energy to activate, so he had to put them aside for later. But this fragment was different. It gave Qin Chuan the feeling of being absorbed. Could it be because of the Ghost Willow shadow? Qin Chuan speculated secretly. Unlike the previous 2 fragments of the divine nature, the Ghost Willow projection clearly maximized the power of the divine nature fragment. This indicated that the energy within the fragment had been activated to a certain degree. Now that the Ghost Willow shadow had been destroyed, the divine nature fragment had become a boon to Qin Chuan. He reached out and grasped the divine nature fragment. A cold, sinister energy instantly surged into Qin Chuan's body, clashing violently with the shadow power within him. Qin Chuan groaned, his face pale. President, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Ji Xing noticed Qin Chuan's abnormality and hurriedly asked from a distance. Nothing, Qin Chuan shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He concentrated his mind, fully channeling the shadow power within him, attempting to suppress the energy within the divine nature fragment. The 2 forces continuously collided and merged within his body, like 2 giant dragons battling. Each collision triggered a surge of energy that continuously spread outward. The water gods and their companions grew nervous upon seeing this. Even from a distance of dozens of meters, they could feel the energy shock emanating from the president, demonstrating the immense pressure the president, as the person involved, was under. Chapter 1162. Will the president be alright? The water god asked worriedly. I don't know. But since the president did this, he must have been confident. Although Ji Xing was also worried, he chose to trust Qin Chuan. All we can do is trust the president. He'd be alright. Time passed, and the energy clash within Qin Chuan's body grew more intense, even creating a thunderous roar. Just as the water god and the others were about to rush forward to help, Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. A black light flashed in his eyes, and his aura grew stronger. But it quickly receded. However, Ji Xing and the others could clearly sense that the president gave them a more unfathomable aura. There was no doubt that the president had made a significant improvement. Success? Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the surge of power within him. The fragment of the divine nature had been completely absorbed by him, and his shadow power had been strengthened. To be more precise, the shadow realm had unlocked new abilities. President, are you alright? Ji Xing and the others came over to greet him. I'm fine. It's actually a blessing in disguise, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. With a thought, the shadow domain expanded. Within the shadow domain, several black shadows appeared. These shadows simply stood there, motionless, yet exuding a chilling aura. They were the product of absorbing fragments of the divine nature. Previously, the shadow domain could also produce shadows, but there was a problem. Shadows could only move within the shadow domain's boundaries. But now, these shadows have no such limitations. Qin Chuan can control these shadows, attacking enemies and dispatching them to any corner of Blue Star. Qin Chuan named these shadows ghosts. Ghost Army Arm. Qin Chuan shouted softly. At the command, the ghosts in the shadow realm began to emanate a black aura that shifted and transformed, eventually transforming into black soldiers wielding various weapons. What are these? The water god gazed at these suddenly appearing black soldiers, a look of shock on his face. He could sense that even the heroic king's imperial guards, summoned by his heroic king armor, would be at best a 50-50 odds against these shadow soldiers. The key point was that his imperial guards were limited in number, while the guild master shadow soldiers were endless. Guild master, is this your new ability? Ji Xing asked curiously. Yes, Qin Chuan nodded. I absorbed a fragment of the divine power and, by analyzing its energy, further enhanced the shadow realm. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan added, although you have successfully broken through the Saint Realm and unlocked the long steps to divinity, your foundation is not truly solid. Your advancement has been subject to excessive interference from external forces, somewhat forcing growth. Next, your primary task is to integrate your powers and carve out your own domain. I predict that if you can carve out a domain, your combat power will at least double. Even if you encounter enemies, like the Ghost Willow projection again, you'll be able to fight with strength. Yes, President. Ji Xing and the others quickly agreed. They had witnessed the power of the Shadow Realm. If they could carve out a domain, even if it could surpass the President's, it would still be a significant improvement. Let's return to Shenglong Imperial City for now. A lot has happened recently, so let's discuss it, Qin Chuan said. In the Shenglong Palace in Shenglong Imperial City, Qin Chuan and others gathered around a conference table. The appearance of the Ghost Willow Phantom this time is definitely not accidental, Qin Chuan said, sitting at the head of the table, his expression serious. I suspect there's a deeper reason behind Tianqi's appearance on Blue Star. Fragments of the divine nature aren't just weeds by the side of the road that appear whenever they please. Everyone seemed lost in thought. I suspect there may be other gods hidden on Blue Star, Qin Chuan stated his speculation. At least they appeared before. I'm just not sure whether they're dormant or fallen. That's impossible, isn't it? The water god looked shocked. How could there be gods on Blue Star? If there were, Blue Star's development trajectory would be similar to Apocalypse's. Nothing is impossible, Qin Chuan shook his head. Apocalypse's energy ceiling is limited to the sanctuary level, but Blue Star isn't. The fragments of divine nature we encountered recently clearly aren't from Apocalypse. After eliminating all possibilities, the most unlikely answer is the truth. Qin Chuan's voice was steady, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, as he declared decisively, gods have appeared on Blue Star. That's the answer. Hearing this, the water gods and the others fell silent. They had also been puzzled by the continuous appearance of fragments of divine nature. It now appears that these fragments of the divine nature did not originate from the Apocalypse, but were originally hidden on Blue Planet. The impact of the world barrier triggered by the coming of the Apocalypse has revealed these buried historical truths to humanity anew. However, a question remains. Why do these fragments of the divine nature possess such a strong negative energy, according to Blue Planet's mythology? While there are evil gods, the proportion of positive deities is significantly greater. As a result, the three fragments of the divine nature that had appeared were each more sinister than the last. President, what should we do next? Songling asked. Respond to all changes with constancy, Qin Chuan said. As long as we are strong enough, we can handle any crisis. While this was true, Ji Xing and the others were somewhat troubled. Their current methods of strengthening were primarily twofold. One was to attempt to carve out their own territory, and the other was to complete the first stage of the long stage of divinity. Either of these two tasks was incredibly difficult. Qin Chuan naturally understood this. The solution was also simple. That was battle. Faced with the pressure of life and death, one's potential would be further unleashed. And right now, there was a perfect opportunity for training. That was the Stan Kingdom. The fourth true ancestor had previously reported that the aura of the divine nature fragments had also appeared there, and Qin Chuan could vaguely sense it. However, the aura in the South Vietnam region was stronger, so Qin Chuan asked the fourth true ancestor to delay the situation as much as possible while he went to Shenglong Imperial City to resolve the issue. Now that the situation at Shenglong Imperial City has been resolved, Ji Xing and the others need further training. Qin Chuan's next target is Stan Country. He plans to use the fragments of divine nature found there to hone Ji Xing and the others, thereby opening up new territory. As soon as he shared his idea, Ji Xing and the others immediately requested to join the battle, their attitude resolute. If we don't succeed, we die. Chapter 1163. Stan Country? As soon as Qin Chuan finished explaining his upcoming plan, Ji Xing suddenly stood up, her eyes lighting up like two light bulbs. She excitedly declared, "President, I will definitely not hold you back this time." Ever since joining the Peak Guild, she had been under the guild's care, and she had long harbored a burning desire to prove herself. Shui Jing and Songling also stood up, saying in unison, "President, we will definitely open up our territory as soon as possible. We will definitely not let you down." A fierce fighting spirit burned within them. Qin Chuan's lips curled up slightly. "Good, very spirited." Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, "We're all family. No need to be so serious." Everyone nodded in agreement and sat down again. Shui still raised a question. "President, we know nothing about the situation in Stan country. Isn't it too risky to rush over like this?" He wasn't afraid, but primarily concerned for everyone's safety. Whether it's the president or anyone else, if something unexpected happens, it'd be troublesome. Risk? Qin Chuan smiled. Which action isn't risky? Without risk, where would there be opportunity? He paused, then continued, the aura of the fragment of the divine nature wouldn't appear without reason. There must be some secret hidden behind it. We must investigate quickly, or there will be endless trouble. Furthermore, this is also a great training experience for you. The more difficult the battle, the more it will unleash your greatest potential. Qin Chuan's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone firm. "I already dispatched the fourth true ancestor to Stan. That guy has transformed nearly half of Stan's population into blood servants. Everything in Stan is under our control." Hearing this, the water god's heart finally settled. With the fourth true ancestor's army of blood servants, there would be no shortage of cannon fodder, and safety would be guaranteed. Jing pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose and said, thoughtfully, "President, the appearance of Ghost Willow in the South Vietnam region this time reminds me of something." "Oh!" Qin Chuan looked at Jing, motioning for her to continue. "When Ghost Willow appeared before, didn't the crocodile spirit mention the willow apricot mother? I just looked it up, and it's a figure from the myths and legends of the South Vietnam region." Jing's voice was soft, yet it carried an inexplicable power. "And President, you also mentioned that gods may have existed on Blue Star. So this time when we go to Stan country, we may encounter unexpected enemies, perhaps even more powerful than Ghost Willow." Jing's words made the atmosphere at the scene solemn. Qin Chuan nodded. Jing is correct. The secrets hidden behind the fragments of the divine nature are profound. What we face next will not only be the arrival of the apocalypse, but also the resurgence of mythology. But don't worry too much. The tiger god and the sky god have already fallen, proving that gods are not invincible. They too bleed, and they too die. Qin Chuan's words reignited the fighting spirit of the group. "Let's go!" With a single command from Qin Chuan, the group embarked on their journey to Stan's border. As soon as they set foot on this land, Qin Chuan and the others sensed a strange energy fluctuation. This energy was somewhat similar to the energy emitted by the Ghost Willow Phantom they had encountered earlier in the South Vietnam region, yet it was also different. "It seems there are fragments of the divine nature here as well." Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Just then, a figure flew over from a distance. "Master!" It was the fourth true ancestor. He knelt on one knee and saluted Qin Chuan. "Get up," Qin Chuan said calmly. "What's the situation?" "Master, I located the source of the anomaly, and have deployed blood servants to monitor it immediately," the fourth true ancestor replied respectfully. "Very good," Qin Chuan nodded. "Let us there." "Yes." The fourth true ancestor stood up and led the way. The group followed the fourth true ancestor forward, eventually stopping before an ancient temple. The temple was dilapidated, covered in dust and cobwebs. Chapter 1164. A strange mural carved on the wall depicted a multi-headed, multi-armed deity, appearing reverent and holy, radiating divine radiance. However, the faint aura emanating from the temple was unsettling, filled with negativity, and completely unrelated to a deity. Around the temple, countless blood servants formed a circle. One after another rushed forward, only to be stopped and annihilated by an invisible force, their bodies exploding into a cloud of blood. Qin Chuan and the others hesitated, observing carefully. With the situation unclear, rash action would be suicidal. Jing carefully examined the mural and said after a moment, "The deity depicted in this mural should be Shiva, the god of destruction from Stan mythology." "Shiva?" Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. "In terms of his status in people's hearts, Shiva is even higher than the god of light of apocalypse. If this temple truly enshrines Shiva, and a change has occurred, then this is truly not good news." "Shiva." Ji Xing scratched her head. She wasn't familiar with Stan mythology. Is this Shiva you're talking about powerful? It's not a question of whether he's powerful or not, Jing explained. It's a kind of. Well, how should I put it? In Stan mythology, Shiva is the god of destruction, but also the god of rebirth. He can easily destroy everything, and he can also create everything. So powerful? The water god smacked his lips. How does he compare to the Xiongwang? Jing spread his hands. The Xiongwang is no better than a roadside animal. The water god was speechless. It's just a possibility. It's not necessarily Shiva, Jing corrected. Myths and legends are just legends after all. Don't believe them completely. Whether it's Shiva or some other evil spirit, we must be careful, Qin Chuan said. Stand still. I send a few ghost soldiers in to take a look. Yes, the crowd responded loudly. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and several dark figures emerged from his shadow, flowing across the ground and quickly reaching the temple's perimeter. Because of the blood servants, there was a clear demarcation line on the ground here. 200 meters from the center of the temple, there was an invisible circular barrier. A blood servant who touched this barrier was doomed, no room for negotiation. And not just blood servants, even captured apocalyptic monsters would be instantly killed if thrown onto the barrier. This force repelled all outsiders. Qin Chuan wasn't sure if his ghost soldiers could get in, but he had to try. Concentrating his mind, Qin Chuan controlled the ghost soldiers and began to advance, some moving close to the ground, others moving underground. A powerful repulsive force could be felt against the ghostly soldiers, attempting to crush and destroy them. Interesting, Qin Chuan muttered to himself, channeling more shadow power. At the same time, he extended his shadow domain, encircling the invisible barrier. As the shadow domain reached its destination, the barrier's resistance grew noticeably stronger. You're quite stubborn, little brat, Qin Chuan thought to himself. The more this temple's barrier resisted, the more he wanted to get in and see for himself. The shadow domain clashed with the barrier, its light-absorbing darkness taking effect, silently harnessing the barrier's power for its own benefit. The stronger the barrier's counterattack, the easier it was for the shadow domain to break through, with no other effect. Bang! With a crisp sound, a fierce wind swept across the ground. Qin Chuan ordered the fourth true ancestor, let the blood servants advance. Yes, master. The fourth true ancestor bowed in acceptance, his eyes radiating a red light. The blood servants surrounding the temple immediately rushed forward like crazy. The barrier that would have crushed the blood servants was now non-existent, and the blood servants rushed unhindered to the temple. Master, do you need blood servants to go in and search? The fourth true ancestor asked respectfully. These blood servants are clumsy. If they destroy anything inside, wouldn't it ruin your plans and I would be blamed? Indeed, Qin Chuan nodded. Send 5 blood servants in, avoid any obstacles, and see how far we can get. Chapter 1165. Yes. The fourth true ancestor immediately began making arrangements. Soon, 5 blood servants entered the temple. In just a few seconds, the fourth true ancestor delivered his conclusion. Master, I lost contact with those blood servants, but I can sense they're not dead, more like they're trapped. Qin Chuan couldn't help but ponder. After a moment's deliberation, he controlled the ghost soldiers to enter the temple. From the ghost soldiers' perspective, the temple's interior was even more dilapidated than the exterior. Tumbled pillars and broken statues were everywhere. The 5 blood servants, who had entered the temple earlier, were also inside, spinning in circles, as if their minds were bewildered. And as the ghosts advanced, a strong interference weakened their connection with the ghost soldiers. Qin Chuan immediately retracted the ghost soldiers, thought for a moment, and said, "There's no danger inside for now. If we want to uncover the truth, we have to go in person. Master, how about I go?" The fourth true ancestor volunteered. He possessed an immortal body, capable of rebirth simply by retaining a single drop of his blood. But if anything happened to Qin Chuan, the vampire contract would result in his death. Ji Xing and the others expressed their concern. Qin Chuan remained calm, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I got this figured out. Get ready, we go in together." Seeing Qin Chuan had made up his mind, everyone stopped hesitating and began preparing for the adventure. The group quickly arrived in front of the temple. Qin Chuan activated a shadow realm, enveloping everyone within and granting the shadow blessing buff. Forward. Qin Chuan led the way, followed closely by the others. Entering the temple, a cold, sinister aura overwhelmed them. Song Ling shuddered and said, "President, it feels so eerie here." "Don't be afraid," Qin Chuan soothed. He walked in front, carefully observing his surroundings with his void-splitting eye. After a while, Qin Chuan stopped and, looking at a circular altar in the center of the temple, said, there's something strange here. As they approached, they saw strange runes carved into the altar and dark red marks on the ground. Is this blood? The water god frowned. Yes, the fourth true ancestor said, then squatted down, dipped his finger in the blood, and sniffed it, adding, it's very fresh. At this, everyone's faces grew solemn. It seems a blood sacrifice took place here, Qin Chuan said gravely, then looked at the fourth true ancestor. Judging from the bloodstains, it must have happened no more than 2 days ago. Did you discover anything before? The fourth true ancestor shook his head repeatedly, a little ashamed, and said, Master, I didn't notice anything happening here. I'm sorry to disappoint you. No problem. Qin Chuan waved his hand. It was unusual that even the fourth true ancestor was kept in the dark. Speaking of blood sacrifice, there's no race in the entire apocalypse world more expert than the vampires. And this one, the fourth true ancestor. Who could have done it? Jixing asked. I don't know. Qin Chuan shook his head. But what's certain is that it's connected to the fragment of the divine nature. I sensed a similar power. If it's truly a fragment of the divine nature, then perhaps I can handle it, Qin Chuan said. Having the others stay in the shadow realm, Qin Chuan stepped forward and carefully observed the runes on the altar, trying to find any clues. Qin Chuan didn't recognize any of these runes, but he could sense a strange power within them. It's a fragment of the divine nature, Qin Chuan mentally determined. Or rather, it's the same rune as the fragment of the divine nature. Qin Chuan had seen similar runes before, when he absorbed fragments of the divine nature. However, such a large altar was engraved with similar runes. Could this also be a fragment of the divine nature? Complete divine natures weren't this large. I previously absorbed the fragment of the divine nature from the Ghost Willow Phantom. I wonder if I can activate the runes here. Qin Chuan's mind stirred, and he decided to give it a try. Since there was no other way, he might as well give it a try. Qin Chuan reached out and slowly channeled the shadow power within his body into the runes on the altar. With the infusion of shadow power, the runes began to glow faintly. Immediately, the entire altar began to vibrate. What's going on? Everyone was startled by this sudden change. Nothing, Qin Chuan shook his head. I must have triggered some mechanism. As soon as he finished speaking, the vibrations of the altar intensified, eventually splitting in two, revealing a hidden staircase beneath. There's something down there. Qin Chuan stared at the dark entrance to the staircase, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He could sense a familiar yet unfamiliar energy wave emanating from the depths of the staircase. Let's go down and take a look. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan led everyone down the stairs. The staircase was long, winding downwards as if it had no end. The surrounding walls were inlaid with faintly glowing stones at regular intervals, barely illuminating the path. These don't seem like ordinary stones. Jing walked beside Qin Chuan, reaching out and touching the stones on the wall thoughtfully. Qin Chuan nodded. These stones contain a faint energy, probably magic crystals. But it looks like they've been here for a long time, and the internal energy has dissipated a lot. Magic crystals? The water god was stunned. Oh my god, this is too extravagant. Even Shenglong Imperial City doesn't have this much grandeur. You know, magic crystals are a very precious resource, usually used to craft magical equipment or power magic circles. To embed them directly into the wall, like this for lighting, is a complete waste of natural resources. Maybe the Stan people are just too rich, Qin Chuan said casually. Everyone, be careful, there's something strange here. The group continued to descend, and after about 10 minutes, they finally reached the end of the staircase. Before them lay a vast underground space. This space was several times larger than the temple above, resembling an underground world. In the center of the space stood a massive stone statue, tens of meters tall. Not only did this statue resemble the murals on the temple walls, but it also exuded an evil and eerie aura, instilling fear and unease. Chapter 1166. Qin Chuan carefully examined the stone statue before him. With the temple barrier and the blood altar, and the commotion it caused, this statue must be of considerable importance. The statue must have been crafted by a master craftsman, and it was exquisitely crafted. It had been sealed underground for who knows how many years, yet it remained as vibrant as ever. It had 4 heads, each with 3 eyes, each looking in a different direction. A massive cobra was wrapped around its body, its head raised high, poised for attack. It had 10 arms, wielding a variety of weapons, including a trident, a bow and arrow, and a golden wheel. At first glance, the statue possessed an inexplicable divine aura, inviting worship. But a second glance revealed a frightening, sinister aura. Is this Shiva? The water god asked, his voice tinged with doubt. This is too perverse. What kind of deity does Stan worship? No, this is not Shiva. Qin Chuan shook his head. Or perhaps this thing appears to be Shiva, but in reality, it's a statue corrupted by evil. Jixing frowned upon hearing this. Corrupted by evil? Could it be that the same thing is happening here as in the South Vietnam region? Very likely. Qin Chuan nodded. Prepare for battle. If they're truly a formidable foe, then this might actually be an opportunity. If we successfully establish our territory, we'd be in for a treat. The others, upon hearing this, felt the same way. The enemy is growing stronger. Instead of dwelling on it, it's better to charge forward bravely. As long as one is strong enough, like the guild leader, one is fearless of any challenge. Qin Chuan stared at the sinister Shiva statue, his heart filled with alarm. The power contained within this statue was even greater than the ghost willow phantom he had encountered earlier. While pondering, Qin Chuan sensed something unusual and quickly declared, "Prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the Shiva statue slowly opened its eyes, a blood-red light emanating from them, scanning everyone present like a scanner. Intruders. Die. A low, raspy voice emanated from within the statue. Fuck. The water god shuddered in fear. This thing is truly alive. The Shiva statue's 12 eyes stared intently at the crowd, each gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Bang! The statue's 10 arms swung their weapons, smashing down upon the crowd with devastating force. Shadow Domain! Qin Chuan shouted, and the Shadow Domain instantly expanded, enveloping everyone and blocking the first wave of attacks. President, should we take action? Jixing asked quickly. Facing such a powerful enemy, she felt unsure. You lead the attack, I skirmish. Qin Chuan's voice was calm yet powerful. This is your chance, give it a try. Chance? Everyone was stunned, then realized what was happening. The president was using this powerful statue to hone them, and push them to expand their territory. Alright. The water god shouted, his fighting spirit instantly ignited. Brothers and sisters, fight it! Let me go first! Before he finished his words, the water god had already charged forward. Raging waves. Water dragons appeared out of thin air, roaring and charging towards the Shiva statue. Drone factory. Jixing followed closely behind. A small factory suddenly appeared, followed by a sharp buzzing sound. A large number of drones flew out from the factory and crashed directly into the statue, causing a series of explosions. She wanted to see whether the statue had a thicker skin or she had more drones. Ice chains. Song Ling, an ice mage, chose a control strategy. His icy power erupted instantly, attempting to freeze the statue, thus creating an opening for the others to attack. Jing stood silently, ready to summon the space mirror to neutralize the attack. For a moment, the entire underground space was filled with various energy fluctuations. Although the Shiva statue was powerful, Jixing and his companions were no match for it. The two sides engaged in a back-and-forth battle. Gradually, the statue was gradually suppressed and fell into a disadvantage. Roar! The statue roared, and the cobra on its body seemed to come alive, leaping out and opening its bloody mouth to bite the water god. Chapter 1167. Be careful. Qin Chuan warned, but didn't attack. The water god also sensed the danger and dodged the cobra's attack with a flash of his body. Damn it! Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Do you treat me like a soft persimmon? The water god cursed, clasping his hands together. Water dragon break. A massive water dragon shot out from his palms, knocking the cobra away. It fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces and turning into shattered rocks. Water god, well done. Jixing shouted, waving his hand to summon several small mechas to join the battle, ready to crush the statue in one fell swoop. However, the statue's power was far greater than he had imagined. A flash of light flashed from the statue, and the cobra reappeared, unharmed and even more ferocious. Ah, this! The water god's eyes widened, and he cried out repeatedly, cheating. This guy is cheating. Don't just stand there, keep attacking. Qin Chuan's voice rang out again. Its power isn't infinite, keep going. Hearing this, the crowd launched a fiercer attack on the statue. The battle intensified, and the entire underground space trembled, as if it would collapse at any moment. The light on the Shiva statue dimmed slightly, but the attacks became increasingly frantic. Puff! The water god was accidentally struck by the statue's trident. Even with Song Ling and Jing defending him, he was still caught in the aftermath and sent flying backwards. He felt a surge of blood in his chest, and couldn't help but spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Water god, are you okay? Jixing exclaimed. I'm fine. The water god gritted his teeth and stood up again. He had already summoned the heroic king's guards and deployed them within the shadow domain. The damage taken was distributed, which was acceptable. But this was the real world, not like in games where you only lost health. Damage had more repercussions. Things like vomiting blood were unimaginable in games, but they were perfectly normal in the real world. Though slightly injured, the fighting spirit in the water god's eyes intensified, like a burning flame. A flicker of admiration flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. He knew the water god had reached the edge of his domain. As expected, pressure creates motivation. Roar! The Shiva statue roared again, and the cobra on its body suddenly split into countless smaller snakes, charging towards the crowd in an overwhelming force. Not good. Everyone's faces changed drastically. A single giant cobra was easy to deal with, because it had a clear target. But now that it had split, it was much more difficult. With so many small snakes, they could be hit if they weren't careful. A bite from this thing would leave you half dead, if not dead. The pressure of the battle soared, but Qin Chuan still showed no intention of attacking. At this critical moment, the water god roared, and a surge of water energy poured out of his body, instantly filling the entire space with mist. Water domain. The water god's voice drifted through the mist, as if it were heard from all directions, but listening closely, one couldn't pinpoint its true location. The small snakes shrouded in the mist acted similarly, darting around like headless flies. Some even mistook their own kind for enemies, and bit them fiercely. Shocking waves and strangulations. The water god roared again, and the mist began to swirl rapidly, like a whirlpool, engulfing all the small snakes. After a series of tumbling and colliding movements, the small snakes shattered into countless pieces and disappeared completely into the mist. The water god opened up his domain, and the situation was instantly reversed. The pervasive mist not only obscured vision, but also disrupted perception. The Shiva statue's attack slowed, and a flaw appeared in their previously impenetrable offensive. Great! Ji Xing couldn't help but cheer, her eyes flashing with excitement. She had long been simmering with desire to prove herself, and now that the water god had taken the lead in establishing a territory, her fighting spirit was further fueled. Drone factory, full fire! Ji Xing shouted, a metallic sheen emanating from her body. The drone factory, originally only a few meters high, rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive factory tens of meters tall in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1168. Buzz! Buzz! Countless drones swarmed out like a swarm, blocking out the sky and dimming the light in the underground space. These drones were no longer simply self-destructing attacks, they were equipped with a variety of weapons. Lasers, missiles, electromagnetic cannons. All sorts of attacks poured down, bombarding the Shiva statue like a violent storm. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were watching a sci-fi movie. Mechanical domain. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. He hadn't expected Ji Xing to open up his domain so quickly. He had assumed it would take some more fighting. Furthermore, Ji Xing's domain wasn't simply an elemental realm, it was a combination of technology and energy. Within the domain, all mechanical creations would be further enhanced. Combined with the number of drones, the total combat power would be enormous. Interesting. The corners of Qin Chuan's mouth curled up slightly. This was exactly what he wanted to see. What was the point of just him killing people on his own? Only by cultivating more companions could he go further in the god's descent. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued, and the Shiva statue was driven back repeatedly. Sister Ji, you're so powerful, the water god exclaimed in sincere admiration. On the other side, Jing and Song Ling looked on with envy. They had all come together, so how could they fall behind? Song Ling took a deep breath, and the temperature around them plummeted. Crack, crack, crack! The ice spread rapidly, freezing the ground. The chill even affected the water god's domain. Frost domain. Song Ling seized upon a flash of insight, and successfully opened up her own domain. Countless ice cones, ice blades, and ice tornadoes appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards the Shiva statue. In a split second, the statue's surface was scraped away. A weaker enemy would have been reduced to shattered rubble. Illusionary realm. Space folding mirror. Jing wasn't idle either, waving his staff to create a multitude of folding mirrors, deflecting and rebounding the Shiva statue's attacks. Not only did it fail to cause any damage, but it actually left itself in even greater disrepair. A flicker of admiration and relief flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Not bad. President, aren't we amazing? Ji Xing gloated, controlling the drone with frantic attacks. Finally, he felt proud. Not bad, Qin Chuan said flatly. TSK, you're just pretending. Jixing curled his lips, but his eyes were filled with a smile. They had finally lived up to the president's expectations. Roar! The Shiva statue roared angrily. It hadn't expected that these invaders, which it saw as mere ants, would not only fail to be swiftly slain, but actually cause harm. An even more powerful and fierce attack descended, sending the statue into a frenzy. However, Jixing and the others had already established their own territories. Except for the water god and Songling, whose territories were difficult to coordinate, Jixing and Jing's territories were unrestricted. Working together, they easily blocked the attack and continuously counterattacked, attacking the statue. Crack! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the neck of the Shiva statue. Winning, delight flashed in everyone's eyes. The cracks on the Shiva statue intensified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! With a resounding bang, the Shiva statue collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble. When? The water god was incredulous. It's not over yet. Qin Chuan's voice rang out. There's something inside this statue. What? Everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly looked at the remains of the Shiva statue. They hadn't expected the statue they'd been battling for so long to be just a shell. So there's a second stage? Could it be? Jing pondered, expressing his suspicions. Fragments of the divine nature? Probably. Jixing took over. The aura of this statue is even more ferocious than the ghost willow outside Shenlong Imperial City. It's certainly not so easy to defeat. Everyone, be careful and prepare to continue the battle. No way. The water god's eyes widened. Such a formidable statue is just a warm-up. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted, and a black beam of light shot up from the statue's shattered pieces. Waves of evil energy spread out in all directions, like a tidal wave. Even with their domain activated, Jixing and the others could feel the pressure. Under the gazes of the few, a black shadow coalesced, its form strikingly identical to the statue. Damn, it's really reached the second stage. The water god couldn't help but grumble. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shadow unleashed dozens of black energy beams, frantically attacking everything around it. Jixing took a deep breath and quickly declared, "Keep fighting." He then waved his hand and summoned a medium-sized mecha. It looked somewhat similar to the destroyer, though it was much smaller, standing just over 4 meters tall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The small destroyer unleashed a series of attacks, colliding with the shadow's attacks. The three water gods immediately joined the battle. The shadowy image of Shiva, formed from the black shadow, was more agile than the previous stone statue, and its attacks were even more bizarre. Dozens of black energy pillars flexed like tentacles, their angles cunning and impossible to defend against. Why does this thing seem to have eyes? The water god complained as he dodged the attack. Although his water domain could interfere with perception, its effectiveness was greatly reduced against this all-encompassing attack. It already has 12 eyes, Jing reminded him. The water god was speechless. Okay, he'd forgotten about that. Be careful, everyone. This guy's attacks have a mental impact, Qin Chuan's voice echoed. Although he wasn't directly involved in the battle, he had been observing the battlefield with his void-breaking eye, and was well-versed in Shiva's Phantom's attack methods. Mental impact? Jixing was stunned. No wonder I feel a little dizzy. She controlled her small annihilator, firing energy cannons repeatedly, countering the black energy pillars. But as the battle progressed, she felt her reaction speed slow, her control becoming sluggish. My frost domain seems to have been affected, too. Songling's voice was also grave. Her frost domain was powerful enough to freeze the very air, but Shiva's phantom attacks were largely unaffected, making it a formidable opponent. My phantom domain can withstand some of the mental impact, Jing said, but the effect is limited. With the appearance of the Black Phantom, the previously advantageous situation suddenly became uncertain. Chapter 1169. Trouble. Jixing controlled her mecha to engage the black energy column, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. In the mechanical realm, her computing power and reaction speed would be further enhanced, making her a humanoid superbrain, but mental attacks significantly reduced her advantage. Water God, can your domain block mental attacks? Jixing took a moment to ask. No, my water mist can only interfere with perception, it can't stop this invisible attack. The water god's voice sounded strained. Although his water domain had a vast range, it was limited against such penetrating attacks. This isn't a solution. Songling manipulated her frost domain, attempting to freeze the black energy column to relieve the pressure. But Shiva's Phantom's attack was too fast, shattering the frost domain as soon as it formed. Jing, how are you doing? Songling asked. I'm fine. My domain can deflect some of the mental attacks. Jing's voice was relatively relaxed. She continuously created spatial folding mirrors to divert the attacks of the black energy column. But Shiva's Phantom's attacks were too intense and incredibly fast, gradually wearing her down. Since everyone can hold on, let's continue, Jixing said firmly. Before we opened our domain, we relied on the guild master. If we still rely on him after we open it, then the domain would have been open for nothing. Everyone, let this thing see our peak strength. Okay. With Sister G's words, I fight him to the bitter end. The water gods and their companions were energized, ready to fight to the bitter end. Qin Chuan nodded secretly, feeling very relieved. He had been observing the Shiva Phantom's attack pattern. Though seemingly disorganized, there was actually a certain pattern to it. The source of the mental shock must be those 12 eyes, Qin Chuan thought to himself. He activated his void-breaking eye and observed carefully. Sure enough, each eye emitted a faint black light. Though faint, these lights held a powerful spiritual force. Got it! A glint of insight flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. However, he didn't offer a warning. Instead, he wanted to see how far Jixing and the others could push themselves. Sister Ji is right. We can't always rely on the president. Song Ling gritted his teeth, the chill intensifying. The frost field was operating at full power, and the entire underground space showed signs of freezing. Crack! The ice spread rapidly, even the air seemed to be solidifying. The Shiva Phantom's movements were noticeably slower, and the velocity of the black energy beams also slowed. There's a chance. Jixing's eyes lit up, and he immediately controlled the small annihilator to increase its firepower. However, the 12 eyes of Shiva's Phantom simultaneously flashed an eerie red light, and an even more powerful mental shock erupted, shattering the ice layer. Song Ling groaned, her face pale. Her frost domain, affected by the mental shock, nearly collapsed. Song Ling, are you okay? Jing asked hurriedly. I'm still holding on. Song Ling's voice was a little weak, but her eyes remained firm. This won't work. We have to find a way to weaken its mental shock. Jixing thought quickly. Its eyes, the water god suddenly said. Do you think those 12 eyes are particularly strange? Are you saying that the mental shock is related to those eyes? Jixing immediately realized. Very likely, the water god nodded. I always felt those eyes were amiss, and now it seems there's something seriously wrong. Then what are we waiting for? Blast it, Jixing said, manipulating the small annihilator to aim at the eyes of Shiva's Phantom. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several energy blasts fired, accurately hitting several of Shiva's Phantom eyes. However, to everyone's surprise, the eyes weren't destroyed, they simply flickered a few times before returning to normal. Damn, so hard? The water god couldn't help but curse. It's not hard, it's phantom, Jing said. This thing is an energy form. It's not very effective against physical or elemental attacks. Chapter 1170. What should we do then? Jixing expressed some concern. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would be for them. Since it's an energy form then, a glint of determination flashed in the water god's eyes. Jing, can you teleport me into that creature's body? Teleport? Jing was stunned. What do you want to do? Since it can't be destroyed from the outside, then attack it from the inside. The water god grinned. I'm going to give it a taste of what it's like to be flooded by water. Will this work? Jing hesitated. Let's give it a try. There's nothing else we can do right now, the water god said. Besides, with your illusionary realm backing us up, and the Guildmaster Shadow gift, it should be fine. Okay, I give it a try. Jing nodded. At the moment, this seemed like the most feasible option, albeit one with significant risks. But on the other hand, every battle is risk-free. Jing took a deep breath and began to mobilize the power of space. Illusionary realm, spatial displacement. With a soft shout, Jing raised his staff and pointed it at the phantom of Shiva. A spatial ripple flashed, and the water god's figure instantly vanished. The next second, he appeared within Shiva's shadow. Success? I'm in. The water god's voice was tinged with excitement. Water god, be careful, Jixing warned. Don't worry, leave it to me. The water god spoke confidently. He was within Shiva's shadow, surrounded by surging black energy, emitting a sinister aura. Water domain open. The water god shouted, and the water domain instantly unfolded. A raging torrent of water appeared out of nowhere, raging within Shiva's shadow. Turbulent waves. The water god manipulated the water, transforming it into massive waves that slammed into the Shiva Phantom's energy core. Roar! The Shiva Phantom roared in pain, its body trembling violently, and the black energy column's attack became chaotic. It worked. Ji Xing and the others were immediately cheered up by the sight. Water God, well done. Song Ling exclaimed. It's not over yet. The water god's voice rang out from within the Shiva phantom, a hint of triumph in its voice. Take another blow. Water dragon break. A massive water dragon condensed, crashing into the Shiva phantom's energy core with devastating force. Bang! With a resounding bang, the Shiva phantom's body shook violently, then began to rapidly collapse. It worked? Ji Xing was a little incredulous. Not yet. Jing suddenly said, be careful. Even before he finished speaking, 12 black rays of light suddenly shot out from the Shiva phantom's crumbling body, shooting towards the group. Not good. Everyone's faces paled, and they hurriedly dodged. But the black light was too fast, leaving them no time to dodge. Space folding mirror. Jing acted just in time, creating a space folding mirror to deflect several beams of black light. But a few still struck everyone. Ugh! Water God Ji Xing and Song Ling all groaned, their heads aching as if they were about to burst. This is a mental attack. Ji Xing gritted his teeth. Everyone be careful. This thing is trying to enter our spiritual sea. Jing's voice rang out, a hint of anxiety. Spiritual sea? Everyone was stunned. That's right, this is a mental attack. It's going to destroy our spiritual world. Jing explained. Damn, there's a backup plan. Water God grumbled, clutching his head. This must be the third stage. What do we do then? Song Ling asked. It can only be defeated within the Sea of Mind. Jing said. Everyone, maintain your concentration and don't let it deceive you. Everyone quickly closed their eyes and entered their own Sea of Mind to engage in a new battle. Qin Chuan kept an eye on the battle. Sea of Mind? Qin Chuan muttered to himself, this is a bit troublesome. The Sea of Mind, or the Sea of Soul, the world of will, is the core of a person's consciousness and its most vulnerable part. If seriously damaged within the Sea of Mind, at best, mental atrophy, at worst, it can turn into idiocy. However, with their strength, they should be able to handle it. Qin Chuan still had confidence in Ji Xing and the others. After all, they had already opened up their own domains, and their mental power was far greater than that of ordinary people. And Qin Chuan would not just stand by and watch indifferently. Chapter 1171. Since he had said he would stand guard, how could he possibly let Ji Xing and the others get into trouble right under his nose? Eye of the Void. Qin Chuan activated the Eye of the Void and observed the spiritual seas of Ji Xing and the others. He saw that within Ji Xing's spiritual sea, a massive machinery factory stood tall, with countless drones circling overhead. In the water god's spiritual sea, a vast ocean surged, a massive water dragon tumbling within. In Song Ling's spiritual sea, a world of ice and snow howled in a cold wind, with a castle of ice and snow standing within it. In Jing's spiritual sea, countless spatial folding mirrors hovered, reflecting all sorts of bizarre scenes. And within each person's spiritual sea, a black shadow raged, attempting to destroy everything. Sure enough, Shiva's phantom spirit has entered their spiritual seas, Qin Chuan thought to himself. But it looks like it can hold out for a while. He didn't act immediately, but continued to observe. He wanted to see if Ji Xing and the others could defeat Shiva's spirit on their own. In Ji Xing's spiritual sea, the machinery factory continuously churned out drones, engaging in fierce battle with Shiva's spirit. Dare you enter my spiritual world? Believe it or not, I blow you to pieces. Ji Xing muttered. Countless drones rushed towards Shiva's spirit like moths to a flame. Boom boom boom. The explosions continued, but Shiva's spirit remained unscathed. Why is this thing so difficult? Ji Xing was a little exasperated. Psychic attack, psychological attack. Ji Xing kept repeating these words, and suddenly an idea struck him. Right, since it's a psychological attack, then I use a psychological attack too. This is the spiritual world, where anything is possible. With this in mind, Ji Xing immediately began modifying the design, ordering the machinery factory to manufacture a special drone. This drone was equipped with a brand new mind concussion bomb. See how many you can take. Explode. At Ji Xing's command, countless drones flew towards Shiva's phantom spirit, then exploded. The mind concussion washed over Shiva like a wave. Boom. A continuous explosion echoed, and Shiva's spirit began to tremble, its amplitude increasing as if in immense pain. It worked. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ji Xing's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the machinery factory's production capacity reached full capacity, and the drones formed a thick, dark cloud, completely enveloping Shiva's phantom. Roar! Shiva's spirit roared in pain, its body gradually collapsing. A single drone's damage was limited, but its sheer numbers were no match for it. It worked! Jixing shouted excitedly. At that moment, Shiva's spirit form suddenly split into 12 small black shadows, each fleeing in a different direction. Want to run? Not so easy. Jixing immediately controlled the drone to pursue. But those small shadows were incredibly fast and agile, changing direction without warning, making them difficult to catch. Jixing was getting anxious. This wasn't a solution. This was her spiritual world. If she delayed too long, she would be the one to suffer. At this point, Jixing suddenly realized, since she could equip the drone with mind-stun bombs, why couldn't she also add a mind disruptor? Disruption plus self-destruction. I don't believe this thing could be that powerful. Give it a try. Jixing's spiritual world became active again, and the machinery factory quietly underwent new changes. Qin Chuan, observing from the outside, nodded silently. Excellent. I never thought Jixing had mastered a glimmer of the fundamental laws of mechanics. This battle had earned her a huge profit. Buzz, the mind disruptor emitted a buzzing sound, and the small black shadows, swept by the sound waves, immediately let out sharp screams, appearing extremely painful, and their speed noticeably slowed. Now! Jixing controlled the drone, defeating the small black shadows one by one. Finally done! It was so hard! Jixing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of fatigue, but also a heart filled with joy. Meanwhile, the water god, Song Ling, and Jing were all engaged in fierce battles, with the spirit form of Shiva within their own spiritual seas. In the water god's spiritual world, Shiva's phantom was trapped in the vast ocean, constantly washed over by endless waves. Song Ling froze Shiva's phantom spirit form, then shattered it with an ice blade. Through constant reassembly and fragmentation, Shiva's spirit gradually fell into destruction. Jing manipulated the power of space, trapping Shiva's spirit form in a spatial maze, preventing it from escaping. Although they were initially somewhat passive, as they gained greater mastery of their powers, they finally found the trick and successfully defeated Shiva's spirit form. This thing is really hard to kill. The water god opened his eyes, a trace of lingering fear on his face. Yes, it was thrilling, Jixing agreed. But we finally won. Jing smiled slightly. She could feel her control over space and illusions becoming more refined. Many skills no longer required chanting, but could be unleashed with a single thought. The others also reaped a bounty. Where's the president? Jixing suddenly asked. The president's been watching from the side, the water god said. Huh? Jing was a little surprised. The president didn't intervene? Did we really take down the Shiva phantom ourselves? Song Ling remained calm, smiling and saying, this time, it's thanks to the president not intervening, otherwise we wouldn't have achieved such a significant gain. I thought about it carefully, and I realized we definitely had enough strength, but we've been living too comfortably before, and the president had taken care of most of our problems, preventing us from breaking through. Jixing and the others paused and thought. Indeed, in previous battles, they'd been mere bystanders. No matter what boss they were fighting, the president would just go in and kill them. On the rare occasions they got a chance to take action, they'd only be dealt a few blows before the president took over. Over time, their progress had largely stagnated. This time, the Shiva phantom's overwhelming pressure allowed them to break through themselves and reach new heights. They could barely say they lived up to the president's expectations. Finally, Jixing concluded, we all become stronger this time. We must continue our efforts and strive to have the president retire soon. Sister Ji is right. The water gods and the others agreed. At this moment, Qin Chuan's voice rang out nearby. Wait, it's not over yet. What? Everyone was stunned. The water god exclaimed in astonishment. What? There's still a fourth stage? Is this thing so difficult to kill? Even the ghost willow outside Shenglong Imperial City isn't that tough. Qin Chuan smiled and said, don't worry. You already destroyed the Shiva phantom. I'm talking about the fragments of the Godhead. Chapter 1172. Fragment of the Godhead? The water god was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened as he looked around curiously, asking, President, where is the fragment of the Godhead you mentioned? Why can't I see anything? Qin Chuan pointed to a small black crystal left on the ground after Shiva's shadow dissipated. Look here. Is this the fragment of the Godhead? It doesn't look very impressive. Jixing also came over, examining the crystal carefully. It was only the size of a fingernail, pitch black, and exuded a faint evil aura. So small. The water god curled his lips. Such a big show, but such a small thing. Jing, standing nearby, said with lingering fear, such a small fragment is so difficult for us to fight. How can we fight the complete Godhead? The water god and the others pondered and felt that this seemed to be the case, and they couldn't help but feel a little worried. They had improved their strength significantly this time, and they were quite happy at first, but now it seemed that it was still far from enough. Don't worry so much, Qin Chuan reassured. This phantom is somewhat unusual. If it's truly Shiva, then as a top-tier mythological figure, it's natural for him to be incredibly powerful. However, the more powerful a being is, the more limitations it faces, so there's no need to worry too much. Furthermore, the small size of this fragment of the divine nature indicates that the corresponding divine nature has been completely shattered. An unstoppable foe won't emerge in the near future. Jixing nodded in agreement. That's indeed the case. Everyone, instead of worrying so much, let's find ways to continue improving. Sister Ji is right, the water god took over. When I return to Shenlong Imperial City, I consult with Crocodile Spirit and explore how to improve. Jing and Song Ling were also lost in thought. Fearing they couldn't complete any of the missions, they had no choice but to fight to the end. President, what should we do with this thing? The water god frowned as he looked at the black crystal. He could sense the powerful energy contained within, but the evil aura made him uneasy, like a time bomb poised to explode at any moment. If it did, the entire underground space would collapse. Direct absorption is definitely not an option, Jixing speculated. The aura of this fragment is too evil. If we're not careful, we'd be retaliated. The men exchanged bewilderment. This thing was like a hot potato. Neither throwing it away nor keeping it was a good option. Let me do it. Qin Chuan stepped forward and directly picked up the fragment of the divine nature. As soon as it touched him, a cold and sinister mental force attempted to invade his spiritual sea. He activated his void-breaking eye and carefully examined the fragment of the divine nature. A dense mass of black energy surged within, emitting an aura of evil and chaos. It appears to be the remnant of Shiva's will, Qin Chuan thought to himself. If anyone else were to come into contact with it, they'd likely be instantly possessed. Humph, a trifling trick. Qin Chuan snorted coldly. The power of shadow activated, directly devouring the spiritual energy. Then he expanded his attack, completely absorbing the fragment of the godhead. During the absorption process, Qin Chuan's mind was flooded with new knowledge, which deepened his understanding of divine power. President, are you done? Jing saw Qin Chuan's expression, and knew their invincible president had struck again. Yes, Qin Chuan nodded. Although the evil energy within this fragment of the godhead is powerful, its total amount is limited. By using more powerful energy to neutralize it, it can be easily eliminated. The water gods and the others expressed awe. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, just now, when I was purifying the fragment of the godhead, I discovered something interesting. What is it? Jixing asked curiously. Qin Chuan said, you noticed from the previous battle, right? This thing primarily attacks through the spiritual realm. Jixing and the others nodded repeatedly. Indeed, if they hadn't reacted quickly in the previous spiritual battle, Shiva's phantom would have destroyed their minds. So, Qin Chuan continued, conversely, if we can thoroughly analyze the methods of spiritual attack, we can use that as a basis for targeted defense, essentially building a spiritual barrier. This way, encountering similar enemies in the future will be much less stressful, and we might even be able to completely immunize against spiritual attacks. Chapter 1173. Can this be possible? The water god exclaimed. On second thought, it made some sense. Jixing said, so, President, you mean you mastered the method of building a mental barrier? Qin Chuan nodded, then offered the good news. Not only have I mastered it myself, I can also help you build one. This made Jixing and the others even more excited. Remain calm, don't be nervous. Qin Chuan's voice was calm. Shadow shelter. Qin Chuan shouted softly, and the shadow power within him surged out, transforming into black threads that sank into the brows of Jixing and the others. The water god felt a warm force surge into her spiritual sea, rapidly spreading. Jing closed her eyes, an intoxicated expression on her face. She felt a warmth in her spiritual world, a reassuring power manifesting within. I feel my spiritual power has become stronger, Song Ling said after a moment of reflection. Me too, Jixing agreed. And I feel like my spiritual sea has gained an extra layer of protection. This is Shadow Shield, a new skill I learned while purifying the fragments of my godhood, Qin Chuan explained. With this shield, you won't be as vulnerable next time you encounter a spiritual attack. Spiritual shield? The water god's eyes lit up. That's awesome. Next time we encounter a similar enemy, we can attack with confidence. The president is awesome. Thank you, President. Jixing and the others were beaming. As expected, Following the president brought good food. Alright, stop joking, Qin Chuan said with a smile. This shadow shield not only provides you with a spiritual shield, but also enhances your divinity. Divinity? The water god was puzzled. President, what is that? Divinity is the key to becoming a god, Qin Chuan said. Only with sufficient divinity can one ignite the divine fire and achieve godhood. Is that so? The water god nodded thoughtfully. So divinity should be associated with the long stage of ascension, right? You're quick to grasp it, Qin Chuan nodded. Now that you opened up your domain and gained a new understanding of divinity, you should be getting closer to completing the long stage of ascension. At this, Jixing raised an eyebrow and said happily, President, I was just about to tell you. I have a feeling I can complete the first stage in 2 days at most. Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled and praised, yes, that's good news. What about the others? The water god scratched his head sheepishly and said, I seem to have grasped something, but it's not that obvious. Jing and Songling also expressed that they had gained some additional mystical knowledge, but it would take some time to fully master and absorb it. That's all right, Qin Chuan waved his hand. Just keep working hard. He could sense the four people's auras gradually growing stronger, a sign of their rising divinity. At this rate, ascending the long steps to godhood was only a matter of time. Now that the fragments of the godhood have been dealt with, what are everyone's plans next? Qin Chuan glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the faces of Jixing, the water god, Songling, and Jing. The water god spoke first. I have to go back to Shenglong Imperial City. Crocodile Spirit is quite knowledgeable about the mysticism. I want to talk to him, and see if I can find a way to enhance my divinity. It's been a while since I left this time, so I need to return quickly. Guild Master, take Shenglong Imperial City. I'm planning to go to Shenglong Imperial City too, Jixing said. I'm a little worried about the Ghost Willow Phantom. I have a feeling something's going to happen. With Yi Luo and Dijialing you back in the Magic City, there's no need to worry too much. Shenglong Imperial City's defenses are actually weaker. Jing and Songling announced their intention to go to Shenglong Imperial City with Jixing. It would be a good opportunity to explore the gains from this battle, and strive for further progress. Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't object. Shenglong Imperial City is one of the Peak Guild's strongholds, and with the treasure of the Shenglong ritual, it definitely needs someone to oversee it. Chapter 1174. Okay, then you should all go to Shenglong Imperial City together, Qin Chuan said. I plan to investigate further and stand to see if I can find more clues about the fragments of the divine nature. President, you're staying here alone? The water god asked worriedly. Will it be dangerous? I know my limits, Qin Chuan smiled. Besides, if danger really strikes, I can run. Besides, Stan is full of spies of the fourth true ancestor. If an enemy appears, I'd be notified immediately. Don't worry. Seeing Qin Chuan's resolute attitude, the others stopped trying to persuade him. Then, President, we be leaving first, Jixing said. If you have any further questions, please contact us. Okay, Qin Chuan replied. Jing walked up to Qin Chuan and whispered, President, be careful. Yes, you too. Qin Chuan looked at Jing, his eyes warm. Just as they were about to take their own actions, they felt an inexplicable pressure sweep over them. Jixing clutched his chest and said, President, did you feel that just now? What was that? The water god wiped the non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. That feeling doesn't seem like something from the Holy Land. Could it be a god-level being? Jing looked up, his gaze piercing through the thick earth. He spoke with certainty. That power came from the direction of Yin Nation. And it's from the Demon City. Is there something wrong there? Songling immediately said, Let's go back and check. We have our companions in the Demon City. We absolutely cannot let anything happen. Don't worry, Qin Chuan waved his hand to calm them down. After sensing for a moment, he said, that movement just now must have been caused by someone igniting the divine fire. And this power feels very friendly to me. There's no hostile aura. The Demon City should be fine. Qin Chuan looked at Jing. Open the portal, we go straight back. Yes. Jing agreed immediately, and with a wave of his staff, a spatial channel instantly took shape. After this battle, Jing's strength had greatly increased, and opening the portal was a breeze. Qin Chuan led the way into the channel, followed closely by the water god and his companions. Demon City. The black flames on Yingluo's body gradually died down, and everything returned to calm. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. Is this the realm achieved after igniting the divine fire? Yingluo muttered to himself. It's truly powerful. With a light punch, a sonic boom echoed through the air. At this moment, Yingluo felt like he could easily destroy a mountain. But this isn't enough. A glint of determination flashed in Yingluo's eyes. I need to become even stronger. Right now, I'm not even capable of sharing the president's burdens. He left the room and entered the guild hall. Yingluo, you. Vice President, what are you doing? The guild members were all surprised when they saw Yingluo. They could sense a powerful aura emanating from Yingluo, completely different from before. I ignited the divine fire, Yingluo said calmly. What? Ignited the divine fire? The vice president has become a god? The guild members were instantly excited, each one brimming with excitement. I list them all. True to my name, Brother Yi. So impressive. When the president gets back, he'd probably be shocked. Brother Yi, can you tell me how you did it? Yingluo looked at everyone and said with a smile, Don't worry, I compile my findings later and make sure everyone gets a share. The crowd at the peak grew increasingly excited. At this moment, spatial fluctuations spread, and a passage appeared. When the spatial fluctuations dissipated, Qin Chuan and his group appeared on the scene. It's the president. President, look, Brother Yi. The hall was bustling with activity. Guild members, upon seeing Qin Chuan and the others, immediately gathered around, chattering. Qin Chuan glanced around and immediately spotted Yingluo standing in the center of the crowd. Although Yingluo's aura had subsided, a faint trace of black flame still lingered between his brows. His entire demeanor had transformed, revealing the sharpness of a sword unsheathed. Brother Yi, what are you doing? The water god's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The divine fire has been ignited. Yingluo smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet tinged with an indescribable confidence. Fuck. The water god cursed. Brother Yi, you're amazing. You became a god without even saying a word? Jixing was also amazed. That speed is faster than a rocket. She had originally thought she had made considerable progress, but unexpectedly, Yingluo was even faster. It seemed she had more work to do. Song Ling and Jing remained silent, but their eyes were filled with shock. They had barely reached the threshold of the long steps to godhood, when Yingluo had already ignited the divine fire. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Well done, well done. He could sense that the divine fire Yingluo had ignited had some strange connection with the shadow power within him. Considering the connection between the shadow sword and the shadow power, this was not surprising. President, this is all thanks to you. Yingluo walked up to Qin Chuan and said seriously, If you hadn't bestowed upon me the legacy of the shadow sword, I wouldn't be where I am today. Qin Chuan shook his head. It wasn't me who bestowed upon you the legacy, but the shadow sword chose you. I see your talent and hard work, and you deserve this achievement. Yingluo smiled modestly. Thank you for the compliment, President. Qin Chuan continued, Show me your divine fire. Yingluo didn't refuse. With a thought, a ball of black flame erupted from his palm. President, this black flame bears some resemblance to your power, Jing suddenly said. Yes, Qin Chuan nodded. Yingluo's divine fire originates from the shadow sword and has a strong connection to the power of shadow. There are indeed many similarities between the two. Hearing this, everyone grew envious and excited. What would it be like if they could also ignite the divine fire? Chapter 1175. This flame. Qin Chuan carefully examined the black flame in Yingluo's palm, a thought flashing in his eyes. Why not call it the black flame divine fire? Black flame divine fire? Yingluo repeated, savoring the question. A very apt name. Qin Chuan turned to the others and said, Yingluo's ignition of the divine fire is also good news for you. You can ask for more advice and strive to ignite the divine fire as soon as possible. Actually, your accumulation is almost there, but you may be lacking some opportunities. With more questions and practice, you will eventually succeed. Of course. Shueishan rubbed his hands excitedly. Brother Yi, you can't keep it secret. Whether the brothers can succeed depends on you. Don't worry, I tell you everything I know. Yingluo replied with a smile. Jixing also came over. Yingluo, when you ignited the divine fire, did you feel anything special? Or is there a secret to it? Not really a secret, Yingluo recalled. I feel there are two keys to igniting the divine fire. One is to have ultimate control over your own power, and the other is to find your own direction. Simply put, it's about how you want your power to manifest, and having a clear goal. The peak group seemed lost in thought. But upon closer reflection, they still felt a little confused. Yingluo continued, I ignited the divine fire at an advantage, having the complete shadow sword in hand. So my plan may not be suitable for all of you. Everyone has their own experiences and ideas. Finding your own direction may help you ignite the divine fire. That sounds a bit far-fetched. The water god scratched his head. Never mind. I first study how to enhance my divinity. I plan to achieve a quantitative change that will lead to a qualitative change. As long as I have enough divine power, I have no doubt I won't be able to ignite the divine fire. The water god looked at Qin Chuan and asked, "What do you think, Guildmaster?" Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Your idea is sound. As long as divine power is strong enough, even a head-on confrontation can ignite the divine fire. However, this method is difficult and requires a significant amount of divine power. So I suggest everyone prepare for both scenarios. While accumulating divine power, consider the direction of your own power." Everyone nodded repeatedly, their faces brimming with fighting spirit. Yi Sakura Luo ignited the divine fire, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Everyone's heart ignited a stronger fighting spirit, filled with anticipation for the road ahead. And the chain reaction of igniting the divine fire was clearly far more than that. Just as everyone was discussing how to improve their strength, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted above the demon city. What's going on? What happened? The guild members looked up and saw huge cracks appearing in the sky, like hideous wounds, tearing the once tranquil sky apart. A thick aura of death emerged from the cracks, chilling them to the bone. This is the aura of the undead world. Jing's expression changed. Those undead are here again. Undead? These guys are really lingering. The water god spat, his eyes ablaze with fighting intent. Perfect time to test my hand on them. Qin Chuan's expression was solemn. He could sense that this undead invasion was no small matter. The number of spatial cracks far exceeded any previous ones, and the aura of death emanating from them was even stronger than any he had encountered before. "There's something a little strange about the scale of this invasion," Qin Chuan said. "I'm afraid this isn't just an ordinary undead invasion." After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan added, "I suspect it's because Yi Luo ignited the divine fire. Due to the apocalypse, the barriers between worlds are less secure, and the associated fluctuations are likely to have reached the undead world." Yi Luo hesitated. "President, how about I go somewhere else first? Draw the undead away?" "No need," Qin Chuan waved his hand. "It's just a few undead. What's there to be afraid of? This is a good opportunity for Ji Xing and the others to practice. Who knows, someone might even ignite the divine fire while they're fighting." Chapter 1176. The president is right. "Brother Yi, don't be afraid." The water god was full of fighting spirit. "Just a bunch of undead. Kill as many as come." "That being said, we can't be careless," Ji Xing warned. "The number of undead this time seems quite large. Although our strength has increased significantly, we can't take it lightly. Everyone, be careful." Before he finished speaking, countless undead creatures emerged from the vast cracks in the sky, surging towards the peak stronghold like a tide. Among the dark mass of undead, there were also a large number of exceptionally powerful auras. "Those were sanctuary-level undead," Jing explained. "So many sanctuary-level undead. Is the undead world sending out all its might?" She could sense that many of these undead creatures possessed sanctuary-level strength. This number of sanctuary-level undead was enough to destroy any city. Ji Xing, however, was somewhat excited. He waved his hand, summoning destroyers and annihilators, and charged forward. Mechanical domain. As the domain opened, two large mechas were enveloped in its light, instantly undergoing a new evolution. Their armor grew thicker, and their weaponry diversified. Lasers, missiles, electromagnetic cannons, named and obscure, the sheer variety dazzled the eyes. "Sister Ji, wait for us." The water god was startled. With a wave of his staff, a massive water dragon appeared, carrying him into the battlefield. Water dragon bomb. Boom! The water dragon exploded, disintegrating into a cloud of water that sent the leading undead creature flying. Ji Xing and the water god charged forward, and the others were eager to try, unable to contain themselves. Seeing this, Qin Chuan smiled and waved, saying, "Go ahead, let's go." "Great." Jing cheered, raising his hand and unleashing dozens of spatial mirrors, kicking the charging undead creatures like balls, sending them bouncing back and forth until they were shattered. The others also casually unleashed their skills, easily dispatching the first wave of undead. At this moment, several sanctuary-level undead also rushed forward, but before they could launch an attack, they were stopped by the annihilators. A chaotic exchange of blows ensued, and the walls of the peak stronghold began to tremble, demonstrating the intensity of the battle. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the spatial rift, and a massive bone dragon flew out. The bone dragon was hundreds of meters long, its bones gleaming with a metallic sheen, its eyes burning with a faint blue flame. Demigod-level undead? Qin Chuan's pupils shrank. This bone dragon's strength had actually reached the demigod level. This was truly beyond his expectations. In the last update notes for Apocalypse, the upper limit for Advent was clearly Sanctuary. But now, a demigod-level bone dragon has appeared. It seems the power barrier has been further breached. The reason for this is likely that the environment of Blue Planet has been further transformed by Apocalypse, allowing it to accommodate higher-level beings. Add to that the divine fire ignited by Yi Sakura network, and fragments of the divine nature have appeared in various places. These multiple factors have combined to bring about this demigod-level bone dragon. Roar! The bone dragon roared again, followed by a mental wave. Human, hand over the divine fire. As the power of life forms continues to increase, communication across species becomes much simpler. The language may differ, but the mind is unrestricted. A single mental thought can easily understand the other party's intentions. Want the divine fire? Well, it depends on whether you have the ability. Qin Chuan's expression was indifferent. He then turned to Yingluo and said, "Go ahead. This guy is quite worthy of being your first target when you ignite the divine fire." "Yes, President." Yingluo nodded solemnly, waved his hand, summoned the black flame dragon, and charged unwaveringly towards the bone dragon. Yingluo rode the black flame dragon like a bolt of black lightning, piercing the sky and heading straight for the demigod bone dragon that obscured the sky. The black flame dragon burned with blazing black flames, the embodiment of Yingluo's divine fire, each wisp of flame imbued with destructive power. Chapter 1177. A faint blue flame flickered in the demigod bone dragon's eyes. Facing Yingluo's charge, it didn't flinch in the slightest, instead unleashing a deafening roar. This roar carried a powerful mental impact. An ordinary Saint Realm expert would likely suffer a mental breakdown and lose their fighting ability under this roar. But Yingluo was different. After igniting the divine fire, not only did his own mental power surge, but he also possessed the shadow shield bestowed by Qin Chuan. This shield was like a solid barrier, completely blocking the mental assault. Roar! Seeing the mental assault was ineffective, the demigod bone dragon flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of wind. The wind, laced with countless sharp bone spikes, poured down on Yingluo like a torrential rain. Well-timed. Yingluo's eyes burned with fighting spirit, and he swung the shadow sword in his hand, sending streams of black sword light emanating from it. The sword's light collided with the bone spurs, emitting a clanging sound and sending sparks flying. The black flame dragon roared, belching forth blazing black flames that incinerated the surrounding bone spurs. After Yingluo ignited the divine fire, it too was imbued with divine power. Although it didn't directly reach the demigod level, it far surpassed the Saint Realm. It couldn't defeat the demigod bone dragon one-on-one, but with Yingluo, that was no problem at all. Who wouldn't know how to win in a favorable situation? Black flame destroys souls. Yingluo growled. The black flames on the shadow sword surged, transforming into a nearly 100-meter-long black blade that fiercely slashed towards the demigod bone dragon. This strike not only embodied the destructive power of the black flame divine fire, but also incorporated Yingluo's understanding of the law of shadow, rendering it unparalleled in power. The demigod bone dragon felt the threat of the sword, and the dark blue flames in its eyes burned fiercely. It also mobilized its divine power, opened its huge mouth, and spewed out a gray-white breath of death. The death breath collided with the black sword, unleashing a resounding, earth-shattering roar. The aftermath of the energy rippled in all directions, shattering all the surrounding undead creatures into dust. So powerful. Ji Xing and the others watching the battle felt this surge of energy, their expressions changing slightly. Although their strength had greatly improved, they still felt apprehensive at the prospect of a battle of this magnitude. Is this the power of a demigod? The water god muttered to himself. Can Brother Yi handle it? Don't worry, Qin Chuan said calmly. Yingluo's strength is far greater than what you see. He could sense that the black flames within Yingluo were growing stronger, and the battle with the demigod bone dragon would be a perfect whetstone. In the sky, the battle between Yingluo and the demigod bone dragon intensified. Yingluo steered the black flame dragon with agility, weaving freely through the bone dragon's attacks. Each swing of his sword unleashed a shower of black flames, charring the bone dragon's bones black. Demigod bone dragon, despite its enormous size, was not clumsy in its movements. They were even so swift that they were impossible to discern. The two sides exchanged blows, the battle becoming increasingly volatile. Roar! Unable to defeat the bone dragon for a long time, it grew increasingly furious. It was a demigod, a dominant force in the undead world, after all. Now, being stopped by a mere human, how could it possibly save its reputation? The bone dragon roared to the heavens, its bones crackling as an even more powerful aura of death erupted from its body. Is it going all out? Qin Chuan raised his brow slightly. The bone dragon was burning its divine fire, generating even greater power. Brother Yi, be careful. The water god couldn't help but warn. Don't worry. Yingluo's voice echoed from the battlefield, still calm and confident. He took a deep breath, the black flames within him swirling furiously, the black flames on the shadow sword becoming even deeper and more eerie. Black flame buries the world. Yingluo shouted, slashing fiercely with the shadow sword in his hand. A massive black sword beam flashed, seemingly consuming the entire world. Where the sword beam passed, space crumbled, revealing a pitch-black void. The demigod bone dragon's eyes flickered with a faint blue flame. It sensed the threat of death, but it was too late to dodge. The black sword beam instantly slashed through its body. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The demigod bone dragon's massive body was split in two by the black sword beam. The black flames burned furiously, quickly incinerating the remains into ash. When? The water god and the others were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. That was a demigod-level bone dragon, and yet it was slain by Yingluo with a single sword strike? Brother Yi is mighty. Too strong. Is this the power to ignite the divine fire? I must redouble my efforts. The members of the peak group erupted in thunderous cheers. Qin Chuan's face also revealed a gratified smile. Yingluo's growth had exceeded expectations, making him the fastest improving member of the peak group. Just as everyone was cheering, something unexpected happened. A ball of dark blue flame suddenly erupted from the incinerated remains of the bone dragon, rapidly fleeing into the distance, apparently attempting to escape back to the realm of the dead. Trying to run? Qin Chuan flashed, appearing before the flame and grasping it in his hand. The flame struggled violently, but could not escape Qin Chuan's grasp. Qin Chuan grasped the flame and returned to the stronghold's wall, where everyone looked on curiously. What was this? Is this the bone dragon's soul fire? Jing asked curiously. Indeed, Qin Chuan nodded. This bone dragon's soul fire holds a hint of divinity. It's certainly of some value. He sheathed the soul fire, preparing to return and study it. President, what should we do with those undead? The water god asked, gesturing at the dense undead horde in the distance. What else can we do? Qin Chuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Of course, kill them all. At a command, the members of the Peak Guild charged forward once more. Without the threat of the demigod bone dragon, these undead creatures were no match for the Peak Guild. Even a sanctuary-level undead couldn't withstand more than 3 rounds. Soon, the undead army was utterly annihilated. This crisis in the demon city had passed as quickly as it had come. The undead horde brought danger, but also a bountiful harvest. Equipment and loot littered the ground, their shimmering light illuminating the sky. The loot was sorted and stored according to its type, further enriching the Peak's warehouse. With the battle over, Qin Chuan summoned the Peak members. This is the soul fire of the bone dragon, imbued with a certain divine power. Study it, and see if you can find any insights. Chapter 1178. Qin Chuan placed the dark blue soul fire in his palm, letting it throb and struggle. Though faint, the flame held the pure power of death, and a faint hint of divinity. I find a place to put this thing later. You can study it, and see if it can provide any insights, Qin Chuan said. Thank you, President. Everyone smiled with anticipation. They had witnessed Yingluo's performance just now, easily defeating a demigod-level bone dragon. If they could ignite the divine fire, they should be able to do the same. In the crowd, Jing asked curiously, President, don't you want this soul fire? Me? Qin Chuan shook his head. It's not very useful to me. My shadow power is far more profound. Is that so? Jing nodded, half understanding. All right, everyone, begin your contemplation. Qin Chuan clapped his hands, signaling everyone to hurry. If you can thoroughly study this soul fire, then igniting the divine fire shouldn't be far off. Qin Chuan's words surprised everyone, but they were mostly excited. Is it that simple? President, are you saying we can ignite our own divine fire like Brother Yi? The water god's eyes widened, his face brimming with anticipation. In theory, Qin Chuan smiled. This soul fire embodies the experience of the bone dragon igniting the divine fire. If you can thoroughly study it, it's equivalent to you going through the relevant process. However, the form and power of the divine fire vary from person to person. You need to find your own direction to ignite your own unique divine fire. This is much more interesting than simply increasing your divinity. Jixing rubbed his hands, eager to try. I can't wait to try it. Qin Chuan nodded. Let's begin. He randomly called Yingluo over and instructed, leave the demon city to you. I go to Shenhuang Imperial City and look after it. The water god is researching the soul fire in the demon city, and they need someone to oversee it. Crocodile spirit alone may not be enough. Yingluo nodded immediately. Don't worry, President. I will definitely protect the demon city. I believe you. Qin Chuan patted Yingluo's shoulder. Contact me if you need anything. With that, Qin Chuan disappeared from the scene. Arriving at Shenhuang Imperial City, Crocodile Spirit immediately rushed over to greet him. It had a genuine fear of Qin Chuan, knowing he could kill it instantly with a single strike, so it was particularly obedient. Qin Chuan asked, apart from the ghost willow from earlier, are there any special circumstances? Woof woof. The crocodile spirit barked repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem at all. It had already increased its perception to its maximum, and would not miss any clues in the surroundings. Qin Chuan nodded, unconcerned. He found a random spot to sit down, and began to quietly ponder his next plan. Crocodile spirit lay nearby, not daring to speak. Since a demigod-level bone dragon has appeared, more demigods will surely follow. Qin Chuan's mind raced. Besides the undead world, passages to other worlds are probably also under construction. I just wonder what's happening in the abyss. I haven't seen Old Ma in so long, I'm still missing him. Thankfully, through the soul contract, Qin Chuan could confirm that Old Ma and the other death messengers were safe and sound. It was only the remaining restrictions of Apocalypse that temporarily prevented them from appearing on Blue Planet. However, it was speculated that these restrictions wouldn't last long. And if Old Ma could descend upon Blue Planet, it would mean that the gods could descend as well. Not just the gods of the church, but also the beast god and other gods. This was bad news for Blue Planet. Furthermore, those alien races who worship the gods should have arrived on Blue Star earlier. 12 major cities, represented by Belly City, had already descended across Yan Nation, and their locations had been explored. As with Belly City, the NPCs were present, but the church area was deserted. The church members might not have come down with them, or they might be scattered across the land. Chapter 1179. However, Qin Chuan leaned towards the first possibility. The gods presumably knew that their followers' appearance on Blue Star would likely be met with resistance, even encirclement and suppression. So, they wouldn't act rashly until the time was right. These are turbulent times. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He then calmed down. When the enemy comes, we fight them. When the water comes, we block it with earth. There's nothing to fear. Time passed slowly, and 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. No new fragments of the Godhead had appeared during this time. This was barely good news. The other good news was that the top members of the Demon City had all made significant improvements. They studied the soul fire, combined it with their own circumstances, and took firm steps towards igniting the divine fire. Though they hadn't yet succeeded, they were getting closer. Qin Chuan left hundreds of ghost soldiers in Shenhuang Imperial City, and then traveled back to the Demon City to gather the top members. I plan to take you to a place for a special combat training session. Qin Chuan spoke his mind. Actual combat training? Everyone looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, Qin Chuan nodded. Remember that demigod bone dragon? Although the spatial rift it opened has disappeared, its spatial traces remain. Through these traces, we can not only travel to the undead realm, but also directly reach its territory. That's a demigod-level bone dragon, and its neighbors are likely also demigod level. Demigod level? The water god exclaimed. President, are you saying we're going to the undead realm to fight demigods? Yes, Qin Chuan said calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Ordinary sanctuaries are no longer valuable for your training. Only demigods are the best whetstone. Isn't this too risky? Jing said worriedly. After all, the undead world is home to the undead, and we know nothing about it. Risks and opportunities coexist, Qin Chuan said calmly. If you can't even take this little risk, how can you even hope to ascend to godhood? And I'm here, don't worry. The president is right. Water god slapped his thigh. Let's do it. It's just the undead world. What's there to be afraid of? We can practice with those undead, maybe even find a few artifacts. You only care about artifacts. Jixing smiled and shook his head. But I agree with the president's decision. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you want to become stronger, you can't be timid. Then it's settled, Qin Chuan said decisively. Everyone go back and prepare. We set off in an hour. The crowd responded with a roar of agreement and dispersed. An hour later, the core members of the Peak Guild reconvened. In addition to Qin Chuan, Ji Xing, Jing, and Water God, there were also several members who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. As for Ying Luo, he stayed behind in the Demon City and consolidated his foundation. I hope that after this training, our guild will have 1 or 2 more people who have ignited the divine flame. Qin Chuan looked at everyone. Are you confident? Yes. Very good, very spirited. Let's go! Qin Chuan's mind moved, and shadow power surged out, enveloping everyone. The next moment, everyone disappeared from their original position. With his keen perception of the laws of space, Qin Chuan quickly located the spatial trace left by the demigod bone dragon. Using shadow power, he followed the trace, eventually discovering an extremely hidden spatial node. This is it, Qin Chuan thought to himself, then grabbed Darkest Moment and gently swung it, creating a spatial passage. Follow me. Qin Chuan took the lead and stepped into the node, followed closely by the others. After a dizzying moment, everyone found themselves in a dim world. There was no sun in the sky, and gloomy clouds obscured the sky above. The land was barren, with bare rocks and black sand everywhere. The thick scent of death filled the air, bringing a wave of oppression and discomfort. Is this the world of the dead? The water god looked around curiously. It's even more desolate than I imagined. Chapter 1180. Ji Xing remained calm. If the undead world were picturesque, would it still be called the undead world? The water god pondered, and agreed. Besides, they were here to fight, not to sightsee, so the environment didn't matter. Be careful, Qin Chuan warned. This isn't a safe place. Undead creatures could appear at any moment. Before he finished speaking, roars emanated from the distance. A dark mass of undead creatures surged toward them like a tide. Just in time. The water god, instead of being surprised, waved his staff in delight, summoning a massive water dragon. Water dragon bomb. Boom! The water dragon roared and charged into the undead army, instantly sending a large number of undead creatures flying. We join in! Ji Xing commanded, summoning destroyers and annihilators, charging into the battlefield. Jing raised his hand and cast dozens of spatial folding mirrors, reflecting the incoming spells back, blasting the sky with bone fragments. Qin Chuan didn't attack, but stood aside and watched. He wanted the guild members to hone themselves in actual combat and grow as quickly as possible. The battle lasted a full hour. The members of the Peak Guild, relying on their immense strength and tacit coordination, utterly annihilated this wave of undead. I'm exhausted. The water god slumped to the ground, completely disregarding his image, panting heavily. There are too many undead. I can't even kill them all. As expected of a base camp for undead creatures, there are so many, Ji Xing agreed. The others were also exhausted. Qin Chuan smiled and said, the undead world has no shortage of undead creatures. This is just the appetizer, not the main course yet. Is this just the appetizer? The water god nearly jumped up upon hearing this. President, are you kidding? We've been killing for an hour, and it's still not over. The undead world has no shortage of undead. Qin Chuan smiled and patted the water god on the shoulder. What? Are you tired already? Not tired, just a little annoyed. The water god scratched his head. It's mainly because these undead are too fragile. They fall before I even put any effort into them. Killing them is boring. You're still being picky, Ji Xing said, shaking his head. Alright, get up quickly, don't make fun of us, President. The water god chuckled and climbed up. I'm just trying to liven things up. Qin Chuan smiled, but said nothing, staring into the distance. Something's coming, Qin Chuan warned. Boom. The ground began to shake, the sound rapidly spreading from far away, as if some enormous creature was approaching. Again? The water god frowned. What's it this time? I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Jing's expression grew serious. Everyone be careful. Song Ling warned, raising his hand to create a massive ice barrier to act as both a defensive and decelerating force. The tremors intensified, cracks began to appear in the ground, and a powerful aura of death washed over them. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, and a massive figure slowly rose from the cracks in the ground. It was a massive skeleton, 100 meters tall, its bones a dark gold. In its hand, it wielded a massive bone hammer, its head ablaze with a faint blue flame. Is this a demigod-level skeleton king? Ji Xing's face changed slightly. It seems so. Qin Chuan nodded. It's even stronger than the skull dragon from before. Damn, it's so powerful right off the bat. The water god couldn't help but curse. President, How do we fight this thing? How else? Kill it, of course. Qin Chuan spoke casually, seemingly not taking the Skeleton King seriously. That's easy to say. The water god curled his lips. This is a demigod, not a piece of cake. But even so, the water god gripped his staff tightly, and summoned the king's guards, ready to fight to the bitter end. The others also prepared for battle. They had come here to hone their skills against demigod-level undead, so the current situation was only to be expected. Human? A faint blue flame flickered in the Skeleton King's eyes, and his voice was deep and raspy. That's rare. Looks like my collection is about to be enriched. Collection? The water god roared. I was thinking of making you into a collection. Everyone knows how to talk trash. Looking for death. The Skeleton King roared, swinging his massive bone hammer at the water god. Even before the hammer arrived, a powerful pressure was already overwhelming, as if to crush the water god to pieces. The water god was prepared. The heroic guards instantly appeared before him, forming a solid shield wall. Bang! The hammer struck the shield wall with a deafening roar. Though formidable, the heroic guards still seemed vulnerable to the power of a demigod. The shield wall instantly caved in, and nearly half of the heroic guards were reduced to energy dust, dissipating on the spot. Fortunately, as long as the water god remained alive, the heroic guards could be resurrected indefinitely, and the gap was immediately filled. Damn, so powerful. The water god was startled and quickly retreated. He was a fragile creature, so he better not try to act so aggressively and charge forward. All together. Ji Xing shouted, and the Destroyer and Annihilator opened fire simultaneously, sending dense energy beams hurtling towards the Skeleton King. Jing also manipulated the space mirror, reflecting the Skeleton King's attacks back. However, the Skeleton King's defense was astonishing, and the Destroyer and Annihilator's attacks left only faint marks on it. The reflected attacks were even shattered by its bone hammer. The power of a demigod was terrifying. It's useless, human. Your attacks are like tickling me. The Skeleton King laughed wildly, striding towards the group. Ji Xing and the others remained silent, simply increasing their firepower. They wouldn't leave until they had reduced this Skeleton King to bone dust today. Chapter 1181. You old idiot, you used to be quite the boaster, didn't you? Come on! The water god taunted, as he commanded the Hero King's royal guards to fend off the Skeleton King's attacks. I tear your bones apart later, and see how you can still boast. The Skeleton King, enraged by the water god's words, a dark blue flame suddenly burst from his eyes. You ignorant ant, I show you what despair is. He swung his bone hammer, and smashed it against the shield wall of the Hero King's royal guards. Bang, another loud bang, and half of the Hero King's royal guards were sent flying, dissipating into energy in midair. But the next second, the royal guards had replenished their numbers. The water god's face paled. He could sense the Skeleton King's power growing even stronger. How can this guy get stronger with each battle? The water god couldn't help but rant. Ji Xing commanded the Destroyers and Annihilators to attack frantically, pouring down energy beams on the Skeleton King. Water god, stop messing around and keep attacking. Ji Xing shouted. Here we go! The water god roared back. But this time, he learned his lesson. Instead of having the Hero King's guards take on the Skeleton King's attacks head-on, he adopted a roving tactic, constantly harassing him. He focused on playing with his mindset. Jing assisted from the side, constantly using the space mirror to deflect the Skeleton King's attacks, while looking for opportunities to reflect them back. He occasionally cast short-distance teleports to help his team adjust their positions. Song Ling wasn't idle either, constantly casting ice spells, trying to slow the Skeleton King. But this demigod-level Skeleton King was simply too powerful. Even with Ji Xing and the others firing at full force, they could only inflict minor damage on the Skeleton King, unable to halt his attacks, let alone defeat him. The Skeleton King, bearing down on the attack, advanced steadily, each step causing the ground to shake violently. This won't work. We need to find a solution. Ji Xing frowned. How about we try a combined attack? Jing suggested. Combined attack? Ji Xing asked. How? I use the space mirror to combine your attacks. This will definitely increase their power, but be mindful of your attack patterns, and try not to interfere with each other, Jing said quickly. Okay, let's try. Ji Xing nodded. Jing raised his hand, and deployed dozens of space mirrors. Destruction mode? Ji Xing shouted, and the Destroyer and Annihilator simultaneously switched to destruction mode, firing two massive energy beams at the space mirror. Blue waves bury the world. The water god also exerted his full strength, and dozens of giant water dragons roared and charged at the space mirror. The attacks converged and merged within the space mirror, ultimately transforming into an even more terrifying energy beam that fiercely blasted towards the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King felt threatened by this attack, a dark blue flame in his eyes pulsing violently. He raised his bone hammer to block it. Song Ling condensed a massive amount of solid ice at the right moment and slammed it into the Skeleton King, causing his movements to become slightly warped, and he was unable to completely block the combined attack of Ji Xing and the others. Bang! The energy beam collided with the bone hammer, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The Skeleton King's massive form was knocked back several steps, and a crack appeared on the hammer in his hand. It worked! The water god shouted excitedly. Keep attacking. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Ji Xing was also quite excited. Don't be afraid of a strong enemy. As long as you can inflict damage, there's hope of victory. More energy beams blasted at the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King was beaten back step by step, and cracks began to appear on his bones. Roar! The Skeleton King roared in anger. It had never imagined it would be forced to this point by a few ants. With a sudden stomp of his foot, the ground cracked open, and streams of dark blue flames erupted from the cracks, enveloping everything around him. Is this a domain? Ji Xing's face changed. Be careful. This is the Skeleton King's death domain. Qin Chuan's voice echoed. Within this domain, the Skeleton King's power will be greatly enhanced, while yours will be suppressed. Furthermore, it's demigod level, and you're at the saint level, so your domain will be suppressed and weakened. Chapter 1182. Damn, this old man has no moral integrity. The water god couldn't help but curse. What are you afraid of? Your domain isn't invincible. Ji Xing gritted his teeth. And even though our domain is suppressed, it's not completely ineffective. Keep attacking. I don't believe we can't defeat it. Despite the domain's suppression, several people continued to attack the Skeleton King. The bonus from the domain greatly increased the Skeleton King's strength, especially its defense, which increased several times. The scars on his body also disappeared at a visible speed, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. This isn't going to work. We have to find a way to break its domain, Ji Xing said anxiously. How could it be easy? The water god said with a wry smile. This is a demigod level domain. How could it be so easily broken? We have to try, Ji Xing said firmly. First, find a way to suppress their actions. I buy time, the water god roared. Heroic King's guards charge. The heroic King's guards fearlessly charged at the Skeleton King, only to be easily incinerated by the dark blue flame swirling around it. These flames seemed to possess life, constantly twisting and pulsing, exuding a chilling aura of death. There's something wrong with these flames. The water god's face grimaced. He could feel his life force being slowly devoured by the flames. Although the heroic King's guards could be resurrected infinitely, their resurrection rate could no longer keep up with their incineration. This is the fire of death, embodying the power of the law of death. Qin Chuan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Your attacks will hardly cause any substantial damage to it. Instead, they will be absorbed by it, strengthening itself. Damn, that's too much. The water god was anxious. He didn't want to become nutrient for this old skeleton. Don't worry, there's a way. Qin Chuan's voice remained calm, as if he had everything under control. Qin Chuan reminded him, although your domain is suppressed, it's not completely ineffective. Try to concentrate the power of your domain, and perhaps you find a breakthrough. As long as you break through the domain's suppression, your strength will at least not be suppressed, and you still have a chance. Hearing this, Ji Xing immediately began to try. She knew her guild leader wouldn't act without purpose. If he said that, there must be a reason. A dazzling light shone from the Destroyer and Annihilator, a sign that Ji Xing's mechanical domain was operating at full capacity. The two mechas' attacks became more fierce, each strike imbued with the power of destruction. Jing also began to move, the space around her distorting and warping, attempting to use the power of space to disrupt the Skeleton King's movements and create opportunities for her teammates. Song Ling and the Water God also mobilized their powers to the maximum. Within the Skeleton King's death domain, for tiny balls of light faltered, seemingly about to go out at any moment. Yet they remained remarkably resilient, just one breath away. Qin Chuan observed quietly and realized that without the divine fire ignited, Ji Xing and his men alone could not defeat the Skeleton King. He immediately turned to Su Chongqing and his men, who had been waiting, and said, "Alright, you guys go too." This time, in addition to Ji Xing, Jing, Song Ling, and the Water God, Su Chongqing, Xiao, Di Jiaolingyu, and the swordsman in the snow were also present in the undead world. Ji Xing and his 4 men served as pioneers, undergoing training. Su Chongqing and his men stood by. Now that the demigod-level Skeleton King had appeared, Ji Xing and his men were unable to withstand it, so it was time for Su Chongqing and his men to help. Su Chongqing excitedly said, "President, it's finally our turn." Xiao gripped the divine dagger tightly, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. He declared firmly, "Godfather, just wait for our good news." Di Jiaolingyu and Xuezhong also prepared for battle. "Remember to activate your domain, otherwise you won't be able to withstand the ravages of the death domain," Qin Xuan reminded. The crowd nodded in agreement. Su Chongqing raised his hand and summoned several holy light spheres, which sank into the bodies of the people. Holy Light Protection. Chapter 1183. Holy Hymn. Angel's Blessing. A series of buffs showered upon everyone, and Ji Xing and the others instantly felt brimming with strength. The realms previously suppressed by the death domain were largely restored. "Damn, old Su, your buffs are insane," the water god exclaimed. "I feel like I could single-handedly take on that old bone." "Stop joking. Hurry," Ji Xing urged. "Sister Ji, you two take a break. Let's get some action." Zhao's figure instantly vanished. The next moment, he appeared behind the Skeleton King, stabbing the back of his head with his dagger. Blood Swamp. Zhao's domain unfolded, and a blood-red swamp rapidly expanded from the Skeleton King's center. The Skeleton King felt his movement slow, as if he were mired in a quagmire. "Tricks!" The Skeleton King roared, and the dark blue flames on his body surged, attempting to evaporate the blood swamp. But the blood swamp, like a maggot on its heels, clung to the Skeleton King, preventing it from breaking free. Perfect opportunity! A gleam flashed in the eyes of the swordsman in the snow. He transformed into a gust of wind and instantly reached the Skeleton King. Judgment of Sin. Dancing wind blades. Countless wind blades appeared from thin air, raining down upon the Skeleton King like a torrential rain. Di Jiaolingyu followed closely behind. With a swipe of her magic sword, countless icy chains shot from the ground, locking the Skeleton King's limbs tightly. Ice Cage. Ice Seal. Di Jiaolingyu unleashed 2 control skills in quick succession, sending a chill through the air, and a thick layer of frost instantly coated the Skeleton King's body. Su Chongqing continuously cast healing spells, and various buffs to ensure everyone's health. The 8 of them worked in perfect harmony, pinning the Skeleton King down. Roar! The Skeleton King roared in frustration, struggling desperately to break free. But the constant damage from the others prevented it from escaping. 4 against 1 was a bit awkward, but 8 against 1 was much easier. "This old man is failing," the water god said triumphantly. "President, it looks like we don't need you to help." Qin Xuan smiled but said nothing. He could tell that, while the Skeleton King was suppressed, he hadn't suffered a fatal injury. And the Skeleton King seemed to be planning something. Sure enough, the next moment, the dark blue flames aglow around the Skeleton King intensified, and a terrifying aura erupted from it. "Oh no! It's going all out!" Jing's expression changed. "Everyone, be careful," Ji Xing warned. "Jing, be ready to relocate at any time. Don't let our men get attacked." "You ants, you completely enraged me." The Skeleton King's voice turned icy cold. "I'm going to make you experience the wrath of a demigod." Boom! The dark blue flames on the Skeleton King's body instantly erupted, transforming into a massive pillar of fire that shot up into the sky. Zhao's blood swamp, the snow swordsman's wind blades, and Di Jiaolingyu's ice instantly crumbled under the impact of the flames. Ji Xing and the others were also blown away by the flames, each spitting blood and looking pale. What kind of power is this?" The water god struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with horror. "It's the Skeleton King's original power," Qin Xuan's voice echoed. "It burned its own essence, gaining immense strength." "Burning its essence?" Ji Xing's face darkened. "Doesn't that mean it perished along with us?" "That's right." Qin Xuan nodded. "But don't worry too much. While burning your essence grants immense power, it also accelerates your death." "Accelerates death?" The water god was stunned. "Then all we have to do is buy time?" "That's the theory," Qin Xuan said. "But I'm afraid the Skeleton King won't give you that chance. Its speed is at least 5 times faster than before." "Damn, this old man is too cruel." The water god couldn't help but curse. "Stop talking nonsense and figure out a solution." Ji Xing gritted his teeth. "We can't let it succeed." Chapter 1184. What else can we do? The water god said with a wry smile. "We can't even break its defenses." "Then use a stronger attack." Ji Xing's eyes flashed with determination. "Jing, another combined attack. Okay. Jing nodded. This time, we use all our strength, Jixing said. Success or failure depends on this. Let's go all out. The water god also threw himself into the fight. Destruction mode, overclocked. Jixing shouted softly, and the energy fluctuations of the destroyer and annihilator reached their peak, even exceeding their own limits. Blue waves bury the world. The water god pressed his hands together, and more than a dozen water dragons merged, forming an even larger water dragon that appeared in the air. Space folding mirror merge. Jing raised his hand and deployed more space folding mirrors, converging all the attacks. And us. Xiao and the others had already seen the combined attack tactic before, and immediately joined in. More skills merged together, forming an energy beam even more terrifying than before, which shot towards the Skeleton King. A flash of madness flashed in the Skeleton King's eyes, and he raised his bone hammer and brought it down fiercely. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, shaking the entire undead world violently. The energy beam collided with the bone hammer, unleashing a blinding light that was blinding, eclipsing the entire world. Did it succeed? The water god asked nervously. I don't know. Jixing's voice trembled. They had essentially exhausted all their cards. If they still couldn't end the battle, then all else would be lost. The light faded, and the Skeleton King reappeared. Its bone hammer had broken into several pieces, and its bones were covered in cracks. But it still stood. Ha ha ha. The Skeleton King laughed maniacally. It's useless, you can't kill me. As long as I'm still breathing, I kill you all. Damn it! Jixing gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Is there really no way out? No, it shouldn't be like this. They come this far under the president's protection, and all the pressure is borne by the president alone. I clearly promised to help the president. Why can't I do it? If my mechanical army were a little more powerful, if I could be like Yazakura Luo, I would definitely be able to help the president. Jixing felt a fire burning within her. She wouldn't allow herself to just watch from the sidelines. Fighting should never be the president's sole responsibility. Bang! A sound like a shattering mirror echoed in Jixing's mind. A brilliant light emanated from her. Bang! The sound of a shattering mirror echoed in Jixing's mind. She felt as if her soul had broken free from some restraint, entering a whole new realm. A powerful force surged from her, resonating with the destroyer and the annihilator. The energy fluctuations of the two mechas, already reaching their limit, surged again. This is... Jixing's eyes widened. She could clearly feel the connection between herself and the two mechas growing ever closer, as if they had become a part of her body. President, I think. I ignited the divine fire. Jixing's voice trembled, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Yes, I saw it. Qin Chuan's voice remained calm, but a flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes. Well done. Ignite the divine fire? The water god was shocked. Sister Ji, you actually ignited the divine fire so secretly? That's not nice. I don't know what happened. Jixing herself was a little confused. She was simply unwilling to accept this. She just wanted to become stronger. She just wanted to help the president, but she hadn't expected to actually ignite the divine fire. Sister Ji, now that you ignited the divine fire, let's hurry up and get rid of this skeleton. Jing reminded him. This is a good opportunity to test the effectiveness of your divine fire, Sister Ji. Right, get rid of it. The water god realized that now was no time for idle chatter. Chapter 1185. Watch me. Jixing took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions, and focused all his attention on controlling the destroyer and annihilator. A dazzling light shone from the two mechas, and their aura instantly reached the level of a demigod. Destroyer, full fire, start. Annihilator, overclocked and rampaged, start. Jixing's voice echoed through the undead world, carrying an unquestionable majesty. The two mechas seemed to have been reborn, every part cheering with joy, every structure releasing immense power. Boom! Boom! Two energy beams, even thicker than before, shot towards the Skeleton King. The space in their path was torn apart by this powerful force, revealing dark cracks. The dark blue flames in the Skeleton King's eyes danced violently, sensing a huge threat. Impossible. How could you ants possess such power? The Skeleton King roared, brandishing his broken bone hammer to resist. However, its resistance seemed utterly feeble in the face of the demigod-level destroyers and annihilators. Originally, it had the realm advantage, holding Jixing and his companions in check. But now, Jixing had ignited the divine fire and entered the demigod realm, standing on equal footing with the Skeleton King. Adding the numerical advantage of the destroyers and annihilators, it immediately gained the upper hand. The energy beam easily shattered the bone hammer and slammed fiercely into the Skeleton King. Crack! The Skeleton King's bone shattered, and his massive body was blown away, tumbling heavily to the ground. Success? The water god jumped up excitedly. Sister G, you're incredible. The others also smiled joyfully, seeing hope of victory. It's not over yet. Ji Xing's voice was remarkably calm. Destroyer, Annihilator, charge. Keep suppressing it. Don't give it a chance to breathe. The two mechs took huge strides, charging towards the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King struggled to get up, but the Destroyer and Annihilator gave it no chance. The Destroyer's energy cannons attacked continuously, providing significant suppressive fire. The Annihilator swung its massive hammer and chainsaw, smashing into the Skeleton King with a furious blow that shook the earth. Roar! The Skeleton King roared in despair, unwilling to die like this. It desperately burned its own source power, hoping to perish with Ji Xing. But Ji Xing would not give it a chance to reach her. She was a mechanic, not a berserker. Under her control, the Destroyer and Annihilator worked in perfect harmony, pinning the Skeleton King down. Under the relentless assault, the dark blue flames on the Skeleton King grew weaker and weaker, eventually extinguishing completely. The massive body collapsed with a bang, turning into a pile of shattered bones. Did we win? The water god asked, somewhat worriedly. He had finally witnessed the power of the demigod-level Skeleton King. It was no match for the sanctuary. If it weren't for the Hero King's legacy and several divine equipment, the water god would have likely been pounded into a pulp by the Skeleton King. Ji Xing commented, we should have won. I can't sense the Skeleton King's divine power anymore, only the soul fire remains. Finally, we won. Jing breathed a sigh of relief. She felt her strength nearly drained, yet her heart was filled with joy. This was the first time they had defeated a demigod-level boss independently, without Qin Chuan's intervention. Sister Ji, congratulations on igniting the divine fire, Song Ling said with a smile as he approached. Thank you. Ji Xing smiled. Are you almost there too? Yeah, I think. Song Ling nodded. She could sense she was only one step away from igniting the divine flame. Haha, it looks like our Peak Guild is about to experience a massive surge in power, the water god said excitedly. Once we all ignite the divine flame, let's see who dares to mess with us. Don't get carried away, Qin Chuan's voice echoed. This is just the beginning. The undead world is more dangerous than you think. Chapter 1186. Don't worry, President. We won't let our guard down, the water god said, patting his chest. Qin Chuan nodded and turned to look at Ji Xing. How are you feeling? Not bad, Ji Xing said. Just a little tired. I need a break. Well then, let's rest for a while, Qin Chuan said. You should also rest and recover, then continue on, striving to ignite more of the divine flame. Ji Xing has succeeded, so you can't fall behind. Okay. Everyone responded in unison. Deep in the undead world. A gloomy palace of bones. Oh! A demigod has fallen? A deep voice echoed. Those few sanctuary ants are quite interesting. They were able to ignite the divine flame and break through. Quite interesting. Do you want me to investigate? Another voice asked. No need, a deep voice said. They're just a few minions, not worth wasting time on. But we can't let them run amok here. Send in a few demigod-level undead creatures, and take care of them. As you wish. The bone hall returned to calm, with only the faint flickering of will-o'-the-wisp flames. The members of the Peak Guild rested and recovered. Ji Xing further consolidated the newfound power within her. After igniting the divine fire, she felt a strange connection with the entire world, as if she could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth for her own benefit. Is this the power of a demigod? Truly powerful. Ji Xing sighed inwardly. No wonder Yi Sakura Luo could easily kill the demigod bone dragon. Ji Xing looked at the Destroyer and Annihilator, noting that the performance of both mechas had also been greatly improved. Demigod level. Ji Xing's heart was filled with pride. This was the mechanical creation she had crafted with her own hands, gradually ascending to demigod level, a symbol of her strength and hard work. Sister Ji, are you okay? The water god's voice came. It's okay, Ji Xing opened her eyes, and said with a smile. Just a little tired, but I'm much better now. That's good, the water god breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Ji, tell us what it feels like to ignite the divine fire. What's it like? It feels amazing, Ji Xing said after a moment's thought. It's like opening a new door and seeing a wider world. So mysterious? The water god blinked. Then, I want to ignite the divine fire quickly and experience this feeling. Come on, Jixing smiled. I believe you can do it. Of course, the water god said confidently. As they were talking, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. What's going on? The water god jumped up and looked around. An earthquake? Not an earthquake, Qin Chuan's voice echoed. It's the undead. Lots of them. What? Everyone was startled and quickly stood up to look around. On the distant horizon, a dark mass of undead creatures surged towards them like a tide. Oh my god, so many! The water god couldn't help but curse. There must be millions, right? More than that. Qin Chuan shook his head. Probably tens of millions. Tens of millions of undead? President, are you kidding? The water god's voice was a little off. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if he was hallucinating. Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Chuan asked calmly. The water god was speechless. He knew the president's character. He would never joke about such things. Then, what should we do? With so many undead, can we really defeat them? Jing felt uneasy. Their strength was considerable, but they felt powerless against such a vast number. Don't panic, isn't the guild master here? Jixing appeared quite calm. She had just ignited the divine fire, and her confidence was overflowing. Furthermore, she had absolute trust in Qin Chuan. Yes, there's the guild master. The water god nodded in agreement. Let's just push our limits, and not worry about anything else. Since you trust me so much, I won't let you down. Qin Chuan's voice was calm and powerful, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 1187. Just focus on your output, I handle the rest. Okay, I listened to the guild master. The water god was the first to respond. Roar! A variety of roars emanated from the undead army, deafening. The undead army drew closer, and everyone could even feel the ground shaking. Prepare for battle. Jixing commanded, and the destroyer and annihilator immediately entered combat mode. The water god also summoned water dragons and stood ready. Jing began deploying spatial folding mirrors, preparing to converge everyone's attacks. Su Chongqing, Xiao, Dijiaolingyu, and the swordsman in the snow also prepared for battle. While they couldn't charge into battle like Jixing and the others, they could provide support from the rear. Kill! When the undead army entered attack range, Qin Chuan gave the command, and everyone immediately launched their attack. Jixing controlled the destroyer and annihilator, instantly unleashing two massive beams of energy that shattered the leading undead creatures into smithereens. The water god also controlled the water dragon, unleashing a powerful stream of water at the undead army. Jing used the space mirror to converge everyone's attacks, forming an even more terrifying beam of energy that swept across the undead army. Su Chongqing continuously unleashed healing spells and various buffs to maintain everyone's health. Xiao Dijiaolingyu and the swordsman in the snow also demonstrated their strengths, inflicting heavy damage to the undead army. The attack of a million-strong undead army was abruptly stopped. The battle lasted for nearly an hour, and the undead army finally showed signs of dwindling in numbers. President, look over there. Jixing suddenly pointed into the distance. Everyone looked in that direction and saw several black dots in the distance. The dots drew closer, gradually revealing their true form. They were 5 enormous undead creatures, emanating a powerful aura. They were, surprisingly, demigod level. Demigod level undead? Jixing's face changed. That's a bit much. Although she had ignited the divine fire and had the destroyer and annihilator, she could have achieved a righteous 2-on-1 battle. But with 5 demigod level undead, the destroyer and annihilator would have been a 2-on-1 match, leaving one free to deal with the rest of the Peak Guild. Trouble, 5 demigod level undead. This number made everyone in the Peak Guild gasp. Jixing had just ignited the divine fire, greatly increasing her strength, but dealing with 2 demigod level undead simultaneously was already at its limit. Shueishan Jing, Songling, and the others, while formidable, were still some distance from demigods. Even combining forces to deal with a single demigod level undead was a struggle. Furthermore, besides these 5 demigod level undead, there are millions of undead armies vying for their lives. This is a truly hopeless situation. President, what should we do now? The water god's voice trembled. Although he was usually carefree, he was no fool and understood the gravity of the situation. That's easy, Qin Chuan said calmly. I help you control 2, Jixing will handle 2 more, and you guys will handle 1. That be all we need, right? The water god rubbed his brow, uncertainly asking, is that so? I feel like we overlooked something. Xiao, standing nearby, chimed in. President, you didn't account for the remaining millions of undead. The water god slapped his thigh. Yes, what about the remaining millions? In previous battles, they had discovered that in this undead world, the undead replenish very quickly. If they weren't able to deal enough damage, they wouldn't be able to replenish their numbers. Okay, stop hesitating and start fighting. Qin Chuan pointed at the 5 demigod undead in the distance. They're ready to attack. The 5 demigod-level undead spread out in a fan-shaped formation, emitting a terrifying and overwhelming might. Countless undead roared around them. The thick aura of death dimmed the surrounding light, and the air became heavy, making it difficult to breathe. The expressions of the peak-level warriors were all solemn. Chapter 1188. This will be the most difficult battle they ever faced. Human, you are destined to be our food. Hee hee hee, I can't wait to taste fresh souls. Your bones will become ornaments for my lair. The 5 demigods began their pre-battle trash talk. Human, die. A skeleton, blazing with green flames, took the lead, wielding a massive bone scythe and slashing at the peak warriors. The scythe hadn't even reached them, but the terrifying aura of death was already overwhelming, as if to freeze even the soul. Be careful. Ji Xing shouted, and the destroyer and the annihilator attacked simultaneously, 2 beams of energy colliding with the bone scythe. Bang! The beams collided with the bone scythe, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The aftermath of the energy spread out, sending the surrounding undead creatures flying, turning them into bone dust that drifted in the wind. A battle between demigods was simply not something these ordinary undead creatures could interfere with. Interesting, but not enough. The green flame skeleton sneered, and swung its bone scythe again. This time, a rich layer of green flame coated the scythe, making it even more powerful than before. Annihilator, Overclock, and Rampage. At Ji Xing's command, the Annihilator's chainsaw erupted in flames, colliding fiercely with the bone scythe. The 2 massive beings engaged in a fierce battle, leaving the aftermath terrifying. At the same time, the other 4 demigod-level undead also attacked. The skeleton, covered in bone spurs, screamed, and countless bone spurs rained down on the peak group like a torrential rain. The undead, shrouded in black mist, silently sank into the ground, waiting for their opportunity to strike. A lich, wielding a bone staff and draped in a robe, chanted as violent magic began to gather. Last of all, a death knight, radiating a chill and riding a skeletal warhorse, covered the ground in a thick layer of frost with every step. Jing, protect everyone. Ji Xing commanded the destroyers and annihilators to fend off the attacks of the bone-spiked skeletons while speaking to Jing. Okay. Jing immediately began deploying spatial folding mirrors, blocking the attacking bone spikes. However, a demigod-level attack was not so easily withstood. The spatial folding mirrors quickly shattered, making it difficult to even resist, let alone deflect them. Ice cloud chains. Dijialing Yu shouted softly, and countless frost chains flew out, intertwining in the air, and quickly forming a frost spider web. Bone spikes landing on the ice web could easily shatter it, but their own speed would inevitably be affected. Dijialing Yu created 3 layers of ice web in one breath. And me! Song Ling's staff emanated a chilling wind, and massive chunks of ice materialized, further weakening the bone spur. After repeated weakening, Jing's spatial folding mirror finally withstood the impact. After several reversals, it repelled the bone spur. Everyone, stop standing there and start! Qin Chuan's voice echoed in everyone's ears, bringing them back to reality from their shock. The water god reacted the fastest, shouting, "Water dragon, attack! Bite these skeletons to death!" He commanded the water dragon to charge at the death knight riding the skeletal warhorse. The dragon opened its maw and unleashed a high-pressure jet of water. The death knight swung his spear, its tip radiating chill. Crack, crack, crack. The ice spread rapidly, freezing the water dragon along with the jet. Holy crap, so fierce? The water god was startled and quickly commanded the dragon to retreat. But it was too late. The ice had already spread to the water dragon, freezing it into an ice sculpture. Ha ha ha, foolish human. Everything will be reduced to an ice sculpture in my ice domain. The death knight laughed triumphantly. Really? The water god grinned. Explode? Bang! The ice sculpture exploded instantly, and the water dragon escaped, even larger than before. Come again! The water god controlled the water dragon and charged at the death knight again. Elsewhere, Jing, Song Ling, and Dijialing Yu joined forces, barely fending off the bone spur skeleton's attack. Chapter 1189. But they could only defend themselves, posing no threat to the bone spike skeleton. This won't work. We must find a way to fight back, Jing said. But its attacks are too intense. We don't stand a chance. Song Ling frowned. I help. Su Chongqing approached, carrying a massive cross, and slammed it heavily to the ground. Divine revelation. A dazzling burst of light filled Jing, and the other two with power. Su Chongqing quickly said, "Quick! This skill doesn't last long, but it has a significant amplification effect. Leave it to me." Dijiaolingyu took a deep breath. Ice 1,000 miles. She slammed her hands down onto the ground, and a burst of extreme cold erupted, rapidly spreading from her center. The ground instantly froze, and the ice continued to thicken. The bone-spike skeleton spurs struck the ice, leaving only faint white spots. Compared to the previous effortless crushing of the ice, this was undoubtedly a completely different performance. Ice cloud chains. This time, Dijiaolingyu created 10 ice nets, tightly binding the bone-spike skeleton. "Sister Jing, hurry up." "Okay." Jing immediately unleashed her skill, Space Folding Mirror, go. She manipulated the Space Folding Mirror, reflecting all of the bone-spike skeleton's attacks back. Puff, puff, puff. The bone-spike skeleton was caught off guard, and was riddled with its own bone spurs. Roar. The bone-spike skeleton roared, its bone spurs growing again, but at a noticeably slower rate. "While you're weak, I kill you." Song Ling seized the opportunity, swung his staff, and a massive ice cone, 20 to 30 meters long, appeared from thin air and slammed down upon the bone-spike skeleton. Crack! Several bones of the bone-spike skeleton were broken, and its movements became even slower. Roar! The bone-spike skeleton roared in pain. It hadn't expected these humans to be so formidable. The battle, which it had thought would be easily resolved, had reached a stalemate. The bone spurs on its body continued to grow and shatter, depleting its internal energy. These annoying ants! The bone-spike skeleton was anxious. It had to deal with these troublesome creatures as soon as possible. Bone prison! It roared angrily, and its bone spurs suddenly detached from its body, soaring into the air and quickly combining into a massive bone prison, trapping Jing, Song Ling, and Dijiaolingyu. Not good. Jing's face changed. She could sense that this bone prison was far stronger than the previous ones. Space Folding Mirror. She immediately unleashed her skill, attempting to move the prison away. However, the prison remained motionless. "It's useless. This is a bone prison made of my original bones. Your spatial abilities can't break it." The bone-spike skeleton smirked triumphantly, finally finding its chance to strike back. Die! It manipulated the bone prison to shrink inward, its sharp spikes piercing the three. Ice cloud chains. Ice barrier. Dijiaolingyu and Song Ling quickly unleashed their abilities, attempting to block the prison's attacks. But their defenses proved so fragile against the prison, unable to stop its contraction. Damn it! Jing gritted her teeth. She knew she had to find a way to break the prison, or all three of them would die here. "It's useless. Give up." The bone-spike skeleton's voice echoed through the prison, a hint of mockery. "No, I can't give up. I must get Sister Song Ling and Sister Lin out of this prison." Jing's eyes were determined. She would never give in. Space. Cut. Space cut. Jing's voice trembled slightly, yet remained incredibly resolute. Her hand swiped through the air, and visible cracks appeared on the bone prison. Crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the bone prison, but slowly, and the cracks were quickly repaired by the bone-spike skeleton. "It's useless. Give up, little girl." The bone-spike skeleton's voice was mocking. "In my bone prison, all your struggles are in vain." "No! I won't give up." Jing gritted her teeth, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. Chapter 1190. She could feel her mental energy rapidly depleting, but she couldn't stop. Song Ling and Dijiaolingyu were still waiting for her. "Sister Jing, don't force yourself." Dijiaolingyu's voice rang out. "If it doesn't work, we just wait for the guild master to rescue us." "No!" Jing interrupted her. "I'm sure I can do this. Besides, we can't always rely on the guild master. Otherwise, what's the point of all this training?" She closed her eyes, the image of Qin Chuan floating in her mind. He was always so calm and confident, as if he had everything under control. "Guild master, since you can do it," Jing muttered to herself, "I can do it too." Buzz. Jing's body suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, her mental energy flaring furiously, and the cracks in space expanded at a visible rate. "This is..." The bone spur skeleton's voice finally grew a little panicked. "Impossible. How could you possibly succeed? You're just a mere mortal ant." "Absolutely impossible." Crack. The bone prison finally gave way and shattered. Jing's figure appeared in midair, a faint glow enveloping her, like a deity descending to earth. I ignited the divine fire? Jing stared at her hands in disbelief. She felt her body brimming with power, as if she could control everything. Sister Jing, you succeeded? Dijialing Yu exclaimed in delight. Great. Song Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! Another one has ignited the divine fire. The bone-spiked skeleton raged. But so what? You all die today. It attacked again, countless bone spikes shooting towards Jing and the other two. Now it's my turn. Jing snorted coldly, her figure instantly vanishing. The next moment, she appeared behind the bone-spiked skeleton, clasping her hands together and shouting, "Spatial confinement." The bone-spiked skeleton's body froze, horrified to discover it couldn't move. What kind of power is this? The bone-spiked skeleton's voice trembled slightly. Both at the demigod level, why was there such a huge difference? Is this scientific? This is the power of space. Jing's voice was calm and majestic. She slowly raised her right hand, and a massive spatial crack appeared above the bone-spiked skeleton's head. No! The bone-spiked skeleton roared in despair. The spatial crack closed instantly, and the bone-spiked skeleton's body was cut into countless pieces. One taken care of. Jing clapped her hands, speaking easily. Her heart was filled with joy. Sister Jing is mighty. The water god cheered from afar. Sister Jing, you're amazing. Dijialing Yu also admired her sincerely. Not bad. Jing smiled. She felt herself in excellent shape and brimming with confidence. President, Jing has also ignited the divine fire, Ji Xing said to Qin Chuan. Yes, I see. Qin Chuan's voice remained calm. I believe you can do it. But to be honest, Jing's ignition of the divine fire so quickly was a bit unexpected. I thought Songling or the water god would be next, but Jing wasn't. President, just wait. Once all of us have ignited the divine fire and continue to improve, you can retire. Ji Xing smiled triumphantly. Then I have to wait patiently, Qin Chuan said with a smile, then warned, don't get too carried away. We still have 4 more. Don't worry, President. We won't let you down, Ji Xing assured him, patting his chest. The battle continued. After Jing joined the fray, the tide began to tilt in favor of the Peak Guild. She used her powerful spatial abilities to constantly disrupt the enemy's attacks, creating opportunities for her teammates. The nature of spatial magic made her attacks virtually unpredictable and unstoppable, causing significant trouble for the other undead demigods. The battle between the Water God and the Death Knight reached a fever pitch. The Water Dragon and the King's Guard surrounded the Death Knight, unleashing frantic attacks. The Death Knight was not only formidable in his own right, but also possessed formidable skeletal warhorses. Each trampling of the guards could dissipate dozens of guards. However, the guards possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely, meaning any that were dissipated could be instantly replenished. Chapter 1191. Water Dragon, bite it to death. The Water God roared. The Water Dragon opened its maw and bit the Death Knight fiercely. The Death Knight wielded his spear to block it, radiating an even stronger chill, attempting to freeze the Water Dragon. Explode. The Water God activated his skill again. The Water Dragon's body instantly expanded, then exploded with a bang. The immense impact deformed the Death Knight's movements, and the skeleton warhorse was thrown back repeatedly. A great opportunity. The Water God's eyes lit up, and he immediately manipulated the water to trap the Death Knight. Water Dragon, attack. The Water Dragon condensed into form again and charged at the Death Knight. The Death Knight struggled to escape, but the water's binding force was too strong, preventing him from moving. The Water God seemed to envision victory. But the Death Knight suddenly calmed down, his voice icy, and, it seems I have to use all my strength. Necromancer Frenzy. Anti-magic shield. A dark green light emanated from the Death Knight's body, quickly forming an elliptical barrier that protected him. At the same time, a crimson halo appeared beneath the hooves of the skeletal warhorse. In the blink of an eye, the water flow vanished, no longer able to restrict the Death Knight's movements. Not only that, with the halo's blessing, the Death Knight's speed skyrocketed several times. Even with a body as massive as a mountain, he could still achieve terrifying speeds that were impossible to grasp with the naked eye. The Water God was immediately shocked. This Death Knight must have taken a powerful pill, suddenly so powerful. Bang! A death bombardment descended, annihilating the Hero King's Imperial Guards and exploding the Water Dragon into a cloud of water. And die! The Death Knight clenched his lance and charged at the Water God. At this moment, the Hero King's Imperial Guards had only just revived halfway. At this critical moment, a teleportation array appeared at the Water God's feet, and his body instantly vanished. Jing slowly approached from the air and said calmly, "Next, let me be your opponent." "You consider me your opponent?" The Death Knight reined in his skeletal warhorse, his crimson eyes fixed on Jing, his voice hoarse and deep, filled with disdain. "A mere ant, freshly ignited with divine fire, dares to speak so arrogantly. Whether it's just boasting or not, we know for sure if we try." Jing's expression remained calm. His hands gently swiped through the air, and spatial cracks quietly appeared, shattering the space around the Death Knight. "A trifle." The Death Knight snorted coldly, thrusting his lance forward. A burst of black death energy shot out, instantly shattering the spatial cracks. "Oh! You're quite skilled." Jing raised an eyebrow. This Death Knight was quite something, far more powerful than the previous bones per skeleton, having so easily breached her spatial rift. However, the battle had only just begun. Spatial turbulence. Jing formed a hand seal, and the surrounding space began to violently distort, forming a powerful spatial turbulence that swept towards the Death Knight. The Death Knight's expression changed slightly. He could sense the power of this spatial turbulence. If caught in it, even he would be in dire straits. Necromancer Barrier. The Death Knight, not taking any chances, unleashed his skills to counter it. A thick black curtain of light appeared, firmly protecting the Death Knight and the skeleton warhorse. The spatial turbulence collided with the Necromancer Barrier, emitting a deafening roar, and the surrounding ground instantly crumbled. The Necromancer Barrier trembled violently, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment, but it held its ground, blocking the attack. "Ha ha ha, it's useless. Ants are still ants after all. All your attacks are futile against my Necromancer Barrier." The Death Knight laughed triumphantly. "Really?" Jing's lips curled up slightly, a sly smile playing across her face. "Space warp." Jing shouted softly, her figure instantly vanishing. The next moment, she appeared behind the Death Knight, a sharp blade formed from the force of space condensing in her hand, fiercely stabbing the Death Knight in the back. "What?" The Death Knight was horrified. He had never expected Jing to be able to penetrate the Necromancer Barrier's defenses. Chapter 1192. The most important thing is, what are you, a space mage, planning to do by charging so far forward? Are you planning a close combat with a Death Knight? Are you still using your power? Anti-magic shield. The Death Knight unleashed his skill again. A dark green screen of light reappeared, blocking Jing's attack. Quick reactions. Jing chuckled, but didn't continue his attack, disappearing once more. The Death Knight didn't dare let his guard down. He glanced around cautiously, searching for Jing. "Here!" Jing's voice suddenly echoed above the Death Knight. The Death Knight looked up and saw Jing hovering in midair, a massive sphere of spatial energy condensing in his hand and hurtling towards him. "Damn it!" The Death Knight cursed inwardly, quickly raising his spear to block. That's the annoying thing about space mages. They can completely conceal their aura within the cracks of space, making them practically impossible to defend against. Bang! The sphere of spatial energy exploded, and the resulting shockwave sent the Death Knight and his horse flying. Puff! The Death Knight spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face turning pale. "Well, do you want to continue?" Jing reappeared before the Death Knight, looking down at him. "Don't get complacent." The Death Knight struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. "Undead Legion, follow my command." With a roar, the surrounding ground began to shake violently. Countless skeletons and gargoyles crawled out of the ground, attacking Jing from both the sky and the ground. "Oh! Calling for help?" Jing sneered. "Alas, these cannon fodder are nothing to me." Spatial strangulation. Jing waved his hand gently, and the surrounding space began to violently warp, forming countless spatial cracks that crushed the undead creatures into smithereens, completely vanishing in the turbulent flow of space. "Damn ants!" The Death Knight grew increasingly furious. He hadn't expected Jing, having only just ignited the divine fire, to be so formidable, her mastery of spatial abilities astonishing. "This can't go on any longer. We must end this swiftly." The Death Knight thought to himself. Necromancer sacrifice. The Death Knight raised his spear high, absorbing the undead aura on the battlefield. The remaining power of the previously slain undead creatures became the Death Knight's greatest aid. "Die, ant!" The Death Knight roared, wielding his spear and thrusting it at Jing. The force of this lance was so immense that even space itself twisted and wailed. Spatial barrier. Jing didn't hesitate. A thick, transparent barrier appeared before her. Crack! The spatial barrier cracked, but it didn't shatter. The Death Knight once again summoned his power, and the cracks in the spatial barrier continued to widen, threatening to collapse. Your spatial barrier is completely vulnerable to my full-strength attack. The Death Knight sneered. Really? Jing's lips curled slightly, a hint of mystery in his smile. Spatial reversal. Jing shouted softly, and the spatial barrier suddenly vanished, replaced by a massive black hole. The Death Knight's attack was instantly swallowed by the black hole, vanishing without a trace. What? The Death Knight's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. It's over. Jing's voice was calm and confident. A spatial rift appeared behind the Death Knight, and a surge of energy surged out with unstoppable force, instantly piercing the Death Knight's body, sending black blood gushing out. No. Impossible. The Death Knight stared down with difficulty at the terrifying hole in his body, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. He actually died from his own strongest attack. This was truly frustrating. Damn space mage. The Death Knight roared, collapsing to the ground in a pile of shattered bones. My sister is so amazing. The water god cheered from afar. Sister Jing, you're amazing. Dijialing Yu exclaimed heartily. As expected of my sister, Xiao beamed. As a brother, he felt a genuine sense of relief at seeing his sister possess such immense power, capable of protecting him and his comrades. Chapter 1193. At the same time, a certain competitive spirit rose in him. His sister was so impressive, so as a brother, he couldn't fall behind. Faced with the praise, Jing smiled shyly, then flashed to Qin Chuan's side, claiming credit. President, another one taken down. Well done, Qin Chuan said with a smile. You single-handedly took down 2 demigod-level undead. That's an outstanding performance. If we counted the results, you'd definitely be the MVP. It's all thanks to the president's guidance. Jing's smile grew even brighter. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Ji Xing was controlling the Destroyer and the Annihilator, simultaneously battling a green flame skeleton wielding a bone scythe and a demigod-level lich. Overclocked rampage. Full-out attack mode. Even facing 2 undead demigods simultaneously, Ji Xing showed no fear, and in fact, his skills grew more and more proficient. Guild leader, what do you think of my performance? Awesome, isn't it? Ji Xing controlled the Destroyer and the Annihilator, overwhelming the green flame skeleton and the lich without a fight, not forgetting to claim credit for it. The Destroyer's massive energy cannon bombarded the lich relentlessly, each shot imbued with terrifying destructive force, dimming the flames of the green flame skeleton. Every attempt to close the distance was halted by the fierce barrage. The Annihilator, wielding a blazing chainsaw, engaged the lich in close combat. Although the lich possessed uncanny magic, its melee capabilities were weak, and it was decimated by the Annihilator's hacking. All its magic power was used to defend itself, leaving it powerless to attack. Not bad, barely passable, Qin Chuan commented calmly, his gaze fixed on every person on the battlefield. TSK, that's asking too much. Ji Xing curled his lips, but his movements quickened. Watch me take them all down in one go. Destroyer, ultimate destruction beam. Annihilator, overclocked flamestorm. Ji Xing simultaneously controlled 2 demigod-level mechanical creations, unleashing their most powerful attacks. The energy core on the Destroyer's chest erupted with dazzling light, and dozens of cannons, large and small, fused into a thick beam of destruction, enveloping the green flame skeleton. The Annihilator leaped high, its chainsaw spinning wildly, creating a massive flame storm. Boom! 2 loud explosions echoed almost simultaneously. The green flame skeleton, shattered by the destructive beams, was reduced to a pile of ash. The lich was engulfed by the flame storm, vanishing from this world before it could even utter a scream. Done! Ji Xing clapped his hands triumphantly. President, are you satisfied now? Not bad, Qin Chuan offered a rare compliment. But don't forget there's another one. You mean that rat hiding underground? Ji Xing smiled confidently. Jing has been keeping an eye on it for a long time. It can't escape. As Ji Xing had said, after Jing ignited the divine fire, her spatial perception was greatly enhanced. The undead assassin lurking in the shadows, despite his masterful concealment, was nowhere to be found by Jing's spatial perception. Found you. Jing shouted softly. Then, the power of space permeated and vibrated. Spatial blockade? An invisible force instantly confined the surrounding space, forcing the undead assassin to reveal himself. It was a humanoid creature shrouded in black robes, holding 2 pitch-black daggers that gleamed with a cold, eerie light. You actually found me? The undead assassin's voice was hoarse and low, with a hint of surprise. Jing proudly replied, In my dimensional realm, you have nowhere to hide. Even if I'm discovered, so what? Do you think you can kill me alone? The undead assassin sneered and, in a flash, charged towards Jing. Its speed was so great that it practically vanished into a shadow, and the dagger in its hand stabbed at Jing's vitals like lightning. Be careful, the water god exclaimed from a distance. Don't worry, it can't hurt me. Jing's voice was calm and confident. Chapter 1194. Having slain the bone-spiked skeleton and the Death Knight, Jing's mastery of and understanding of her own power had reached a new level. In her eyes, the undead assassin's attack wasn't lethal. Jing didn't dodge, allowing the undead assassin's dagger to strike. Just as the dagger was about to strike, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, swallowing the dagger in. What? The undead assassin shuddered. It tried to withdraw the dagger, but found it firmly trapped within the spatial rift, unable to move. Spatial exile. Jing shouted softly, and the spatial rift instantly expanded, swallowing half of the undead assassin's body. Jing, wait a moment, let us try too. Song Ling's voice echoed. Yes, Sister Jing, we too want to experience the feeling of igniting the divine fire. Dijiaolingyu echoed, you and Sister Ji have taken down 4 of the 5 undead demigods. The remaining one should be left to us, right? Jing was stunned for a moment, then understood though hesitant. She feel bad if this undead assassin hurt anyone. Let them try, Qin Chuan's voice echoed. With you and Ji Xing watching, it'd be fine. And if things get worse, I'm here to help. Since the president has spoken, I have no objection. Jing nodded. Sister Lin, Sister Song Ling, you must be careful. That undead assassin is a bit special. Don't worry, Sister Jing, we won't be careless, Dijiaolingyu assured. Alright then, go ahead. I cover for you. Jing said, unleashing the spatial blockade once again, firmly enclosing the surrounding space. It was as solid as steel, with no cracks at all. This completely destroyed the undead assassin's stealth abilities, rendering it unable to move elusively like before, and its intimidating power was greatly reduced. Dijiaolingyu and Song Ling exchanged a glance before charging at the undead assassin. The undead assassin had just emerged from spatial exile, and looked utterly miserable, having lost not only a dagger but also an entire arm. Seeing Dijiaolingyu and Song Ling charging towards him, a rage flashed in his eyes. It had been beaten brutally by a demigod-level space mage, but now 2 sanctuary-level mages dared to act so rashly. This was simply too much. Ice 1,000 miles. Ice storm. Dijiaolingyu and Song Ling unleashed their skills simultaneously, a burst of extreme cold erupting, freezing the surrounding space into a world of ice and snow. Humph, a trifling trick. The undead assassin appeared within the ice, the dagger in his hand stabbing at Song Ling with lightning speed. Ice cloud chains. Dijiaolingyu was prepared. Countless frost chains flew out, entangling the undead assassin. Ice barrier. Song Ling also quickly unleashed a skill, a thick ice wall appearing before her, blocking the undead assassin's attack. Interesting, but not enough. The undead assassin sneered, and the black mist surrounding him suddenly swelled. Powerful dark energy erupted, shattering the surrounding ice. Dark invasion. The undead assassin brandished his dagger, sending streaks of black blade light hurtling towards Song Ling and Dijiaolingyu. Ice shield. Ice wall. Song Ling and Dijiaolingyu quickly unleashed defensive skills to block the undead assassin's attacks. But their defenses proved fragile against the undead assassin's dark energy, essentially crumbling upon contact. Puff! Song Ling and Dijiaolingyu simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pale. Well, do you want to continue? The undead assassin's voice was tinged with sarcasm. If it couldn't defeat a demigod, could it also defeat a sanctuary? Of course. Song Ling and Dijiaolingyu gritted their teeth and said stubbornly. Frost Dragon. Ice Cage. Song Ling and Dijiaolingyu unleashed their skills again, and a massive frost dragon appeared out of thin air, pouncing towards the undead assassin. At the same time, a cage made of ice trapped the undead assassin. Ant, still struggling in its death throes. Chapter 1195. The undead assassin snorted coldly and swung his dagger quickly, shattering the frost dragon and simultaneously breaking a hole in the icy cage. Even with only one arm left, its strength was not to be underestimated. Ha ha ha, useless. The sanctuary's attacks are no match for me. The undead assassin laughed triumphantly. Really? Then what about us? Brothers, attack together and kill this bastard. Water God, Xiao, Su Chongqing, and the others also joined the battle, unleashing a variety of skills. Water Dragon Bomb. Wind Slash. Holy Light. Water God, Snow Swordsman, Su Chongqing, and the others rushed forward, unleashing a variety of skills on the undead assassin without hesitation. Although the undead assassin was powerful, after having lost an arm to the space exile, and his movements restricted by the mirror spatial blockade, he was temporarily suppressed and unable to raise his head. Damn it! You ants! The undead assassin roared in anger, yet he felt helpless. It had never imagined that a demigod-level powerhouse, like itself, would be forced into such a predicament by a group of sanctuary-level ants. If word got out, how could it survive in the undead realm? I let you get so arrogant. Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? The water god chuckled triumphantly. He controlled the water dragon, continuously spitting water arrows at the undead assassin, beating him to a pulp. Add to that the infinitely resurrected Hero King's Imperial Guards, and they were already fighting with style and skill. Water god, can you please stop being so cocky? Xiao couldn't help but grumble. Be careful, or you end up in trouble. TSK, you jinx. The water god curled his lips. With its current crippled state, how can it possibly rise up again? Before he could finish his words, a powerful burst of dark energy erupted from the undead assassin. Oh no! It's going all out! Jing's face darkened, and he quickly warned. Dark blast! The undead assassin roared, and the space around them instantly distorted, then exploded with a loud bang. The immense force set everyone flying. Thankfully, Jing threw out the space mirror in time to mitigate the shockwave, otherwise, Shueishan and the others would have vomited blood just from that one blow. Ahem. This is a big deal. Shueishan struggled to his feet, a wry smile on his face. I told you not to show off, now you're done, right? Xiao said unhappily. He had returned to the blood swamp long before the shockwave arrived, so he hadn't taken much damage. I didn't expect it to be capable of that trick. Shueishan looked aggrieved. Alright, stop arguing. Dijiaolingyu interrupted their quarrel. The most important thing now is to get rid of it. She looked at the undead assassin, her eyes filled with solemnity. While the undead assassin's previous attack was powerful, it also consumed a great deal of energy. Now was its weakest moment. Ice Cloud Chain. Dijiaolingyu unleashed her skill, pitting the undead assassin to its spot. Now! Dijiaolingyu shouted. Everyone immediately charged forward, dealing heavy damage, then retreated just in time before the undead assassin launched a counterattack. After the previous outburst, they realized that attempting to crush the undead assassin in a single wave was unrealistic. They needed to plan carefully. Everyone took turns attacking, unleashing a variety of skills on the undead assassin, especially crowd control abilities, firmly suppressing it. Without its greatest asset, stealth, the undead assassin's actual combat power was far less than that of a typical demigod. Bang! The ice sculpture shattered, and the undead assassin reappeared. But now, it was already on its last legs, no longer able to resist. It's over! Jing shouted softly, and a spatial rift appeared above the undead assassin's head. The spatial rift closed instantly, and the undead assassin's body was chopped into countless fragments, completely vanishing from this world. Huh? It's finally over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Is everyone alright? Dijiaolingyu asked. I'm fine. The battle wasn't intense, and I recovered from the damage. Jing shook his head. How about you? Chapter 1196. We're fine, just a little tired. We be fine after a short rest, Songling said. President, we won. The water god excitedly announced the good news to Qin Chuan. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Qin Chuan's voice remained calm. You performed very well, especially Songling and Lingyu. I can sense that you two have touched the edge of the divine fire. Really? Songling and Dijiaolingyu were immediately delighted. Of course it's true, Qin Chuan smiled. But don't be too happy. Igniting the divine fire requires a certain opportunity. Although you touched the threshold, true success won't be easy. We work hard. Songling and Dijiaolingyu said firmly. Well, I believe you. Qin Chuan nodded. Alright, everyone, let's take a break. Although this wave of undead attacks is over, this training isn't over yet. Rest? Why rest? Upon hearing this, the water god perked up and leaped up from the ground. President, let's keep going and kill all those undead creatures. That's right. I'm just warming up and ready to go. The swordsman in the snow was also rubbing his hands, eager to give it a try. He had been watching from the sidelines for a long time and finally got a chance to attack, but the mirror suddenly exploded, ending the battle instantly. If it weren't for the undead assassin who saved the day, this fight would have been a complete waste. How could this be allowed? We all come to the undead world to improve. We can't just watch others advance while we stand still. Can you two just be quiet? Xiao helplessly held his forehead. You just fought a big battle. Aren't you tired? Tired? Not at all. The water god patted his chest, looking brimming with energy. That's right, I haven't even used my full strength yet. Echoed the swordsman in the snow. Qin Chuan looked at the group of high-spirited individuals and smiled. You guys are truly full of energy. But the water god has a point. We can't just sit here and wait. How about this? Everyone rest for 10 minutes, then attack. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Taking advantage of the others' rest, Qin Chuan dispatched his Ghost Shadow Legion to patrol the battlefield and collect all the spoils. He also collected the soul fires left behind by the 5 undead demigods into the Shadow Realm, to be studied and comprehended by all the peak masters upon their return to the Demon City. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Qin Chuan waved his hand. Let's go. The group immediately headed deeper into the undead realm. The undead creatures they encountered increased in number and strength, but they posed no threat at all. Jing's spatial abilities, Ji Xing's mechanical creations, Di Jiaolingyu and Song Ling's ice magic, the water god's water magic, Zhao's blood swamp domain, Su Chongqing's sacred magic. Everyone's abilities were fully utilized, and their coordination became increasingly seamless. The undead creatures they encountered, whether skeletons, gargoyles, ghosts, or even higher-level death knights, liches, or bone dragons, were no match for their advances. They crushed them head-on. This undead world is just SOSO. The water god declared triumphantly, as he controlled his water dragon, sending a swarm of skeletons flying. Don't be careless, this is just the periphery, Qin Chuan warned. The real danger lies beyond. What's there to be afraid of? If an enemy comes, we fight him. If a flood comes, we block it with earth, the water god said nonchalantly. Besides, we have the guild leader here. We're not afraid even if the sky falls. You only rely on the guild leader. Can you show some responsibility? Xiao scolded. Then, looking at Qin Chuan, he said seriously, Foster father, just watch. You don't have to do anything in this fight. Damn, you two are just flatterers. Can you take me with you? The swordsman in the snow shouted. Qin Chuan shook his head helplessly. With these 3 funny guys together, the atmosphere was anything but serious. Alright, stop talking nonsense, Di Jiaolingyu interrupted the banter. There seems to be something happening up ahead. Everyone immediately looked forward. Not far ahead, they saw a massive black castle. Chapter 1197. This castle looks quite impressive, much better than those shabby skeletons we encountered before. The water god surveyed the black castle before him, stroking his chin. Don't be careless, Qin Chuan warned. Any undead who could build a castle here must be incredibly powerful. What are you afraid of? We're so many, how could we be afraid of just one castle? The snow swordsman said dismissively. Just charge in and kill all the undead inside. Reckless. Xiao scolded. Let's investigate first. Don't be reckless. Jing, see if you can use your spatial abilities to explore the interior of the castle, Qin Chuan said to Jing. I try. Jing nodded, closed his eyes, and merged his mental energy with the surrounding space. After a moment, Jing opened his eyes, his expression grim. There's a strong barrier inside the castle. My spatial perception is blocked, so I can only explore the outer parts. What have you found? Qin Chuan asked. There are many undead creatures patrolling the castle's periphery, all above the Saint Realm level, and even a few demigod-level auras. Jing paused, then continued, I can't see clearly inside the castle, but I can sense an extremely powerful dark energy, far more powerful than the undead demigods I encountered before. It seems a large being resides in this castle. The water god rubbed his nose, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. That's interesting. Don't be careless, Qin Chuan warned, waving a hand to stop the water gods, who were about to rush out. I use Shadow Domain to mask our presence, so the beings inside haven't noticed us yet. Let me warn you, the owner of this castle is very likely beyond the demigod level, perhaps even reaching the realm of a lower god. Be careful, and I'd be ready to take action. Hearing their leader's words, everyone immediately realized the enemy's strength. You have to remember that when 5 undead demigods appeared simultaneously before, the leader hadn't taken them seriously at all. Even though Ji Xing was the only one on their side, who had ignited the divine fire. But this time, the castle commanded the leader's attention. It looked truly dangerous. Everyone held their breath, carefully observing the castle from afar. They discovered that the defenses were extremely tight, and besides the main gate, no other entrances were currently visible. The only way in, Qin Chuan said. Everyone, Be careful and prepare for battle. Wait, Jing suddenly said. I think I noticed something. What? Everyone looked at Jing. There's something unusual happening in the air near the castle's main gate, Jing said, pointing. I suspect there's a trap. A trap? Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Jing, can you break it? I try. Jing closed his eyes again, carefully sensing the air fluctuations near the castle's main gate. After a moment, Jing opened his eyes and shook his head. No, this trap is complex, and it's not entirely constructed by spatial forces. It also has physical components, making it difficult to handle from such a distance. Since we can't break it, we just have to force our way through, the water god said. Jing marked the location. We use some skills there, and try to trigger the trap. That's one idea, Jixing nodded in agreement. If the skills don't work, I send a few simple mechas over there. The group discussed a plan and drew their weapons, ready to fight. I mark it, Jing said, sending out several spatial waves, outlining an irregular area near the castle's main gate. The trap should be within this area. Everyone, be careful. Leave it to me. The water god smiled confidently, and took the lead. Water Dragon Bomb. A water dragon roared out, but just as it was about to reach the marked area, it seemed to hit an invisible wall and instantly disintegrated into a cloud of water. Huh? The water god was stunned. This trap is quite strange. It can actually block my water dragon bullet? Chapter 1198. Let me try. A swordsman in the snow drew his long sword. Swift wind slash. A sharp sword energy shot out, also dissipating into nothingness before the marked area. It seems this trap isn't simply a physical or magical defense, Jialing Yu analyzed with a frown. It's more like a rule-based force. Rule? Song Ling pondered. Is it a domain-based trap? Or is the entire castle within the domain? Whatever it is, try again. The water god, unconvinced, summoned a water dragon once more. This time, I use all my strength. Water dragon roar. A water dragon, even thicker than before, roared and charged towards the marked area, but again, its attempt was in vain. The moment the water dragon made contact with the trap, it was as if swallowed by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. The water god was stunned. Isn't this trap too perverse? Don't worry, I'm here. Jixing smiled faintly, releasing several small mechas from the mechanical space. Although these little guys aren't very powerful, they're still useful for scouting. These small mechas resemble spiders, with 8 slender mechanical legs, allowing them to navigate various complex terrains. Under Jixing's control, they cautiously approached the marked area. Zzz. As the small mechas entered the marked area, a sharp electrical sound was emitted, and sparks flew from their bodies. Soon after, several mechas simultaneously disabled, emitting plumes of black smoke, and Jixing was completely lost. This is troublesome, Xiao scratched his head. Water and wind attacks are ineffective, and mechanical creations are also suppressed. What exactly is this trap? Let me try. Su Changqing stepped forward, a soft white light emanating from his palms. Holy purification. A holy light shone upon the marked area. Under the light, a faint black aura suddenly appeared in the previously empty area. It worked. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. This trap is indeed constructed from dark forces. My holy magic can counter it. Su Changqing continued to channel his energy. Holy light. An even brighter light erupted, enveloping the entire marked area. Soon, the black aura dissipated, and the trap, previously hidden in darkness, gradually revealed its true form. It was a magic circle composed of countless black runes, a strange energy flowing between the runes, emitting a chilling aura. Such a dense dark energy, Jing said, somewhat surprised, after a moment's observation. Judging from its structure, this magic circle can seal all incoming energy. No wonder the attacks of the water god and Shui Zhong were ineffective, and even Sister Ji's robot was destroyed. Now that the trap's true form had been revealed, the next step was to crack it. But before anyone could act, a deep, hoarse voice rang out from within the castle. Guests? How rare. With this voice, the castle gate slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passage, like a devouring monster. Welcome to my dark castle, guests from afar. The voice rang out again. This time, it was even clearer, as if it were right beside my ear. With the sound of the voice, a tall figure slowly emerged above the castle. It was a towering undead clad in black armor, its thick armor covered in intricate runes. Its helmet obscured its face, revealing only 2 balls of blazing green flames. On its back, it carried a massive black scythe, its blade emitting a chilling chill. Let me introduce myself. I am the master of this castle. You may call me Black Scythe. Black Scythe's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an undeniable authority. Black Scythe? Never heard of it. The water god curled his lips. He's playing tricks on me. Brothers, kill him. Don't be impulsive. Dijialing quickly restrained him. This guy's not simple. Let's see what happens first. What's there to see? Just go for it. The water god struggled to charge, but Dijialing held him tightly. Chapter 1199. Behave yourself. Dijialing glared at him. Have you forgotten what the president just said? This guy's strength might be beyond demigod level. So what if he's beyond demigod level? With so many of us, why should we be afraid of just one person? The water god remained unconvinced. The stronger the enemy, the faster we improve. And we have the president here, there's nothing to fear. You? Dijialing was choked and speechless. How could he let the president take the fall for everything? Okay, stop arguing, Qin Chuan said, then looked at Heijian's shadowy figure. Those undead demigods are your subordinates, right? You sent them here to die, and now you appeared in person. What's your purpose? Purpose? Heijian let out a deep laugh. Of course, to welcome you to the undead world. Welcome? Qin Chuan sneered. Your welcome is quite grand. Demigod-level undead aren't easy to train, yet you're giving away 5 of them. How generous. Just demigod-level servants, as many as you want, Heijian said nonchalantly. If you can't even pass this little test, what qualifications do you have to come here to see me? Test? How dare you test us? Believe it or not, my adoptive father will scatter your ashes. Xiao shouted, displaying his true colors as a bully. Black Scythe, however, remained unconcerned. The words of an ant are feeble and powerless. If you could only offer generalities, you are unworthy of being my collection. Collection? Everyone was stunned. Yes, a collection. Black Scythe's gaze swept over them. Your abilities are quite good, especially you. Heijian's gaze lingered on Qin Chuan. There's an aura about you that I find very intriguing. Oh, really? Qin Chuan smiled faintly. It's truly my honor. It just so happens that I'm also feeling a bit short of something at home. Your armor and that sickle would make a great display. How shameless. Heijian's voice finally took on a hint of anger. You're the first person to speak to me like that in ages. Very well, I show you what true fear is. As Heijian finished his words, the entire space shook. Buzz? A visible black ripple, centered around Heijian's shadow, rapidly spread outward, enveloping an area of hundreds of miles. Where the ripple passed, the sky darkened, the earth seemed to lose its vitality, and a suffocating sense of oppression permeated the air. Is this a domain? Jing's expression changed. She felt her spatial abilities severely limited. The space that had once been easily shattered had now become incredibly resilient. Yes, it's the domain. Black Scythe's voice echoed within the domain. In my dark domain, I will rule everything. But killing you like this is too boring. Come on, only if you can pass the test and stand before me will you be qualified to let me do it myself. As he spoke, Black Scythe's shadow began to dissipate. At the same time, a faint light began to emanate from the passage behind the door, as if beckoning Qin Chuan and the others to enter. The water god was the first to speak. President, what should we do? Xiao weighed his dagger and took over. Is there even a question? We must charge in. Godfather, am I right? The others were also eager to fight. Since the space was blocked anyway, why not go in and see what Black Scythe was up to? Qin Chuan secretly felt it. Darkest Hour could break the domain blockade here. His shadow domain was also unaffected. Since there was a way out in confidence, he definitely couldn't just walk away. Qin Chuan immediately said, let's go inside and take a look. If we get the chance, we could take over this castle and make it our own, just like Tang Long Imperial City. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Their words made more and more sense. Led by Qin Chuan, the group entered this dark castle, shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 1200. The interior of the castle was far larger than it appeared from the outside, practically a world of its own. A towering dome, a vast hall, intricate corridors, and countless undead creatures, skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghosts, death knights, liches. All manner of undead creatures filled the view, a black mass stretching as far as the eye could see. Damn, there are too many undead. The water god couldn't help but curse. Did the Black Scythe bring the entire undead realm here? Everyone, be careful. These undead creatures are quite powerful, Dijialing warned. There are at least dozens of sanctuary-level creatures here, And there seem to be some demigod-level ones as well. What are you afraid of? Just kill them. The swordsman in the snow drew his sword, his fighting spirit high. Kill! Xiao Yi roared, and the blood swamp domain instantly expanded, enveloping the surrounding undead creatures. Everyone, spread out and fight freely. Qin Chuan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Remember, don't lose touch, and keep an eye on each other. Ji Xing, Jing, you two will be in charge of the overall situation, focusing on those demigod-level undead. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, each seeking their own opponents and beginning a fierce battle. Qin Chuan stood still, observing the entire battle. It seems Black Scythe has no intention of personally engaging in combat, Qin Chuan thought to himself. Does he intend to use these undead creatures to drain our strength, or does he have another ulterior motive? Whatever Black Scythe's motive, Qin Chuan had no intention of letting him succeed. Since you want to play, then I play along. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Killing a powerful undead spirit that had entered the divine realm would undoubtedly bring numerous benefits. Also, if they could obtain some information about the undead world from Black Scythe, that would be even better. The members of the peak fought independently, engaging in a fierce battle with countless undead creatures. The water god controlled the water dragon, charging through the undead horde, reducing them to a pile of shattered bones wherever it passed. Haha, awesome. The water god laughed, his hands never stopping. Water dragon roar. A massive water dragon roared out, devouring the group of skeleton soldiers in front of it. Water god, can you please stop being so reckless? Zhao's voice echoed from the blood swamp. Be careful, you might capsize. TSK. The water god curled his lips. With just these shabby skeletons, how can you possibly overthrow the world? Before he finished speaking, several death knights hidden among the skeletons suddenly leaped up, their swords flashing with a cold light, charging towards the water god. Oh my god! The water god was startled and quickly ordered the Hero King's guards to take the lead. Dang, dang, dang. The Hero King's guards and the death knights engaged in a fierce battle, sparks flying everywhere. See, I told you not to waste time. Xiao laughed beside him, then disappeared into the blood swamp. The undead creatures within the blood swamp silently turned to dry bones, their deaths inexplicable. Elsewhere, the swordsman in the snow was also locked in a difficult battle. He was besieged by a swarm of ghosts. These ghosts were extremely fast and had no physical form, making his attacks difficult to achieve. Swift slash. The swordsman in the snow swirled his sword, unleashing sharp blasts of energy that pierced through the ghosts' bodies, causing no real damage. Damn, these ghosts are so difficult to deal with. The swordsman in the snow cursed inwardly, feeling a little anxious. Just then, a divine light descended from the sky, enveloping the ghosts. Holy light! Su Chongqing's voice rang out, and the holy light inflicted immense damage to the ghosts. Several of them screamed shrilly, and dissipated in wisps of smoke. Uncle Su, thank you. The swordsman in the snow breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Su Chongqing. Don't call me uncle, Su Chongqing said sullenly. Brother Shui, I added a few buffs for you. They should be able to counter these ghosts. That's great. The swordsman in the snow responded, swinging his sword once more at the ghosts. Chapter 1201. This time, his sword energy carried a touch of spiritual damage, easily dispatching the ghost and earning him a measure of pride. Jing, using his spatial abilities, crisscrossed the battlefield, searching for those hidden demigod-level undead. Found it. A glint flashed in Jing's eyes, as he spotted a lone lich. Spatial banishment. A spatial rift appeared beneath the lich's feet, instantly devouring it. Success? Jing felt a surge of joy, but her expression quickly changed. She sensed that the lich hadn't been completely banished, but was struggling within the spatial rift, attempting to escape. How is that possible? Jing asked incredulously. Has my spatial banishment weakened? Hee. A sinister laugh emanated from the spatial rift, and the lich unexpectedly forced its way out. Little girl, your spatial abilities are not bad, but not enough. The lich said with a sinister grin. Really? Jing snorted coldly. Then try this. Spatial blockade. A massive spatial cage appeared around the lich, trapping it tightly. Useless. The lich pounded frantically against the spatial cage, unable to budge. In Lord Black Scythe's domain, your spatial abilities will be infinitely weakened. You won't be able to trap me at all. Really? Jing's lips curled slightly. That may not be the case. With a thought, the spatial cage began to contract, squeezing the lich's body. Ah! The lich screamed shrilly, its body twisting and deforming. "Lord Blackside, save me!" the lich cried desperately. However, Blackside didn't respond. Crack! With a crisp sound, the lich's body was completely crushed by the spatial cage, turning it into a pile of broken bones. Huh? Jing breathed a sigh of relief, his face pale. It seems that being in Blackside's domain has indeed greatly affected my spatial abilities, and the energy consumption has increased significantly, Jing thought to himself. I must find a way to break through the domain as soon as possible. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the castle. Can't hold it in any longer? Jing raised his head and gazed deeper into the castle. The real battle had just begun. The powerful aura drew closer, and the entire castle began to tremble, as if some terrifying presence was about to descend. "Everyone, be careful!" Qin Chuan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Blackside is about to strike." At that, everyone immediately stopped fighting and quickly gathered around Qin Chuan. Boom! With a loud bang, the ceiling of the castle hall was shattered by a powerful force, and a massive figure descended from the sky. It was Blackside. However, this time it wasn't just an illusion that appeared, but his true form. Blackside's true form was even taller and more powerful than the illusion, emanating a suffocating dark aura. The sickle at his hand flickered with an eerie green light, as if it could devour everything. "Ants, your death has come!" Blackside's voice echoed through the castle like thunder, piercing the eardrums. A massive black blade blazed through the air, bearing devastating force, and hurtled towards the crowd. "Everyone be careful!" Qin Chuan shouted, taking the lead. Shadow Domain. After being weakened by the Shadow Domain, the Black Blade's speed had slowed considerably. Although Qin Chuan attacked, he didn't fully execute his move. Blackside's combat experience far exceeded that of an average demigod, making him a perfect whetstone. Perhaps, he could ignite one or two more divine flames. If Ji Xing and the others truly couldn't handle it, it wouldn't be too late for Qin Chuan to take action. Seeing this, the other peak members immediately grasped the guild master's intention and attacked. Space fold. Jing began to move. Space barriers appeared before them, attempting to block Blackside's attack. Crack! Crack! The space barrier shattered under the onslaught of the Black Blade, completely unable to stop it. "It's useless. Although you ignited the divine fire, my domain surpasses yours." Blackside's voice rang out again. "Any resistance on your part is futile." Chapter 1202. Really? Ji Xing controlled the destroyers and annihilators and surrounded them. And us too. Overclocked. Full-out attack. The two demigod-level mechas roared. At the same time, more skills flew towards Blackside. For a moment, the entire castle was ablaze with light, even dispelling much of the darkness. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Blackside was unscathed. With a gentle swing of his scythe, he cut a spatial passage. Instantly, countless undead poured out from the passage. Among them, there were over 100 sanctuaries, and over 10 demigods. "Fuck!" the water god yelled. "This **** is cheating. How can he even summon reinforcements? This isn't fair." Shao couldn't help but complain. "Where's the one-on-one duel? Why did it turn into a group brawl? One-on-one duel? When did you get the illusion that I challenge you?" Blackside's voice was tinged with sarcasm. "In my castle, I'm the rule. Rules be damned." A swordsman in the snow cursed, wielding his long sword with a powerful swipe, slicing the charging undead into pieces. "Everyone, be careful. There are too many of these undead, and they're even stronger than before." Dejialing Yu warned, an icy aura spreading beneath her feet, stopping the undead army mid-strike. Ji Xing followed up with 2 more artillery rounds, easily completing the harvest. But the undead army was overflowing with cannon fodder of this caliber. Especially with a few demigod-level liches, who could summon thousands of skeletons out of thin air with a single wave of their hands. If we don't get rid of them, the undead army will be endless. "Sister Ji, let's take down those liches," Jing shouted. "Okay." Ji Xing immediately agreed. Now, only the 2 of them, those who had ignited the divine fire, could fight against the demigod-level undead. The others weren't quite up to the task. Space slash. Jing shouted delicately, and a silver blade of light streaked through the air, slashing precisely at a lich. The lich's reaction was incredibly fast, and its magical power was immense. Without much effort, a bone shield instantly formed. Crack! The bone shield shattered, but the power of the space slash was greatly diminished, leaving only a shallow wound on the lich. "Ant, your attack is too weak." The lich smirked sinisterly, waving his staff and summoning more skeletons. Simultaneously, he unleashed various death spells, illuminating the entire castle. Damn, this field of suppression is so annoying. Jing cursed inwardly. She could sense that her spatial abilities were being severely suppressed in this field, their power far less than before. Elsewhere, Ji Xing's situation wasn't optimistic either. Destroyer and Annihilator, though powerful, seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the siege of several demigod-level undead. The most crucial issue was the overwhelming suppression of Blackside's domain. Overclocked explosive bomb. Ji Xing commanded the Destroyer to launch a massive energy bomb, blasting a death knight away. But then several undead demigods filled the gap, and a barrage of attacks followed. This won't work. Ji Xing frantically thought. I must find a way to eliminate one or two first, then defeat them one by one. She commanded the Annihilator to unleash a barrage of jammers, attempting to confuse the undead's vision. But the undead seemed unaffected by the jammers, still accurately tracking their positions. Blackside laughed maniacally. Within my domain, any jamming is ineffective. And forget it. With him providing vision information to the demigod-level undead, Ji Xing's jammers were useless. Ji Xing was irritated, but also somewhat helpless. He Jian was too powerful. Even if she and Jing joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match. If it weren't for the Guildmaster, they would have been wiped out the moment they saw He Jian. He Jian wouldn't even have had to make a move. The initial 5 undead demigods alone would have been enough. Meanwhile, the other top members were also locked in a tough fight. Chapter 1203. The Water God controlled the water dragons, and the heroic king's imperial guards, charging left and right through the horde of undead. But every time they defeated a group of undead, more quickly surged forward, seemingly endless. Damn it! I can't kill them all! I can't kill them all! The water god groaned bitterly. Shao, on the other hand, roamed the blood swamp, exploiting its properties to silently harvest the lives of the undead. But the blood swamp's limited reach meant his efficiency was limited against such a vast army of undead. The swordsman in the snow and Su Chongqing joined forces, barely holding off the attacks of a group of ghosts and stitched monsters. Everyone was engaged in battle, except Qin Chuan. He stood still, quietly observing the battle, seemingly lost in thought. In reality, while seemingly inactive, Qin Chuan had already begun a battle with Black Scythe. Although He Jian appeared confident and arrogant, a closer look revealed that he could only shout from the sidelines. Summoning a few minions at best, his main body was unable to attack. Otherwise, the peak members would have been defeated long ago. He Jian was constantly restrained by an invisible force, making it difficult for him to even move, let alone attack. That force was none other than Qin Chuan's shadow domain. What kind of power is this? He Jian felt uneasy. It can actually suppress my domain and restrict my main body's movements? He turned to look at Qin Chuan, a flicker of horror in his eyes. It's you? He Jian gritted his teeth. You can actually control my domain? Control? Qin Chuan smiled faintly. No, I just interfered slightly. With a thought, several ghostly soldiers quietly appeared on the battlefield and began to assist the peak members in the battle. What is this? Xiao was surprised to see the sudden appearance of the ghostly soldiers. He hadn't been to Shenglong Imperial City or Stan before, so he wasn't familiar with Qin Chuan's newfound abilities. This is the President's new ability. Everyone continue. The President is watching us. The Water God's voice was a bit high-pitched. The President had taken action, and it was stable. The addition of the ghostly soldiers immediately relieved the pressure on the top members. Everyone regrouped and plunged into the battle once again. If I don't ignite a few more divine flames today, they won't leave. While restraining Black Scythe, Qin Chuan also continued his research. He pulled out several demigod-level soul fires from his inventory. These soul fires were obtained from previously slaying those demigod-level undead. He planned to thoroughly analyze these soul fires, and then attempt to stimulate them from the outside, thereby encouraging others to ignite their divine fires. However, given his previous attempts to force his way through the holy domain, Qin Chuan would be more cautious this time. Qin Chuan held several demigod-level soul fires in his palms. The dark blue flames burned quietly, emitting a faint glow. Soul fire is essentially a highly condensed form of soul energy. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, his fingertips lightly touching one of the flames. Cold, deathly still, violent. A myriad of negative emotions instantly flooded his senses, as if threatening to tear his soul apart. Humph! Qin Chuan snorted coldly, and his shadow power instantly erupted, dispelling all these negative emotions. Letting others absorb the soul fire directly is too risky. Then, what if I use shadow power to transform it? Qin Chuan's mind stirred. His shadow domain could even engulf light and transform it into his own strength. And to be frank, the shadow domain was merely a manifestation of the shadow power. Its absorption and transformation abilities actually originated from the shadow power. So far, the shadow power possessed various abilities, including devouring, transforming, and manipulating shadows. Qin Chuan planned to use his shadow power to absorb the soul fire, transforming it into a pure source of power without side effects. He would then disperse it throughout the shadow realm, silently influencing the peak members, perhaps resonating with their own potential and increasing the chances of igniting the divine fire. Chapter 1204. Give it a try. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and injected a wisp of shadow power into a ball of soul fire. Sizzle. Two completely different forces began to clash, and the soul fire trembled violently, emitting a piercing sound. The shadow power, like a greedy python, devoured the soul fire bit by bit, stripping away the impurities and negative emotions within. There's hope. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. He noticed that with the continuous infusion of shadow power, the color of the soul fire gradually changed, from its original dark blue to a deep black. At the same time, the negative emotions contained in the soul fire gradually diminished, becoming increasingly pure. In the end, only a ball of inky black flame remained. It looked ordinary, as if it could be extinguished by a gust of wind, but in reality, it contained extremely terrifying energy. Is this the soul fire transformed into shadow? Qin Chuan was a little surprised. He felt a strange connection between the shadowy soul fire and his own shadow power, as if it had become a part of him. See if I can absorb it. Qin Chuan's heart stirred, and he attempted to merge this shadowy soul fire into his shadow domain. Buzz, the shadow domain suddenly shook, as if a sleeping giant beast had awakened, and began to violently roll and expand. The shadow domain, once pitch black, now began to glow with faint glimmers, flickering like stars in the night sky. This is... Qin Chuan was startled. He felt his shadow domain undergoing a transformation, a change that was difficult to describe. Not only was its scope constantly expanding, but the shadow power within it also grew richer and purer, flowing freely through the shadow realm as if possessed of life. What surprised Qin Chuan most was the appearance of a faint divine aura within the shadow realm. Divinity? Qin Chuan muttered to himself, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He knew of divine power. After all, he had already completed the fourth stage of the God Ascension stage, achieving a preliminary stage of deification. But he hadn't expected that after absorbing the shadow-transformed soul fire, the shadow realm would also give rise to a hint of divinity. What did this mean? A word surfaced in Qin Chuan's mind. The Kingdom of Gods. The Kingdom of Gods, that is the realm possessed only by gods, or god-level powerhouses. It is the source of their power, and their most powerful trump card. In the Kingdom of Gods, gods are invincible beings, able to control and dominate everything. And his own shadow realm was actually shifting in the direction of the Kingdom of Gods. Qin Chuan's heart was filled with turmoil. He had originally thought that only by completing the 5th level Ascension quest could he open up a divine kingdom. Unexpectedly, using shadow power to transform and absorb soul fire would actually allow the shadow realm to evolve prematurely. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He knew full well that his shadow realm was still far from a true divine kingdom. It only possessed a hint of divinity, a mere embryonic form. But even so, it was enough to fill Qin Chuan with immense excitement and anticipation. After all, it was a divine kingdom. Many lower-level gods couldn't necessarily open up a complete divine kingdom, yet he was already on the threshold. Calm down, Qin Chuan kept reminding himself. This isn't the time to be happy yet. The changes in the shadow realm aren't over yet. He continued to observe the changes in the shadow realm, noticing that the shadow power within it was constantly condensing, gradually forming blurry shadows. Some of these shadows were humanoid, some beastly, and still others were all sorts of bizarre creatures, as if they were the inhabitants of the shadow realm. Could these phantoms be life forms from the shadow realm? Qin Chuan's mind stirred. He tried to communicate with these phantoms with his mind, but found they showed no reaction, as if they were simply bodies of energy. Chapter 1205. It seems these phantoms are only rudiments, devoid of true life. Qin Chuan thought to himself. He continued to observe, noticing that the space within the shadow realm had become more stable and more real, like a separate world. Originally, the shadow realm was merely a void, filled with shadowy forces, devoid of any substance. Even those ghostly soldiers were, to put it bluntly, mere forms of energy. But now, the rudiments of mountains, rivers, forests, and other terrain appeared within the shadow realm. Although still vague and ethereal, they were beginning to bear some resemblance to the real world. This is simply a small world. Qin Chuan marveled. He felt that his shadow realm was evolving into a real world, a world under his control. If the shadow realm truly evolved into a divine kingdom, wouldn't I be able to create life and laws within it, just like the gods? Qin Chuan's mind was filled with endless fantasies. He seemed to be seeing a brand new world, a world he would dominate, being born within his own shadow realm. Crucially, Qin Chuan wasn't pursuing the path of godhood through faith. I had originally thought that entering the divine realm would merely grant me a more powerful divine body, but I hadn't expected his shadow realm to actually develop towards the kingdom of God. This meant that Qin Chuan possessed not only the body of a power-based deity, but also the foundation of a faith-based deity. Combining these two powers into one was clearly more promising than pursuing either path alone. Qin Chuan was immersed in the transformation of his shadow realm, oblivious to the changes outside. Sympathetically, Black Scythe, restrained by the power of the shadow realm, felt a surge of inner turmoil. He had originally thought that with his powerful domain and the endless army of undead, he would be able to crush these humans. After all, with only 2 people who had ignited the divine fire, and a few holy domains, it wasn't a big deal. But now, he felt an unprecedented threat. This threat came not from the humans fighting the undead army, but from Qin Chuan, who stood there, seemingly motionless. What kind of power is that? A deep fear surged within Heijian's heart. He could clearly sense that his proud domain was being eroded and assimilated by an even more powerful and incomprehensible force, and that force emanated from the other party's domain. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Black Scythe roared frantically in his heart. How could I lose to a human? He hasn't even condensed his godhood yet, so why does his domain possess the aura of a divine kingdom? This human before him was evolving toward a level he couldn't comprehend, a level he couldn't imagine, a level capable of subverting the very laws of the world. Black Scythe's body began to tremble, and the sickle in his hand wailed, as if sensing its master's fear. No. I must not lose to an ant. Black Scythe gritted his teeth, desperately summoning the strength within him to break free from the Shadow Realm's constraints. However, it was all in vain. His strength seemed so insignificant and powerless before the Shadow Realm, insignificant. Crack! Black Scythe's carefully constructed domain shattered piece by piece, like a mirror shattered under a heavy blow, and dark cracks spread like a spiderweb. No. This is impossible. Heijian's voice trembled for the first time. He desperately summoned the remaining strength within him to repair his domain, but it continued to rapidly drain away, completely consumed by the eerie darkness. Human. What on earth have you done? Heijian stared at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. He couldn't understand how a human who hadn't yet condensed his godhood could possess such power. Nothing much. I just thought your domain would be suitable as nourishment. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly, a faint arc forming. With a thought, the shadow domain suddenly expanded, completely engulfing Heijian's domain. Chapter 1206. No! Black Scythe roared in despair, his shrill voice echoing through the heavens and earth. His body disintegrated piece by piece as the shadow domain devoured it, dissolving into wisps of black smoke and vanishing without a trace. Lord Black Scythe. The demigod-level undead witnessed Black Scythe's tragic death, each terrified and losing all will to fight. They turned and fled. Want to run now? Don't you think it's too late? Jing's ghostly figure appeared before a lich, his hands clenched. The force of space surged, and an invisible cage instantly trapped the lich. Spatial strangulation. Jing suddenly clasped his hands together, and the spatial cage suddenly contracted. The lich didn't even have time to utter a wail before the spatial force crushed it to dust. Even on the other side, Ji Xing commanded the Destroyer and Annihilator at full blast. The 2 demigod-level mechas charged forward, unleashing a bloody hail of blood on the battlefield. Without the Black Scythe's domain's blessing, the demigod-level undead were reduced to smithereens, leaving them no chance to resist. We attack too. The water god roared, his body swirling with water. He swung the water dragon, charging into the swarm of undead. Shao, the swordsman in the snow, and the others followed closely behind, each unleashing their unique skills to mow down the remaining undead. Under the suppression of Qin Chuan's shadow domain, the undead's strength was greatly diminished. They were unable to withstand the attacks of the peak members, and were slain one by one. The battlefield finally fell silent. Only the ground, scattered with broken bones and debris, testament to the fierceness of the battle. Win! Win! The water god slumped to the ground, panting heavily. I'm exhausted. These skeletons are truly formidable. Where's my foster father? Shao looked around. but Qin Chuan was nowhere to be seen. He hurriedly asked. The president is over there. Jixing pointed toward the center of the castle. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Qin Chuan standing quietly in the center of the castle, his eyes closed, as if contemplating something. A faint layer of black mist shrouded him. In the mist, mountains, rivers, and other scenery loomed, like a miniature world, exuding a mysterious aura. Is this the president's domain? The swordsman in the snow widened his eyes in surprise. Oh my god, how can it have its own scenery? My domain doesn't have that effect. The president's domain seems to be evolving. Su Chongqing said thoughtfully, his eyes deep. Evolving? Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. However, they all knew that the only thing they could do now was to wait patiently. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely at this moment. The black mist surrounding Qin Chuan grew thicker, and the scene in the shadow domain grew clearer, as if a real world were slowly taking shape. Huh? Qin Chuan let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying glint flashed from them. Success? Qin Chuan's heart surged with ecstasy. He could clearly sense that his shadow domain had undergone earth-shattering changes. The area had expanded more than tenfold, and the power of shadow had become even stronger. Most importantly, a hint of divinity had emerged within the shadow domain, meaning it was officially on the path to becoming a divine kingdom. Wait. Qin Chuan suddenly remembered something. His 5th-level divine ascension quest would reward a divine kingdom seed. Now that he had prematurely transformed the shadow domain into a divine kingdom, what would he do with that divine kingdom seed? Forget it, we talk about it later. Qin Chuan shook his head, temporarily putting the question aside. President, are you alright? Jixing stepped forward, asking with concern. I'm fine, Qin Chuan smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Not only am I fine, but I have a huge surprise. Surprise? Everyone looked at Qin Chuan curiously. My shadow realm is beginning to evolve towards the kingdom of God. Qin Chuan spoke slowly. Kingdom of God? Everyone froze in their tracks upon hearing this, each one stunned. Kingdom of God. What a niche term. It sounded both familiar and unfamiliar. However, they had previously been considered top players in the game, and knew some advanced information. Jixing said uncertainly, President, if I remember correctly, the kingdom of God is the realm where the gods reside. It's the place where the faith of the followers of Apocalypse converges, and it's also the world the church claims one can travel to after death? Chapter 1207. Jing took over the conversation. I remember in the legends of the Apocalypse, the stars in the sky are the kingdom of the gods. President, you actually reached this level? Xiaoxing said excitedly, Godfather, is your kingdom of God short of security? Do you think I still have a chance? The swordsman in the snow also signed up enthusiastically. President, there's also me. The water god said bluntly, President, why don't you try to incorporate Shenglong Imperial City into the kingdom of gods? I don't want to work hard anymore. Everyone spoke freely, their expressions filled with joy and curiosity. The kingdom of gods, they could actually see it with their own eyes. How amazing. Qin Chuan said helplessly, you guys are so impatient. My shadow domain has only just begun its transformation into a kingdom of gods, and it's not yet fully complete. If we're measuring progress, it's probably only about 1% or 2%. It's still a long way to go. Is that so? Everyone suddenly realized. But 1% or 2% is still impressive. The water god couldn't help but marvel. President, can you fit anything into your shadow realm now? Can you put me in there too, just to experience it? Not living creatures for now, but inanimate objects are fine. Qin Chuan said, his gaze settling on Black Scythe Castle. From the outside, I noticed that the castle was constructed entirely of black rock, towering into the clouds, brimming with a sinister and terrifying aura. Now, from inside, I could see various undead creatures carved into the hall walls, so lifelike they seemed poised to spring to life. What do you think? Black Scythe went to all that trouble to build such a massive castle, only to have us destroy it. If he knew, would he be so enraged he'd come back to life? Xiao rubbed his chin and chuckled. If he could survive, I respect him as a man. The swordsman in the snow curled his lips. Alas, he didn't have that chance. The president destroyed him with a single blow. You know what? This castle is quite impressive. It'd be a shame to leave it here. The water god circled the castle and praised it. President, why don't you try to incorporate it into the shadow realm? How cool. I thought so too. Qin Chuan nodded. This castle is made of a special material, imbued with a rich force of death. It would be a great tonic for the shadow realm. If the castle could be integrated into the shadow realm, it might accelerate its evolution. Qin Chuan's mind moved, and the Shadow Realm expanded again, enveloping the entire castle. Buzz, the moment the Shadow Realm made contact with the castle, it trembled violently, as if resisting the Shadow Realm's engulfment. Consume it! Qin Chuan shouted, unleashing the power of the Shadow Realm with all his might. Crack! Crack! Cracks began to appear in the castle walls, and huge chunks of rock fell away, falling into the Shadow Realm, instantly swallowed by darkness. There's hope! The crowd erupted in excitement upon seeing this. Come on, President! Tear down this shabby castle! Tear it down! Tear it down! Tear it down for Black Scythe's home! That's right, let this old guy show off. The now dead Black Scythe, are you being polite? Amidst the crowd's cheers, the castle's collapse accelerated, more and more of it being swallowed by the Shadow Realm. As the castle merged into the Shadow Realm, the scene within it also changed. The mountains and rivers, once mere outlines, became clearer and more realistic. Even a black building appeared within the Shadow Realm, a reflection of the castle. Holy crap, it really works! The Water God exclaimed. President, can your Shadow Realm be used as a warehouse in the future? That would be so convenient. Warehouse. It's too small. Xiao patted the Water God's shoulder. This is the Kingdom of God. Do you understand what the Kingdom of God is? From now on, we be its citizens. Citizens of the Kingdom of God? That sounds so naive. The swordsman in the snow grumbled. What's wrong with being naive? Does being naive mean we can't save the world? Xiao retorted. All right, stop arguing, Jixing interrupted. The president's busy, don't bother him. The crowd finally quieted down. The castle began to gradually disappear, eventually being completely swallowed by the Shadow Realm. With the castle's disappearance, the darkness that had shrouded it also vanished, and everyone returned to the world of the dead. Done! Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1208. President, was it successful? Everyone quickly gathered around and asked. Of course, it was successful, Qin Chuan smiled faintly. The Shadow Realm's evolution has increased significantly, now around 5%. 5%? So fast! Everyone was amazed. This is just the beginning. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. If we can find more nutrients, the Shadow Realm's evolution will be even faster. Nutrients? President, what do you think of the Shadow Realm? A pet? The Water God couldn't help but grumble. That's about right, Qin Chuan smiled. The Shadow Realm is like a hungry baby right now, needing constant feeding to thrive. President, what should we do next? Jixing asked. Continue to search for the powerful beings of the undead realm? No rush, we talk about that later. Qin Chuan waved his hand. We've been out long enough this time. It's time to return to the Magic City to assess the situation. Besides, the destruction of Black Scythe will inevitably attract the attention of certain beings in the undead realm. We should return first to consolidate and improve your strength. After a pause, Qin Chuan added, I gained some new insights into the Shadow Realm's transformation into a divine kingdom, which should be helpful to you. All right. Everyone responded. They had no objection to Qin Chuan's decision, and were fully committed. Since the president said to return, then they would. Swish. A spatial portal opened on the outskirts of the Magic City, and Qin Chuan, leading the peak group, emerged. Finally back. The Water God stretched lazily. The air in the Demon City still smells so good. That damn place, the undead world, reeks of death. Okay, stop complaining, Qin Chuan said. Let's go back to the guild headquarters and see what's going on. The group hurried along and soon arrived at the Peak Guild headquarters. President, you're finally back. Otis and the others stationed at the base had already been waiting in the lobby. Seeing Qin Chuan and his group return, they hurried over to greet them. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Qin Chuan patted their shoulders. I led Jixing and the others through this training, and we gained a lot. Next time, it be your turn. We all have opportunities for advancement. Thank you, President, Otis said modestly. This is what we should do. By the way, President, I have something to tell you. Otis suddenly remembered something. Longting Tianxia, the president of the Dragon Dynasty, has come to our headquarters with his men. He said he has something to discuss with you. Longting Tianxia? Qin Chuan was stunned. It had been a while since he'd seen this guy. He wasn't particularly worried about Longting Tianxia's safety. After all, he was the president of a major guild, and his level and equipment were decent. Apocalypse's fusion impact shouldn't be a problem for him. However, there had been no news so far, and Qin Chuan had asked Qiyu to help monitor the situation. Unexpectedly, Long-Tongue Tianxia had come to the demon city on his own. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan asked, "Where are they?" Otis quickly said, "I arranged for them to rest in the VIP room." "Okay, take me there," Qin Chuan nodded. Otis led Qin Chuan and the others to the VIP room. As soon as they entered, they saw Long-Tongue Tianxia sitting in a chair, a look of anxiety on his face. "Boss Night Wanderer, I finally see you." Long-Tongue Tianxia stood up upon seeing Qin Chuan and hurried over to greet him. "Guild leader Long-Tongue, long time no see." Qin Chuan greeted him with a smile. "What's got you so anxious?" "Oh, it's hard to put into words." Long-Tongue Tianxia sighed. "Boss, you have to help me this time." "Help you?" Qin Chuan was puzzled. "What happened?" "It's like this." Long-Tongue Tianxia explained the whole story in detail. The Long-Tongue dynasty has been busy developing lately. They have secured an area as their guild headquarters. But they recently encountered some trouble. A legendary fire dragon has appeared near our headquarters. "It's incredibly powerful," Long-Tongue Tianxia said. "We already lost a lot of manpower. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold our headquarters." "Fire dragon?" Qin Chuan frowned. "What's its name?" "I'm not sure of its name. I only know its title, Lieutenant Flame Dragon," Long-Tongue Tianxia said. "I wonder if it's the same one that appeared in Bailey City." Chapter 1209. Flame Dragon Lieutenant? Qin Chuan rubbed his chin. Hearing that name, it really does resemble the fire dragon from Belly City. He remembered that back in Belly City, because of the fire dragon Heloise, the fire dragon king flew into a rage and sent his lieutenants to attack, triggering the dragon's wrath incident. Later, the fire dragon lieutenant was easily frightened away by Qin Chuan. "I thought we barely crossed paths again, but then I heard the name again. And surprisingly, it appeared near the Dragon Tongue Dynasty's headquarters. Boss Night Wanderer, to be honest, we tried everything, but nothing can stop that fire dragon," Long-Tongue Tianxia said with a bitter face. "That thing has thick skin, powerful attacks, and can fly. We simply can't defeat it." "So you want me to help you deal with that fire dragon?" Qin Chuan asked. This wasn't a big deal for him. He'd be defeated in a split second. He didn't even have to do anything. The Peak Guild could easily dispatch a few people to handle it. However, the thought of the Flame Dragon Lieutenant gave Qin Chuan an idea. The Peak Guild now had two giant dragons, his Scripps and Yi Sakura Luo's Black Flame Dragon. The Black Flame Dragon was also a flame dragon originally, but evolved due to the Shadow Sword's aura. "It would be nice if I could also get the Flame Dragon Lieutenant here to act as a gatekeeper," Qin Chuan thought to himself. The Flame Dragon Lieutenant's appearance this time was an opportunity. "I definitely help you," Qin Chuan said with a smile. Long-Tongue Tianxia, upon hearing this, stood at attention excitedly, exclaiming repeatedly, "Boss, really? Great. As long as you can help me deal with this fire dragon, any terms are yours." He was at his wit's end. The guild members were in a state of panic after being slaughtered by the Flame Dragon Lieutenant. If this continued, the guild might disband. With monsters now rampant, teamwork is the only righteous path forward. Fighting alone is difficult. After all, not everyone possesses the formidable combat power of Night Wanderer. We discuss the conditions after we defeat the fire dragon. Qin Chuan waved his hand, looking at Ji Xing and the others. You stay in the magic city to consolidate your strength. Shueishan, Xiao, Shuizhong, and Su Changqing, the rest of you will return to Shenlong Imperial City to assist Ying Luo. President, aren't you taking us? Shueishan fretted upon hearing this. I want to go and broaden my horizons too. You? Qin Chuan glanced at him, unhappily. You don't want Shenlong Imperial City anymore? Shueishan was speechless. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Qin Chuan reassured him. This time, we're mainly going to set up the teleportation array and take out the fire dragon. It won't take long. Teleportation array? Long-Tongue Tianxia's eyes lit up. Master Night Wanderer, you even know about this? Qin Chuan pointed at the mirror and said with a smile, I can only teleport myself. Setting up the teleportation array requires the mirror. That's great. Long-Tongue Tianxia was overjoyed. If we can really build a teleportation array, it will make it much easier for us to communicate. That's right, Qin Chuan nodded. I already established an alliance with Kyoto and Bailey City. If you're interested, you can join us later. Before he finished speaking, Long-Tongue Tianxia chimed in, interested, very interested. Master, to be honest, besides that fire dragon lieutenant, I come to see you this time because you're trying to brazenly form an alliance. Sure thing. Qin Chuan smiled. Our friendship is there, and you're a good person, so I'm sure no one else will object. Long Tongue Tianxia clasped his hands and said, Thank you, sir, for your cultivation. Qin Chuan waved his hand. What's the point of saying no? You're being polite. Where's your guild base? Jing, get ready to open the door. Near the Lijiao Peninsula, Long Tongue Tianxia said. That place was originally a volcanic region, and we transformed it into our guild headquarters. Volcanoes? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly. That place is also a good habitat for fire dragons. No wonder you ran into the flame dragon adjutant. That's right. Long Tongue Tianxia smiled wryly. Who could have imagined that we just finished building our base, and such a plague god would arrive? Let's go and check out the situation, Qin Chuan said. As he spoke, Jing had already completed the teleportation channel. The few of them stepped through and disappeared. Chapter 12:10. The Lijiao Peninsula is located in the southernmost region of the Yin Nation. However, after the apocalypse merged with reality, the terrain here also underwent tremendous changes. From afar, all that could be seen were rolling mountains shrouded in crimson smoke. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur, making it feel a bit suffocating. Boss Yushin, that's our base, Longting Tianxia said, pointing to a castle perched on a mountain in the distance. Constructed entirely of crimson rock, the castle looked quite majestic. A sizable town had developed around the castle, where many survivors interacted and communicated, appearing quite prosperous. It's developing quite well, Qin Chuan praised. This used to be the site of our Longting Dynasty's esports park. With all our industries based here, we had a foundation, and we saw rapid initial development. Longting Tianxia said with a look of distress, but if we don't kill or drive away the Yanlong adjutant, this place will sooner or later be abandoned. Qin Chuan nodded. Indeed, if Lieutenant Yanlong settled here, he would certainly not tolerate human activity nearby. A catastrophe would undoubtedly unfold. Roar, a deafening dragon roar echoed through the sky, interrupting the conversation between Qin Chuan and Long Tongue Tianxia. The crimson smoke was blown away by the fierce wind, revealing a massive creature. It was a massive fire dragon, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its wingspan stretched over 100 meters, and each flap unleashed a wave of heat that distorted the surrounding air. Lieutenant Yanlong. It's awake. Long Tongue Tianxia's expression darkened, and he instinctively took a few steps back. It looked like the blow had left a psychological scar. Qin Chuan's expression remained calm, even gazing at the fire dragon before him with interest. Compared to when he first seen it in Bailey City, the flame dragon's lieutenant seemed even stronger. However, only slightly. This guy's got quite the morning grump. Qin Chuan smiled and said to Jing beside him, Jing, you and guild leader Longting go choose a location to set up the magic array. I take on this experienced dragon. The casualness in his words made it clear he didn't take the flame dragon's lieutenant seriously at all. Longting Tianxia was quite envious. When would he be as relaxed and at ease as the boss? Roar! The flame dragon's lieutenant seemed to sense Qin Chuan's presence and roared. He turned his head and, after a brief moment of confusion, remembered this human. He immediately opened his bloody mouth and unleashed a stream of fiery dragon breath, sweeping towards Qin Chuan. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, the rocks melted into magma, leaving a charred trail on the ground. Be careful! Long Tongue Tianxia exclaimed. However, Qin Chuan didn't dodge or evade, not even adopting a defensive stance. He simply raised his hand and waved it at the dragon's breath. Disperse. A single word, spoken so casually. But as soon as it uttered those words, the terrifying dragon's breath vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared. This? Long Tongue Tianxia was stunned. He knew the boss was powerful, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Is this something a human could do? It was like a god. The flame dragon's adjutant had clearly not expected this outcome. He froze for a moment, then let out an even more furious roar. Human! How dare you challenge the great flame dragon clan? I let you go back in Bailey City, but this time, you're dead. I'm dead? Qin Chuan laughed. Then it depends on your ability. Arrogant! The flame dragon lieutenant roared, his massive body soaring into the air, swathed in flames and thick smoke, as he lunged towards Qin Chuan. Scripps, your turn, Qin Chuan said softly. Roar, a deafening dragon roar echoed, even more majestic and domineering than the flame dragon lieutenants. Followed by this, an even larger dragon appeared before them. Chapter 12:11. It was a massive dragon, clad in pitch black, its scales gleaming with a faint dark light. Its wings spread wide, obscuring the sky and casting a vast shadow. Compared to it, The Flame Dragon's lieutenant was like a chick before an eagle, a mere figurehead. Holy crap! So big! Long Tongue Tianxia explained in astonishment. He recognized this dragon. It was the mount of the Night Wanderer. How could it have grown so large in just a few days? Scripps, go meet it, Qin Chuan said calmly. Lord Shadow, leave it to me. Scripps growled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had long disliked this little fire dragon. How dare it act so arrogantly in front of Lord Shadow? What a fool! Scripps flapped his massive wings and flew towards the Flame Dragon's lieutenant. The two dragons engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Although the Flame Dragon's lieutenant possessed considerable strength, he was completely outmatched by Scripps. Scripps was not only larger, but also more powerful. More importantly, Scripps possessed the power of shadow, a force even more eerie and potent than fire. Damn Shadow Dragon, do you intend to break the dragon oath? The Flame Dragon's lieutenant roared in fury, but was unable to escape Scripps' suppression. Scripps beat him back, wounds appearing constantly on his body. This is a one-sided crushing defeat. Long Tongue Tianxia was stunned. He had originally expected this to be a battle of equal strength. But he hadn't expected this outcome. Night Wanderer, your mount is truly formidable. Long Tongue Tianxia couldn't help but exclaim. Not bad. Qin Chuan smiled. After all, Scripps had been with him for so long, and had broken through to the Saint Realm. Defeating the legendary Flame Dragon Adjutant was a piece of cake. In fact, if Qin Chuan hadn't ordered Scripps not to kill the Flame Dragon Adjutant, the battle would have been over long ago. Bang! With a loud bang, the Flame Dragon Adjutant was swatted away by Scripps' claws, flying back to where he came from. He crashed into the volcano with a resounding bang, unable to rise again. Boy, do you accept this? Scripps swooped over and easily pinned the Flame Dragon Adjutant. He looked down at him, speaking in human language, his voice filled with authority. I don't accept this. The Flame Dragon Adjutant struggled to resist. Scripps was furious. How dare this guy refuse to accept this? How could it possibly save face before Lord Shadow? I make you unconvinced. I make you unconvinced. Scripps raised his claws and lashed out, leaving Lieutenant Flame Dragon's skin and flesh ripped apart, cursing as he struck. Do you surrender? Do you surrender? Long Tongue Tianxia was stunned. Is this dragon movie something he could possibly watch? After a flurry of beatings, Lieutenant Flame Dragon finally realized reality and begged for mercy. I surrender, I surrender. Very good. Scripps nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you follow me. Yes. Lieutenant Flame Dragon said weakly. It knew it was completely defeated this time. Done. Qin Chuan clapped his hands and said to Long Tongue Tianxia, I have this Flame Dragon Adjutant sign a Dragon God contract with you later, so you won't have to worry about it rebelling. With proper training, it should become a valuable helper. Huh? Long Tongue Tianxia was stunned for a moment, then reacted, a look of ecstasy on his face. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He was so excited he didn't know what to say. This is the Flame Dragon Adjutant, a legendary dragon. Just giving it to me like that? That's incredibly generous. Sir, this is embarrassing. Long Tongue Tianxia rubbed his hands, excited yet a little embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? Qin Chuan said with a smile. Although the Flame Dragon Adjutant is quite capable, he's not even a pet to me. Bringing him back would just take up space. So, I just leave him here to guard the base and the teleportation array. Chapter 1212. Long Tongue Tianxia's mouth twitched. A legendary dragon being so disdained. He truly deserves to be called a master. This kind of vision and ambition is beyond compare. Alright, stop nagging, Qin Chuan urged. Hurry up and have Jing set up the teleportation array. I have things to do. Okay. I'll be right there. Long Tongue Tianxia nodded quickly and ran off to find Jing. Qin Chuan turned to look at Scripps. This guy, I leave it to you to train. Don't worry, Lord Shadow, Scripps grinned. I promise to keep him obedient. He then looked down at Adjutant Yanlong. Kid, from now on, you be called Xiaoyan. Adjutant Yanlong looked aggrieved. He, the dignified Adjutant Yanlong, had been given such a cheesy name. But the situation was stronger than the dragon, so it could only swallow its anger. Xiaoyan, from now on you be following guild leader Longting, Scripps said. You do whatever he tells you to do, understand? Understood. Adjutant Yanlong replied weakly. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Scripps glared. Understood. Adjutant Yanlong shuddered with fear and shouted at the top of his lungs. Good. Very spirited. Scripps nodded in satisfaction. Elsewhere, Under Longting Tianxia's guidance, Jing quickly selected the location for the teleportation array. President Longting, you've chosen a good location, Jing said, as he set up the array. This volcano is rich in fire elements, making it perfect for maintaining the teleportation array and significantly reducing costs. Hee, this is all thanks to you, boss. Longting Tianxia laughed. If you hadn't helped me deal with Adjutant Yanlong, I have lost my base long ago. You're too polite, Guild President Longtung. Jing smiled. From now on, we're allies, so it's only natural for us to help each other. Yes, we should help each other. Longting Tianxia nodded repeatedly. He knew that being associated with Boss He Yushin was the greatest fortune of his life. With the support of the Peak Guild, the Longting dynasty was sure to rise to prominence. As he spoke, Qin Chuan approached. Upon learning that this place was suitable for constructing a teleportation array, he immediately waved his hand and instructed Jing to set up several more transmission channels, connecting to Belly City to facilitate communication. Now that Belly City was under Edith's control, he was considered one of his own. Hearing this, Longting Tianxia felt another surge of joy. Being able to meet Boss He Yushin was undoubtedly the greatest achievement of his life. Soon after, Scripps returned to report, with Adjutant Yanlong following behind him, looking very awkward and reserved. Xiao Yan, come here. Scripps waved to Adjutant Yanlong. I'm coming, big brother. Adjutant Yanlong came running over, the ground shaking. It had completely resigned itself to its fate, no longer daring to resist. The members of the Dragon Dynasty were still a little apprehensive when they saw Adjutant Yanlong approach. This thing had truly given them enough trouble. However, Dragon Tianxia had already said that since Boss Yushin had subdued Adjutant Yanlong, it would not only no longer pose a threat to them, but would also become the strongest guardian of their guild headquarters. Afterwards, under Qin Chuan's arrangement, Adjutant Yanlong voluntarily signed the Dragon God contract with Dragon Tianxia, swearing never to betray him. Is the contract just like that? Dragon Tianxia looked at Adjutant Yanlong, who was as docile as a kitten, still a little incredulous. The creature that had previously been so ferocious, eager to burn their entire guild to ashes, now lay docilely on the ground, allowing him to stroke the scales on its head. The contrast was too great. Don't doubt it, it's done. Qin Chuan stood aside, a faint smile on his face. The binding force of the Dragon God contract is still very strong. If it dares to violate it, it will be punished by the Dragon God. Not to mention if it's only legendary, even if it's at the Saint level or even Demigod level, it will only be doomed. Chapter 12-13. Then I'm relieved. Longting Tianxia breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, Scripps was lecturing Adjutant Yanlong. Xiao Yan, you be the guardian here from now on. You must behave well, understand? Scripps said earnestly. If you dare slack off and disgrace me, Lord Scripps, I won't forgive you. Yes, big brother, I will obey. Adjutant Yanlong nodded and bowed, his attitude as respectful as could be. It didn't dare to even think of resisting now. It had experienced Scripps' strength firsthand. It was simply crushing. And with the Dragon God's oath, everything was set in stone. Seeing this, Longting Tianxia felt completely relieved. Master Night Wanderer, thank you so much for this. Longting Tianxia walked up to Qin Chuan and bowed deeply. If it weren't for you, our Longting dynasty would probably be finished. You're welcome, Qin Chuan waved. We're friends, and it's only natural for us to help each other. That being said, I, Longting Tianxia, will always remember this favor. Longting Tianxia said solemnly. From now on, if you have any requests, I, Longting Tianxia, will be ready to help you. That's too much. Qin Chuan smiled. But I do have something I'd like to ask for your help. Master, please tell me. Longting Tianxia said immediately. I plan to form a mutual aid alliance, uniting the Yin Kingdom officials, the Apocalypse NPCs, and the major guilds to fight the enemy and overcome this difficult time. To facilitate the flow of personnel and supplies, we need to build a teleportation network. Qin Chuan spoke quickly. This requires a large amount of materials and manpower, especially personnel. Although I can have Ji Xing deploy robots to guard the area, it's still not very convenient. You Dragon Tongue Dynasty has a large number of people, so how about you send some non-combatants to the teleportation point to coordinate? No problem. Dragon Tongue Tianxia agreed without hesitation. I take care of this. I arrange for personnel to do it right away. Okay. Qin Chuan nodded, then continued, if you have trustworthy allies, you can introduce them. After they pass the assessment, I have Jing go and set up the teleportation array. The teleportation transfer points for these guilds will be set up here. You understand what I mean? Dragon Tongue Tianxia nodded solemnly. Don't worry, boss. I have my brothers keep their eyes open. We never let unimportant people disturb peak. I'm confident in your ability to handle things. Qin Chuan smiled, then pondered for a moment. But your strength is still a little lacking. As he spoke, Qin Chuan casually pulled out a pile of sanctuary-level equipment, along with 2 semi-artifacts seized from the undead world. Take these and improve yourself and your core members. Longting Tianxiao was filled with immense gratitude, a sense of righteousness rising within him, a man willing to die for his friend. As expected, following the boss brings the spoils. This treatment is incredible. Upgrading the Dragon Tongue Dynasty's headquarters is also part of Qin Chuan's plan. The Pinnacle Demon City Stronghold, Kyoto, and the Dragon Tongue Dynasty, these 3 locations are all located on the eastern coast of Yin Country. Connected from north to south, they form a line. Further strongholds can be built and deployed in between, forming a coastal defense belt. Qin Chuan, familiar with the Apocalypse fusion process, knew that the battles ahead wouldn't just be fought in the sky and on land, there would be numerous, if not more, enemies in the ocean. Preparing for a defense belt was essential. Once the Pinnacle members had ignited their divine fires, they could be dispersed, each responsible for a specific area, maintaining close communication. But right now, it was still far from what Qin Chuan had hoped for. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at Yanlong's adjutant, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. It's time for Adjutant Yanlong to pledge his loyalty. Xiao Yin, do you know if there are any of your kind around here? Qin Chuan stroked his chin and looked at Adjutant Yanlong with a smile. Adjutant Yanlong felt uneasy at his gaze, feeling a conspiracy hidden behind that smile. Chapter 1214. But now a prisoner, it dared not answer. Sir, you. Why are you asking this? Don't be nervous, I'm just asking. Qin Chuan's smile widened. Look, you're one of us now, so you have to make some contribution, right? How about this? Call all your clansmen over here, and we all serve me together. How about that? The Yanlong lieutenant nearly collapsed in fear upon hearing this. Is he planning to make it a traitor and sell out the entire Yanlong clan? Sir, this might not be a good idea, the Yanlong lieutenant said cautiously. We Yanlongs have always been free and independent. I'm afraid we wouldn't agree. Unwilling? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning my decision? No, that's not what I mean. The Yanlong lieutenant shook his head quickly. I just what? Qin Chuan pressed on. I just think our Flame Dragon clan might not be suitable. Adjutant Yanlong stammered, unsure what to say. Not suitable? Qin Chuan sneered. I see you haven't yet faced reality. Scripps, show him some color. All right. Scripps had been waiting impatiently. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's order, he immediately pounced and pummeled Adjutant Yanlong again. You're still not convinced. Scripps yelled as he beat him. I told you to question Lord Shadow's orders. Where can I, Lord Scripps, put my face? I beat the shit out of you today. Brother, stop beating me. I surrender. I really do. Adjutant Yanlong was beaten so badly that he could only beg for mercy. Humph, that's more than enough. Scripps then withdrew his attack and glanced at Qin Chuan with a smug look. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction and said to Adjutant Yanlong, now, do you still think it's not suitable? It's suitable, absolutely suitable. Adjutant Yanlong quickly corrected himself. I go get them right now. Qin Chuan smiled. Go ahead. I wait for your good news. Adjutant Yanlong felt miserable, but he didn't dare resist. He obediently followed Qin Chuan's orders. It soared into the sky, emitting a distinctive dragon roar, a unique communication method used by the Yanlong clan, capable of conveying complex messages. Long Tongue Tianxiao watched in amazement. Is this even possible? Boss, your trick is incredible. Long Tongue Tianxiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Now, all the flame dragons have to work for you. Qin Chuan waved his hand. How can that be called working? That's called voluntary service. Yes, voluntary service. Long Tongue Tianxiao quickly corrected himself. Boss, you're right. All right, stop joking. Qin Chuan pointed to the distant sky. Here they come. Long Tongue Tianxiao immediately looked in that direction. Several black spots appeared in the distant sky, growing closer and larger. They were 6 massive flame dragons, flapping their wings, swirling with flames and thick smoke as they flew over with overwhelming force. Adjutant, what do you want with us? The leading flame dragon asked curiously. Glancing at the Dragon Tongue Dynasty stronghold, it suddenly dawned on him. You want us to destroy the human settlement here? It's a piece of cake. The flame dragon adjutant was shocked. What's the point of talking about destruction? If this gets to Lord Scripps, it'd be the end of him. The Flame Dragon Adjutant quickly said, I called you here so you can join Lord Scripps and serve Lord Shadow. Several fire dragons exchanged bewilderment. The leader reacted first, unleashing a thunderous roar. You traitor. The Flame Dragon Adjutant was about to say a few more words when Qin Chuan interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense, Scripps. Attack. Qin Chuan said calmly. Lord Shadow, just wait and see. Scripps immediately charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the fire dragons. The outcome was predictable. Even outnumbered, the fire dragons were no match for Scripps. They were quickly crushed, falling from the sky and wailing on the ground. Chapter 12:15. Submit? Scripps' voice rolled like thunder, crushing the last stubbornly resisting fire dragon. Submit. Submit. The fire dragon's body was charred black, its scales shattered, its previous arrogance gone. Very good. Scripps retracted his claws with satisfaction and flew triumphantly back to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan looked at Long Tongue Tianxia. President Long Tongue, I leave this to you. I leave one more fire dragon to assist you and guard the teleportation array. Thank you, sir. Long Tongue Tianxia was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. This was a pleasant surprise. Gaining a fire dragon lieutenant was already a huge surprise, and now there was another one. Qin Chuan turned to the fire dragon lieutenant and said, Xiao Yin, you will be responsible for selecting a fire dragon to leave here. Yes, sir. The fire dragon lieutenant quickly replied, but a bitter feeling welled up in his heart. Now, it's completely become a tool dragon. It carefully selected a relatively weak and docile fire dragon to keep. Sir, do you think this one will do? The fire dragon adjutant asked flatteringly. Yes, Qin Chuan nodded casually, unconcerned about the specific one. Jing, you will assist President Long Tongue here to complete the construction of the remaining teleportation channels. Understood, President Jing replied. Afterwards, Qin Chuan took Scripps and the other 5 fire dragons, using the Darkest Hour's teleportation effect, and headed directly to Bailey City. Bailey City. Edith was attending to government affairs when he suddenly felt a powerful aura descending. He hurried out of the room and saw several giant dragons outside the city, and also saw Qin Chuan appear outside the city lord's mansion. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have sent someone to meet you. Edith's face lit up with surprise when she saw Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled and said, no need to bother. Edith, I got some help for you. He pointed to the 5 fire dragons behind him. This is... Edith looked at the behemoths, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Are they all for me? Ahem, Qin Chuan coughed. Well, I have to share some with my other allies, so I can only give you one first. Qin Chuan added, I had Scripps teach them a lesson. They're all very obedient. Pick one and sign the Dragon God contract, and you can command it at will. One is enough, Edith said with a smile. Anyone who dares to oppose me from now on will be fed to the fire dragons. Qin Chuan was speechless. As expected of Edith, her style is unyielding. After completing all this, Qin Chuan headed for Kyoto again. Kyoto. The soldiers on duty were so frightened by the sudden appearance of several giant dragons that they nearly jumped up and quickly sounded the alarm. The alarm blared suddenly, its piercing sound piercing the sky. What's going on? Look, those are dragons. The soldiers on duty stared at the sky in horror. Several massive figures obscured the sky, bringing a sense of overwhelming pressure. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick report! The soldiers frantically operated their defensive weapons, and a tense atmosphere instantly spread. However, when the giant dragons slowly descended, revealing their figures behind them, everyone was stunned. That is the Night Wanderer? What's going on? The soldiers looked at each other, unsure what to do. Qin Chuan jumped off Scripps' back, looked around, and said loudly, Don't worry, we're all on the same side. Hearing Qin Chuan's voice, the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's the Night Wanderer. I was so scared. I told you, with the boss here, there's no danger. But what about these fire dragons? The soldiers chatted, curiously examining the demure dragons. Qin Chuan didn't explain much, simply calling Akabane to begin making arrangements. I plan to keep one in Kyoto, Qin Chuan said. Pick the one you like and sign the Dragon God contract. I take the rest back to the Demon City. Chapter 12:16. Akabane nodded quickly. President, I do it right away. He knew in his heart that the president was promoting him. The entire Kyoto base had millions of people, many of whom held high positions of power, but Qin Chuan had simply given him the flame dragon. Akabe knew all too well what this meant. Devil City, the Summit Guild headquarters. When Qin Chuan returned with 3 flame dragons, everyone was stunned. Dijiaolingyu exclaimed in surprise. "President, did you rob the flame dragon's lair?" Jixing said from the side. "President, I assume you want to add these flame dragons to the defense system of both Demon City and Shenlong Imperial City." Qin Chuan nodded. "Yes, I do. I plan to find a few more people to sign Dragon God contracts with the flame dragons, and then place 2 in Demon City and 1 in Shenlong Imperial City. With Yi Sakura Luo in Shenlong Imperial City, we have another for emergencies." The summit members were excited to hear about the flame dragon share. It's just that there are too many people and too few dragons. Qin Chuan's solution to this problem was simple. Draw lots. If they were to draw lots, it would have to be done by all the top members. However, Akabe and his comrades were currently deployed in Kyoto, making them more of a figurehead. Furthermore, Qin Chuan had already given Akabe a flame dragon, so the 3 remaining flame dragons would be out of their reach for the time being. He summoned Shueishan, Xiao, and the others from Shenlong Imperial City and explained the situation. Shueishan's eyes lit up. "Draw lots? President, I'm an expert at this. I'm blessed with luck, known as the Little Prince of One-Hit Strike." "Come on," Xiao grumbled mercilessly. "With your luck, you call me lucky? I say I'm more of a loser. Go play somewhere else." The water god waved his hand impatiently. "President, let's get started." "I can't wait." Qin Chuan smiled and said nothing more. He simply pulled out several slips of paper, all shrouded in shadow, making the words unclear. There are 3 slips of paper with "win" written on them. Whoever draws them gets to sign a contract with the flame dragon. The rules are simple. Everyone picks one. Win. No. Don't be discouraged if you don't win. This time it's the flame dragon, and next time there be the wind dragon and the thunder dragon. My goal is for everyone to have a giant dragon. President, you're awesome. With the president's words, the dragon clan's good days are over. How can I say over? Following the president is the dragon clan's only hope. Everyone, stop chatting and start drawing lots. Who goes first? Me first. The water god rushed forward first, confidently drawing a slip of paper. Little dragon, here I come. Damn, why didn't I win? This shouldn't be the case. Where's my lucky star power? The water god gazed at the empty white paper, lost in thought. See, I told you were a loser, and you didn't believe me. Xiao curled his lips. Look at me! He also took a slip of paper. Oh my! Why are there words on this? I don't quite understand what they say. Water god, come and take a look. Xiao waved the slip of paper, grinning from ear to ear. The water god was so frustrated that he wanted to smack himself with a piece of tofu. Oh my god, Xiao, your luck is too good. The swordsman in the snow looked on, with envy. No, I have to try harder too. Shuizhong drew his lot confidently. Blank. Ha ha ha. The water god was overjoyed, patting Shuizhong on the shoulder. Good brother. Shuizhong was so frustrated that he didn't want to talk. Xiao happily began to observe the 3 fire dragons, trying to figure out which one to choose. The drawing of lots continued. I won. Su Chongqing looked at the note in his hand with some surprise. He hadn't expected to win. The others at peak sent congratulatory messages. Uncle Su, you're so lucky. Little brother Su works tirelessly, and this is what he deserves. Qin Chuan, listening from the side, was neither amused nor annoyed. Su Chongqing had only just reached adulthood, but because of his rugged appearance and the maturity that belied his age, his nicknames were particularly confusing. Xiao and Shuizhong liked to call him Uncle Su, while Dijiaolingyu and Songling usually called him Little Brother Su. Chapter 12:17. One person, 2 generations. Su Chongqing is truly unique at the pinnacle. Soon, most people had already drawn, but the fate of the final flame dragon remained undecided. At this moment, Jing arrived late. She had just finished setting up the teleportation array at the Dragon Dynasty's base, and saw a few remaining slips of paper. She casually drew one. I won? Jing was somewhat surprised. The water god said gloomily, oh my god, Xiao and Jing, those siblings, must have cheated. There are 3 flame dragons, and they already taken up 2. Jixing smiled and said, drawing lots is all about luck. And the president said, there will be opportunities to obtain giant dragons in the future, so don't get too hung up on it. That's true. The water god nodded. Although somewhat reluctant, he accepted the result. Okay, now, that the candidates have been decided. Let's begin signing the contract, Qin Chuan said. President, how do we choose this dragon? Xiao asked excitedly. Qin Chuan pointed to one of the largest fire dragons, the one with the brightest scales. This one is the strongest. I give it to you. All right. Xiao happily walked over to the fire dragon and reached out to touch its massive head. The fire dragon let out a low roar, seemingly reluctant, but with Scripps watching, it obediently lowered its head. Jing chose a slightly smaller fire dragon, whose scales had a pale golden sheen. This fire dragon seems to possess a hint of spatial power, Jing explained. Perhaps it has a chance to evolve. Qin Chuan nodded. Jing herself possessed spatial abilities, and this fire dragon was indeed a better match for her. Su Changqing chose the last fire dragon. This fire dragon was medium-sized, its scales dark red, and it looked quite understated. This fire dragon gives me a very calm and composed vibe, Su Changqing said. It certainly suits you, Qin Chuan agreed. All right, let's begin signing the contract. Xiao Jing and Su Changqing walked over to the fire dragons. The 3 fire dragons obediently cooperated and signed the Dragon God contract. The contracts were signed, and the addition of the 3 fire dragons further strengthened the Peak Guild. Okay, now let's assign the tasks, Qin Chuan said. The overall situation remains unchanged, focusing on the garrison personnel in Shenlong Imperial City. Xiao and Changqing both have flame dragons, so it would be a waste for both of them to go to Shenlong Imperial City. How about this? Xiao will stay in the Magic City, and senior brother Otis and brother Enan will take your place in Shenlong Imperial City. Su Changqing will go to Shenlong Imperial City as before. Jing, you will also stay in the Magic City, but as a mobile force, responsible for patrolling the various teleportation points. You mainly be in the Magic City during patrols. Dijialing you and Songling, you two will go with Jing so we can have someone to look after you. Understood? Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan continued, while everyone is here, those who haven't yet ignited the divine fire should go to the Shadow Realm and comprehend it. The Shadow Realm is in the early stages of its transformation into a divine kingdom, and the various rules are becoming clearer. I hope you can gain some insights and ignite the divine fire soon. Those who haven't ignited the divine fire or opened up their own domains, don't be discouraged. While the others are comprehending, Jixing, go to Shenlong Imperial City to find Ying Luo. It's not safe to have him there alone. Jing and I will be watching over the Magic City, so it won't be a problem. Jixing nodded. President, I go first. I come back after the Water God, and the others reach Shenlong Imperial City. Jixing traveled to Shenlong Imperial City via the teleportation array. Qin Chuan then opened the Shadow Realm, allowing the other peak-level experts to enter and comprehend the laws, striving for expedited advancement. While the Shadow Realm was open, Qin Chuan was free to move around, and he wasn't idle either. Just as he was about to find Laura to discuss relevant matters, he sensed a strong spatial fluctuation. A passage to the world of the dead appeared, and countless undead appeared. The auras of demigod-level undead were as numerous as stars. At this moment, the peak masters were comprehending the laws in the Shadow Realm, and Qin Chuan decided to take action himself. Chapter 12:18. With Scripps and 3 newly subjugated fire dragons, Qin Chuan took the initiative, unleashing a flurry of skills with a single wave of his hand, easily annihilating tens of thousands of undead. Scripps, along with his fire dragon, began to exhale dragon breath, further increasing his victory. But the undead army remained unfazed, continuing its determined advance. This is... Qin Chuan frowned, a sense of unease rising in his heart as he gazed at the undead army surging like a tide. President, what's wrong? Jing noticed Qin Chuan's annoyance and asked. There are too many undead, and... Qin Chuan paused, his eyes sharp. They don't seem to care about casualties at all. Don't care about casualties? Jing was startled, then realized the problem. The undead army charged fearlessly, showing no sign of retreating even when Qin Chuan easily slew them. You continue your contemplation in the Shadow Realm. I be back soon. Qin Chuan commanded, and with a flash, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing at the forefront of the undead army. Dark rain. Qin Chuan roared, and countless pitch-black blades materialized from thin air, like the Grim Reaper's scythes, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the undead. The undead army fell like wheat being cut, but more continued to surge, filling the gaps. Roar! The demigod-level undead roared. They possessed immense power and wisdom, but now, like moths to a flame, they rushed towards Qin Chuan. King's judgment. Bang, bang, bang. The demigod-level undead exploded one after another, disintegrating into clouds of black mist. But their deaths seemed to have no effect on the other undead. Something's wrong. Qin Chuan's confusion grew. Demigod-level undead, while powerful, were no fools. Knowing they were doomed to die, yet still acting so frantically, there had to be something fishy going on. Could it be? Qin Chuan's face suddenly shifted as a thought occurred to him. He looked up and saw a dense aura of the undead gathering into a vast vortex above the battlefield, seemingly threatening to devour everything. They're trying to forcibly merge the worlds. Qin Chuan's gaze narrowed. Jing, quickly inform Edith, Qiyu, and guild leader Longting. Tell them to prepare. The undead world is about to launch a full-scale invasion. Yes, guild leader. Jing didn't hesitate and immediately left through the teleportation array. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. Want to merge the worlds? Not so easy. He moved, transforming into a stream of light, charging towards the vortex of undead aura in the sky. Over a dozen undead demigods blocked his path. Get out of here! Shadow King, Annihilation Reincarnation. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he let out a deafening roar. The power of shadows surged out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Countless pitch-black slashes appeared out of thin air, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the undead demigods. Each of these slashes held Qin Chuan's rage and his unwavering killing intent. Under the slashes, the undead demigods were instantly torn to shreds like paper, dissipating into wisps of black mist. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate. Holding the darkest hour, he charged towards the vortex of undead aura in the sky. He intended to use the spatial power of the darkest hour to completely destroy it. However, when Qin Chuan's attack collided with the vortex, he realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the sky, as if the very space itself was being torn apart. The vortex slowed slightly, but soon resumed its expansion. The undead army poured in continuously, including demigod-level undead, all charging forward recklessly, feeding the vortex with energy at the cost of their own deaths. Damn it! Qin Chuan cursed inwardly. This isn't a solution. We must find a way to stop the undead army, or directly destroy the passage to the undead world. But this time, the undead world was clearly well prepared. With so many demigod-level undead, if left unchecked, they would cause unimaginable casualties. Chapter 12:19. But if they were killed, the death energy would once again become the vortex's power source. These undead demigods are so frantic that even trying to banish them is useless. As soon as they sense they're about to be banished, they explode. The death energy will still intensify the spatial vortex. This is an unsolvable problem. We must find a way. Qin Chuan's gaze swept across the battlefield, his hand swinging wildly with darkest hour. Each strike could slay a large number of undead, but their number was simply too great to be annihilated. And the faster he killed, the stronger the spatial vortex grew. But not killing them was impossible. Qin Chuan tried to use darkest hour's spatial power to block the passage, but he wasn't just fighting the spatial vortex. He was fighting the will of the undead world. At that moment, the vortex in the sky suddenly vibrated violently. A ray of blood-red light suddenly appeared in the center of the previously pitch-black vortex. Immediately, cracks spread from the vortex, covering the entire sky like a spiderweb. Crack, crack. The crisp cracking sounds continued, and the sky seemed like a giant mirror, crumbling piece by piece. The undead world has begun to merge with Blue Planet. Qin Chuan's face changed drastically. He could clearly feel the collision and fusion of two completely different world wills, causing space to become extremely unstable. This fusion process was unaffected by external factors. Qin Chuan even dared to assert that even if the God of Light arrived, he would be powerless to watch the power of this world fusion. Similar scenes were occurring not only in the Demon City, but also around the globe. Kyoto. Akeu was commanding his soldiers to resist the undead attack. He had signed a pact with a fire dragon, and was currently riding on its back, battling the undead horde. Suddenly, a massive rift opened in the sky, and countless undead swarmed out like locusts. Everyone, defend with all your might! Akeu roared. In the Dragon Tongue Dynasty's stronghold, Longting Tianxia also felt the shifting dynamics of the world fusion. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with solemnity and worry. Jing, do you know what's going on? Longting Tianxia asked anxiously. President Longting, the undead world has begun a full-scale invasion. Jing spoke quickly, maintaining the teleportation array. President sent me to inform you to prepare. Damn it! Longting Tianxia pounded the ground, his heart filled with anger and resentment. Having just acquired 2 fire dragons and formed an alliance with the Peak Guild, things were looking up. But then, they took a sudden, suffocating turn for the worse. But now that things have come to this, retreat and despair will not solve anything. Everyone, prepare for battle. He roared, his voice echoing throughout the stronghold. In Bailey City, Edith stood on the city wall, gazing at the widening crack in the sky, a solemn look in his eyes. Pass the order, citywide alert. Yes. Across the globe, everyone felt this apocalyptic aura, and panic and despair began to spread. Rumble. The sky trembled violently, cracks spreading like spiderwebs, and the blood-red light at the center of the vortex suddenly expanded like a demonic pupil, causing a frightening sensation. Qin Chuan stood in midair, shadowy forces swirling around him. He clearly felt the 2 completely different world rules colliding and entangled in a brutal and barbaric manner, twisting space into bizarre shapes. On the ground, the undead army charged fearlessly. The demigod-level undead didn't even bother to fight, but simply self-destructed, using their own demise to provide a constant source of energy for the vortex. For this fusion, the undead world is really going all out. A cold glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. In just a few moments, at least 20 demigod-level undead had self-destructed. Even if the undead world was wealthy and powerful, it couldn't withstand such a situation. Chapter 1220. There's only one possibility that could drive the demigod-level undead to such frenzy and recklessness. They can reap greater rewards. Just as demons can be reborn in the abyss, so too can the undead be reborn in the undead world. For the demigod-level undead, as long as the undead world is forcibly incorporated into Blue Planet, its rules will spread, allowing them to be reborn directly there, without having to resort to circumventing the world's barriers. Once a massive influx of demigod-level undead enters Blue Planet, it will become a second undead world. Scripps, take the flame dragon, and do your best to prevent the demigod-level undead from self-destructing. Don't let their power become fuel for accelerated fusion. Qin Chuan's voice was deep and commanding. Of course, he wouldn't let Scripps and the others die. With a wave of his hand, the shadow gift and soul protection were already granted, more than enough to fight against the demigod-level undead. As you command, Lord Shadow. Scripps let out a deafening dragon roar, swooping down with 3 fire dragons, like 4 flaming meteors, into the undead horde. Dragon breath gushed wildly, enveloping the demigod-level undead attempting to self-destruct, attempting to utterly annihilate them. However, even with the added bonus of the shadow gift, Scripps and his men seemed powerless against this endless and fearless tide of undead. The undead were so numerous that some would inevitably slip through the net and self-destruct, transforming into pure death energy, greedily devoured by the vortex. And now, it wasn't just the demigod-level undead that were self-destructing. Even the legendary sanctuary-level undead had begun to self-destruct. Though their energy was low, their numbers were overwhelming. The vortex expanded even faster than it had at the beginning. Qin Chuan knew full well that with the undead world's desperate gamble, this world fusion was unstoppable. All he could do was delay as much as possible. By his side a little time. Darkest hour, break this damned bondage. Qin Chuan poured all his strength into the darkest hour without reservation. Shadow power surged wildly from the blade, the laws of space surging and surging, emitting a low hum. He slashed with all his might, causing space to violently tremble. A massive black crack tore through the sky, carrying a destructive aura, as it fiercely slashed towards the center of the vortex. Crack! The crack collided with the vortex, making a teeth-grinding cracking sound, as if something was being torn apart. The vortex's expansion slowed noticeably, as if its rhythm had been interrupted by the sudden attack. But it was only a slowdown. The will of the undead world was far more powerful and insane than Qin Chuan had imagined. He alone could not contend with the entire world. The previous attack had caused the sky to shatter, revealing an endless void. In the void, twinkling stars emanated a sacred and warm light. That was the glory of the kingdom of God. The divine beings of the undead world were beginning to revive. The only good news was that the turbulence of the world fusion was too intense. The all-annihilating spatial turbulence would instantly rip even the kingdom of God apart if caught in it, and this was Blue Planet's only hope. As long as the gods could not descend, with their current strength, they could hold out, even against the utter outburst of demigod-level undead. Qin Chuan made a quick decision. The forced fusion of the undead world had disrupted his plans. He had originally intended to allow the peak-level individuals to slowly comprehend the laws, open up their domains, and ignite the divine fire, but the current situation meant that there was no time for such a slow and steady progress. Qin Chuan flashed, ruthlessly harvesting the battlefield. Even a demigod-level undead couldn't survive more than a second in his presence. They were essentially annihilated instantly upon showing their presence. After each instant kill, Qin Chuan would absorb the soul fire directly into the Shadow Realm, transforming it into the purest power, and infusing it directly into the top members of the Shadow Realm. Chapter 1221. This is forcing growth. In the long run, it will take more time to consolidate the foundation, otherwise it will be difficult to reach higher levels. But the current situation is no longer a question of long-term success. If we can't withstand this wave of attacks from the undead world, we'd be finished now, let alone in the future. Qin Chuan has a plan. He will proactively attack, charging into the void, and fighting the divine-level powerhouses of the undead world. The divine realms are the most conspicuous targets. He doesn't need to bother searching for enemies, he can simply charge them, and be done with them. While he attacks the divine realms, the defense of the demon city, and even the Yin kingdom will have to be left to the other peak-level experts. Yi Yingluo, Ji Xing, and Jing, the three who have ignited the divine fire, are clearly not enough. At least 10 more will be needed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan, while slaughtering the undead, sent forth his avatar to awaken everyone in the Shadow Realm, and spoke of his plan. Everyone, forcibly igniting the divine fire may destabilize your foundation and damage your potential, making it highly likely that you will never make further progress in your lifetime. Qin Chuan's voice echoed throughout the Shadow Realm, each word weighing heavily. He didn't use a passionate tone, simply calmly stating the facts, placing the choice in everyone's hands. A hush fell over the Shadow Realm. The peak-level figures stared at each other, their eyes gleaming with complex glints. They understood the president's meaning. This wasn't just a matter of increasing strength, it was a matter of fate. "President, stop talking," the water god said, breaking the silence. His usual carefree smile was on his face, though it was tinged with a hint of bitterness. "It's such a time, and you're still talking about this." "That's right, Godfather, you underestimate us." Xiao also shouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "When have we ever been afraid of anything? The word fear doesn't exist at the pinnacle. President, let's begin. I also want to experience what it's like to ignite the divine fire." Yu said softly, her voice soft but filled with unquestionable determination. "Yes, President, do it. President, stop talking nonsense and hurry up." The responses, one after another, like trickles converging into a torrent, grew louder and brighter. There were no grand speeches, no impassioned speeches, only simple and resolute responses. Qin Chuan looked around, taking in every expression. There was determination, resolve, and a hint of unease and hesitation hidden deep within. These emotions were all real. Precisely because they were real, they were all the more precious. "All right." Qin Chuan's voice suddenly rose. "Since everyone's made up their minds, let's give it a try. But I must warn you, forcibly igniting the divine fire will be extremely painful. Be prepared." "TSK, President, you're at it again. What's the point of pain? We have our homeland behind us. If it were destroyed, that would be the real pain. Since there's still time, let's just do it," the water god shouted. "Godfather, I'm not afraid of being scared," Xiao echoed. "Ha ha ha." A burst of laughter dispelled the solemn atmosphere in the Shadow Realm. Qin Chuan laughed too. He knew these guys were expressing their trust and support in their own way. "Since that's the case, let's begin." Qin Chuan stopped talking and immediately activated the power of the Shadow Realm to its fullest. In an instant, the Shadow Realm shone brightly. Countless streams of pure energy surged towards the peak crowd like dragons. This energy was extracted from the soul fire of the demigod-level undead Qin Chuan had just slain. It was then fused with the power of shadow and transformed into the purest form of law. "Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god!" As the energy entered their bodies, the peak-level cultivators groaned in pain. Forcibly igniting the divine fire was like pressing a red-hot iron against one's soul. The pain was beyond words. But no one flinched. Chapter 1222. Everyone gritted their teeth and endured silently. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. To possess the power to resist disaster, one must withstand the test. Water God, stop screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Xiao Chong endured the pain, not forgetting to tease the water god. "If others hear us, they think we're all wimps at the peak. Get lost. You're not much better, your face is twisted," the water god retorted bluntly. "If you can, stop grinning. You two still have the energy to bicker? It seems you're still not hurting enough." Yu's voice came, a touch of teasing and lightheartedness. "Keep pushing, both of you. I feel like I'm almost there. Don't hold me back. Sister Du." Don't be so proud. I'm just giving in. Xiao Chong managed to say, it's called a good man not fighting a woman. TSK, who asked you to give in? Brother. Say something. Wow, you're almost losing your human form. Hold on a little longer. Oh no! Uncle Su fainted. I didn't. And I repeat, I just turned 18. The pain of the burning fire was punctuated by a few words of banter, adding a touch of warmth to this brutal ritual. Qin Chuan watched all this with a complex expression. He silently increased the intensity of the divine fire infusion, further unleashing the potential of everyone, instantly triggering a chorus of ghostly howls. But even though they were about to faint from the pain, no one uttered a word of giving up. Time passed, and the light in the shadow realm grew brighter and brighter. Finally, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the water god. Ha, I did it. The water god laughed heartily, his voice filled with excitement and joy. TSK, what's there to be proud of? Look at me! Xiao, not to be outdone, followed suit and ignited the divine fire. And me! I succeeded too. One after another, the peak-level figures ignited the divine fire. The shadow realm shone with light, like a glittering constellation of stars. Qin Chuan silently counted, 10, 11, 12. Finally, except for a few who were unable to ignite the divine fire due to insufficient accumulation, everyone else succeeded. Good, very good. Qin Chuan's voice blazed with fighting spirit. Now it's your turn. The president is right. Brothers, it's time to show these undead bastards how powerful we are. The water god flexed his muscles, making a crackling sound, as he rushed out of the shadow realm first. Divine power surged throughout his body, and every gesture carried a powerful aura. Water god slowed down. Wait for me. Xiao followed closely behind, shouting excitedly. We're going too. The peak-level warriors rushed out of the shadow realm, like a pack of tigers unleashed, pouncing on the undead army. Water dragon break. With a wave of his hand, dozens of enormous water dragons appeared out of thin air. The water god himself was stunned. Before, he summoned a few water dragons, which was enough, but this time, the number had increased tenfold. Is this the realm of igniting the divine fire? Truly impressive. Boom! Everywhere the water dragons passed, the undead exploded into a black mist. Blood swamp burial. Xiao activated his domain, easily enveloping tens of thousands of undead. Everywhere the wave passed, the undead became nutrient for the blood swamp. Even a demigod-level undead that appeared was instantly taken down by Zhao's backstab. The water god and Zhao's bravery greatly inspired the others. Dijiaolingyu even bluntly declared, slow down you too. Leave some for us. Ice meteor. With a low shout, an endless wave of cold surged around Dijiaolingyu. Then, the sky darkened, and a massive ice ball, tens of meters in diameter, plummeted from the sky, landing precisely among the undead army. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and a mushroom-shaped cloud of ice crystals appeared. The undead at the point where the ice meteorite struck vanished without a trace, leaving not even a bone. Sister D, you're awesome. A swordsman in the snow offered a compliment, then charged across the battlefield like a whirlwind, carrying an endless storm. Wherever the storm swept, the undead were crushed into fingernail-sized fragments. The peak members, who had ignited the divine fire, had greatly increased their strength. They tore through the undead army with ease, like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 12:23. Ants, courting death. The demigod-level undead roared, charging towards the peak-level warriors. Just in time. The water god was not surprised, but delighted. He had been worried about finding an opponent. Water god domain. The water god opened his domain, enveloping several demigod-level undead. Within the domain, the water surged, transforming into chains that bound the demigod-level undead. Die! The water god roared, and the water in his domain suddenly contracted, strangling the demigod-level undead. See? That's my power. The water god's eyebrows danced with joy. In the undead world, he had once been beaten to a pulp by demigod-level undead, but now the tide had turned, and it was finally time for him to unleash his might. Qin Chuan was pleased with the performance of the peak-level warriors. He did not attack again, but stood aside, observing the situation on the battlefield. What he needed to do was to deal with even more powerful enemies. For example, the kingdoms of God within the void. Qin Chuan moved, transforming into a shadow and vanishing. When he reappeared, he was already in the void. Before him lay a boundless darkness, dotted with tiny stars. Each of those stars represented a kingdom of God, emanating a powerful and ancient aura. Qin Chuan's target was precisely one of those kingdoms, emitting a strong aura of death. The distance is even farther than I imagined. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. He had thought that with his darkest hour ability, he could reach the outskirts of the kingdom of God in an instant. But now it seemed that he had underestimated its remoteness. Furthermore, the void was filled with numerous spatial turbulences, and the slightest carelessness could easily lead to his being caught in them. Even with Qin Chuan's current strength, he would most likely end up completely destroyed. But that won't faze me. A sneer curled up Qin Chuan's lips. With a flick of his hand, darkest hour, a spatial rift appeared. Qin Chuan stepped inside, his figure vanishing again. The next moment, he was at the edge of the spatial turbulence. Shadow leap. Qin Chuan shouted softly, his figure instantly blending into the shadows and vanishing. When he reappeared, he had already dodged a spatial turbulence and taken another step closer to the kingdom of God. While he couldn't withstand the spatial turbulence head-on, he couldn't avoid it. At worst, he could just jump a few more times. In this way, Qin Chuan continued to use Darkest Hour and Shadow Leap, weaving through the void and closing in on the kingdom of God. Just then, something unexpected happened. Intruder, stop! A majestic roar rang out from the nearest kingdom of God. Followed by this, powerful auras appeared around Qin Chuan, encircling him. There were more than a dozen towering figures, each wielding a terrifying power that shook the very void. One of them roared, his voice echoing through the air, "Mortals, now that you have seen the divine kingdom, why don't you bow? We are divine messengers under the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss. Surrender? Lower gods." Qin Chuan's gaze fixed. Each of these self-proclaimed divine messengers possessed the power of a lower god, far surpassing even the power of a demigod-level undead. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, behind them, possessed power that was undoubtedly at the level of a higher god, perhaps even higher, and the brightness of the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's divine kingdom, compared to all the starlight, was only average, or even below average. The depths of the undead world were somewhat stronger than expected. But Qin Chuan would not retreat, on the contrary, he was filled with fighting spirit. "You arrived just in time. I use you to test my strength." He advanced, Darkest Hour in hand. Shadow flying knives. Qin Chuan raised his hand, and waved, sending countless pitch-black flying knives flying out like raindrops. The knives were imbued with a powerful shadowy force, powerful enough to rend space and shatter stars. A trifling trick. A divine messenger snorted coldly, gathering a bone spear in his hand, and stabbing hundreds of times in an instant. Bang, 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 the flying knives and spears collided, emitting bursts of explosive sounds. Chapter 1224. The shadowy flying knives shattered, dissipating into clouds of black mist. But more flying knives hurled themselves from all directions, interspersed with various other abilities. Caught off guard, the bone spear divine envoy took several blows, and several cracks immediately appeared in his divinely powered form. Although divine power was immediately channeled into the divine kingdom to repair his injuries, the divine envoy's expression still changed drastically. He had never imagined that this human's attack would be so bizarre. The key point was that the damage was so high. Shadow Prison. Qin Chuan flashed, appearing behind a divine envoy and slashing fiercely in the darkest hour. A shadowy cage appeared out of thin air, trapping the divine envoy within. Followed by this, countless slashes descended upon the divine envoy from all directions. "Ah!" The divine envoy screamed as his body was chopped into pieces, transforming into a cloud of divine power, ready to flee back to the divine kingdom. But Qin Chuan wouldn't let him have his way. The shadow realm unfolded, absorbing and transforming all the divine power, further accelerating the shadow realm's transformation into a divine kingdom. Next, Qin Chuan vanished again, reappearing behind another divine messenger. King's Judgment. Boom! A sharp sword of judgment flashed through the void, instantly slaying the targeted divine messenger. How could this guy be so powerful? The remaining divine messengers were filled with fear. They hadn't imagined that a human could possess such immense power. "Retreat! Return to our Lord's kingdom!" A divine messenger shouted, turning and fleeing. "Want to escape? Not so easy." Qin Chuan sneered, and with a flash of his body, he gave chase. Shadow King Annihilation Reincarnation. Qin Chuan roared, and the power of shadow erupted, enveloping the entire void. 99 slashes, like the Grim Reaper scythes, slashed down upon the fleeing divine messengers. "Ah! No!" The divine messengers screamed in despair. These slashes carried the aura of annihilation, enough to shatter their divine bodies and wills. At this moment, a majestic roar echoed from within the divine kingdom. "Enough!" Boom! From within the divine kingdom, an even more terrifying aura erupted, like a star exploding, instantly illuminating the entire void. The brightness was so dazzling that even the midday sun could not match it. Lord of the Skeleton Abyss. Qin Chuan's gaze fixed. He could sense this aura emanating from the depths of the divine kingdom. It must be the master of these divine messengers, the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss. A massive shadow slowly emerged from the divine kingdom, a vortex of bones composed of countless remains. Just one glance at it made one feel as if they were in a sea of blood and corpses, and an overwhelming fear arose. Human, you're quite impressive. You were able to slay my divine messenger. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's voice echoed through the void like thunder. But that's all. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss raised a massive hand from its vortex form, and slapped it towards Qin Chuan. The palm was wrapped in a dense aura of death, as if it could devour everything. The light of the surrounding stars dimmed considerably. Want to kill me? Not so easy. Qin Chuan's eyes showed no trace of fear. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already dodged the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's attack. Interesting. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss wasn't angered by the missed attack. Instead, a hint of amusement lingered in his tone. It's been a long time since I encountered such a unique prey in the hunting grounds. Human, tell me your name, and I carve it on the throne, a testament to my immortal glory. Qin Chuan's response was concise and clear. He raised his middle finger and said, I see you. How dare you refuse this honor? Then die. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss raised his palm again and struck Qin Chuan. This time, his palm was faster and more powerful. Not only did it contain the deathly aura of corpses, it even carried a strong fluctuation of the laws of space. Countless spatial turbulence emerged, making the spatial flickering dozens of times more difficult. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's single strike demonstrated his profound mastery of the laws. Chapter 1225. Faced with the violent spatial turbulence, Qin Chuan's gaze focused, and his figure flashed again, dodging through multiple short-distance displacements. All the while, the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's palm pursued him relentlessly, stirring the spatial turbulence even more violently. It's useless, human. Within the boundaries of my divine kingdom, you have nowhere to escape. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's voice boomed with unquestionable authority. Qin Chuan's eyes focused, sensing that the surrounding space had been completely sealed off, and the Flash's landing points had become extremely unstable. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss not only controlled the law of death, but also possessed a profound understanding of the law of space. Since I can't dodge, then I confront you head-on. Qin Chuan's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit, and the darkest hour blazed with a brilliant light. Darkest hour, slash. He grasped the darkest hour with his backhand, pouring all his strength into it without reservation, and slashed out with a single blow. A massive black blade ripped through the void, slashing fiercely towards the Skeleton Abyss Lord's palm with destructive force. Bang! The blade collided with the palm, unleashing a deafening roar. The void trembled, and the turbulent flow of space was torn apart by this force, transforming into vast cracks. Qin Chuan was thrown back thousands of meters, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. A deep crack also appeared on the Skeleton Abyss Lord's palm, but it quickly healed. Interesting. You're able to injure me. The Skeleton Abyss Lord's voice was filled with surprise. It's truly rare for someone like you to appear in this fragile world, but that's all. He raised his palm again and slapped Qin Chuan. This time, the spatial rules were completely suppressed, and Qin Chuan's flash skill was nearly ineffective, requiring dozens, even hundreds, of times more energy to activate. Even in the darkest moments, it trembled and wailed. Damn it! Qin Chuan's heart sank. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss was surprisingly powerful. A massive skeletal palm loomed in the void, obscuring the sky and sun, carrying an endless aura of death, as if it threatened to crush everything. Qin Chuan's figure seemed dwarfed by this giant palm. He knew that if struck by it, he would be seriously injured, or even killed. I can't fight it head-on. I must find a way to escape. Qin Chuan's mind raced, searching for a way out. At this critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the void. Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, your opponent is me. Even before the voice had fallen, a black figure sprinted from the distance, blocking Qin Chuan's path. The figure was tall and burly, emanating a sinister aura. It was none other than Dismartin. Old Ma? Qin Chuan was stunned, then overjoyed. He hadn't expected Dismartin to appear at this moment. Dismartin, you dare betray the Abyss? The Abyss Lord's voice tinged with anger. Betrayal? No, I'm just here to catch up with an old friend, Dismartin said frivolously. Besides, The affairs of our abyss had nothing to do with your undead world. Do you need meddling in their affairs? After cursing, Dismartin turned and looked at Qin Chuan. Boy, it's been a while since we last met. How come you become weaker? That's not like you. Stop talking nonsense and solve the problem first, Qin Chuan said unhappily. Of course, I always disliked this skeleton. Dismartin laughed heartily, and a powerful demonic force erupted from him. Suddenly, he even stole the spotlight from the Lord of the Abyss. Qin Chuan's pressure suddenly eased, and he pondered something. Dismartin's appearance wasn't just due to their friendship, it was probably because the fusion of the undead world and Blue Star had broken down the barrier between the worlds, opening up a passage between the Abyss and Blue Star. Otherwise, Dismartin wouldn't have been able to come even if he wanted to. Dismartin, since you're seeking death, I grant your wish. Chapter 1226. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss roared, slapping his palm again. This time, his target was Dismartin. Interesting, but not enough. Dismartin was undaunted. A surge of demonic energy erupted, spreading sulfur and magma across the void. Boom! The demonic energy collided with the giant skeletal palm, shattering the surrounding void, but the inertia of space quickly restored it to its original state. Dismartin, do you really want to be our enemy? The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's voice was questioning. The new world is our shared hunting ground. Does the Abyss want to break the rules this time? Break the rules? Dismartin scoffed. Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, is your brain filled with bone fragments? This new world hasn't even been fully integrated, and you, the undead world, are eager to jump in and carve up territory. Aren't you a bit too impatient? Dismartin's words were filled with provocation, making the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss even more irritable. Dismartin, you're playing with fire. The Lord of the Abyss's voice rumbled like thunder. Do you really think the Abyss can stand against our entire undead world? The entire undead world? Dismartin laughed exaggeratedly. Lord of the Abyss, who are you trying to scare? Do you really think I don't know the mess going on within your undead world? The endless sea of corpses, the wasteland of bones, the netherworld blood domain. Dismartin recounted them like the back of his hand. You usually fight fiercely for souls and territory, but now you're feigning unity and friendship. Who are you trying to impress? You? The Lord of the Abyss, struck by Dismartin's touch, was speechless. The undead realm is indeed as Dismartin had described. The various factions are constantly at war, and true unity is impossible. But this isn't unique to the undead realm. It's true of all worlds. Only power is eternal. What? Are you mad because I hit the nail on the head? Dismartin chuckled smugly. Lord of the Abyss, I urge you to save your energy and stop wasting your time with me. Instead of that, you better go back and take care of those disobedient skeletons under your command. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? The Lord of the Abyss voice was thick with murderous intent. Kill me? Bragging. Dismartin's face was filled with arrogance. You can't kill me. Of course, I can't kill you either. The worst that can happen is we just fight it out and see who collapses first. Lord of the Abyss, I say this one last time. This new world belongs to us, the Abyss. Dismartin's voice suddenly grew serious. If you don't want to go to war with us, the Abyss, you better get back to your lair now. War? With your Abyss? The Lord of the Abyss snorted disdainfully. Dismartin, don't you overestimate yourself? With your fraudulent authority, which is only good for petty tricks, you dare to fight us? Whether I overestimate myself or not, you know if you try it? Dismartin replied calmly, showing no sign of anger at all. Okay. The Lord of the Abyss laughed in anger. Since you're determined to die, then I grant you your wish. Before he finished speaking, the Lord of the Abyss slapped his palm down again. This time, not only were the laws of death and space entwined around his palm, but a layer of gray mist also appeared. Within the mist, the faint wails of countless dead souls filled the air, sending chills down one's spine. Is this the law of the soul? Qin Chuan's expression changed. He hadn't expected the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss to even control the law of the soul. This guy was quite good at hiding it. A gray mist swirled around the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's palm, carrying a captivating power. The law of the soul? That's quite interesting, Dismartin chuckled. But haven't you forgotten that we demons are the masters of manipulating souls? His entire body burned with hellfire, and sulfur and magma converged at his feet into a sea of molten lava. Soul hunting net. Dismartin's eyes glowed emerald green, discoloring half the void. Chapter 1227. The invisible impact of the laws collided with the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's palm, and the soul-shattering shock made Qin Chuan's face change. Fortunately, the Shadow Realm weakened it, making it bearable. Qin Chuan was secretly surprised. The undead world had forcibly merged with Blue Star. The energy from so many undead self-destructions had already begun to change the rules of Blue Star's world, making it able to accommodate more advanced beings. Otherwise, the battle between the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss and Dismartin wouldn't have had such a strong impact. While thinking, Dismartin controlled the magma to converge into a giant dragon. It collided with the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's giant palm, vaporizing the gray mist with a sizzling sound. But the palm protected by the mist was unstoppable, and continued to strike Dismartin. Looks like we have to get serious. Dismartin's body erupted with brilliant light. A divine kingdom composed of smoke and sulfur, filled with countless demons, instantly expanded and began to clash with the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled, spatial turbulence raged. The confrontation between the divine kingdoms was evenly matched. Neither Dismartin nor the Lord of the Abyss could quickly defeat the other. As Dismartin had said, the Lord of the Abyss could not kill him, and neither could he kill the Lord of the Abyss. Without external interference, the only way to determine the outcome was to transform the battle into a protracted confrontation between the divine kingdoms, a test of whose divine kingdom possessed greater strength. Kill! For the glory of my Lord! Devour these souls! The cries of slaughter echoed from both divine kingdoms, as countless demons and undead began to attack each other. Demons perished with every passing moment, only to be reborn in Dismartin's divine kingdom. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss was no exception. His swirling mass of bones continuously spewed out skeletal divine messengers, pouring them into the battlefield. Qin Chuan watched with envy from the void. The Kingdom of God truly provided a significant boost to combat. While the Kingdom of God had its drawbacks, such as requiring faith to maintain it and being difficult to move around, its advantages were also significant. It was a natural fortress in war. As Dismartin and the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss engaged in a brawl, Qin Chuan was not idle either, constantly using shadow leaps to maneuver around the edges of the battlefield. Shadow Flying Knife. King's Judgment. Shadow Prison. Qin Chuan unleashed all his skills upon the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's Kingdom of God. Destroying the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss outright was difficult, but weakening his Kingdom of God would also weaken his power, and even his vitality. In short, it made no difference where he attacked. Damn human, is all you can do to hide like a rat? The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, annoyed by Qin Chuan's harassment, roared in anger. Before Qin Chuan could reply, Dismartin taunted him. Skeleton Abyss, if you're done, just tell me and go back to your undead world. I show mercy and let you go. Shut up, Dismartin, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss roared. He knew Dismartin was deliberately provoking him, but there was nothing he could do. Demons are just that mean. These bastards love nothing more than to mess with people's minds, and then take advantage of their weakness. Oh, as expected of a veteran deity, Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, you're so arrogant, Dismartin said in a strange tone, but he didn't let up his attacks, intensifying them. Come and bite me if you dare. You? The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss was so angry, he nearly vomited blood. Does that Dismartin even have the aura of a god? Qin Chuan watched from the side, laughing. Old Ma, that guy's got a real bad mouth. Lord of the Abyss, Old Ma is right. If you got the guts, go bite him. Qin Chuan shouted, throwing himself back into the fray. Darkest Hour swung in his hand, sending shadowy slashes slashing towards the Lord of the Abyss's divine kingdom. Although these attacks weren't enough to threaten the Lord of the Abyss individually, their rapid attack speed was unstoppable. Chapter 1228. The entire void flickered with a shadowy glow. Furthermore, Qin Chuan's attacks carried the aura of the Shadow Realm, quietly devouring the divine kingdom energy of the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss and promoting its further transformation. A little bit adds up, and quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Damn human, lowly ant, just wait. The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss roared in fury, yet was helpless. He was now entangled by Dismartin, and had no time to pay attention to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan shouted, Old Ma, keep entangled with this guy. I tear down his nest. Alright, just wait and see. Dismartin responded, turning around and taunting the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss. Your bones aren't working. Are you calcium deficient? Do you want me to give you some? Ouch, why are your hands so soft? Haven't you eaten? Is the undead world so barren that even you can't get enough to eat? Why don't you just come to our abyss? If you can't do it, then get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Lord of the Abyss was furious. He had roamed the undead world for eons, yet now, he was being suppressed by a newly minted demon god and a human who wasn't even a god. If word got out, where would he put his face? Don't fall into my hands. I tear you to pieces. The Lord of the Abyss roared. Then come on. Don't just talk the talk. Qin Chuan sneered, increasing the speed of his attacks. The darkest hour transformed into afterimages in his hands, continuously slashing at the Lord of the Abyss's kingdom. The divine messengers who came to stop him were often killed instantly upon contact, and they couldn't even touch the corner of Qin Chuan's clothes, let alone cause any harm to him. With the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss pinned down by Dismartin, the minions of the divine realm alone were powerless against Qin Chuan. This discovery unnerved the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss. This human strength was not right. The only thing he lacked now was the foundation of the divine realm. If he were granted access to the divine realm, his combat power would soar to an extremely terrifying level. By then, he would be able to take on several higher gods simultaneously without a problem. If this human were allowed to survive, the undead world would never dream of annexing this new hunting ground. With this thought, the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss made a decision and immediately unleashed a soul-screaming roar at the other divine realms deep within the void. Stop watching the fun. Act now. This human must be slain right here. And that by Dismartin. Divide his divine realm. As the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss's roar drifted, the starlight in the void suddenly erupted, becoming incredibly dazzling. Followed by this, several divine realms appeared, sealing off this area of the void. Damn, there are so many skeletons. Dismartin cursed, and the divine kingdom of sulfur and magma shook violently, clearly under considerable pressure. While fending off the attacks of the Lord of the Abyss, he observed his surroundings with a distracted eye. More and more divine kingdoms appeared in the void, each emanating a powerful aura of death. The masters of these divine kingdoms were clearly gods from the undead realm, and none of them were weak. Boy, this is not good, Dismartin's voice echoed in Qin Chuan's ears. These guys are determined to annex Blue Star. Qin Chuan said nothing, simply gripping Darkest Moment tightly, his eyes icy. He knew Dismartin was right. The undead realm had come out in full force this time, with a large number of gods awakening, clearly determined to take over. If he and Dismartin remained here, they would surely be besieged and killed by these gods. But if they retreated, the undead realm would advance unimpeded, devastating Blue Star. This was another outcome Qin Chuan absolutely could not accept. Old Ma, do you have any ideas? Qin Chuan asked gravely. Dismartin was silent for a moment, as if contemplating something. I do have an idea, but... Dismartin said hesitantly, it's a bit provocative. Chapter 1229. Speak. Qin Chuan said without hesitation. This plan requires your cooperation, Dismartin said. I plan to contact the King of Torment and the Lord of Magma. The three of us will join forces and draw the abyss over. Draw the abyss over? Qin Chuan was stunned, then understood. Dismartin intended to cause the abyss, the undead realm, and Blue Planet to collide. The collision of these three worlds would create an extremely terrifying layer of turbulence outside the world barrier. And it would be an all-out attack, indiscriminately targeting allies and enemies. No matter who you are, even if you are a higher god, if you are caught up in this, you will perish instantly. This way, the gods of the undead realm would be unable to descend upon Blue Planet, buying Blue Planet precious breathing time. That's certainly one solution, but... Qin Chuan frowned slightly. If the abyss descends, the demons will also flow into Blue Planet. Even if you can restrain your demons, the other demon gods won't just stand by and watch, they're eager to harvest more souls. I know, Dismartin said. But this is the only solution right now. Once the turbulence layer forms, not only will those skeletons be unable to descend into Blue Planet, but the other demon gods will also be unable to descend, forcing them to teleport their subordinates to Blue Planet. Relying on your own powerful humans, you should be able to hold them off. While there will inevitably be heavy casualties, it's better than being wiped out en masse. After a pause, Dismartin added, the key to breaking the impasse lies in you. The turbulence layer will certainly not last forever. Sooner or later, the rules of the three worlds will resonate and harmonize. At that time, the undead gods, the abyssal demon gods, and even other gods, like the god of light, will march straight in. You must obtain the kingdom of God before then to continue the fight. Otherwise, the day the turbulence disappears will be the day Blue Planet is destroyed. Qin Chuan fell silent. Dismartin was right. This was the only solution at this point. If the gods of the undead world descended, Blue Planet would be hopeless. Even if Qin Chuan survived, the others would likely die. He could use the Shadow Realm to carry people away, but even if he filled it up, cramming a person into every corner, how many could he take away? With so few survivors left, Blue Planet would be practically destroyed. Qin Chuan wanted to change more than just his own fate. Dismarden's plan was the most feasible. Although the humans of Blue Planet had to face both the undead and demonic attacks, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Okay, I agree with your plan. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, Blue Star is also experiencing a mythological resurgence, with a large number of divine fragments appearing. If I absorb enough of these fragments, I should be able to completely transform the Shadow Realm into a divine kingdom. That's right. Dismarden laughed. Boy, this is a thorny road, but it's the only way. Keep going, keep going. Dismarden said solemnly, use the darkest hour to activate the spacetime beacon. I'm going to contact the Lord of Torment and the Lord of Magma. Use this location as the coordinates and summon the abyss. Okay. Qin Chuan's eyes focused, and his shadow power erupted to its fullest. Buzz. The darkest hour emitted a low humming sound, as if responding to Qin Chuan's determination. Waves, imperceptible to the naked eye, spread out into the depths of the void, centered around Qin Chuan. That was the spacetime beacon, a call powerful enough to transcend the barriers of worlds. Old Ma, it's up to you now, Qin Chuan said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the approaching kingdom of the undead. Leave it to me. Dismarden spoke with conviction, demonic flame surging from his body, his kingdom of the undead a beacon in the darkness. Boom! A massive pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the endless void. Within the pillar of light, a vast vortex could be faintly seen, the entrance to the abyss. The abyss? Descend? Dismarden's voice echoed through the void like an oracle. Chapter 1230. Boom! The entire world began to shake, as if something was about to squeeze in from the void. No! Stop him! Stop him now! Screams of terror rang out from the kingdom of the undead. They hadn't expected that Dismarden would actually dare to summon the abyss. Too late. Dismarden sneered. It's all too late. Boom! The world barrier shattered, and the entrance to the abyss opened completely. Powerful auras surged from the abyss, the aura of the abyssal demon. Kill! Devour everything! Destroy everything! The demon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Damn Dismarden, you lunatic! The Lord of the Abyss roared. How dare you draw the abyss here? Aren't you afraid it will devour everything? Devour everything? Haha, so what? Dismarden laughed wildly. At the very least, your undead world won't have an easy time. You? The Lord of the Abyss trembled with rage. He hadn't expected Dismarden to be so mad. But it was too late to stop him. As the abyss drew closer, the terrifying turbulence of space and time raged recklessly, sweeping across the edge of the Abyss Lord's kingdom, and instantly engulfing it completely. The kingdoms that had been approaching halted and retreated at an even faster pace. Though the undead gods coveted Blue Star's new hunting grounds, they were unwilling to risk their lives. They knew better than anyone the terrifying effects of the turbulence of space and time. The only option now was to wait for the turbulence to dissipate on its own before descending upon Blue Star. Boy, return quickly, or you won't be able to leave. Dismarden's voice drifted in Qin Chuan's ears. I help buy you some time. Qin Chuan said gravely, Old Ma, don't die. Traveling amidst the raging spacetime turbulence was an extremely dangerous undertaking. Even if Dismarden possessed the authority of the Lord of Lies and Deception, being caught in it would inevitably lead to his downfall. Dismarden laughed heartily. If I don't want to die, who can kill me? Dismarden, you lunatic. The Lord of the Abyss no longer cared to fight Dismarden. His soul roared like a sharp icicle, attempting to forcibly recapture his kingdom. However, it was too late. The abyss descended at a speed far beyond his imagination. The raging spacetime turbulence, like a herd of unbridled wild horses, galloped recklessly across the boundless void. Crack! The edge of the Lord of the Abyss's kingdom, where it came in contact with the spacetime turbulence, seemed to be bitten fiercely by an invisible maw, instantly vanishing without a trace. Damn it! The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss roared, filled with resentment and rage, yet he could only watch helplessly as his kingdom was gradually devoured by the turbulent flow of time and space. The other undead gods retreated with their kingdoms, fearing they would be caught up in this sudden disaster. Want to escape? That's not easy. Dismarden grinned, manipulating his kingdom, composed of sulfur and magma, and charging towards the turbulent flow of time and space. Bang! The kingdom collided with the turbulent flow, unleashing a deafening roar that seemed to shake the entire void. Dismarden's kingdom also began to rapidly disintegrate, but he showed no concern, instead accelerating the process. Dismarden, do you wish to perish together with us? The Lord of the Skeleton Abyss grew increasingly horrified, his voice distorted. What? Are you scared? Skeleton Abyss, no one will have an easy time today. Dismartin's frantic voice echoed through the void, carrying a sense of determination. Qin Chuan flashed away from the battlefield. He had to return to Blue Star as soon as possible to inform the others of the situation. "Take care, old Ma." Qin Chuan muttered silently to himself, and without looking back, he flashed towards Blue Star, each step covering an endless distance. Blue Star, Demon City stronghold. Qin Chuan's figure appeared without warning. "President. Godfather. Boss." The members of the Peak Guild immediately surrounded Qin Chuan upon his return. "How's the situation?" the water god asked anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. Chapter 12:31. Qin Chuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The gods of the undead world have awakened, and their numbers are numerous. To buy us time, Dismartin has brought the abyss here as well." "What?" Everyone's faces suddenly changed upon hearing this. "The abyss is coming too?" Zhao's voice was even trembling. "Yes." Qin Chuan nodded. Now that the three worlds are colliding, an extremely terrifying layer of turbulence has formed outside the world barrier, temporarily preventing the direct arrival of the undead gods and the abyssal demon gods. But this is only temporary. "So what should we do now?" Di Yu asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. "We must improve our strength as quickly as possible," Qin Chuan declared firmly. "The turbulence layer won't last forever. It's only a matter of time before it disappears. When that happens, all the gods will march straight in. So, we must be prepared before then." Qin Chuan glanced around, his gaze determined. "We must use this time to become as strong as possible, even stronger. President, tell me, what should we do?" The water god rubbed his hands, eager to take action. Qin Chuan shook his head. "I handle this. Your mission is to defend the stronghold and rescue as many survivors as possible." His voice was deep and powerful. "Among the abyss demons, the Lord of Deception, the Lord of Torment, and the Lord of Magma are considered our allies. The demons under their command will be relatively restrained and won't just target our human strongholds. But the remaining demons are not so easy to deal with. Add to that the undead, and the monsters of Apocalypse itself, and the number of enemies we face will more than double or triple. You have basically ignited the divine fire. Only you can withstand the endless waves of monsters." Qin Chuan's gaze was profound. "Although all beings are equal in the face of disaster, and everyone should find their own way out, I also believe that with greater power comes greater responsibility. We should help as many people as we can." Ji Xing immediately said, "President, you're right. You once led us forward, and now it's our turn to lead the others in the fight." Xiao also said, "Rest assured, foster father, I will definitely carry on your ideals." The others also expressed their support, stating that their current strength was already among the absolute best on the entire Blue Star, capable of confronting and even defeating even demigod-level enemies. Qin Chuan nodded and added, "Also, keep a close eye on the movements of the Godhead fragments. These fragments are extremely important to me, and will help me consolidate the kingdom of God more quickly." "Yes, President." The crowd responded again. Qin Chuan looked at the water god and said, "Water god, follow me. We're heading to Shenglong Imperial City." War raged across Blue Star. Countless demons emerged from the cracks in the abyss. They were of various forms, some winged, some ablaze with flames, and some charging around like wild beasts. Just as Qin Chuan had initially feared. Summoning the abyss would certainly mitigate the arrival of the undead gods, but it would also further escalate the situation on Blue Star. But between the two evils, Qin Chuan had to choose the lesser of two evils. Between immediate destruction and a glimmer of hope, he could only choose the latter. "Run! The demons are coming!" The crowd fled in all directions, their screams and cries mingling in a cacophony of despair. Hee souls, flesh, such a plentiful hunting ground. The demons laughed strangely, chasing the fleeing crowd and tearing them to pieces. Human souls, truly delicious. A demon with bat wings licked the blood from its claws, its eyes gleaming with greed. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. "Really? Who?" The bat demon was startled. It clearly hadn't sensed any enemy presence. Before the bat demon could detect the approaching force, it felt the surrounding space instantly transform into a blood-red swamp. Then, it completely lost consciousness. Xiao reappeared at the spot, glanced at the demon's corpse on the ground, and kicked it into a ball of flesh. Chapter 12:32. He sneered, his figure disappearing once more. The blood swamp's light erupted, instantly enveloping the entire city block. All the demons were slaughtered in an instant. Ordinary players were stunned by this sight. What kind of power was this? Across Yin country, members of the Peak Guild emerged, engaging in fierce battles with the undead and demons. They were like beacons in the darkness, bringing a glimmer of hope to those in despair. Devil City Stronghold. Jixing stood high above, gazing at the undead and demons pouring in from afar, her eyes grim. The other members of the Peak Guild were busy putting out fires in various locations. In the entire Demon City Stronghold, only she and a few other Peak Guild members, who hadn't ignited the divine flame, remained. And looking out, countless undead swarmed. Among them, many possessed powerful auras. Those are demigod-level undead. Although the turbulent space-time in the void prevents the powerful gods and abyssal demons of the undead world from descending to Blue Planet, they can teleport their demigod-level and lower subordinates here. This is also the source of disasters around the world. Demigod-level undead. There are quite a few of them. Jixing took a deep breath, and her eyes, once as calm as autumn water, suddenly shone with a sharp light, like two unsheathed swords. Destroyer, Annihilator, your turn. As her cold voice fell, the deep shadow behind her seemed to come alive, surging like a tide. Two giant mechas, tens of meters tall, slowly emerged from the shadows, each step akin to stepping on one's heart, bringing an endless sense of oppression. Activate autonomous mode. Target, eliminate all hostile targets. Jixing decisively issued the order, his voice brimming with undeniable authority. Command received. Red lights flashed in the electronic eyes of the two mechas, and their mechanical voices were cold and merciless, like a proclamation from hell. Boom, boom, the Destroyer and the Annihilator took heavy steps, charging towards the undead horde. Their massive metal feet stomped the ground with a deafening roar. With every step, the earth shook violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. What is that? Oh my god! What a massive robot! It's Jixing, Vice President of Peak. She's here to save us! I knew it! I knew Peak wouldn't abandon us! Outside the Demon City Stronghold, the survivors, who had been lost in despair, saw the two massive mechas descending like divine forces. Hope rekindled in their eyes, and they erupted in thunderous cheers. Boom! The Destroyer's shoulder-mounted cannons fired simultaneously. Wherever the energy beams passed, the undead were instantly vaporized, leaving them unable to even utter a scream. The Annihilator charged into the horde of undead like a grim reaper, wielding chainsaws and energy blades, slaying all the surrounding undead. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded elsewhere in Yin Country. The members of the Peak Guild, like gods descending from heaven, scattered across the land, engaging in fierce battles with the undead and demons. Su Chongqing, bearing a cross, walked amidst the waves of undead. A holy light emanated from him, burning vast swathes of the undead to ash, like a saint walking among the living. Dijialing Yu wielded a long sword, shrouded in icy mist and a chilling chill. Wherever she passed, undead and demons alike were frozen into crystalline ice sculptures, then shattered with a bang, turning into a blanket of icy shards. Xiao, lurking in the shadows, harvested the lives of her enemies like a ghost. The blood-red swamp silently spread, devouring everything, leaving no blade of grass behind, like the domain of the Grim Reaper. President, why are we in Shenglong Imperial City? The water god followed Qin Chuan closely, asking curiously. I plan to absorb Shenglong Imperial City into the Shadow Realm. Qin Chuan explained concisely, his tone calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Absorb into the Shadow Realm? The water god's eyes widened suddenly, his voice distorted. He rubbed his ears vigorously, wondering if he had misheard. Chapter 1233. President, you're not kidding, are you? That's a city. Qin Chuan glanced at him, and said calmly, I know. No, President, that's not what I meant. The water god quickly waved his hands, and explained incoherently, I mean, is this really possible? Can the Shadow Realm accommodate a city that large? Qin Chuan didn't answer directly, but instead asked, what do you think is different about the Shadow Realm now? The water god thought carefully and said, it seems larger, and more real? The Shadow Realm before always felt a bit illusory, like a mirage. Now, it's like the real world. That's right. Qin Chuan nodded, confirming the water god's statement. The Shadow Realm is constantly absorbing fragments of the divine nature, and has begun its transformation into a divine kingdom. While it's not yet a true divine kingdom, it should have no problem housing a city. Besides, I already absorbed Blackside's castle back in the undead world. With that experience, absorbing Shenglong Imperial City shouldn't be difficult. I see. The water god nodded, half comprehending, his admiration for Qin Chuan growing even stronger. Furthermore, Qin Chuan continued, by absorbing Shenglong Imperial City into the Shadow Realm, we won't need to garrison troops there anymore. We can concentrate our forces to deal with the upcoming crisis. The water god suddenly understood, slapped his thigh, and said excitedly, "President, I understand. You're pulling the rug out? By taking Shenlong Imperial City, we have a mobile fortress, and we won't have to worry about surprise attacks. We can attack when we advance, and defend when we retreat. It's a stroke of genius." Qin Chuan smiled faintly. "That's understandable." He paused, then looked at the water god, his tone becoming serious. "However, once I absorb Shenlong Imperial City into the Shadow Realm, your control over it will be greatly affected. While your heroic king legacy remains, it will be somewhat inconvenient." The water god was stunned at first, then smiled freely and said sincerely, "President, you're being too polite. If it weren't for your help back then, I wouldn't have been able to control Shenlong Imperial City, let alone obtain the heroic king legacy." He paused, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. "Now, not only do I possess the heroic king legacy, I also ignited the divine fire, and my strength has skyrocketed. All of this is thanks to you, President. Now, if you need Shenlong Imperial City, take it." Qin Chuan looked at the water god deeply, saying nothing more, simply nodding. He used the teleportation array he had set up before the mirror, and arrived with the water god near Shenlong Imperial City. From afar, Shenlong Imperial City still stood, its walls towering and imposing, like a sleeping giant. With a flash, the two of them entered the city and arrived at the central square. Qin Chuan looked around, taking in the rich atmosphere of this ancient city, and slowly closed his eyes. "President, what do I need to do next?" The water god stood by, respectfully asking, ready to cooperate fully. "You don't have to do anything, just watch," Qin Chuan said calmly. Instantly, an indescribably powerful shadowy force erupted from Qin Chuan's body, instantly engulfing the entire square and spreading continuously, eventually enveloping the entire Shenlong Imperial City. Buzz! The entire Shenlong Imperial City began to vibrate slightly, as if something was awakening. Rumble! Shenlong Imperial City shook more and more violently, and cracks began to appear on the ground, crisscrossing like a spider web. President, this isn't going to collapse, is it?" The water god looked at the earth-shattering scene before him, his face pale, and his voice trembling. "No." Qin Chuan's voice remained as calm as water, as if everything was under his control, and nothing could shake his composure. Chapter 1234. As the power of shadows surged, Shenlong Imperial City began to slowly rise. Yes, it rose. The entire city, including its foundation, began to lift off the ground and slowly ascend into the air, like an island floating in the sky. "Oh! Holy! Damn! It's really flying!" The water god couldn't help but curse, his eyes widening and his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. He had never seen anything like it before, a city rising like a balloon. It completely overturned his perceptions, beyond his comprehension. Shenlong Imperial City finally lifted completely off the ground, hovering in midair. Where the city had once stood, a massive crater remained, as if something had forcibly carved out a piece of it. Qin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep. His shadow domain had fully expanded, enveloping the entire Shenlong Imperial City, like a vast black hole, swallowing everything in its wake. "Conquer!" Qin Chuan shouted softly, his voice soft, but carrying an irresistible magical power. The next moment, the Shenlong Imperial City, suspended in midair, vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared. With it vanished Qin Chuan's all-encompassing shadow domain. Success? Success? The water god stared at the empty scene before him, still unable to believe his eyes. He pinched himself hard, the intense pain telling him that this was all real. Qin Chuan nodded, his voice a hint of fatigue, but more of relief. Success? Absorbing a city into the shadow domain was a considerable burden for him, but it was all worth it. "President, are you all right?" The water god asked, concerned, observing Qin Chuan's slightly pale face. "I'm fine." Qin Chuan shook his head, took a deep breath, and calmed his breath. "Let's return to the Demon City base first. I adjust and then proceed with the next plan." "Okay." The water god responded quickly, not wanting to delay even a moment. The two of them vanished in a flash, leaving only the vast pit behind, revealing everything that had just happened. In the Demon City base, Qin Chuan appeared in the teleportation array, his face slightly pale, and the water god followed closely behind. Ji Xing, who was guarding the area, immediately came forward and asked with concern, "President, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright?" "I'm fine, just a little exhausted." Qin Chuan waved his hand, indicating he was fine. "Is everything okay here?" "Don't worry, President, nothing's wrong," Ji Xing assured him, patting his chest. This is our base camp, and I ignited the divine flame. If anything were to happen here, I wouldn't be worthy of your cultivation. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. That's good. He paused, then looked at the water god. Have you noticed any changes since Shenlong Imperial City was absorbed? The water god carefully sensed the changes. Then, his eyes lit up. My power has grown. And my perception of the surrounding water elements has become more acute. I can even sense a hint of the power of the shadow. A hint of a smile flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. That's good. You control Shenlong Imperial City, not its subordinates, so the impact is relatively small. If the situation weren't so tense, I wouldn't have taken such a risky action. President, you're being too polite, the water god said calmly with a wave of his hand. I'm feeling incredibly well. I'm afraid this might be a blessing in disguise. As he spoke, a surge of majestic aura erupted from the water god. The water god's smile widened, and he said mysteriously, President, Sister Ji, guess what just happened? Ji Xing said unhappily, Water god, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me now. The water god stopped playing it safe and called softly to the open space nearby, Dark Tide guards, rise. With a command, the inky water quickly coalesced on the ground, as if possessed of life. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of humanoid guards wearing black armor and holding various weapons appeared before everyone. Chapter 1235. Each Dark Tide guardian exuded a powerful aura, chilling to the bone. Ji Xing sensed it and exclaimed in surprise, this. Each one of them possesses saint-level power. Qin Chuan was also somewhat surprised, observing the Dark Tide guardians closely. He sensed the aura of shadow power. It seemed that shadow power, through Shenlong Imperial City, indirectly influenced the water god, and produced a new evolution in his existing power. Qin Chuan said, this Dark Tide guard is the evolved form of your heroic king's imperial guard, right? The water god was stunned for a moment, a look of helplessness crossing his face. President, how come I can't hide anything from you? Then, the water god said proudly, I just changed my class. I advanced from Source Water Mage to Dark Tide Lord. Not only have my stats skyrocketed, but my skills have also undergone new changes. Dark Tide Lord? Qin Chuan repeated, nodding slightly. Sounds powerful. Ji Xing was also quite envious. President, how about giving me some shadow power? Maybe I can too. You can change your class. Qin Chuan shook his head and said, it's not that I'm stingy, but class advancement usually requires some special opportunity. Simply absorbing external energy is unlikely to trigger a qualitative change. After a pause, Qin Chuan added, just like Yingluo's class changed thanks to the Shadow Sword, the Water God also achieved his class advancement through Shenlong Imperial City. You all been with me for so long, and we fought together many times, but only these two have truly completed class transformations. Hearing this, Ji Xing nodded thoughtfully and said, I understand. To achieve class transformation and advancement, you need internal motivation, not just external influences. Understanding this, Ji Xing stopped dwelling on his class and turned to the Water God, excitedly saying, Water God, show us your new skills. The Water God smiled proudly, gazing at the swarming undead army outside the city. President, Sister Ji, both of you just watch. With that, a surge of water surged beneath the Water God's feet, carrying him through the air. Dark Tide Abyss. The Water God pointed. A massive whirlpool suddenly appeared in the open space outside the city. Inky waves swirled wildly within the vortex, emitting a terrifying, devouring force. The undead at the forefront were instantly engulfed by the vortex, strangled to ash before they could even utter a scream. Even demigod-level undead could not escape this terrifying vortex, fading into nothingness amidst their desperate wails. Dark Tide guards, attack! The Water God commanded again. Hundreds of Dark Tide guards advanced in unison. Their spears and mighty swords flashed with icy light as they charged into the undead horde with unstoppable force. Any enemy standing in their way was ruthlessly crushed. So powerful. Ji Xing exclaimed heartily. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. The Water God's recent surge of power was indeed impressive. This is just the beginning. The Water God smirked, clasping his hands and making an upward motion. Dark Tide Domain, activate. Buzz. With the Water God as the center, an inky stream of water quickly spread out, covering an area thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Within the domain, all undead and demons sluggishly moved, as if mired in a quagmire. Meanwhile, the Dark Tide Guardians thrived, their speed and strength greatly enhanced. This domain is quite interesting. A gleam of light flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The Water God's Dark Tide Domain, similar to his shadow domain, could suppress the enemy while simultaneously boosting its own strength. The difference is that the Shadow Realm is more focused on devouring and controlling, while the Dark Tide Realm focuses more on amplifying summons. President, is my realm okay? The Water God asked with a smile, a hint of boastfulness in his tone. Not bad, Qin Chuan confirmed. Your Dark Tide Realm, combined with the Dark Tide Guardian, is more than enough to handle most situations. Ordinary demigods are no match for you. Chapter 1236. Hee, of course. The Water God grinned. In the future, I'd be able to stand on my own, just like Sister Ji, Brother Yi, and the others. That's a good idea, Ji Xing gently reminded him. You can still handle the demigod-level enemies that appear now, but they're getting stronger, especially the gods. They descend sooner or later. We can't stand still, we must continue to improve. Sister Ji is right. The Water God nodded in agreement. I'm going to find Xiao. He has the Blood Swamp, and I have the Dark Tide. The two of us will definitely be a powerful team together. Hunt more demigods to further enhance their strength, and strive for a breakthrough to a higher realm as soon as possible. Qin Chuan nodded. Your plan is sound. Ji Xing, talk to the others later, and have them team up to rescue, while also protecting themselves. Yes, President. Ji Xing agreed immediately, then asked, President, are you going to look for fragments of the divine nature? Qin Chuan nodded. Yes. Only by absorbing enough fragments of the divine nature can I quickly condense the divine kingdom and respond to the upcoming crisis. Qin Chuan looked up at the sky. Although the turbulent layer created by the world collision was blocking them, those gods would eventually find a way to descend. Time was running out for him and Lan Xing. We must find more fragments of the divine nature as soon as possible. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. In a flash, he disappeared from the demon city stronghold, and the next moment, appeared above Jiancheng. Jiancheng, once besieged by alien beasts, was once again engulfed in war. However, this time the enemies became undead and demons. Looking around, the streets were littered with mangled corpses and shattered buildings. A dark mass of undead and demons surged like a tide, their roars and roars rising and falling, a chilling sight. Scripts, Qin Chuan called softly. Boom! A black phantom descended from the sky, its massive dragon form obscuring the sky. It was Scripps. Lord Shadow, what are your orders? Scripps' voice tinged with excitement. It had been a long time since he had fought so heartily. Deal with these bastards, Qin Chuan said calmly. These ordinary undead and demons posed no threat to him at all. Attacking them was a waste of time, giving Scripps a chance to warm up. As you command? Scripps roared to the sky, his voice deafening. It opened its maw and spewed out black dragon breath. Wherever it passed, undead and demons were reduced to ash. The massive dragon claws swung, each strike slaying dozens, even hundreds of monsters. It's the Night Wanderer. The Night Wanderer has come to save us. Jiancheng is saved. The soldiers on the city wall, already in despair, erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing Scripps' display of divine might. They had originally thought Jiancheng could not be defended, but they hadn't expected the Night Wanderer to appear at this moment. Immediately mobilize forces and rescue the survivors. The commander of Jiancheng also reacted and quickly gave orders. He knew that with the Night Wanderer around, these undead and demons were nothing to fear. The most important thing now was saving lives. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices brimming with hope. Qin Chuan ignored them, closing his eyes and carefully sensing the surrounding atmosphere. Jiancheng was where the first fragment of the divine power appeared, and perhaps there were clues left behind. No new fragments. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. He was certain that no new fragments of the divine power had appeared in Jiancheng. But this aura. Qin Chuan's gaze locked onto a spot outside the city. There was a very unique aura, accompanied by spatial fluctuations. Let's go and take a look. Qin Chuan's figure flashed, and he flew towards the aura. Soon, he arrived at his destination. It was a narrow spatial rift. Through the gap, only bottomless darkness could be seen, emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 1237. This is... Qin Chuan stared at the spatial rift before him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A replica? This spatial rift was very similar to the entrance to the replica from the Apocalypse world. Sure enough, the replicas from the Apocalypse world have also gradually descended into reality. Qin Chuan pondered. And it's been affected by the fragments of the divine nature, undergoing a completely new transformation. He could sense that the other side of this spatial rift was an independent dimension, distinct from Blue Planet. Scripts stay outside. I go in and take a look. Qin Chuan instructed, then stepped directly into the spatial rift. After a moment of dizziness, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. The sky was gray, and the air was filled with a lingering smell of decay. Is this the world of the dead? Qin Chuan frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. The aura here was very similar to that of the world of the dead. No, it's not the real world of the dead. Qin Chuan quickly dismissed his suspicions. Although this place resembled the undead world, it lacked that ancient and powerful aura. This must be a dungeon related to the undead, affected by the fragments of the divine power, causing it to become what it is now. Qin Chuan had a guess. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out, interrupting Qin Chuan's thoughts. He looked up and saw a massive bone dragon hurtling towards him. A sanctuary-level bone dragon. Qin Chuan immediately recognized the bone dragon's power. He could easily destroy a bone dragon of this rank with a flick of his finger, but since the first monster he encountered was sanctuary level, the final boss in this dungeon was likely demigod level, even higher. A gleam of light flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Even if there weren't fragments of the divine power here, there would still be a vast amount of divine power, excellent nourishment for the Shadow Realm. Facing the saint-level bone dragon, Qin Chuan didn't even feel the urge to attack, merely glancing at it indifferently. The moment the bone dragon's eyes met Qin Chuan's, it froze in midair, as if under a spell. Then, its massive body began to tremble, its bones crackling as if under immense pressure. What kind of power is this? The bone dragon's soul fire surged violently, its voice filled with fear. It could sense that the seemingly ordinary human before it contained a power that made its very soul tremble. Qin Chuan ignored the bone dragon's fear, slowly raised his hand, and whispered, "Disperse." With those words, the bone dragon's massive body dissolved into a cloud of bone dust, like weathered sand and gravel, drifting through the air. Instant kill. The energy here is even more intense than I imagined. Qin Chuan muttered to himself, sensing the air around him. He took a step forward, heading deeper into the dungeon. Along the way, he encountered a number of undead creatures, but without exception, Qin Chuan easily dispatched them all. This dungeon is quite interesting. Qin Chuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of interest. An extremely powerful force lay hidden deep within this dungeon. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and the entire dungeon began to shake violently. Qin Chuan looked up, and a massive undead beast appeared before him. It was a behemoth formed from countless piles of corpses, emanating a thick aura of death and a sickening stench of decay. Demigod level. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the undead beast before him. Invaders will die. The undead beast spoke in broken, human language. The massive figure moved slowly, each step causing the earth to shake violently. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Compared to the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, it's nothing. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. The shadow domain opened completely behind him, enveloping the entire space. Swallow. No! 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 Chapter 1238. The undead behemoth let out a desperate wail, its power rapidly fading, its life drawing to a close. Boom! The undead behemoth's body collapsed with a crashing thud, and in the blink of an eye, it was still motionless. The shadow domain slowly shrank, eventually disappearing. I absorbed a considerable amount of divine power, but still no fragments of the divine nature. Qin Chuan was somewhat disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, an idea suddenly struck him. This space had evolved due to the power of the divine nature fragments. So what would happen if he absorbed all of this space into the shadow domain? Let's give it a try, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, the shadow domain expanded again. But this time, it wasn't to devour a single target, but the entire dungeon. The shadow domain slowly expanded, like a massive black hole, gradually enveloping everything around it. The gray sky, the decaying earth, the pervasive aura of death. All were devoured bit by the shadow domain. Qin Chuan suddenly noticed a dense black fog at the deepest part of the dungeon, desperately resisting the shadow realm's engulfment. Is this the origin of the dungeon? Qin Chuan's heart stirred. He hadn't encountered this situation when he absorbed Blackside's castle before. But that was because he had killed Blackside first. If Blackside had still been alive, his attempt to absorb his castle would have been hindered. Every independent dimension has a core of some kind. Come in. Qin Chuan increased the shadow realm's engulfing force. Although the black fog resisted desperately, its energy was limited. Like a tree without roots, it was ultimately unable to withstand the shadow realm's force, and was gradually pulled in. Boom! When the black fog was completely consumed by the shadow domain, the entire dungeon space began to vibrate violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. This place is about to collapse. Qin Chuan had anticipated this. He flashed back, instantly returning to the dungeon exit. As soon as he emerged, the spatial rift began to shrink rapidly, eventually vanishing, as if it had never existed. Success? Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He could sense that the shadow domain had undergone some changes after consuming the dungeon space. It was now larger and more realistic, and it had gained a certain flavor of spatial laws. Based on the progress, including the previously absorbed Shenlong Imperial City, the shadow domain's transformation into a divine kingdom was currently at approximately 13%. Not fast, but not slow either. As long as he continued to search for fragments of the divine nature, or similar dungeons, and absorb them into the shadow domain, he would surely be able to completely transform the shadow domain into a divine kingdom. Also, during his several absorptions, Qin Chuan discovered a problem. To fully transform the shadow domain into a divine kingdom, he needed to perfect its internal laws as much as possible, making it a true world. The most important point is the law of space, which is the key to allowing the power of Shadow to accurately construct the outline of the divine kingdom. Lord Shadow, are you alright? Scrip's voice interrupted Qin Chuan's thoughts. I'm fine. Qin Chuan opened his eyes and looked at Scripps. Let's go to the next location. Yes, Scripps replied. Qin Chuan left Jiancheng with Scripps. He was going to search for more fragments of the divine nature, or more special spaces like the one just now, affected by divine nature fragments. The Jiancheng commander's eyes welled up as he watched Qin Chuan retreat. The Night Wanderer had twice saved Jiancheng from imminent destruction, seeking nothing in return. How noble! No, a battle report must be sent to Kyoto to commend the Night Wanderer for his righteous deeds. Just as Qin Chuan left Jiancheng and prepared to continue his exploration, a unique energy wave erupted in the distance. The source of that energy was extremely distant, perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. After the fusion of Apocalypse and Blue Star's territory expanded 2 or 3 times, and this can be used as a backward inference. Chapter 1239. Equivalent to about 1,000 kilometers originally. Based on the direction, Qin Chuan immediately locked onto the energy source. Dhaka Nation. I still remember that during the national war phase in the game, Qin Chuan single-handedly destroyed Dhaka's main city, reducing it to a state of national destruction and triggering the subsequent world boss, the Spirit of Blazing Resentment. After the apocalypse arrived, Yin Nation was overwhelmed with affairs, and Qin Chuan had little time to pay attention to the external situation. On the one hand, he really didn't have time, and on the other hand, communication was inconvenient. It's not like the past, where you could just go online and see information. After several world shocks, the original communication system had completely collapsed. Now, it seemed that, unbeknownst to him, the outside world had undergone tremendous changes. This energy fluctuation is very unique. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and gazed into the distance. Lord Shadow, should we go over and take a look? Scripps asked in a low voice, flapping his huge wings. Qin Chuan nodded. Okay, let's go take a look. Perhaps it's related to the fragment of the Godhead. Okay. Scripps responded excitedly, flapping its wings and carrying Qin Chuan towards the energy fluctuations. The wind howled in his ears, and the mountains and rivers below rapidly receded. Qin Chuan closed his eyes and felt the energy fluctuations. Although distant, they were remarkably clear, like a beacon in the darkness, guiding his direction. As they drew closer, Qin Chuan gradually sensed that, in addition to the aura of the fragment of the Godhead, the energy seemed to be mingled with a hint of chaos and madness. This aura is a bit like the Abyss. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. The Abyss? Scripps asked, puzzled. Lord Shadow, are you saying this energy is related to the Abyss? It's highly likely, Qin Chuan said gravely. This time, in order to create the space-time turbulence, the Abyss had to be summoned. While this certainly delayed the invasion of the undead gods, it also allowed the demons to arrive on Blue Planet prematurely. It looks like the Dhaka Kingdom is in for a rough patch. Dhaka Kingdom, formerly the Seoul region. A massive city rose from the ground. Unlike the cities already on Blue Planet, this city's architecture was eerie and twisted, and all sorts of bizarre creatures roamed the streets. Is this the new main city of Dhaka Kingdom? Qin Chuan stood high in the sky, overlooking the city below, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It reeks of sulfur. It seems this place has been completely overrun by demons, Scripps said, a hint of caution in his tone. With such a strong aura of the Abyss, The one ruling this place must be a high-ranking Abyss Lord. You stay up there. I go down and take a look, Qin Chuan said. He then landed on the outskirts of the city, concealed himself, and began to explore. On the streets, all sorts of bizarre creatures came and went. They had some human features, but also possessed elements of demons and the undead, as if a forced fusion of the three. Most of these creatures had numb expressions, their eyes filled with despair and madness. Qin Chuan, cloaked in the shadows, quickly moved towards the city center. The closer he got to the center, the stronger the creatures he encountered, and the more eerie the atmosphere grew. Qin Chuan suddenly stopped, his brow furrowed. He was acutely aware of a sense of surveillance, like a thorn in his flesh, locking onto him tightly. Discovered? Qin Chuan's heart trembled, but he didn't panic. The bizarre creatures on the streets continued to wander numbly, seemingly unperturbed. Is this an illusion? Qin Chuan was puzzled. But the feeling of being watched didn't disappear. No, it's not an illusion. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. A blood-red moon had suddenly appeared in the gray sky. The moon radiated an eerie light, shrouding the entire city in a blood-red hue. This is... Qin Chuan's pupils shrank. The blood-red moon seemed to possess life, gazing at him. Chapter 1240. Lord Shadow, what is that? Scrip's voice echoed in Qin Chuan's mind, a hint of solemnity. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing, Qin Chuan said in a deep voice. The blood moon contained an extremely powerful force, even making him feel a little threatened. Do you want me to come down and help? Scripps asked. No need for help. Just come down, and I take you back. Qin Chuan replied. This battle might not be that simple. The enemy is very powerful, and if Scripps gets involved now, it's unlikely to end well. Alright, Scripps replied, feeling a little anxious. When will it truly be able to help Lord Shadow? After putting Scripps into the Dragon God contract space, Qin Chuan returned his gaze to the blood moon. Whatever you are, since you dare to spy on me, be prepared to pay the price. Qin Chuan snorted inwardly. He slowly raised his hand, the power of shadows gathering in his palm. Come out, you lurker! Qin Chuan's voice echoed through the empty streets. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red moon suddenly trembled violently. Followed by this, a pillar of blood-red light descended from the sky, landing on the nearby Han River. The once vast river's surface now shone a blood-red hue. The river began to swirl, forming a high-speed vortex. A towering figure, 1,000 meters tall, slowly rose from the vortex. It had a body resembling that of a human female, but sported a pair of enormous bat wings. Its skin was as pale as paper, its eyes bloodshot, and a trace of blood still clung to the corner of its mouth. Its face was covered by a bronze ghost mask, and 12 long blood-stained talismanic silk threads swirled around it. The lower half of its body was fused into a ghost sedan made of human bones and bronze artifacts. Its curtains formed from a string of skulls. Some human, some demonic. The aura of the abyss. Qin Chuan frowned as he looked at the creature before him. This thing exuded a strong aura of the abyss, yet it was different from ordinary demons. A glance revealed the other person's name. Blood Moon Witch Nightmare Puti. Intruder you. Carry. The aura of a fragment of the divine nature. Blood Moon Witch Nightmare Puti spoke, her voice hoarse and low, like the friction of rusted iron, eerie and chilling. 12 long blood-stained talismanic silk threads moved without wind, circling its body, emitting strange vibrations. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed. It wasn't surprising that the other person could sense the aura of a fragment of the divine nature. After all, it was likely caused by a fragment of the divine nature. Hand it over. I can. Spare your life. Puti spoke again, a hint of greed in his tone. Spare my life? Qin Chuan's lips curled into a sneer. Who do you think you are? Before he finished speaking, Qin Chuan gently waved his hand, and Shadow Blade shot out like a rainstorm. Puti's long talisman silk automatically intercepted the Shadow Blades. But every collision caused the silk to tremble, and visible cracks appeared. Just as she intercepted the Shadow Blades, before Puti could counterattack, a figure suddenly appeared before her, and then a fist grew larger and larger. Bang! With a dull thud, Qin Chuan's fist slammed firmly into Puti's bronze ghost mask. The bronze ghost mask instantly caved in. Puti let out a shrill scream, and his massive body flew backwards, slamming heavily into the blood-red lake. Splash! Blood splattered everywhere, and Puti's figure disappeared into the lake. Qin Chuan didn't let his guard down. He could sense Puti wasn't dead. His attack could instantly kill a demigod, but Puti was clearly far stronger. Sure enough, the next moment, the blood-red lake swirled again, forming a massive vortex. Pu Ti's figure slowly rose from the vortex once again. This time, its aura was even more violent, and the cracks on its bronze face were even more pronounced. Chapter 1241. You have angered me. Pu Ti's voice was filled with resentment. The bat wings behind her suddenly spread out, covering the sky and even blocking out the blood moon in the sky, plunging the entire city into darkness. Roar! Pu Ti roared to the heavens, his voice deafening. 12 blood-stained long silk threads, as if alive, flew towards Qin Chuan. Each thread carried immense power, distorting space wherever it passed. Qin Chuan's eyes focused, and he dodged the long thread's attacks. Simultaneously, he activated the shadow domain, rapidly concentrating the power of shadow. Shadow bind. Qin Chuan shouted softly, and several black chains shot out from the shadow domain, wrapping around Pu Ti. Pu Ti waved her bat wings, trying to break the chains, but they were incredibly tough and impossible to break free of. What kind of power is this? A hint of panic flashed in Pu Ti's eyes. Since it gained consciousness, this was the first time it had encountered such an enemy. The most devastating thing was that these chains were constantly devouring its strength. It's over, Qin Chuan said calmly. He reached out, grasped the chains, and yanked hard. No! Pu Ti let out a desperate wail. But it was too late. The black chains tightened, and its body began to rapidly collapse, disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. Before the blood mist could dissipate, it was absorbed by the chains and eventually vanished. No fragment of the divine nature? Qin Chuan frowned slightly, as he looked at the place where Pu Ti had disappeared. He had clearly sensed the aura of the divine nature fragment, but why couldn't he find it? Qin Chuan looked toward the surface of the Han River. A powerful force was surging from beneath. The battle isn't over yet. Pu Ti is just a pawn. Boom! With a loud bang, the surface of the river exploded, and a massive black shadow burst out from the water. It was a gigantic, soft-bodied monster, somewhat resembling an octopus, with countless tentacles, each covered in eyes of varying sizes. These thousands of eyes simultaneously blazed red light, attempting to invade Qin Chuan's mental world and transform him into a mindless puppet. However, a mental attack of this magnitude was simply swallowed by the power of shadow. This is... Qin Chuan stared at the monster before him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The aura of this monster was even more powerful than that of Pu Ti before. Lord of the Abyss? I wonder which demon god it belongs to, Qin Chuan thought to himself. It definitely couldn't be one of Lao Ma's minions. It wasn't the Lord of Torment or the Lord of Magma either, their energy properties didn't match. Tentacles and eyeballs, this felt a bit like the power of an ancient god. Qin Chuan pondered. Could it be that the abyss has also been eroded by the ancient god? Ants. Die. The monster let out a deep roar, and countless tentacles swept towards Qin Chuan. Each tentacle exploded at dozens of times the speed of sound, creating a continuous sonic boom. Wherever the tentacles passed, even cracks appeared in the air. Faced with the overwhelming force of tentacles, swift enough to rip the air apart, Qin Chuan didn't even blink. These tentacles were not only incredibly fast, but also powerful enough to easily shatter a mountain, yet to Qin Chuan's eyes, they were clearly visible as if in slow motion. Interesting, but not much, Qin Chuan said calmly. He didn't even bother to dodge. The shadowy force swirling around him ripped slightly, and as soon as the tentacles came within a meter of him, they seemed to sink into an invisible quagmire, their speed suddenly slowing. In the blink of an eye, they were silently eroded and dissolved by the shadowy force, transforming into the purest energy that merged into the shadow realm, becoming Qin Chuan's strength in turn. Roar! The giant, soft-bodied monster froze for a moment, seemingly surprised that its attack would be so easily neutralized. Then, it roared even more furiously. Thousands of eyes glowed red at once, and a spiritual force even more powerful than before surged towards Qin Chuan like a tsunami. However, the moment these spiritual forces came into contact with the shadow realm, they were like a drop in the ocean, instantly devoured without even a ripple. Chapter 1242. And? You? Have angered me. The monster's intermittent voice echoed, filled with endless violence and madness. Its massive body began to wriggle, its tentacles slapping the river's surface, causing the blood-red water to surge violently. Angered you? Qin Chuan's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Do you think you deserve that? Compared to the likes of the Lord of the Skeleton Abyss, the Abyss Lord before him was merely a slightly stronger insect. Quick victory. We still need to find the fragments of the Godhead. Qin Chuan thought to himself, having lost interest in continuing to tangle with this monster. Neither the previous blood moon, witch nightmare, nor this abyss lord, suspected of being corrupted by the ancient gods, was worth wasting too much time on. The Daka nation had only produced such a useless boss, truly useless. It was even less effective than the spirit of resentful fire. Shadow domain, open. Boom, boundless darkness instantly spread from Qin Chuan's center, even more dense and profound than when it had previously engulfed the dungeon. Everywhere the shadow domain passed, whether it was the blood-red river, the twisted buildings of the city, or the sulfur and blood-scented air, it was forcibly absorbed. The massive soft-bodied monster bore the brunt of the impact, immediately feeling the immense pressure and mortal threat. It frantically waved its tentacles, unleashing soul-shattering shockwaves in an attempt to tear through the darkness. But its power was rapidly absorbed the moment it came into contact with the shadow domain, even further accelerating its expansion and hastening its own demise. No. What is this? The monster roared in terror. It could feel its strength rapidly draining away, even its very life force being robbed by the eerie darkness. The countless eyes spread across its body were now useless, leaving only pure, despairing darkness as far as it could see. Does your smooth sailing in Daka have given you a false sense of strength? Qin Chuan's voice echoed through the shadow realm. The king's judgment. Bang! A sharp sword descended from the sky, cleaving the monster in two. Smelly flesh and blood splattered onto the river surface, distorting the water, and even forming small, deformed monsters. The monster's remains quickly reunited, but its aura plummeted, evidently suffering heavy damage. Qin Chuan unleashed another set of skills, slicing the monster into countless pieces. Devour. With Qin Chuan's command, the Shadow Realm's devouring speed suddenly accelerated. Countless solid shadow chains shot out from the darkness, entangling the monster's fragments and dragging them into the Shadow Realm with unstoppable force. No matter how the monster struggled, even resorting to self-destruction, it couldn't stop the Shadow Realm's devouring process. No. Impossible. Great Lord. The monster let out a final, unwilling and desperate wail, transforming into a torrent of pure energy, which was completely absorbed by the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm slowly contracted, finally absorbing Qin Chuan's body. The once turbulent, blood-red Han River now strangely calmed, leaving only a dead red. The surrounding ruined city was eerily silent, as if the earth-shattering battle had never taken place. The humanoid monsters that had previously roamed the streets and alleys seemed to have lost their support and collapsed one after another, turning into a pool of mud. Looking around, within a radius of dozens of miles, there was no sign of life. Daka had been destroyed in the game, and the players' attributes were almost negative. They were powerless to fight against the monsters of the apocalypse, let alone the undead and demons. The death was a horrific loss. But Qin Chuan remained unfazed. He sensed the changes in the Shadow Realm and nodded slightly. A considerable amount of divine power has been absorbed, solidifying the Shadow Realm even further, bringing it one step closer to becoming a divine kingdom. The energy absorbed this time was substantial, further expanding the Shadow Realm's reach and further perfecting the spatial laws within it. Chapter 1243. But where are the fragments of the divine nature? Qin Chuan frowned, sensing carefully again. The source of that unique energy fluctuation was indeed at the bottom of the river, where the monster had been lurking. But now the monster had been completely devoured, leaving not a trace of it, and yet there was still no trace of the fragments of the divine nature. Just as Qin Chuan was puzzled, he suddenly sensed that the vast torrent of energy that had just been absorbed into the Shadow Realm seemed to contain a very faint fluctuation. If his control of the Shadow Realm had not been profound, he would have missed it. That was the aura of the fragment of the divine nature. This time, the fragment of the divine nature didn't exist on its own, but was fused with the monster's original power? Qin Chuan's mind moved, and a thoughtful look crossed his face. The undead replica discovered earlier outside Jiancheng had also mutated due to the influence of the fragments of the divine nature. He then thought of the ghost willow phantom that had appeared outside Shenglong Imperial City and the Shiva statue in Stan. Qin Chuan had a hypothesis. During the resurgence process, if there are no external factors interfering, the fragments of the divine nature will naturally restore their original power. Although this process may exhibit some deviations, such as power contamination, this is at least the trend. If the resurgence process is affected, such as being captured in an apocalypse instance, or, as in this case, being acquired by a demon lord, a strange fusion will occur. For this reason, Qin Chuan can only obtain the fragments of the divine nature after killing a monster and absorbing it. Interesting. Qin Chuan raised his brows slightly. It seemed these fragments of the divine nature weren't simply revived. Or perhaps, The initial resurgence didn't require a strict replica of their former form. They should first revive their power, then consider other aspects. Qin Chuan had a bold guess. If these fragments of the divine nature continued to resurrect, they would inevitably form various bosses or unique areas. When these bosses clashed and merged, determining the final victor, this would mean the fragments of the divine nature would be reassembled and the final resurgence would be complete. At that point, the gods would naturally be revived. And because these fragments of the divine nature originated from Blue Star itself, they didn't need to wait for the turbulence of time and space to dissipate, possessing the perfect timing and location. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. This once prosperous land of the Daka kingdom was now nothing but suffocating ruins and desolation. The blood-red surface of the Han River lay eerily calm, without a single ripple. It reflected the gray sky and the shattered remains of buildings on the shore, twisted by the power of the abyss and long since lost to their original form. The rich smell of blood and sulfur in the air slowly dissipated, leaving behind a hollow, dead air. Qin Chuan stood by the river. His gaze was deep, gazing at the unnatural, blood-red waters. The ground beneath his feet still bore the burn marks and craters of the recent battle. But even more disturbing was the sense of emptiness, the feeling of life completely drained from this land. As expected, Qin Chuan muttered to himself, his voice remarkably clear amid the empty ruins. With the complete devouring of the Abyss Lord just now, a suspicion within him became incredibly clear and certain. Fragments of the divine nature. The remnants of the fallen power of these native Blue Star gods have more than one path to resurrection. The Ghost Willow Phantom and the Shiva statue of Stan that we encountered earlier seemed more like the direct convergence and manifestation of fragmented power. Even if it might mutate due to environmental influences, its core remains the fragment itself. But the undead dungeon outside Jiancheng, and the Abyss Lord just now, clearly tainted by the power of the ancient gods. They reveal another possibility. During their resurgence, fragments of the divine nature could be captured and fused by other powerful entities or unique energy environments. Chapter 1244. The fragment no longer exists in isolation. It becomes part of the host's power, or rather, a twisted symbiosis between the two. This explains why he could clearly sense the aura of the divine fragment, yet, after slaying Puti and the soft-bodied monster, he didn't directly find the fragment itself. The fragment has completely merged with the monster's essence. Qin Chuan's mind flickered, his consciousness sinking into the shadow realm. Deep within the core of the shadow realm, the vast and chaotic torrent of energy that had just been consumed was being rapidly decomposed and absorbed by the shadow realm's laws. Within this torrent, a faint, yet unique, ripple was indeed present. It was the aura of the divine fragment. This aura, tightly intertwined with the chaotic energy of the Abyss Lord himself and the strange madness of the ancient god, formed a completely new, more complex energy quality. Separating this fragment of divine aura from itself would be nearly impossible, and forcible removal would likely destroy its structure. However, Qin Chuan didn't need to do so. The Shadow Realm's devouring was fundamental, a thorough digestion. Whether it was the monster's essence or the power of the divine fragments fused within them, they would ultimately become nourishment for the Shadow Realm's growth. Different paths, but the same destination. This adds another variable to the search for divine fragments. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered. This also explained why so many incredibly powerful monsters and strange areas had emerged across Blue Star after the apocalypse. It's likely that a significant number of these were directly or indirectly influenced by the power of the divine fragments. Even more so, it's the product of fragments merging with native life, the environment, and even descended creatures. These fragments, their ultimate goal is likely to reunite, allowing those dormant Blue Star gods to return. Qin Chuan sketched an outline in his mind. Each will fight on their own, devouring each other to determine the ultimate victor, gathering sufficient divine power to reshape their complete godhood. This is like a brutal, global goo breeding, a practice of poison cultivation. Those once fallen gods are attempting this method to seize the opportunity to return before the full arrival of the undead kingdom and the armies of the abyss. Lord Shadow, is it over? Scripps' voice echoed in Qin Chuan's mind, a tone of caution and tentativeness. Well, for now. Qin Chuan's mind moved. The gigantic black dragon reappeared in midair. Scripps flapped his bony wings, his massive head curiously scanning the silent ruins of the city below and the blood-red river. The smell here is truly strange. That giant just now feels different from a typical Abyss Lord, Scripps said. Within the contracted space, he could vaguely sense external energy fluctuations. It has fused with a fragment of the divine nature and been tainted by the aura of the ancient gods. Qin Chuan explained calmly, briefly sharing his conjecture. A fragment of the divine nature can be like this? Scripps' enormous dragon face displayed an anthropomorphic expression of surprise. Doesn't that mean the enemies we encounter in the future will be even more bizarre and unpredictable? Indeed, Qin Chuan nodded. But for me, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Fragments of the divine nature fused with other powers might be more difficult to find directly. But the energies they contain are also more complex and diverse. This could actually be beneficial for improving the diversity of the laws of the Shadow Realm Divine Kingdom. He once again gazed within the Shadow Realm. After devouring this Abyss Lord fused with a fragment of the divine nature, the Shadow Realm's progress towards becoming a divine kingdom steadily advanced to approximately 16%. The progress wasn't astonishing, but it was stable. More importantly, the spatial laws and energy structures within the Shadow Realm had become more stable and complex by absorbing this mixed force. This was a good thing for the future potential of the Kingdom of God. Chapter 1245. Lord Shadow, what did that monster seem to be yelling at the end, Great Lord? Scripps asked, suddenly remembering something. Qin Chuan replied. It could be an ancient god, or perhaps an abyssal devil, or something else entirely. It's only natural that the Abyss Lord has stronger beings behind him. But Qin Chuan's primary goal now is to collect the fragments of the Godhead, and quickly complete the transformation of the Shadow Realm into a divine kingdom. As for the existence behind that monster, as long as the other party doesn't get in the way, he has no interest in digging deeper. The most urgent task is to find the next target. Let's go! There's nothing to linger for here. Qin Chuan's figure moved, landing on Scripps' broad back. Yes, Lord Shadow. Where are we going? Scripps responded immediately, his tone tinged with excitement. Continued to sense the aura of the fragments of the Godhead. Qin Chuan's gaze drifted off into the distance. Although the fragments here have been absorbed, since one has appeared in Dhaka, there's likely more than one. Let's search around here. Understood. Scripps' dragon wings flapped violently. A fierce wind swept up, and the massive black dragon's body soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, swiftly leaving the city that had become a dead zone. Scripps' massive dragon wings sliced through the sky, whistling with a sharp sound as it swiftly retreated from the ruins shrouded in blood and death. The land below was devastated. All that remained of the former city was twisted steel and concrete, and strange, abyssal buildings. Dead and lifeless, with no sign of life. This area of Dhaka has probably completely become an outpost of the Abyss. Qin Chuan stood on the dragon's back, overlooking the rapidly receding scene below, pondering to himself. Though the Abyss Lord, who had merged with the divine fragments, seemed insignificant to him, to the Dhaka players, he was a formidable presence that could not be resisted. Furthermore, its very existence signified that the Abyss's erosion of Blue Planet had reached a considerable depth. Qin Chuan closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the changes in the Shadow Realm once again. After devouring the monster, and the power of the divine fragments within it, the Shadow Realm's transformation into a divine kingdom had indeed advanced a small step, reaching 16%. Although slow, each step was incredibly solid. The laws within the Shadow Realm had become more complete and stable, absorbing the complex energy blending the three forces of the Abyss, the ancient gods, and the divine fragments. This fusion has both advantages and disadvantages, Qin Chuan pondered. The downside is that finding the fragments is more difficult. It's no longer a matter of simply sensing the fragment's own aura, one must also discern the unique fluctuations resulting from its fusion with other forces. The upside is that this complex energy seems to be more effective in improving the Shadow Realm than divine power alone. His goal was clear, to transform the Shadow Realm into a true kingdom of God as quickly as possible. Only with his own kingdom of God could he truly establish a foothold in the increasingly chaotic and dangerous future. Whether dealing with the undead gods, the Abyss, or even those ancient gods lurking behind the scenes, the kingdom of God was an indispensable foundation. Lord Shadow, look over there. Scripps' voice interrupted Qin Chuan's thoughts. Qin Chuan looked in the direction Scripps indicated. On the distant horizon, a rolling mountain range appeared. The mountain range was an unnatural, inky black, jarringly incompatible with its surroundings. Even more eerie, a faint, twisted gray mist enveloped the mountain range. Even from a distance, one could sense its ominous aura. Qin Chuan raised his brows slightly, focusing his attention on the mountain range. Judging from its location, this must have been the former Buchan Mountain, historically serving as a military fortress. Legend has it that within the mountain lies a mountain deity, the image of a white-bearded old man. Chapter 1246. Of course, that was in the past. The mountains today are filled with ominous signs. There seems to be something there. He carefully discerned the energy fluctuations emanating from that direction. It was extremely faint and extremely chaotic, like a tangled mess of yarn being forcibly kneaded together. But within this chaos, he caught a familiar throbbing sensation. The aura of the Godhead fragment. Sure enough, there's more. A glint of insight flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. This aura is even more subtle than that of the Abyss Lord just now, yet somewhat primitive, as if the fusion hasn't been complete. He quickly analyzed it in his mind. This coincided with his previous suspicions. The resurgence and fusion of Godhead fragments doesn't follow a fixed pattern. Lord Shadow, should we go there? I feel very uncomfortable there, Scripps asked hesitantly. The inky black mountains exuded an aura that instinctively repelled and threatened him. Let's go and take a look. Qin Chuan's tone was calm, but a hint of anticipation lingered in his eyes. I hope I meet a more worthy opponent this time. The two I faced before were simply too weak. He sneered inwardly. The previous Blood Moon Witch Nightmare and the soft-bodied monster weren't even worthy of his attention. Foes of this caliber were far too inefficient for advancing the Divine Kingdom. He longed for a stronger challenge, for even greater power. As you command? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's decision, Scripps no longer hesitated. With a sudden flap of his massive dragon wings, he adjusted his direction and sped towards the eerie, inky black mountain range. As the distance closed in, the outline of the mountain range became increasingly distinct. The mountain seemed composed not of rock, but of a slowly flowing dark substance similar to asphalt, its surface covered in twisted lines, like the wrinkles of some gigantic creature's skin. The gray mist shrouding the mountain grew thicker, within which countless tiny shadows faintly wriggled, emitting a frightening, disturbing psychic sensation. The environment here has also been severely eroded. Qin Chuan observed the scene with a calm expression. The apocalypse has arrived, the undead have invaded, the abyss has grown, and the fragments of the native godhead have revived. The blue planet today is no longer what it once was. The intertwining and colliding of various forces has caused the entire world's environment to undergo earth-shattering changes. Scripps lowered his altitude and cautiously approached the mountain's perimeter. The air was filled with a mixture of decay, sulfur, and an unknown, fishy odor, which inhaled into the lungs, causing waves of dizziness and nausea. Lord Shadow, the energy interference here is strong, and my perception is greatly affected. Scripps's voice was deep and solemn. Yes, I feel it. Qin Chuan nodded. His perception was also affected, but with his control of the shadow domain and his own powerful soul power, he was still able to locate the approximate location of the divine fragment's aura, deep within the inky black mountains. It seems this is another place, affected by the divine fragment, becoming eerie and unpredictable. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered with inquiry, as he gazed at the mountain range ahead, sprawling like a giant beast on the ground. I just wonder what will be fused with the divine fragment this time. The corners of his mouth curled up, and in a flash, he silently left the dragon's back and blended into the shadows at the foot of the mountain like a ghost. Scripps, you support from the outside. Qin Chuan's voice echoed directly into Scripps's mind. Yes, Lord Shadow. Scripps responded respectfully, hovering above the mountains, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Qin Chuan concealed himself and stepped into this eerie, inky black mountain range. The ground beneath his feet was unusually soft, as if he were stepping on some kind of decaying biological tissue, and it emitted a faint heat. Chapter 1247. A deathly silence reigned all around, no insects or birds chirping. Only the whimpering of the wind through the twisted rocks, like the sobbing of a ghost, followed the aura of the divine fragments he had sensed, swiftly creeping deeper into the mountains. The inky black interior of the mountains was even more twisted and bizarre than Qin Chuan had imagined. Underfoot was no longer solid earth or rock. Instead, a slowly wriggling, slightly warm layer of black flesh. It felt soft, like stepping on the internal organs of some creature. One could even clearly feel the faint, rhythmic pulse beneath their feet. The surrounding mountain walls were also covered in this strange flesh, covered in tangled, twisted folds and bottomless crevices. Standing within it felt like stumbling into the body of some indescribable, gigantic creature. The air, a mingled odor of decay and stench, grew increasingly strong and pungent. Mixed in with it was a faint, charred scent, like the lingering smell of overburned metal. A gray mist drifted silently across the valley, suppressing visibility to the extreme. More troublesomely, the mist seemed to harbor countless subtle interference sources, constantly trying to erode his consciousness, bringing with it chaotic whispers and distorted illusions. This kind of mental corrosive power is indeed stronger than that of the Abyss Lord beneath the Han River. Qin Chuan's mind flickered. The power of the Shadow Realm silently spread from his body, forming an absolute defense that completely isolated and absorbed all mental interference that attempted to penetrate. Although his perception was somewhat suppressed, he never lost his focus on the unique fragment of the divine nature. The source lay in the deepest part of this strange mountain range. As they went deeper, the aura grew clearer and more primal. The deeper they went, the more pronounced the activity of the environment became. More irregular bulges began to appear on the black flesh covering the mountain wall, beating violently like a diseased heart. Some deep crevices even began to ooze a sticky, foul-smelling black liquid, dripping onto the ground with a faint sizzling sound. Occasionally, a creature would suddenly leap from the shadows ahead, or from a crack in the mountain wall. They were vaguely recognizable as the beasts of the forests. But after prolonged exposure to this extreme environment, they had long since been distorted beyond recognition. Their bodies were covered in writhing black tumors and useless limbs, and their scarlet eyes held only pure madness and bloodlust. For the vast majority of survivors on Blue Star today, these distorted creatures were undoubtedly a deadly nightmare. But before Qin Chuan, they didn't even have the strength to slow him down. Often, just as they lunged forward, before they could even get close, they were silently disintegrated and devoured by the dark shadowy power swirling around them. Unable to even utter a deathly scream, they vanished completely. It seems the power of this fragment of the divine nature is primarily channeled into transforming the environment. Qin Chuan stalked through the shadows like a ghost, quickly analyzing the current situation. This was completely different from the situations he had previously encountered. The undead dungeon outside Jiancheng was an independent realm created under the influence of the divine nature fragment. The Abyss Lord in the capital of Dhaka forcibly integrated the fragment's power into his own essence. And the fragment here seemed more inclined to transform the entire Buchan mountain range into a vast, twisted yet vibrant nest or domain. As he advanced deeper, Qin Chuan could sense the aura of the divine nature fragment drawing near. It grew increasingly restless, even possessing a chaotic savagery. Unlike the piece previously fused by the Abyss Lord, which was shrouded in layers of abyssal and ancient god power and contaminated, this fusion was more like a brutal parasitism and domination. Chapter 1248. It seemed as if the fragments themselves were driving the erosion and transformation of the mountain. Finally, he passed through an extremely narrow and deep chasm. The scene before him suddenly opened up. He arrived at an immense hollow within the mountain. At the center of the hollow, a colossal object hovered. It was a massive nest, a madly entangled and coiled mass of countless thick, black tendrils. The nest, hundreds of meters in diameter, slowly wriggled, expanding and contracting as if breathing. Its surface was densely studded with thousands of pale eyeballs of varying sizes. These eyeballs emanated a cold, eerie glow, becoming the sole source of light within this dark void, illuminating everything around them with an eerie, sinister aura. And at the very core of that enormous flesh nest, hovered an irregular crystal, about the size of a fist. The crystal emanated a faint yet pure light, a blend of sacredness and chaos. It was the fragment of the Godhead. Just as Qin Chuan had sensed before, the aura of this fragment seemed primitive and complex. But the divine power it contained was exceptionally pure, far surpassing the remnant fragment previously fused by the Abyss Lord. As if sensing an intruder, the countless black tendrils surrounding the fragment of the Godhead, like the most vigilant guards, instantly tensed and danced slowly. The thousands of pale eyeballs on the surface of the nest turned in unison, their pupils suddenly constricting, their cold gazes instantly fixed on Qin Chuan, who had just stepped into the void. A vast and chaotic torrent of consciousness, filled with primal greed and a ruthless desire for bloodshed, like an invisible tide, crashed into Qin Chuan's mind. Outsiders. Get out. A hoarse, fragmented voice, as if forcibly stitched together from countless agonized wails, echoed deep within Qin Chuan's consciousness. This wasn't a sound transmitted through the air, but rather a simple, crude projection of consciousness. Qin Chuan's gaze remained unwavering as he calmly gazed upon the vast, writhing nest of flesh and the shimmering fragment of divine power at its core. So this is it. An aggregate of consciousness? A monster formed by absorbing the resentment of the creatures and the negative energy of the environment accumulated over countless years in this mountain range, using this fragment of divine power as its core and driving force? He instantly grasped the true nature of the thing before him. No wonder its aura was so chaotic and complex, yet it stubbornly retained a trace of its pristine, pure divinity. Your power is delicious. Give it to me. The chaotic consciousness spoke again, this time no longer a warning, but rather naked desire and greed, as if it had seen the most tempting food in the world. Before he could finish his words, countless pale eyeballs on the surface of the flesh nest simultaneously erupted with a blinding pale light, A mental shockwave, over 100 times more powerful than the one in the mist before, mixed with countless chaotic, frantic whispers and illusions, madly surged towards Qin Chuan, attempting to directly destroy his mental defenses. You want my power? A faint, cold arc of mockery curled the corners of Qin Chuan's mouth. With you, a collection that hasn't even formed a complete form, driven solely by instinct. He clearly felt that the combined power of the flesh nest before him was indeed stronger than that of the Abyss Lord beneath the Han River. Especially in terms of mental interference, drawing on some of the power of the divine fragments, its impact was quite astonishing. But fundamentally, nothing had changed. It was merely a half-finished product possessing immense energy, but lacking the corresponding realm, skills, and willpower. Dealing with such an enemy was simply a waste of time. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of stripping away the fused power. Qin Chuan thought to himself. The fusion between this fragment of the divine power and the flesh nest wasn't very deep, it was more like a core battery. Chapter 1249. As long as this bloated, chaotic flesh nest aggregate is completely destroyed, the fragments will be easily retrieved. Buzz, no more hesitation. Pure and utter darkness, centered on Qin Chuan, instantly spread throughout the entire mountainside cavity. Shadow domain, descend. This time, the shadow domain unfolded, even more solid and profound than when it enveloped the Han River, carrying an absolute will to devour everything. The pale white light emanating from countless eyeballs within the cavity melted and dimmed like ice and snow in the sun the moment it touched the edge of the shadow domain, ultimately being completely engulfed by pure darkness. Roar! The flesh nest aggregate felt an unprecedented, deadly threat emanating from the very essence of life. It roared with anger and fear, yet tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Countless thick, tough black tendrils, with sharp, air-tearing whistles, lashed out frantically from the nest's main body, lashing out densely at Qin Chuan, attempting to utterly shred this tiny yet extremely dangerous intruder. At the same time, an even more violent and chaotic mental assault, mixed with the desperate wails and frantic curses of countless dying creatures, rushed recklessly against Qin Chuan's mental defenses, like a flood bursting through a dam, in the hollow of the mountain. Belly, pure darkness spread like a tide, quickly swallowing up all the light emanating from the pale eyeballs. The massive nest, composed of countless black tendrils, seemed to be plunged into the deepest fear. The roar of its consciousness was no longer the warning or greet of before, but filled with horror and confusion. Roar. Impossible. What are you? The chaotic fragments of consciousness intermittently assaulted Qin Chuan's mind, but as if hitting an invisible dam, they were instantly dissolved and absorbed by the shadow domain. At the same time, dense, black tendrils, like raging pythons, whipped frantically at Qin Chuan with terrifying force and shrieking, capable of tearing through steel. Each strike contained kinetic energy capable of leveling a mountain, as well as a thick, corrosive mucus. However, these attacks, which could have sent demigods scrambling, seemed to sink into an eternal quagmire upon reaching the shadowy zone within a meter of Qin Chuan's body. Speed suddenly dropped to zero, strength rapidly sapped. The tough tendrils shriveled and withered at a visible speed, finally dissipating silently, transforming into the purest energy particles, and merging into the ever-expanding shadowy zone. Not even a ripple was stirred. That's all? Qin Chuan's eyes were indifferent, and he didn't even bother to raise his hand to block. This aggregate possessed immense energy, but its use was crude. Its mental attacks, while stronger than those of the previous Abyss Lord, were still chaotic and disorganized, unable to shake his soul's will, which had been repeatedly tempered and strengthened by the shadowy zone. Physical attacks were even more ridiculous, unable to penetrate even the surface defenses of the shadow realm. Your power, give it to me, give it to me. The flesh nest aggregate seemed to have fallen into a final frenzy. It no longer attempted to attack Qin Chuan's main body, but instead mobilized all its strength to resist the shadow realm's encroachment. The tens of thousands of pale eyeballs on the nest's surface suddenly contracted and then exploded, transforming into streams of a sticky, smelly, pale white slurry. It merged into the flesh nest itself. The entire flesh nest began to wriggle and contract violently, as if concentrating all its energy into its core for a final resistance or counterattack. The light of the fragment of the divine nature at the core also became extremely unstable, flickering, emitting an even more chaotic and violent aura. A last-ditch struggle, meaningless. Qin Chuan's heart sank. He had lost his patience for further observation. The target was the fragment of the divine nature, and the immense energy contained in this aggregate. Since the enemy had exhausted all their tricks, it was time to close the net. Shadow domain, strangle. Qin Chuan's mind moved. Buzz. Chapter 1250. The darkness that enveloped the entire hollow mountain belly suddenly grew deeper and thicker. Countless shadow chains, even thicker and denser than those that bound the blood moon which nightmare before, shot out from the darkness on all sides like giant abyssal pythons come to life. These chains were not simply energy restraints, they were engraved with complex and obscure runes of the Shadow Realm laws, carrying an absolute will to devour, decompose, and annihilate everything. Puff! Puff! The shadow chains easily penetrated the flesh nest's attempted energy defenses, piercing deep into the writhing and contracting mass. Ah! The aggregate let out a conscious wail filled with endless pain and despair that shook the entire mountain. The chains took deep root, frantically draining its life force and energy. The flesh nest shrank and withered at a visible rate, its surface layer of flesh peeling off in large flakes, dissipating into black dust in the Shadow Realm. The eyeball fluid that had just exploded and merged with it now accelerated its demise, becoming the perfect medium for the shadow chains. No. Spare my life. For the first time, a clear plea for mercy emerged from its chaotic consciousness. It finally felt death approaching, the incomprehensible, insurmountable, terrifying power wielded by this seemingly insignificant being before it. Too late. Qin Chuan's voice echoed through the Shadow Realm, cold and emotionless. He raised his hand and clenched it. The countless shadow chains wrapped around the flesh nest aggregate suddenly tightened. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed at the core of the Shadow Realm. The immense flesh nest aggregate, along with the countless resentments and negative energy stored within it, was instantly shredded. It completely transformed into a torrent of energy, pure yet tinged with chaotic qualities, greedily devoured by the Shadow Realm. With the complete annihilation of the flesh nest, the last trace of pale light within the hollow mountain belly vanished. Only at the core of the flesh nest remained a fist-sized, irregular crystal, quietly suspended in the darkness. It emanated a soft yet undeniable light, a strange interweaving of sacred and chaotic auras. No longer agitated, it instead exuded a sense of liberated tranquility. A fragment of the divine nature, Qin Chuan's figure flashed, appearing before the fragment and reaching out to grasp it. It felt slightly cool, and he could clearly sense the immense divine power contained within it, as well as a hint of the primordial chaotic will of this mountain range, still undigested. Sure enough, the fusion wasn't complete. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, confirming his judgment. This fragment had more likely passively become an energy core, utilized by the aggregate, but never truly deeply integrated with it. Now that the aggregate had been destroyed, it was naturally exposed. With a thought, the shadow domain began to slowly shrink, completely absorbing the massive torrent of energy it had just swallowed. Qin Chuan could clearly sense that the shadow domain's scope had expanded again, its internal spatial structure becoming more stable, and its laws becoming more refined as it absorbed this complex energy, a blend of divinity, resentment, and biological essence. The progress of the divine kingdom had steadily advanced to 18%. Not bad. Qin Chuan felt the changes in the shadow domain, feeling quite satisfied. Although it was slightly slower than expected, it was stable. Furthermore, this divine fragment energy, fused with local power, seemed to have a unique effect on the refinement of the shadow domain's laws. At this moment, the shadow domain was like a blank sheet of paper, requiring more paint to create a sufficiently breathtaking masterpiece. Qin Chuan also sent the divine fragment in his hand directly into the shadow domain's core, allowing it to be digested and absorbed along with the previously absorbed energy. After completing all this, Qin Chuan looked up at the vast, now completely empty mountain belly. Chapter 1251. The black flesh covering the mountain wall was rapidly losing its vitality, drying and petrifying, revealing the original rock structure beneath. The stench and fishy smell that permeated the air was also rapidly dissipating. This twisted and transformed mountain range was slowly returning to its original appearance. Although still dead and silent, the eerie, unsettling feeling had vanished. Next target. Qin Chuan did not linger here for long. His figure blended into the shadows, silently leaving the mountain's belly and darting towards the mountain's perimeter. Script circled anxiously at low altitude around the mountain's perimeter. The massive bony wings stirred the air, emitting a dull whistling sound. It glanced warily below. The mountain gradually returned to calm, yet an unsettling stillness permeated the air. Only when it sensed the reappearance of that familiar and powerful aura did the black dragon swoop down. Lord Shadow, are you all right? Script's voice, conveyed through the soul contract, carried clear concern. Solved. Qin Chuan's figure silently appeared on the broad dragon's spine, his tone as indifferent as ever. The Shadow Realm had completely digested the original fragment of the Godhead, and the immense energy contained in the flesh nest aggregate. The progress of the kingdom of God had steadily advanced to 18%. The true kingdom of God was still a long way off. But every step forward was crucial. We're now. Scripps waited respectfully for instructions. Let's take a look around here. Qin Chuan interrupted. See if there's anything we missed. His gaze swept across the silent earth, his perception spreading like mercury. For the next few days, Scripps, carrying Qin Chuan, surveyed the shattered territory of Dhaka at an astonishing pace. The blood-soaked Han River had long since dried up or transformed into a strange blood swamp. Once thriving cities were reduced to twisted ruins and abyssal skeletons of buildings. The vast countryside was completely covered by dark red fungal mats and alienated vegetation. Everywhere one looked was death and desolation. Aside from the occasional wandering of low-level undead and aimlessly swarming distorted monsters, no noteworthy energy fluctuations could be detected in this land. Not to mention the unique aura of the fragment of the Godhead, a blend of divinity and chaos. It seems it's truly gone. Qin Chuan stood 10,000 meters above, gazing down at the worthless scorched earth beneath him, a clear understanding welling in his mind. He wasn't surprised by this outcome. Dhaka's mythological heritage was already meager, largely dependent on the Yin kingdom, lacking a strong and independent foundation. The ability to produce those two contaminated or alienated fragments of the divine nature was probably the limit of this land. These two fragments have increased the progress of the divine kingdom by approximately 5%. Qin Chuan silently calculated the gains. The efficiency was only average. This was primarily due to the fact that the host carrying the fragments was too weak, providing only a modest amount of basic energy. However, the unexpected benefit was that these energy properties, which combine the complex forces of the local environment, the abyss, and the ancient gods, did indeed contribute significantly to the improvement and diversity of the Shadow Realm's laws. The Shadow Realm's potential seemed to have grown even greater as a result. Yin Country. Qin Chuan's gaze pierced the clouds, distantly darting eastward. There lay the true destination of his journey. Yin Country. It possessed one of the oldest, largest, and most complete mythological lineages on Blue Planet. Pangu, the creator of the world. Nuwa, who mended the heavens and created humanity. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who educated the people. Immortals, gods, and Buddhas abound, countless great beings that exist only in legend. If the fallen gods of Blue Star truly leave behind fragments of their divine nature, then the land of Yin Nation is undoubtedly home to the largest number of fragments, and of the highest quality. There lies the ideal hunting ground for rapidly advancing the Shadow Realm to the realm of the Divine Realm, and laying the foundation for an eternal legacy. Scripps return. Qin Chuan was about to issue the order to return to Yin Nation. Chapter 1252. At this moment, an unusually strong mental wave, a mixture of anxiety, confusion, and even utter fear, surged across vast distances like a stone dropped into a lake, crashing into the depths of his consciousness. The owner of this wave was none other than the 4th true ancestor, the vampire ancestor, whom he had casually tossed into stand to clean up the scum and gather intelligence. With the 4th true ancestor's brutal, bloodthirsty, and unruly nature, almost nothing could truly frighten him. Unless he encountered a terrifying existence that even he could not handle, potentially leading to his own demise. Master! Stan! Something terrible has happened. The 4th true ancestor's mental messages were intermittent, filled with unprecedented urgency and panic. That temple. Shiva. That thing. It's alive. Blood servants. My army of blood servants is unstoppable. It's devouring everything. Shiva? Qin Chuan's brows furrowed. He immediately recalled the dilapidated temple he had encountered on the border of Stan, and the image of the god of destruction, with multiple arms and heads, symbolizing destruction and rebirth, depicted on the temple murals. Back then, they had encountered a figure resembling Shiva beneath the temple, and had managed to defeat it and obtain a fragment of the divine nature. They had thought the matter was over. Who would have thought that was just the beginning? Shiva's divine nature fragment has fully revived? A trace of solemnity flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Although Stan's mythology was complex and chaotic, Shiva, as one of the 3 most powerful deities, was a power that could not be underestimated. If the changes were caused by his godhead fragments, their intensity would likely far surpass any enemy encountered in Dhaka. The 4th true ancestor used words like alive and devour everything. Even his vaunted army of blood servants couldn't stop them. This clearly demonstrates that the situation in Stan has deteriorated to an extremely serious level. Should he proceed as planned to Yin, with its vast potential and abundant resources, Or should he change course and head to Stan first to deal with this sudden crisis? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. Although Yin had many godhead fragments, the situation was relatively stable, so a delay wouldn't be a problem. As for Stan, since the changes were suspected to be caused by Shiva's godhead fragments, the divine power and laws contained within them must be immense. Swallowing them could potentially bring unexpected benefits to the Shadow Realm's advancement into a divine kingdom. Furthermore, the fourth true ancestor was his subjugated servant. Allowing his servants to be devoured by an unknown enemy would also undermine his dignity as the Lord of Shadow, a being that could terrify even the fourth true ancestor. That's quite interesting. It seems the trip to Yin country will have to be postponed a bit. A faint smile played at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth, and the previous calmness in his eyes was replaced by a cold, fighting spirit. He relished this kind of sudden challenge. Scripts. Qin Chuan's voice was steady and clear. Change direction, head for Stan country. Yes, Lord Shadow. Although Scripps didn't know the details of what was happening, he never questioned his master's orders. The massive black dragon's body suddenly turned in midair, its massive bony wings flapping vigorously, tearing through the air and transforming into a dark streak of light, hurtling towards the southwest. Stan country. That ruined Shiva temple. And that living thing. Qin Chuan's eyes grew dark. He wanted to see for himself just how much of a surprise this so-called resurrected fragment of Shiva's godhood could bring him. A stream of dark light tore through the sky, hurtling southwestward at a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound. With each flap of Scripps' massive bony wings, he covered immense distances, easily piercing the clouds below before quickly closing in behind him. Qin Chuan stood on the dragon's back, his clothes rustling in the wind, his eyes gazing deeply into the distance. Chapter 1253. Stan, a land rife with chaotic beliefs and ancient legends. In his sea of consciousness, the intermittent mental fluctuations of the fourth true ancestor continued to resonate, filled with unprecedented anxiety and fear. Master! Hurry! That thing is growing stronger. It's absorbing everything around it. The entire area is being assimilated by it. The fourth true ancestor's voice was hoarse and filled with unbelievable horror. Those temple stones are alive, becoming its limbs. My bloodline is being torn apart and devoured by those stone monsters. The mental shock is everywhere. Too chaotic. More insane than the abyss. Ah! After a short scream, the mental connection weakened again, as if severely disrupted. Waste. Qin Chuan snorted inwardly, but did not sever the connection. The fourth true ancestor's fear only demonstrated the magnitude of the changes in Stan. An existence that could make even the vampire ancestors, who had lived for countless years and witnessed countless slaughters, feel despair must possess immense power. Shiva, the god of destruction and rebirth. Qin Chuan recalled the legend surrounding the Lord God of Stan. Destruction, creation, and rebirth themselves represent a cyclical, chaotic, and powerful law of power. If the fragments of his godhood truly were fully revived and manifested in some extreme form, their power might truly surpass all previous enemies. Devour everything? Assimilate the environment? Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. That's quite interesting. It's far more valuable to study than a simple energy aggregate or a contaminated abyss lord. The Shadow Realm's transformation into a divine kingdom requires not only vast amounts of energy, but also a diverse set of laws and energy properties to refine its internal structure. This power, capable of assimilating the environment and distorting reality, is precisely what the Shadow Realm lacks. If it can be devoured and analyzed, the Shadow Realm's foundation will be more solid, and its potential will be even greater. His goal remains clear: to complete the transformation into a divine kingdom as quickly as possible, to gain the ultimate power to cope with all future uncertainties. The fragments of the Flame Nation are certainly important, but this surprise before them is equally unmissable. As they drew closer, a faint scent of sandalwood began to fill the air. But this sandalwood scent, far from bringing tranquility, carried a strange heat and frenzy. Inhaling it, it subtly stirred the blood and stirred a sense of rage. Lord Shadow, the energy fluctuations ahead are extremely chaotic and immense. Scripps' voice was tinged with solemnity. Even a dragon as vast as him could sense the unsettling, overwhelming force emanating from the direction of Stan. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, his perception already extended. He could clearly see that, on the distant horizon, the Stan Kingdom's sky was a strange, dark red, as if scorched by invisible flames. Above the earth, an unimaginably vast chaotic energy was frantically growing and expanding, like a beating heart on the verge of exploding, radiating waves of power that distorted reality in all directions. Where those waves reached, the earth cracked, the vegetation withered, and even space itself rippled faintly. It seems the fourth true ancestor wasn't exaggerating. Qin Chuan's eyes glared. The strength and reach of this power far surpassed those of the previous Daka kingdom. The fragment of Shiva's godhead seemed to be imprinting its power upon the land in an extremely domineering manner, attempting to transform the real world into the prototype of his divine domain. Finally, Scripps lowered its altitude and hovered over a barren mountain range. Below was the area where the dilapidated Shiva temple once stood. But the scene before me had completely changed beyond recognition. The once dilapidated temple had vanished. Chapter 1254. In its place, a vast domain appeared, seemingly forcibly cobbled together from countless dark red flesh and twisted stone. This domain continued to expand outward. At its edges, the earth could be seen wriggling as if alive, rocks crumbling and reorganizing, and vegetation madly mutating, forming all sorts of bizarre flesh tentacles and stone claws. In the center of the domain, the outline of an even larger and more twisted dark red temple could be vaguely seen. Countless thick, blood-red tentacles extended from the temple, rooted in the earth like blood vessels, frantically draining energy. Above the entire area, dark red energy swirled endlessly, forming a massive vortex. At its center, lightning and thunder roared, emitting a destructive aura. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sulfur, and that strange, maddening sandalwood, blending into a nauseating stench. Master! You're here! The fourth true ancestor's weak yet delighted mental vibrations echoed, carrying with them a sense of relief at having survived a catastrophe. At this moment, he was huddled in a secluded valley at the edge of his domain, surrounded by only a few remaining high-level blood servants, covered in blood and weakened. His army of blood servants had been nearly annihilated. Tell me about the situation. Qin Chuan's voice echoed directly in his mind, calm and unwavering, as if the apocalyptic scene before him were but an ordinary sight. Yes. The fourth true ancestor hurriedly gathered his chaotic thoughts and reported. Just a few hours ago, a powerful light suddenly erupted from beneath the temple, and then the entire area began to change. The new temple rose from the ground, and countless stone statues and some indescribable creatures burst out from within, devouring everything in their path. Their power is extremely strange. Their physical attacks are ineffective, and they can absorb energy. The most terrifying thing is their mental impact. My blood servants couldn't resist at all, and they quickly went berserk and exploded, or were assimilated into those monsters. The fourth true ancestor's voice was tinged with fear. I tried to attack the temple in the center, but the outer defenses were too strong and it seemed to be infinitely regenerating, making it impossible to break through. I can sense an incredibly pure, yet also incredibly insane, power at the temple's core. It must be the fragment of the godhead you mentioned earlier. Qin Chuan listened quietly, his gaze sweeping across the expanding dark red area and the twisted temple in the center, emitting a terrifying aura. He could clearly sense the aura of the godhead fragment within the temple's deepest recesses. Furthermore, this aura was far more powerful than the two fragments encountered in Daka combined, and more active, imbued with the contradictory divine nature of destruction and creation. Infinite regeneration? Devouring and assimilation? Mental impact? A cold glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Interesting. What he needed was a sufficiently hard energy source to vigorously propel the Shadow Realm's transformation into a divine kingdom. This mutated realm, dominated by fragments of Shiva's godhead, was undoubtedly an excellent tonic. Lord Shadow, what should we do? Scripps asked softly. Even he felt immense pressure from the terrifying scene below. Stand at the periphery and eliminate any low-level monsters attempting to escape the realm, Qin Chuan ordered. Yes. Scripps immediately obeyed, his massive dragon body soaring into the air, vigilantly gazing at the edge of the realm. As for me, Qin Chuan's gaze locked on the twisted, dark crimson temple, a cold smile curling his lips. Of course, I'm going to meet this living Shiva. In a flash, he vanished from the dragon's back like a ghost, silently blending into the shadows at the edge of the dark crimson realm below. Chapter 1255. He wanted to see the true power of this so-called fragment of the god of destruction. Stepping onto the edge of the dark red realm, Qin Chuan's figure was instantly engulfed by distorted light and shadows, and the pervasive scent of strange sandalwood. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid soil, but a warm, elastic dark red substance, like a mixture of living flesh and rock, still slightly wriggling. The air was as thick as substance. With every breath, the scent of sulfur, blood, and manic sandalwood wafted into his lungs, stirring a nausea that emanated from the depths of his soul. The surrounding scenery was even more bizarre. The original rocks and vegetation had completely lost their original form, forcibly twisted and fused into a variety of indescribable structures. Some resembled a haphazard pile of internal organs, covered in hard stone shells. Others resembled deformed bone spurs, protruding from the blood-red ground, their tips gleaming with a dangerous glow. The power of the Shadow Realm had already silently enveloped his body, forming a barrier of absolute isolation. The chaotic mental fluctuations and negative energies that attempted to penetrate were instantly absorbed and dissolved by the pure darkness, like a drop in the ocean, failing to even stir a ripple in Qin Chuan's heart. His goal was crystal clear. The fragment of Shiva's godhead at the core of the twisted temple, and the vast chaotic energy contained within this entire realm. What an interesting energy field, Qin Chuan remarked inwardly, a hint of scrutiny. This ability to completely transform the environment into a part of oneself, imbuing it with vitality, was indeed a far superior skill than simply piling up energy, and held immense reference value for the refinement of the Shadow Realm's laws. In the shadows ahead, a bizarre statue made of dark red rock suddenly came to life. It had no fixed form, as if countless broken pieces had been forcibly glued together. Its surface constantly squirmed, cracking and opening, revealing a scarlet, muscle-like structure within. It emitted a piercing hiss, neither metal nor stone, and with heavy steps, it rushed towards Qin Chuan. Its twisted arm, more like a thick stone pillar, smashed down with a crackling sound. Qin Chuan didn't even glance. A thin, dark shadow spread from beneath his feet, like a living, venomous snake, instantly wrapping around the stone monster's ankle. Sizzling. A sound like corroding acid echoed. The stone monster's massive body suddenly froze. The seemingly indestructible dark red rock, upon contact with the shadow, turned gray and loose at a visible speed, rapidly disintegrating and disintegrating. In a fraction of a second, the stone monster, powerful enough to crush a tank into scrap metal, completely disintegrated into a handful of fine black dust, carried by a gentle breeze and blending into the eerie landscape. Its physical structure is fragile, its energy core is complex, and it relies on the power dissipated by fragments of its divine nature. Qin Chuan completed his analysis in an instant. An enemy of this caliber couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. He continued deeper, his pace unhurried, like a leisurely stroll in the garden. Similar stone monsters, or twisted creatures emerging from the flesh and earth, continually attempted to attack him along the way. But without exception, they were all silently disintegrated and devoured by the shadowy force before they could reach a certain distance around him, unable to even hinder his advance. As he approached the center, the environmental distortion intensified. The energy fluctuations in the air grew more violent and chaotic. The earth began to pulsate rhythmically, as if the entire area were a giant, living being. In some areas, sticky blood rained down, falling on the ground and corroding into small, smoking pits. Chapter 1256. Outsiders blaspheme the divine power. Intermittent mental shocks, filled with tyranny and destructive will, surged like a wave, attempting to shake Qin Chuan's soul. This mental shock was even more powerful and concentrated than the fourth true ancestor's description. It contained a rudimentary form of the law of destruction, a fragment of Shiva's godhead, enough to instantly drive any being with even slightly weaker mental strength to collapse and madness. Shut up. Qin Chuan's eyes grew cold, his mind shifting slightly. The shadow domain surrounding him rippled slightly, and the surging mental shock, like hitting an invisible wall of the abyss, was instantly crushed, absorbed, and transformed into nourishment for the shadow domain. With just this little bit of mental pollution, you think you can shake me? A hint of mockery curled the corners of his mouth. After undergoing numerous transformations, especially after absorbing the residual power of the ancient gods and the essence of the Abyss Lord, his soul, and will had long since become as solid as eons of divine gold. Coupled with the Shadow Realm's absolute defense, this level of mental attack was merely a tickle. In fact, from this mental assault, he more clearly grasped the core of the fragment of the godhead. Devouring you will make me stronger. The chaotic consciousness seemed to sense Qin Chuan's deliciousness, becoming even more eager and greedy. Boom! The ground ahead suddenly cracked, and three dark red giants, even larger and more solid than the stone monsters they had encountered before, rose from the ground. Tall, they stood over 10 meters tall, their bodies covered in twisted runes and countless reliefs of human faces howling in pain. Clutching massive weapons made of flesh and stone, they exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Three powerful mental attacks instantly locked onto Qin Chuan. Finally, something decent has arrived. Qin Chuan paused slightly, looking up at the three stone giants emanating a pressure comparable to that of a demigod, a flicker of interest in his eyes. These must be the elite monsters the fourth true ancestor had mentioned, the ones that had caused his blood servant army to suffer heavy losses. Their energy cores were noticeably more stable, their connection to this realm even closer, and they could even initially mobilize a trace of the power of the law of destruction. Perfect. Let's see what this so-called infinite regeneration and devouring assimilation is all about. Qin Chuan showed no intention of retreating, but instead proactively approached. His figure left a faint afterimage, and the next moment, he appeared ghostly in front of the stone giant on the left. There was no earth-shattering burst of energy, only pure and absolute darkness. Qin Chuan's right fingers, clasped like a knife, were coated with a thin layer of shadow power, and he slashed forward seemingly casually. Swish! A faint, almost inaudible cutting sound echoed. The stone giant's massive arm, powerful enough to easily shatter a mountain, was instantly severed, along with half its body, like tofu cut by the sharpest knife. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, not a trace of energy dissipated, only pure annihilation. The stone giant didn't even have time to roar before its massive body collapsed, the broken parts quickly turning to ash and merging into the shadow realm. Regeneration? Assimilation? Qin Chuan looked at the rapidly dissipating remains of the stone giant with a cold expression. It's meaningless in the face of absolute power and law. He had already roughly grasped the workings of the power in this divine realm. So-called regeneration and assimilation, in essence, still relied on the energy and law support provided by the fragments of the divine personality. As long as one's power level and understanding of the law far surpassed the opponent, they could be easily crushed, leaving them without even a chance of regeneration. The other two stone giants seemed stunned by this instant kill, their movements frozen for a moment. But only for a moment. Driven by the will of chaos, they immediately roared even more violently, brandishing their weapons and attacking from both sides with the momentum of destruction. Chapter 1257. At the same time, an even more powerful spiritual shock washed over Qin Chuan like a tsunami. Qin Chuan's figure disappeared again. The shadow domain quietly expanded. The next second, he appeared before the twisted temple, emitting an ominous dark red glow. The two stone giants lost their target, their attacks missing, and they pounded the air in confusion. Qin Chuan, however, had already set his sights on the lair, which exuded a rich aura of divinity and destruction. The fragments of the godhead lay within. Let me see, what exactly are you, this resurrected Shiva? The cold voice echoed in front of the empty temple, carrying a subtle hint of anticipation. The gate of the twisted temple was more like a dark red rift of flesh that constantly wriggled and opened and closed. A sticky liquid dripped from the edge of the rift, emitting a strong, strange odor mixed with fishy stench and sandalwood. Qin Chuan stepped in without hesitation. The scene behind the door was even more insane and bizarre than the outer realm. The temple's interior wasn't a traditional architectural structure, it resembled the internal organs of a gigantic creature. Dark red flesh and blood covered every inch of the space, pulsating constantly like a living, diseased heart. Countless twisted veins and nerve bundles tangled and spread across the walls, floor, and ceiling, faintly glowing, creating a bizarre and blasphemous scene. The raging energy in the air was so dense, it was practically material, squeezing every inch of space. Chaotic mental mumblings filled the air like background noise, attempting to penetrate the mind and contaminate the will. Is this the core area affected by the fragment of Shiva's godhead? Qin Chuan looked around, his eyes calm and composed. The shield formed by the power of the shadow realm blocked out all encroachments, as if he were walking in a world separate from this madness. His senses were firmly fixed on the deepest part of the temple. There lay the source of all energy and chaotic will. Outsider. A voice, clearer than before, yet also more powerful and chaotic, exploded directly from the depths of his consciousness. This time, it was no longer a simple warning or a sign of greed, but rather a voice of supreme judgment, as if a god were looking down upon an ant. You have disturbed the slumber of the god. With this voice, the flesh and blood within the temple began to writhe even more violently. On the walls, the tangled veins suddenly bulged, cracking and slicing, squeezing out bloodshot eyeballs. Hundreds, even thousands, of varying sizes and shapes, moved in unison, their cold, frantic, and irrational gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. Buzz, a mental storm, over 10 times more powerful than the previous mental assault unleashed by the stone giant, mingled with destruction, slaughter, frenzied primal desires, and the desperate prayers and frantic curses of countless dying believers. It transformed into an invisible wave, crashing down upon Qin Chuan. Slumber? A massive energy, unable to even fully coalesce its own consciousness, is worthy of the title of God? A chill curled across Qin Chuan's lips. Instead of retreating, he advanced, continuing deeper into the temple. The mental storm, powerful enough to tremble the heart and soul of a being like the fourth true ancestor, collided with the shadow barrier surrounding Qin Chuan's body, only slightly deepening the darkness for a moment before being completely devoured and absorbed, leaving no substantial impact. Your soul is delicious. Give it to me. The chaotic consciousness seemed surprised by Qin Chuan's resistance, erupting with even greater greed. Boom! Boom! The ground deep within the temple suddenly collapsed, and two massive hands, a tangle of twisted dark red flesh and pale bones, suddenly burst forth from the earth. Each hand was the size of a house, its fingers like ferocious claws, and its surface covered in a layer of wriggling, lifelike stone scales. Chapter 1258. Giant hands, carrying terrifying force that could rip apart space, clutched at Qin Chuan from the left and right, attempting to crush him like a bug. Physical attack? It doesn't even touch the law. Qin Chuan's eyes were indifferent, and he didn't even bother to dodge. He simply raised his right hand. Pure darkness gathered in his palm, devoid of any light, yet emanating a terrifying aura that devoured everything. The power of the shadow realm condensed to a high degree, transforming into a streak of extremely refined darkness. It sliced through the two grasping giant hands with the effortless ease of butter. Swish! The severed giant hands didn't dissipate as quickly as the stone giants before them. Flesh and blood squirmed frantically at the severed ends, countless blood vessels and nerve bundles reaching out like tentacles, attempting to reconnect and heal. At the same time, an even more intense chaotic energy surged from the severed ends, attempting to assimilate the surrounding shadow realm power. Oh! Is this what they call infinite regeneration and devouring assimilation? A flash of understanding flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. It was indeed stronger than the cannon fodder outside, and the power of the divine fragments was even more intense. This regenerative and assimilation ability relied on the destructive and regenerative properties of the divine fragments. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, it remains futile. Qin Chuan's mind flickered. The dark streak that severed the giant hand suddenly erupted with an even deeper devouring force. The laws of the shadow realm were like an invisible millstone, instantly crushing the chaotic energy and the embryonic form of laws that were trying to regenerate at the giant hand's fractured point. The two broken hands, deprived of their energy support, finally lost their form. Like a deflated ball, they quickly shrank and petrified, ultimately reducing to dust and being completely devoured by the shadow realm. Roar! From the depths of the temple emanated the chaotic consciousness's even more furious and painful roar. It seemed to have never expected that its vaunted regeneration and assimilation abilities would prove so vulnerable to this outsider. You have angered the gods. Accompanying the roar, the energy in the entire core of the temple erupted in a frenzy. Qin Chuan traversed the winding, twisting flesh and blood passages, finally reaching the temple's very core. This was an even larger flesh and blood cavity. In the center of the cavity, a massive flesh cocoon over 100 meters in diameter hovered. The flesh cocoon was a dark red, its surface covered in pulsating blood vessels and eerie golden divine patterns, like a living heart nurturing some terrifying being. Countless thick, blood-red tentacles extended from the flesh cocoon, connecting to the cavity's walls and continuously draining the energy of the entire area. And beneath the cocoon's translucent shell, a vague humanoid figure could be seen, sitting cross-legged. It seemed to possess 3 heads and 6 arms, emanating a terrifying aura both sacred and chaotic. The fragment of the godhead lay at the core of the humanoid silhouette, inseparably bound to this burgeoning divine fetus. So, it's not a complete resurgence, but rather it's harnessing the fragment's power, combining it with the accumulated faith, resentment, and earth energy of this land, attempting to regenerate a new Shiva? Qin Chuan instantly grasped the truth. No wonder the power was so chaotic, yet it held a hint of divinity. This was a half-finished product, forcibly blending various disparate forces with the fragment of the godhead as its core, attempting to reshape a divine form, a twisted divine fetus. Devour. You, I, will truly descend. The chaotic consciousness within the divine fetus locked onto Qin Chuan, issuing a final declaration, filled with a thirst for Qin Chuan's power, and a frenzy of impending success. The golden divine pattern on the flesh cocoon suddenly illuminated, and a wave of destructive force far greater than before spread out. True arrival? With a conglomerate of yours, whose consciousness is so chaotic. Qin Chuan sneered, his sarcasm growing even more intense. Your so-called god is nothing more than a parasite clinging to the fragments. Shadow Domain Unfold. Chapter 1259. Qin Chuan no longer held back. With a thought, the shadow power that had been suppressed within his body erupted instantly, like an ancient beast breaking free from its cage. Buzz. With Qin Chuan at its center, a profound darkness suddenly expanded, like an invisible tide, instantly engulfing the entire flesh cavity. The temple's core, once brimming with violent energy and eerie light, was instantly engulfed by pure darkness. The wriggling flesh, the pulsing blood vessels, the flickering eyeballs, and the ominous flesh cocoon, like ice and snow under the scorching sun, began to rapidly melt and disintegrate under the darkness's erosion. No, no! From within the flesh cocoon, the chaotic consciousness shrieked in terror, filled with unbelievable despair. It could feel its own strength, its everything, being rapidly devoured by this sudden darkness. It felt like being in the deepest void of the universe, stripped of all existence, ultimately returning to nothingness. You, what the hell are you? The chaotic consciousness uttered a final, desperate question. Its voice was devoid of its previous arrogance and divinity, replaced only by endless fear and resentment. What am I? Qin Chuan's voice echoed through the shadow realm, cold and indifferent, like a lofty god proclaiming the doom of an ant. I am the Lord of Shadows, who will put an end to your ridiculous existence. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow realm, expanded to its limit, suddenly contracted, like a cosmic black hole collapsing, unleashing an unparalleled devouring force. Crack! 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 The shell of the flesh cocoon, radiating golden divine patterns, began to shatter, like fragile glass. The vague humanoid silhouette within also began to twist and deform, emitting painful wails. Countless, extremely solid shadow chains, like giant abyssal pythons come to life, shot out from the darkness on all sides, instantly piercing the flesh cocoon's defenses and piercing deep into its core. Puff! Puff! The shadow chains frantically drained the terrifying energy contained within the flesh cocoon, as well as the divine power emanating from the fragment of Shiva's godhead. The flesh cocoon shrank and withered at a visible speed, its surface flesh peeling off in large flakes, turning into black dust and merging into the shadow realm. The wailing of the humanoid silhouette grew fainter and fainter, eventually fading completely, leaving only a twisting, struggling energy core. No! Spare my life. I can. Surrender. I can. Give. Everything. The chaotic consciousness uttered intermittent pleas for mercy, attempting to buy a glimmer of life through submission. Surrender? Too late. Qin Chuan's eyes were icy, unwavering. Towards such a chaotic and evil being, mercy would only breed trouble. Furthermore, what he needed was the fragment of the godhead, and the energy it contained, not a worthless slave. Shadow domain, strangle? Qin Chuan's mind moved. Buzz, the countless shadow chains wrapped around the flesh cocoon suddenly tightened. Bang! A deep, dull explosion erupted at the core of the shadow domain. The immense flesh cocoon, along with the divine fetus gestating within it, was instantly shredded. It transformed into a torrent of incredibly pure energy, imbued with multiple properties of destruction, regeneration, and chaos, greedily devoured by the shadow domain. The entire core area of the temple collapsed at this moment, shattered into nothingness. Only where the flesh cocoon had once hovered, a fist-sized, irregular crystal emitting a strange light, quietly hovered in the darkness. A fragment of Shiva's godhead. This time, without the obstruction of the aggregate, the fragment of the godhead was fully exposed. Qin Chuan's mind moved, and the power of the shadow realm enveloped the fragment of the godhead, slowly pulling it into the core of the shadow realm. As the fragment of the godhead merged with it, and the massive torrent of energy previously absorbed was completely digested, Qin Chuan clearly felt that the shadow realm had once again experienced a qualitative leap. Chapter 1260. The scope expanded at an unprecedented rate, the internal spatial structure becoming more stable, and the power of the laws becoming more complete and diverse. In particular, the characteristics of the laws of destruction and regeneration intertwined and merged with the shadow realm's original laws of devouring and annihilating, producing a miraculous chemical reaction that subtly elevated the shadow realm's overall level. The progress of its transformation into a divine kingdom soared like a rocket, directly surpassing the 25% mark. Yes, this fragment of Shiva's godhead truly lived up to my expectations. Qin Chuan sensed the changes in the shadow realm, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on his lips. Compared to the two fragments previously obtained in Dhaka, the power and law integrity contained in this fragment of Shiva's godhead were more than a level higher. The resulting improvement far exceeded expectations. If this efficiency is maintained, perhaps it won't be long before the shadow realm truly ascends to a divine kingdom. Qin Chuan thought to himself. After completing all this, Qin Chuan slowly contracted the shadow realm, swallowing up the darkness in the core area of the temple. As the darkness dissipated, the once twisted and eerie temple vanished completely. In its place, a vast, bottomless pit emerged, like a vast black abyss, emitting a chilling aura. The surrounding dark red area also began to recede rapidly, like the tide. The twisted flesh and stone monsters, deprived of their source of power, crumbled and disintegrated, turning to dust. The entire area was rapidly returning to its former desolate and dilapidated state. Master, you dealt with that monster? The fourth true ancestor's disheveled figure flew over from afar, his voice filled with a mixture of disbelief, surprise, and awe. From afar, he sensed the terrifying energy surges erupting from the temple's core area, and the engulfing darkness that ultimately engulfed him like the apocalypse. He had initially believed himself doomed, but he hadn't expected Qin Chuan to actually turn the tide and completely obliterate that terrifying being. The look he now gave Qin Chuan was not just filled with awe, but also a deeper, unspeakable fear. It's resolved, Qin Chuan replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over the fourth true ancestor who had survived the catastrophe. Your blood servants have been completely destroyed and require replenishment. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Master. The fourth true ancestor quickly bowed in response, tears of gratitude welling up in his heart. Although he had lost a large number of blood servants, remaining alive was a blessing in disguise. Furthermore, as long as Qin Chuan was there, the blood servants could be replenished at any time, making it nothing at all. Scripts. Qin Chuan looked up at the black dragon hovering in the sky. Clear the battlefield, gather any remaining energy, and don't miss anything of value. As you command, Lord Shadow. Scripps let out a deep dragon roar, swooping down with his massive body to begin clearing the battlefield. Qin Chuan once again cast his gaze into the distance. The crisis in Stan has been temporarily resolved, and the fragments of Shiva's godhead have been obtained. Next, it's time to head for the true destination, Yin Country. There lies the true gold mine of godhead fragments, and the most crucial step in the shadow domain's transformation into a divine kingdom. Scripts set off. Target, Yin Country. Qin Chuan's voice echoed through the empty mountains, carrying a subtle hint of anticipation and ambition. The black dragon roared earth-shatteringly, its massive bony wings unfurling like a shadow that obscured the sky. Carrying Qin Chuan, it transformed into a dark streak of light, streaking across the sky and hurtling eastward. The pitch-black shadow dragon Scripps, like a bolt of inky lightning, ripped through the heavens. At a speed beyond mortal imagination, it hurtled toward the rising sun in the east. Every flap of its massive wings stirred the thin air 10,000 meters above, emitting a dull, thunderous roar. The swirling sea of clouds beneath its feet, like crumbling waves, was left far behind in an instant, vanishing from sight.